Indy. One word says it all. And for the second time, this legendary venue hosts one of motorsport's most prestigious events, the SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Together, it's a can't-miss bucket list event, and almost 900 entries have arrived, all pursuing two things: a chance to kiss the bricks and a gold medal that says champion. Hi, everybody, and welcome to a still somewhat dark Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we get this second day of action for the SCCA National Championship Runoffs in its 58th running underway. Our broadcast today will be brought to you and presented by the fine folks at Mazda. I'm Greg Creamer. Alongside is Tom O'Gorman. Hayward Wagner down in the grid and pits. Welcome to Hagerty Race Day. And you know the old saying about red sky at night, sailors delight. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning. Well, you saw the red sky, but that's not going to be until this afternoon from what we understand. So we are getting ready to go. This one should be a lot of fun. STU, and I'll tell you what, these cars are getting around this 2.6 mile, 14 turn racetrack here, the road course at IMS. Let's take a look at our Mazda track map. And it's a track that presents lots of different challenges.
Yeah, good morning, Greg. And this class also, the storyline is diversity, and we'll take a look at how the sectors of this track break down and how that will apply. So we start the lap off on the front straightaway, going what most would call the wrong way, but towards turn one. Very wide and very heavy braking zone into turn one, a sweep through turns 2 and 3. Very tricky if you end up side by side through there. Then a quick tap of the brakes to tuck the nose for turn 4. Flat out again through turn 5 before the carousel at turn 6. Lots of line options, both in racecraft and in carrying speed. Then you sweep into turn 6, down the Holman straight. That completes sector 1, a very long sector with lots of straights. Then we come into sector 2 for turns 7, 8, 9, and 10. Turn 7 very fast, and then 8, 9, 10, each successively tighter. This is a tight and twisty section, even though it's pretty short. A car in sector 2 is going to be really tough to pass. Then we get into sector 3, turn 11s, 12, 13, and 14. A heavy braking zone, a couple of point shoots between 12 and 13, and then the acceleration zone back up onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, it is really a racy track. It's a lot of fun. You know, the folks at Mazda do a lot more than present the track map here at the Runoffs. They support their drivers with face-to-face and virtual coaching at events throughout the season. They are truly deeply involved. And a guy who is deeply embedded right now is Hayward Wagner down amongst them in the STU pre-grid. Hayward, what are you finding?
Good morning, guys. I'm down here in the STU grid, as you mentioned. We want to take a look at this car right here. This is Chip Air driving a former World Challenge Audi. This car was actually built in Germany, initially by Audi Sport, shipped to the United States. A World Challenge team built it into a race car for the World Challenge Series. Chip drove this car as a pro back in the day, liked it so much that he bought it, is now running it in SCCA Road Racing. This is the kind of car STU was conceived to cater to. A former pro car, has some history, has some pedigree, sitting in a garage somewhere. Let's get a car like that back out on track. But there's also room in STU for cars like this one. This is Kip Van Steenberg's Porsche 944. He's won a national championship with this car previously in E-Production. He didn't love the way the E-Production rules were going. He decided to come over to STU. Put a bigger motor in it, some aero body work. He's sitting third on the grid. But the car that's going to roll off in front of all of us is the little Honda up front. This car is a full 1,000 pounds lighter than the two cars behind it. It's running a 2-liter B-Series Honda motor, 2,102 pounds. The lightest car in the field on the front of the grid, the lowest horsepower. And guys, in these conditions, what's super important, all three of these cars are running the Hoosier A7 compound tire. So our pole sitter is hoping that those heavy, faster cars run those tires off real quick.
All right, thanks very much, Hayward. Great stuff down there. Yeah, this car actually is a defending national champion, just not in this class. That big conversion happened.
Yeah, he transferred it over from STL, and if you're wondering what those STs stand for, it's Super Touring Light and Under. This is under, and that means under 2.3 liters of displacement for the motor. You also have a couple of turbo cars allowed, and the big story with this class, as I mentioned, is the diversity that we have. In the top 10, there are 9 out of 10 unique makes and models. In the top 15, there are 12. We have front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, and all-wheel drive, mid-engined, front-engined. We have forced induction and naturally aspirated. Most classes don't have a claim to fame. Some get to be the fastest, some get to be the biggest. I think STU gets to be the most diverse.
Boy, isn't it? And I'll tell you what, Chip Herr, I had the pleasure of announcing him back in the day when he was racing in World Challenge in that Audi, and he was spectacular, and great to see him back and running here. Well, here we go. The cars are leaving the pre-grid and heading out for the pace lap. Let's take you through the starting order. On the pole, Joe Moser, who of course comes here as a defending champ, but in a different class in his number 36 Kin Motorsports Honda CRX SI. By the way, he went to Florida for the first couple of races at Sebring and Homestead, 2 track records in that car, so they knew out of the box that it was quick. Starting outside row 1, the number 18 of Chip Herr out of Linnitz, Pennsylvania, in the Carbotech and Hoosier Audi A4. Second row, the number 4 Porsche of Kip Van Steenberg out of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Central Florida. The German Excellence Machine in the 86 of Alex Cabrera out of Windermere, Florida, Central Florida region, in the 86 Racing Honda. In the third row, inside, number 5 on the grid, 112, Dominic Starkweather out of Cave Creek, Arizona. And in the 6th spot, the 72 of Anthony Girazzi in the Krug Speed, and that is that mid-engine Lotus Exige. Starting in the 7th spot, the number 19 of Mark Liller out of Alexandria, Virginia, Washington, D.C. region. I love the name of this, Angry Sheep Motorsports, Hoosier and Carbotech supporting that program. Starting 8th, the number 49 of Seth Huntley from Rancho Cordova, California, San Francisco region, Driving Ambition, Comp Tech, and Hoosier Honda S2000. Starting in the 9th spot, the number 199 is Jose Orosiris Pena out of Miami, Florida, and the Maz Race Team Toyota. Starting 10th, the number 24, Ian Barberi out of Pleasanton, California, San Francisco region, the Eldorado Motorsports Honda CRX. Starting 11th, the number 70 of Darren Treacle out of Marshall, Virginia, Washington, D.C. region, in the Treacle Insurance Agency BMW. Starting 12th to 39 of Jorge Ortiz out of San Juan, Puerto Rico, and he is in the Race Factory and Real Street Honda Civic. Starting 13th, John Weisberg. He's out of Webster, New York, and he's in the Redcom Labs Redline Oil Berg Racing Mazda MX-5. Starting 14th to 35, Patrick Lipsinek out of Oklahoma City in the northeastern Oklahoma region, the BW Turning Subaru Impreza. Starting in the 15th spot, 17, Whitfield Gregg out of Bellevue, Washington, in the Flat Out Motorsports Miata. 16th, the 188 of Kevin LaChance out of Black Falls, Alabama, in the Honda S2000. Starting 17th to 25 of Robert Verena Jr. out of Zillionope, I think that's Pennsylvania, the BMW. Starting in the 18th spot, the 51 of Raymond Philibert out of Pompano Beach, Florida, in the MR Drywall Services Miata. Starting 19th, 171, Mark Johnston in the Jersey Mike's Nissan. 20th, the number 59, Enrique Gelpi in the Honda. Starting 21st, the 65 of Jorge Nazario out of San Juan in the Texmania Mazda. Starting in the 22nd spot, the 113 of Thomas Wiegner out of St. Charles, Illinois, in the Subaru. Starting in the 23rd spot, the 75 of James Slecht out of Moab, Utah. And the Alien Force Racing, I love it. Utah Alien Force, like that one a lot. Nissan 300CX. Starting 24th, the 73 of Tim Hunter from Corona Del Mar, California. 25th, the 05 of Alan Orban out of Hazelwood, Missouri, in the Dodge Neon. And joining him, another Neon in the 26th starting spot in row 13, the number 8 of Maury Doyle out of Indy, hometown favorite here in the EAC Performance Dodge Neon. Starting 27th, the number 5, Dina Weisberg out of Webster, New York, and another Redcom Labs Berg Racing Miata. Starting 28th, the number 20, Peter Federland out of Austin, Texas, in the Toyota Supra. And rounding out the field, starting 29th, the 181 of Scott Peterson out of Parkville, Missouri, in his Mazda RX-7. And here we go. Pace car is in. Moser and Herr bringing the field out of that final turn as we get set for 19 laps or 40 minutes of racing. Whatever comes first. Oh, look back there. That's Axel Cabrera just sort of peeking out a little bit. And everybody just trying to get a view of the flag stand. And we're green. And let's see what happens. Look at the fan out. Oh, is that an engine that let go, or is that brake lockup?
Not sure, Greg. It looks like an engine. It is one of the supercharged BRZs has let a motor go right in the middle of the field, but it is Moser that gets a breakaway from the front. 3 wide for second in the back. Liller almost gets to the back of Anthony Girassi in the yellow Exige.
Everybody so far through, a little bit up on the curb there, but everybody slicing through. That was Weisberg climbing that curb. Looking back to the field, Moser immediately hops out to a little bit of a lead. And right there is the Cabrera, the 86, trying to fend off that Lotus, who had a great start. Anthony Girazzi jumping up from 6th into 4th early here. Big wide arc as everybody trying to figure out the grip level. We don't have a morning warm-up And this track, these are different conditions than we saw in a lot of the qualifying. A lot cooler and cloudier this morning.
Yeah, definitely cooler. And I really thought that we would see Chip Herr in that turbo Audi get a good jump off the start. We're going to go full course yellow as the field kind of stacking themselves up. You see everyone hard on the brakes. It looks like one of our drivers, maybe Cabrera, not seeing it quite yet. But that was Dominic Starkweather in the number 112 that had the engine expire right on the green flag. Looks like he put his foot down and popped it, which is a real hard break because he was in the top 5 on the grid.
He sure was, and I'm guessing that's what it's for. And the problem is, one, he might be stopped on that front straight. 2, might have some fluid down there as well. So we'll see how this pans out. So now everybody sort of checks up a little bit. Let's go back, take another look at that start. Here they come out looking for that green.
Watch that red BRZ that's in the 3rd row. As soon as the flag comes out, there is the big cloud of smoke, and we did hear from Hayward on the pit lane that there is massive oil down the front straight. Now, that is relatively offline, and it is a big straightaway, so hopefully he wasn't losing it on the warm-up lap, and we can get it cleaned up pretty quickly. But again, we were surprised to see the turbo car not jump to the lead with this nice cool conditions, having a little bit more power as well. The straight line speed that Hayward alluded to for that CRX maybe isn't as insufficient as we thought.
Well, and it might be that car's so light, it just gets up and goes a little bit more responsive. Let's get down to the pits and Hayward. All right,
we'll at the stripe.
Hayward, can you go ahead and repeat that?
Yeah. So you can probably see the brush truck putting the kitty litter down behind me. It's about a 2-foot wide strip of oil that starts here at the front straight, goes to wherever the car ended up, but there's nowhere to get away here at Indy. He couldn't pull off into the grass. He did a good job of getting as far wide as he could, but there's about a 2-foot wide strip of oil all the way down the front straight.
All right, thanks for that. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're between the barriers. It is well offline, but every once in a while you'll see the guys come out and they'll swing over to try and break the draft or the like, and you just don't want to take any chances. That's a high-speed straight, and you get oil down. That is absolutely wickedly dangerous for a race car.
It really is, and also a huge, congratulations to the field for not collecting Starkweather, not only because he was going so slow, not accelerating at the green flag, but they couldn't see him at all. You saw the visibility in the cars coming through that cloud, so the fact that we kept that thing clean through the entire front straightaway is pretty impressive for all of these drivers. Nice and awake this morning now at about 8:15 Eastern time.
Really, that'll get the old adrenaline pumping, running into a white wall. Just want to make note, of course, Joe Moser is was the tire rack pole sitter with that lap, putting him out front. We are going to have a new champion in this class. The defending champ is not here, so extra motivation for everybody. And also, we had a couple of very special awards too that are presented. We're going to have the Sunoco Hard Charger Award for the driver that makes up the most places during the course of the race, courtesy of Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA. We also have the Hawk Breakthrough Performer, which is the most positions improved from qualifying on Tuesday to Wednesday, and that's courtesy of Hawk Brakes and Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA. So just wanted to give them a little bit of a shout out. We mentioned it's Hagerty Race Day, and they're the official insurance partner of the SCCA. And, it's really crucial to have those kind of partners, and we very much appreciate all their support here. And they're just working on that cleanup right now.
Interesting to see that Kip Van Steenberg, that was qualified 3rd, Hayward pointed out that beautiful Porsche 944 on the grid, slipped all the way to 9th somehow on that start, and he actually started in front of Starkweather, so that was unrelated to the incident of the oil engine expiring, I should say, on the front straightaway. There's that black 944, slipped well back.
Yeah.
The car right in front is actually Patrick Lipsinick in that 2.5 RS Subaru Impreza, up from 14th, so there was some pretty serious shuffling there through turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. But that number 4 car is extremely quick, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it charging back through the field. Unfortunately, he's on his heels just a little bit.
I just want to point out our Hawk Breakthrough Performer in this race, the number 39, Jorge Ortiz, who picked up 12 spots from his Tuesday qualifying in his Honda Civic to where he ran on Wednesday. Ultimately started in the 12th spot. So nice job by Jorge here. And as we're under caution here, an opportunity to hear from a few of those very special partners, and we will be back with racing.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Day here for STU and the run for the gold in this really, really fun class. It's one of the newer classes in SCCA. I mean, some of these classes go back to the 50s where they first started doing the run-ups. This one's kind of new. And Hayward was talking about the fact that SCCA has done, I think, a great job of trying to create classes that you can take your car and move it up into pro racing, or you can take your pro car and come and run in a class here. And I think they've done a nice job with it. We've seen that Krug-Speed Lotus racing in World Challenge competition. They really do that well.
I was going to point that out as well. We have a perfect example of that. 2 of the 4 cars are ex-pro racing cars in that top 4. 2 are built for this class. So the 2 Hondas, the first and third place cars, are built for STU. They are either between 2 and 2.4 liter engines in those cars, or you have the Audi of Chip Herr or the Anthony Girassi Lotus Exige there. Those are both retired pro racing cars brought into this category, and the way that the rules are written for this category, they're a little bit less complex, a little bit more open-ended for the options to bring that in. We've already pointed out the diversity. You can just see the cars scrolling through the shots. There's so much diversity in this class.
And yeah, you would think Anthony Girassi in that Lotus, the longer this race were to go green, the quicker he'd become because of the handling. It's so easy on tires and the like. This yellow not helping him at all. Same thing for Moser. I think he wanted to go after it. And Chip Herr, well, he was just wishing this race was going to be about 4 o'clock this afternoon in the wet in that all-wheel drive Audi.
Yeah, he sure was. But Girassi does tend to be a little bit of a grower in this car. He builds throughout the race, so I agree. But the sleeper, I think, is maybe Axel Cabrera there in that EG Honda Civic, the 86 car. He's sitting in 3rd place, started 4th, had a good start there, and that car seems to be pretty quick in a straight line, too.
There's a lot of debate, from what I understand, before the season started about would a smaller displacement, lightweight car really be competitive in this class. And I know Mosier and his gang looked at it, and said, we think it can work. And that's why they went with the option they did with dropping that VTEC engine in to his car. But as we've seen, obviously Cabrera, that car got up and went pretty quick from the off here, so they seem to be working.
Yeah, really.
And I'm sorry, but this caution front-wheel drive cars just pace those front tires, especially the lefts here, because you got these long duration left-handers here. This caution is probably not bad for them.
Yeah, I can't really see a car that this caution isn't good for, except for that Exige. We have the front-wheel drive cars, obviously, and then we have the heavy Audi. It's going to be nose heavy as well and all-wheel drive. But I was going to point out something that left my mind. Back to you, Greg.
Funny how that happened. One of the great cars. I got nothing.
Yeah, and I got it.
Actually, we had a...
Came back to me. It really is a game of power to weight.
Yes.
You look at the different weights between the CRX and the Audi, 1,000 pounds different. Yes, they make drastically different power, but when it comes down to it, if they're at the same power to weight, they're theoretically going to have the same acceleration rates, more or less. They're going to have similar speeds, and they're going to race really well.
Hey, don't feel bad. One of the true crimes in broadcasting is when the booth announcer takes away the pit guys thing.
Oh.
And many years ago at a race, I don't remember who was in the booth, but they threw it down to the pit guy, and in the throw, they took exactly what he was going to say, and the guy was pretty new at the game, and he was in his talkback saying, "Don't throw it now," and they still threw it. And he went, "I got nothing." So it happens, you know. But yeah, this is going to be and once we get going here, this is going to be really, really intriguing. And that power to weight, I mean, that's the basis of so much in racing. And then you do the little tweaks here and there, but it really drives. That's the equation that drives everything. And hoping we're going to be able to get going here in pretty short order. And I'm really curious to see now if Kip Van Steenberg in that Porsche 944 that had that really awful start, and we didn't see it. He may have just been freight trained.
Yeah, it's very possible, and we talked about on the track map, going down into turn one is a pretty severe pinch point, and he was going to be on that inside, maybe got pinched to the inside curb and just swept around the outside, but did a bunch of cars. A couple of cars that got great starts, though. Mark Liller from third up to, from seventh to fifth, and then Jose Osiris Pena from ninth to sixth. That's the silver neon SRT4, and then that kind of gray and highlighter yellow Toyota GT86. Both of those cars are two that leapfrogged Kip Van Steenberg.
Now that just means Kip's got some work to do out there right now. And those Dodge Neons, the SRT4s, those cars have always been, I mean, they're pretty quick in a straight line. And there's a couple of them in this field. And that silver number 19 had a big spin when I was working out at turn 14 on Wednesday. And got help coming up through 14, and guy was trying, I think guy was trying to just bump draft him and really give him a good push, and got him while they were still turning, and it turned him, and somehow he kept it off of the barriers and came back out and put in a pretty darn good lap and qualified up in the top 7. That may have lit the fuse for him a little bit.
For sure. He definitely used the power under that engine, under the hood, I should say, to get up to that 5th spot that he sits right now. And he finished, I believe, 3rd in this class last time we were at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Now, that race 5 years ago in this category was a race of attrition. No one wanted to win that race, and I think the guy that was running 4th ended up winning. Liller was outside the top 10 at one point, I think, and he ended up in 3rd. But this year, he's there on merit, and it's exciting to see.
Yeah, he is really a good qualifying run. So looks like we're going to have at least one more lap here under caution. Got to ask you, I mean, you've done pro racing and you've been in this kind of scenario where you're up on the wheel, you're ready to go, and then you get this long caution period. What are you dealing with inside the car? What do you if you got radios, you talking to the crew?
It's got to be it's a personality choice. I think my personal preference, I'd like to distract myself and be really relaxed. I want to be, if I got a crew guy, I tend to be having casual conversation, usually pretty lighthearted, joking around. I don't tend to be a silence and horse blinders type of driver, but I know that there are drivers that are like that, and it works for them. So I think the key with being a top-tier driver like these guys are, or like the pros are, is knowing your personality and knowing your choices that you can, do you want to isolate yourself on the grid, go do push-ups, get yourself amped? Do you want to be out, socializing? When you figure out your flow, that's when you're going to be most successful.
Listen to Skinner, listen to techno.
Yeah,
it's these little routines that all drivers have. And we just got word that we are going green next time by, so this one's going to get going. There's a good look at Mark Johnston, the Nissan 240 SX out of Hedgeville, West Virginia. And this is part of the great, as you pointed out, the diversity in this field. Started in the 19th spot in the Jersey Mike's Alien Force Racing machine, and that's just part of that great diversity here. And that's a 200. The SX, I love the James Slechta's paint job, mirroring the old Johnny O'Connell, Steve Millen Nissan 300s that used to run an IMSA in GTS. I mean, there's some really good graphics on these cars too. They take a lot of pride in presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these cars are just so cool. I'm personally partial to Kip Van Steenberg's 944. I know it's not a livery, but that car, the presence of that car is just pretty imposing. I think it looks awesome. But especially with the pedigree of a lot of these cars, either a reference to a pro racing car or being an ex-pro racing car, they're really iconic. I know I grew up watching Chip Herr race this car professionally. So for me to see that car on a racetrack is just a little bit of a throwback and pretty cool.
And to know that Chip's driving it, too. Yeah. That's really cool to have him, back and playing. And I tell you, we were talking about this off mic before the show started. One of my favorite pieces of video was Chip Herr rode America through the carousel, and it was a tails away shot through the last half of the carousel. And he was in, big opposite lock, just a monster drift, and that thing just pinned it. And it's absolutely beautiful. And love to just drive this car. So I'm glad he was able to arrange to purchase it and bring it here and display it in SCCA.
That's how you know the car was good, when you buy it back 15 years later and,
Exactly.
and want to keep racing it.
Yeah, that says an awful lot. Fits him like a glove, apparently. And we're the better for it for sure. So we are going to be going back at it here. Look there at the number 70. That's Darren Treacle out of Marshall, Virginia, the Treacle Insurance Agency, BMW 325. And started in the 11th spot. Dropped a couple of spots at the start, back to 14th. So work for some of these guys to do. Pace car is in, and we are getting ready to go. Here comes Mosier, that beautiful orange Honda CRX, bringing him up to resume racing here, starting lap 6 of 19 or 40 minutes. Green is back out. We're racing again. And Mosier did a really nice job. But look at the run the Lotus got. Girazzi on Cabrera here. And Chip Herr had to defend. Cabrera got such a good run, and that may let Girazzi go around both of them. That car's going to be really agile on the brakes. He's there. He's second. Cabrera trying to stay to the outside of Herr and take over that third spot. And Chip has to give way. Great restarts by the cars starting third and fourth, I should say.
Yeah, they made it count when they had the opportunity. I'm curious to see where the strengths of Chip's Herr car lie, because we thought it was going to be in a straight line, but it seems to be maybe he's the slowest of the top 4 in a straight line. Mosier is checking out. Now Cabrera's getting a lot of pressure. It's on the brakes. The Audi is really good.
Yeah, the Audi is phenomenal. You can see Cabrera unloading that, or locking up that unloaded rear tire. You're going to see that a lot with those front drive cars. And Chip is going to be relentless right here, but already Mosier has been able to open up a little bit of a margin. Then Girazzi finds himself, but here comes Cabrera, and Cabrera looks like he's got a pretty good head of steam down into turn 7. This is the flowing version of turn 7, not the tight left. And then through this sequence, ooh, Cabrera saying, I'm here. Did he just loosen him up a little bit?
I'm surprised it didn't loosen him up more. Girazzi was taking his time through turns 8 and 9, and Cabrera was having none of it, just squared him up right in the rear and pushed him. So now he's got to run up through turn 11 into turn 12, but that Civic has been a little sketchy on the brakes. There's the smoke again. He's going to flat spot that inside rear tire if he's not careful.
And gets it woed down. Look at that. Girazzi trying to stay even around the outside. And these are the dynamics of a race that I love when you're in the middle of a pack, because you're thinking about the move you want to make in the guy in front, but you've always got to keep an eye on the guy behind you, especially when it's a really fast, savvy driver, because you open the door up, they're coming through.
That's what I call driving off Spidey sense. Look at the Exige up the front straight. They almost touch. Very close stuff down the Indianapolis Motor Speedway front straightaway. Cabrera tucks in now to get the draft, and look at Liller on Herr. Big dive on the brakes down into turn number 1. He might be too deep. Does Cabrera see him? Yes, he gets it stopped.
Oh, and Lillard, nice job there. He ate a lot of curb to avoid the contact, and that now has allowed the 199 of Jose Orizas Pena in the Toyota to come up and take a run. Lillard, though, still on the inside. Oh, Pena got trapped out a little bit. I think that's Huntley diving down the inside in the Honda S2000.
Again, we don't have a repeat make and model until we get outside the top 10 at this point. So cool. I think that FRS is supercharged, so it's got some grunt as well. And then we have a Civic lurking in the background. Jorge Ortiz in the gray Civic is waiting and lurking, but that S2000 looking good this lap, now attacking on the SRT4 of Liller.
Yeah, it's impressive. And Ortiz started in the 12th spot, now up into that 8th position, and Ben Steenberg just dropping again. He's now down to 10th. Really curious what's going on there. So quick in qualifying.
It took him a while in qualifying, didn't set his best time until day 3, and actually didn't even get a time in day 1, so perhaps some mechanical gremlins going on, but he looks uncomfortable. You see him really not opening up the corners on entry, to kind of pinching himself off in places. I wonder if he's just not feeling it today.
Yeah. And, you know, oftentimes if your car has a push, you need to turn in a little early, don't you? Maybe something's just gone off in terms of the setup, and you're struggling to get it to the apex if you would drive a normal line. You'll have to keep an eye on that. So that's the number 24, Ian Barberi. He and Steenberg right now are having a nice battle, but it's in the battle. Look at the lead Mosier has opened up while we saw that battling with Girazzi in the Lotus and Cabrera in the Civic and Chip Herr. Mosier has just made good his escape.
really made the first green flag lap count, but last time through he actually wasn't all that different from the next couple cars behind. So Mosier maybe kind of stabilizing his pace. Meanwhile, there we saw Jose Osiris Pena get by Seth Huntley on the brakes. That's the neon yellow FRS getting through on the S2000, and they've kind of distracted themselves a bit and lost touch with the back of Mark Liller.
Yeah, Mark has been able to, as you said, there he goes, just gap them a little bit. Things are sort of settling here at this point. We get to this, every race has that little bit where everybody sort of settles in, and then you start studying, where can I make my move? Where am I strong compared to this guy's weakness? What do I have to do? And Chip Herr has reeled in now Cabrera again. He dropped off just a little bit, but he's right there, and Liller is throwing down some laps right now.
He's looking really good in that neon. And thinking back to last year's championship race at Road America, we had the race take a couple different shapes. We had a pole sitter, David Fiorelli, in a similar car to what you see on screen right there, an FRS with a supercharger. He led most of the race, was on pole, but the car was really heavy, and he just got slower and slower. And all of a sudden, Paul Hassan in a lighter BMW came out of nowhere and took the win. So this the shape of this race may change over the next 18 minutes, as we see still dragging that inside rear tire is Cabrera. I just hope he doesn't have a blowout. That's the only issue you have to worry about when that is happening.
Yeah, I mean, front and Chip running a little wide, but it's all-wheel drive, just doing a little rallying right there. But yeah, I mean those rear tires, in a front drive car, they're just sort of there to give you a four-wheel platform because everything's happening at the front. But as you said, if you drag it like that too much, you can pop. Herr got a good run here, makes the move. This would be for the final podium spot. Question is he? Oh! Big lock up there by Cabrera, and Herr slides through. And Cabrera just tried to out deep her just a little bit, and it snuck away from her for a second. Great save.
Yeah, clearly that EG Civic from the early 90s, no ABS installed in that car, and he's having to do it all with his right foot. Got it a little bit wrong on this first initial hit, locked up the rear tires and went for a little bit of a slide, but it was a good save, especially not to go into the door of the 18 of Chip Herr, and now he's back through for a podium contention spot.
See now if Chip has anything for Girazzi and the Lotus. Moser up the road already to about 5.5 seconds. There you can see him just going out of frame. And here is this battle. Girazzi in the yellow Lotus, Herr in the silver and red Audi, and behind them the white Honda of Cabrera. And closing in is Liller in that silver neon. Look behind him at the 199 of Osiris Pena. There is Liller. Very distinctive sound out of that neon. Oh, look at this. Cabrera coming right back at Herr. And Liller watching it, hoping that they'll get to racing each other, slow themselves down, and let him get up to this battle here.
Chip Herr feeling the pressure. You see him move a car width in on the entry for that car, and he's got the rear end set up nice and loose to make good with that all-wheel drive. But in front, last lap through, Joe Mosier reset the fast lap of the race. He's starting to check out even more. So these guys are racing for, I think they're going to be stuck racing for third here.
Kind of looks like it, because we would expect Girazzi to only get a little bit quicker relative to the others as this race unfolds. So it is the battle for the podium is on right now. Herr and Cabrera dueling it out, but here comes Liller. Look at the ground that neon makes up in a straight line.
Big turbo on that car, and it's got plenty of steam down that front straightaway. And I think if Cabrera continues to have those braking issues here and there, that car is not going to get better. It can only get a little bit worse. So Liller has the easier job of just going by on the straightaway if he can get there.
Yeah, clearly if he gets close in 13, he's got a real shot at this, as we're watching that beautiful Audi of Chip Herr working his way through. And in the day, Chip oftentimes would also run in World Challenge GT, and it was I can't remember the guy's name, but it was this tiger painted Corvette. And Chip, it doesn't matter, small car, big car, Chip was quick.
Still is, clearly.
Yeah,
still
not
doing
too
a good
shabby,
job.
is he? Very good point. Oh, but I'll tell you, Cabrera, that car in the twisty bits, he just really could flow speed.
He's absolutely hustling it. You see he's got it set up pretty soft, too. A lot of body roll, and if the car, you can control it that way, it tends to make a lot of mechanical grip when it pushes that tire into the surface. So the car's clearly working pretty well. Someone on the rev limiter, I think he might have missed a shift. Yeah, look at Cabrera just drop back a bunch of distance from Herr. and you heard that kind of popping. I don't know if he forgot to shift or if he had a mechanical issue, but we'll have to see if that continues to develop.
Yeah, that's bringing Liller a little bit closer still. Here comes Girazzi, margin for Moser right now, up over 7 seconds. He is just flying than her, but let's see Liller now. He's close. He's going to get a little bit of a toe, and he's got a big head of steam. Is he going to be able to do anything? He's thinking about it. Looks to the inside. He just wasn't quite close enough. That was right there. Mark Liller chose wisely.
Yeah, he did. And we're impressed with the straight line speed of that car, but I'm impressed with the brakes. He was on the brakes really late there and didn't have to do a bailout maneuver. He knows that car can stop. So if he can get a little bit closer than that, I would be a little worried if I were Axel Cabrera in the Civic.
And as a driver in pursuit, once the visor comes down, your ability for compassion and empathy and all that for your competitor is just literally wiped clean. And you see a car that's lighting up tires and looks to be struggling, you just smile a little bit because you go, all right, now I got to hound him.
Might as well be blood in the water, that's for sure. And,
yep. Yeah, I've always said it. Race car drivers, by nature, you have to be successful. You guys are a greedy bunch.
Yeah. You guys? Who are you calling you guys? No, I'll take that. And it's always easier to chase, too. I think.
Yes.
Cabrera at this point has got to be feeling that that the little bit of pressure is Lillard getting a little bigger in his mirrors every lap, although this lap he's pulled away just a little bit. But for Lillard, he's got that little carrot to chase and continue to pursue. So that's a little bit more motivating than when you're feeling the pressure from the front.
Girazzi just flowing speed and that beautiful Lotus. Just such a pretty car, isn't it? And it gets around in a big hurry. It's so well balanced, so easy on tires. Last lap times here. Yeah, right now Moser's pretty much in a different zip code in terms of the speed he's been able to tow.
And consistently, he's been in the 1 minute 47-second range since the green flag dropped, and he hasn't shown signs of slowing down. He's been within about a half second. Lillard now looks to the outside.
He got there now. And he got in a little bit too hot. But boy, he was out and alongside. I think if he braked just a smidge sooner, he may have also had an eyeball on that car up in front, wondering, is he going to turn in? What do I need to be worried about here? And then he floated just a little bit wide. But now he knows he can do it. He's just got to get close again and be able to make that move. And you know that Cabrera is going to be way down to the inside, or at least down the middle of the track. But Lillard has shown it. He's got pretty good brakes, too. So look at this. Looks like they're starting to close up a little bit on Girazzi. Her is, anyway. Yeah, he just ran a lap that was 2/10 quicker than Girazzi.
Yeah, Girazzi certainly slipped a little bit that time through, and it was a good job from Tim Hunter in the Volvo to get up out of the way down there in turn one. That's an ex-pro racing car as well. But Lillard has been pretty far back through the first sector, and then all of a sudden down that back straightaway, he closes a nice and tight big slide from Cabrera.
He is just, he's got that car by the scruff right now, doesn't he? Just carrying it. Look at her. He has run down Girazzi. And I wonder if, Chip, with the weight of that Audi and everything, just said, I got to wait a little bit here, to, even with that caution, to keep the tires on it. And now I can go. Girazzi a little wide. Her's going to pop to the outside. Watch for the over-under here. Boy, he got a run. Up and around the outside through 14. Now Girazzi with that inside line is able to take it back, but I think Chip Herr is coming, and Lillard has lost a lot of ground. As looks like Cabrera is going to catch a toe as well. This is on, Tom.
This is for second place. The over-under became the over again for Chip Herr, so he had to go the long way, but he's going to look to the inside just in case he goes on the brakes. Sure enough, up the inside, and Girazzi pretty much lets it happen.
Yeah, didn't fight it too hard. And Chip, even with that early turn, and you saw that little bit of lockup from that right rear, but he got the nose down to the apex, so we have a new second-place car. Now Girazzi slips into third, but Cabrera is right there.
We were speculating whether or not Chip Herr hit the go button. I think Girazzi is having an issue. He's slowed down by about 4 seconds from his best lap time in the last 2 laps. He's gone significantly slower. So unfortunately, the Lotus looks to be floundering just a little bit, but
yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe back to pace. It's hard to say, but Cabrera has not found an easy way by.
Oh, we got a spin here. The number 8 going around. Unfortunate for Maury Doyle out of Indy. And his that's another of the neons. And, all right, he got it going. No caution here as we're into the final 10 minutes of this race. And while it looks to be all Mosier for the front, I thought that we might see Cabrera give Girazzi a little nudge. Was able to avoid it. Now lap traffic here. That's our spinner. Doing everything he can to try and stay out of the way. Boy, that right rear on Cabrera's car has got to be down to cords here. So fun to be calling a race with Chip Herr. Did that for a number of seasons. And, this is great stuff, and he's putting in a good drive. But just nobody has anything for Mosier right now. He's still lapping a second and a half quicker than almost anybody out there. Now, let's see if Girazzi, using that toe, we saw that Lotus be able to have some decent speed. We know it's good on the brakes, but Chip Herr just stayed right there. And that was something that was really savvy by Chip, is he parked him a little bit. He didn't start his turn in until he made sure that Girazzi couldn't cut down underneath. That's smart racecraft, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a savvy race car driver. If you put yourself in the place the other guy wants to go, you haven't blocked him by any unfair measure. You've just absolutely protected your spot. And it looks like the Audi may be holding up a little bit in some of the tighter corners. I think the heavier car with the heavy front end might be struggling a bit in that, where Girazzi can flow a little bit more momentum. But otherwise, the Audi looks strong as they're coming through pretty significant lap traffic at this point. Herr going for every bit of draft that he can. And Girassi's going to get through as well. Cabrera might be compromised just a bit.
A little bit. Looks like he did okay with that, but we saw that charge by Liller, and now he's dropped off a bit, running about a second or so off of this group in the last couple of laps. And Cabrera now, this is exactly what Chip wants, is to have Cabrera get in and mess with Girazzi and allow him to ease away a little bit.
That's the other thing that backing Girazzi up did for Chip Herr, is put him in the clutches of Axel Cabrera, who we've seen is not afraid to make a move here and there whenever he can. Hasn't been particularly picky about when he makes those moves, just goes for it when he sees the opening. So that Civic is certainly still lurking. Also wanted to note, last time by, Joe Mosier was pretty significantly off his pace, but we haven't seen him come back to these guys or anything yet. So maybe a bit of a notch there, hopefully for his sake.
Yeah, right. I mean, his margin is up to over 10 seconds, so Mosier certainly has the ability right now to just back it off just a little bit, but you don't want it to come in too big a chunk. This is going to be interesting. Here goes Chip. Girazzi wanted to go, but Chip played that perfectly. Girazzi just hunting a little bit here, but the guy that's going to get caught out now is Cabrera, and he wasn't able to get through down into turn one. So that is going to give Girazzi the ability now to sort of mentally turn those mirrors down and just focus on Chip.
And that might have given Mark Liller a moment to come up towards Axel Cabrera. We'll see what worked out there. Didn't really, but now they're all through on that lap traffic, and Chip Herr and Anthony Girazzi, two former pro racing cars from about a decade apart, continuing to battle hard.
They really are putting on a good battle here and dealing with traffic. That's, nice job by the car. They're trying to stay tight, not get in anybody's way, but he almost lost it and had to make a big save. Down through 7. Here's 8. This next turn, you've got to be up on that exit curb and get there early, just like that. That's the fast arc through that corner. Coming up on 5 minutes to go, Tom.
Kind of surprised to see her not using more of that curb at the apex of turn 10, but maybe just taking it easy on the equipment while he doesn't need to be absolutely on top of it. But I think that kind of allowed Girazzi to close up. Cabrera gets hung out just a little bit again. He's got to be getting a little bit frustrated. No one's completely put him out of this race, but every time they come across those lap traffic, he ends up a car width off of where he wants to be.
Yeah. Sometimes traffic, what's the old saying, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And right now it's Girazzi trying to take away second from Herr, and he got that move done early. Then he moved over. That was a little bit sketchy, and Herr now just pops to the outside. It's going to open that arc up, and after that little move, I wouldn't be surprised if Herr just forces his way through.
Oh, man, Gerasi kind of got what he asked for there, if you ask me. He just got turned across the nose of Chip Herr, was way too aggressive down the front straight, and then didn't leave any sort of racing room coming out of turn one. So that's going to put him back behind Mark Liller, he picked the fight.
Yep, exactly. And I realize that visibility through the back of that Lotus isn't quite like it is for some of the other cars, but you got to assume that that guy's going to be alongside. And that little bit of a turn in, that just lit Chip's fuse a little bit.
A little bit, yep. You just start to subtract the racing room. You give the guy just down to that inch that you're supposed to leave, and he didn't get the inch in return.
Yeah, and it all started before they got to turn in, down in turn one. The start of it had already happened right there, and Chip then popped out, and at this point, he wasn't going to give it up.
See if that allowed Cabrera to get any closer when we cut back to live shots.
And
Lillard gets
came
through too.
Yeah, and it did help Cabrera. He's right there once again.
You just hope that the Audi has no alignment problems there at their front. So see her all the way out to the wall on entry, opening the car up. Now he's starting to wheel the thing just a bit. He's only got 3 minutes left to keep those tires under it, and it's for a silver medal, so it's worth going for.
You bet. And I'm impressed that Cabrera's been able to keep that right rear alive here, and I don't think he cares at this stage. If he comes across it forwards, fine by him as long as there's a medal involved.
Yeah, maybe he's tested it. Maybe it's set up to be just 19 laps worth of tire there on the right rear.
That's a really good point. And Gerasi sitting back there in that fourth spot now. And did he get back around Liller? He did, it appears. So here we go. 2 minutes, 50 seconds yet to go. Moser's lead. With all of that was just going on. Moser now almost 20 seconds clear of the field. That is dominant.
Yeah, just noticing Mark Liller actually dropping down our timing screen pretty significantly.
Yeah.
So that SRT4 may be having a mechanical issue, but this guy, we haven't seen much of him, but he is checked out.
Yeah, it has just been an absolute clinic that he has put on here. Just a superb run in this car that they felt was going to be good. Got it confirmed early in the season with a couple of track records. They knew the car was fast. And he's in that rhythm right now. You see that car is still squirming and moving around, but he just feels it. And why not? He's going for that gold here.
Absolutely no drama, though. It's on the limit, but just butter smooth. And he has kind of resumed his fast laps. When we pointed out he had that one slip-up lap, maybe some lap traffic or something. But the Moser's just absolutely at the front or dominant everywhere. This car, I don't know if this specific car, but they used to race in the improved touring ranks regionally. We're absolutely dominant there. Then coming to STL, national champions, E-Production, national champions. And here he is.
White flag, 1 to go. And let's give a shout out to King Motorsport. Every time you see in these categories, whenever you see something that's prepped and built by King Motorsport, it's always near the front. That team does an absolutely superb job.
They've got the formula down, I have to imagine, for the CRX platform. Moving to the Prelude for a little bit and then coming back to the CRX. I think he's got to feel at home in this car.
Yeah, just flowing speed around this track. And what's nice when you have a big lead like that, you can pick your moment in traffic, and you don't have to worry about another big lock up there by Cabrera. Boy, he is doing everything he can. Silver is just a little bit better than bronze. Bronze isn't bad, but silver's a little bit better, and he's not going to give up until that checker flies. But Chip Herr, with all of his pro racing experience over the years, he's used to pressure.
Sure is. And I'm curious if these guys talk after the race who think has the worst equipment at the end of the race. Is it the heavy Audi with the front engine, or is it the front-wheel drive car that's using the front wheels for everything? Because both of them have to be, after 35 minutes of hard lapping, both of them have to be using up the tire just a little bit. They've stagnated perfectly between the two of them, though.
And that's the idea, isn't it, with the race cars? At the end of the race, you should have used almost everything up. You drive that hard, especially in these 40-minute national championship sprints. And Chip Herr was patient, and then when he made his move, he stuck. He had to work hard to defend it, and has done that to perfection. And here comes Moser, just working his way around here. Again, that's what I'm talking about with the patience. Doesn't have to do anything untoward. Up onto the front straight, Joe Moser. a second straight national championship, but in a different category. The man is on a roll. Joe Mosier, King Motorsport, absolutely fabulous drive. Here's the battle for that final the final two medals. And Chip Herr out of 13 and 214 had just enough over Cabrera onto the front straight. And welcome to the Runoffs medals and the podium, Chip Herr and Cabrera. Boy, what a gutsy drive by him. Just did everything he possibly could to hang in there and put on a heck of a show.
Yeah, did a fantastic job from fourth on the grid up to third to get that bronze medal. Girassi in the yellow Siege in the background still taking fourth after that kind of awkward moment down in turns 1 and 2 with Chip Herr. But this guy waving to the crowd, another gold medal around his neck for Joe Mosier.
Absolutely, just absolutely superb. And Jose Osiris Pena in the Toyota brings it home in 5th. And look at Kip Van Steenberg after dropping outside of the top 10. That Porsche came alive late in the race and ends up in the 7th spot. So nice run for him. A couple of guys battling here as they're coming to the line. They are crossing the yard of bricks at Indy. Even though it may not have been for the win, they were pushing and giving it absolutely everything possible, and that's why you're here. And everybody now having the opportunity to enjoy a cool-down lap. Obviously, Mosier is going to be elated, but these two guys here, Herr and Cabrera, they put on a great show for us, for the fans, and they earned these two medals as well.
They did get the better race, I will say. Joe Mosier got a really awesome qualifying / time attack kind of session there. Chip Herr and Axel Cabrera got to race each other hard, and even if it's not for the position you came here for, you know, they both came here for gold, I can promise you that. But to go home with a really good race is sometimes every bit as fulfilling.
Absolutely. I think you know, the bench racing after this one with those two guys is going to be fun if you can listen to it. You're going to have a good time. Can't wait. And again, Girassi, Pena completing the top 5. Then Huntley, Van Steenberg, Treacle, Barberi, and John Weisberg rounding out your top 10. Weisberg has done a bit of World Challenge racing as well. So a good run for him as the cars are making their way down toward the victory circle area. And we're going to hear a visit from our gold medalist, and then as he sets off on his lap of honor, we'll be able to hear from our other two medalists. You can see all that oil draining. Looks like somebody missed turn into pit lane.
Wanted to cross those bricks one more time.
One more time. One more time. There is Mr. Mosier. He has just been superb here. Has always been super quick, but they really have given him a great platform, and he has wielded really stoutly. There goes the medal around the neck for Joe Mosier. Let's get down to Hayward.
Well, guys, you can probably tell adrenaline is pumping hard. His hands are a little shaky. Joe, you made it look easy, but it clearly was not. How hard is it to go 4 or 5 laps under caution to start a race, just the butterflies and the nerves?
Yeah, you know, the first 2 laps of that caution, your nerves are still real high, and then you try to settle in, and you're just sitting there waiting for it to go again. And you know, you get a calm before the storm. So I felt that. Then you got to heat the tires up and get ready. Let's go.
This car has been a long journey for you. You were in STL with it last year. It goes back to the days of improved touring. You had some time at the Prelude as well. How good does it feel to come back to this chassis? Is this the car is this the soulmate?
Yeah, you know, I've been racing CRXs my whole life, so I had to go back to what works. And this car is an absolute pleasure. I love it. It does everything right. And you know, my dad's in here with me, so it feels good.
Well, big congratulations to you. Another championship. Enjoy your victory lap.
Hey, thanks so much. And thank you, Hoosier, Carbotech, and King Motorsports, and my family. I love you all.
Yeah, absolutely. That kind of support is everything in this sport, as you well know. Boy, what a view there, isn't it? Even though it's a little bit of a cloudy day, Look at how full this paddock is. We said almost 900 entries. This place is jammed.
Absolutely jammed. And you could see Joe kind of wavering between elation and emotion as he kind of gave that interview there. And maybe Hayward can give us a view of the right rear tire on Axel Cabrera's car when he steps down to second and third.
Yeah, that'd be fun to have a look at that tire. There can't be much left of it on that third-place car. And let's hear from our silver and bronze medalists, Hayward.
Chip, the first thing you said when you came out of the car was that felt like a touring race. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, it was at the start of the race, you know, a little bumping and rubbing, but that's all expected. And I thought I got a great start, and I just started looking at my mirror. It was filled. Man, everybody drove so clean and such close racing. I still both my mirrors. The Carbatech brakes kept us stopping all day, and the Hoosiers, they held up the whole race, and I had to hold them up to the end because the third-place car was coming, and we were faster at different spots. But I want to attribute the four rings for the Quattro to help me pull me out. So I'm just happy to be back with this car that I kind of developed in mid-2000s in World Challenge. And to run SU is a blessing that SCCA made a class for these older cars to race in, and we're in the top three.
What's it like to battle for position when you've got different weights of cars, size of car, power, tech?
You just have to really, really analyze where people are fast, and then you have to just see where you're good and try to put your car where they're good. So what a fantastic day. It's just an honor to be here, and this is awesome. Indy is just fantastic. I love this track.
Well, congratulations on the silver. Your first runoffs, correct?
Yes.
And another first-timer in third. Fourth on the grid, third on the podium. How's that feel?
Good, good. I mean, first time here at the runoffs, qualified, and just went out on a limb. It worked out. We're fourth qualifying, and now here in the race, was able to get third, keeping up there, kind of, you know, but awesome. I mean, this track is awesome. All the cars are awesome. The class felt great. I'm just happy and excited, and it was fun.
Always a happy person on the third place podium. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You can hear the emotion there. I think he was fighting it. And I have to say, I'm really annoyed with Chip Herr because it's 15 years later. I look rough. He looks exactly the same. That's just not fair.
How dare he?
I know, and he still drives the same way too. Exactly. That's really cool.
You still commentate the same though, Greg.
Oh, I'll get you that 20 later.
There you go. But you can see Axel Cabrera. He didn't drive like he was surprised to be there, but I think he was kind of surprised to be there on the podium. It's just a great performance.
I think he was literally just, oh my goodness, yeah. It's fantastic. Here's your top 10 again. Mosier, Herr, and Cabrera in the medals. Girazzi was right up in the hunt all day. Jose Osiris Pena rounding out your top 5. Huntley, Van Steenberg, a nice comeback drive. Then Darren Treacle, Ian Barberi, and John Weisberg rounding out your top 10. And you see there Joe Mosier out and around on his lap of honor. And let's take a look at some highlights from this run to the gold in STU. At the start, you see the big blow up there in the back and sort of shuffled everything. We ended up with a long caution on the restart. Mosier got a good start, but watch the moves here, and it was Girazzi who had a superb restart.
Got to the point, but then we got to have this amazing battle develop between these four cars and kind of diminished down to 3 and then to 2 ultimately as Axel Cabrera just hounded Chip Herr before they finally caught Anthony Girazzi.
Big moment there as well. I mean, he was on it here. Here comes Chip Herr down and underneath, taking the spot away from Girazzi, and they weren't done yet. Cabrera right in the mix as well, having a good run. And here is that big moment here as Girazzi comes up around, and then for some reason just starts moving over on Chip, and they had a little bit of a touch. Chip said, want none of that, popped to the outside, got on the more grippy part of the track, was able to flow the speed, and right there Girazzi just tried to fight with it. Had a little bit of contact, and around he went. He hung on for 4th. But Chip was able to come around and finish 2nd. But it was that orange CRX of Joe Mosier bringing home the win. And there was Herr and Cabrera coming through for 2nd and 3rd at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. And there is your new champion, at least in this class. He won a championship last year, just completing his lap of honor. And that's going to wrap up our coverage here of the Run to the Gold in STU here at the Runoffs. Again, a big thanks to Mazda for presenting our broadcast. And thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. For Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I'm Greg Creamer. We look forward to doing it again. Take care, everybody.
When the finish line calls. We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indy. One word says it all. And for the second time, this legendary venue hosts one of motorsport's most prestigious events, the SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Together, it's a can't-miss bucket list event, and almost 900 entries have arrived, all pursuing two things: a chance to kiss the bricks and a gold medal that says champion. Hi, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, our broadcast presented by Mazda. It started off as a cloudy day, a little bit of sun peeking through right now. That may change later as the day unfolds, but right now it's time for the run for the gold in a class called American Sedan. Great to have you with us. It's Hagerty Race Day. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman, and Hayward Wagner will be covering all the action down in the grid and pit lane for us. And real quick, A Sedan, I love this class. To me, this is what the original Trans Am was. It's the closest to it in the 60s and 70s. Street cars modified up, big ponies, let's go racing. And they're going to be negotiating a track that really allows them to let all those ponies come to life. Time for our Mazda track map. It is 2.6 miles, 14 turns. And Tomo, this place for these cars has got to be a blast.
It's got to be a blast, but anywhere's got to be a blast in these cars. But this track gives them a couple of big places to breathe, a couple of big digs as well to use that power. We start off pretty early on the front straightaway coming into Sector 1. We're going to be clearing 150 miles an hour in these cars under the brakes for a long time down into Turn 1, then sweeping 2, 3 into 4. Modulating the power even through turns 2 and 3 before checking up for turn 4. Maybe flat out for turn 5 if you place it just right before another braking zone for turn 6. A big long carousel. These cars have not a lot of tire and lots of power, so that long radius turn 6 is going to be a front tire grinder. Then back onto the back straightaway for the Holman straight through turn 6A. That's all Sector 1 before the short but twisty Sector 2. Sweeping through turns 7, 8, and 9, 7, 8, 9, and 10, I should say, each one a little bit tighter than the last before we come up onto the speedway banking for just a moment through turn 11 into turn 12. This is going to be another heavy braking zone. You're going to have to balance the car really, really carefully through turns 12 and 13 because the exit of turn 13 is not guaranteed to be flat through turn 14 in these big power cars back towards that start-finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to remind everybody that Mazda's investment into club racing goes beyond the track map presentation. If you race a Mazda, no matter the model or year, they support you through the Mazda Team Support Program. So sign up at MazdaMotorsports.com. There are some of these, what we might call ground pounders, the pony cars. Early in the day, we used to say there's a whole lot of wooma that's about to happen down there. And also down there is Hayward Wagner. What's the story?
Guys, we have two incredible stories in the A Sedan this morning. The first one is Amy Aquilante Resitano. Amy had a huge crash at VIR Runoffs. The car was destroyed. She came back and finished on the podium last year at Road America. But that was really an attrition drive. She stayed on track. She stayed smart, brought it all the way through the field to the podium as other people, capitalizing on other people's mistakes. This year, she's starting off in third. She told me that she's not used to walking that far to get up on the grid. But that is a big move for her in this field. Watch for her on the start. The other big story is tires. And guys, this is a huge story. Goodyear developed a tire for American Sedan, brought it to the June sprints. These cars on Drew Catel's car are a build date of the 17th week of 2021. He was one of the very few people who had the tire, and it was quicker than the Hoosier cars. SCCA did not allow the Hoosier cars to run the A7 anymore in American Sedan. This week, Hoosier responded with a tire of their own. There's an M on this tire. I have never seen an M on a Hoosier tire before. No one has driven on this tire before. It was brought to the track after qualifying. This car is on M's. Amy's on M's. The WeatherTech car is on M's. This is tire test at the highest level.
Well, apparently the M stands for mystery.
Yeah, might as well put some question marks there on the sidewall, huh?
Absolutely. What a great story. And, I mean, talk about throwing a massive unknown into things. If they haven't been out on these tires, tire management, at some point you're going to find out what they got and when it goes off, and it all depends on how you play it. And you were alluding to it, Tomo, in these big cars, a lot of these long arcing corners here, they're tire beaters.
Yeah, and in general, I mean, the rule set for this class is you want a lot of power, you want to do stuff to your engine, great, have at it. You want to change your suspension, you want to make it handle better? No. you got what you got. So these cars kind of handle the way they did from the factory almost, but they have plenty of power. A lot of them are restricted to an 8-inch wide wheel, which is not a lot of wheel at all. But the thing that I noticed is when Hayward pointed at the sidewall of Greg Eaton's car, that's the second place car, that tire was not a sticker tire. It was used at some point, so someone's driven on it. We just don't know who or when. Maybe Greg Eaton has, maybe he hasn't, but that tire was clearly used at some point, scuffed in. If Hoosiers, willing to put it on a car, it's got to be pretty good.
You would think, yeah. They don't do it unless they're sure. Let's take a look at the starting lineup. Starting on pole, his fourth runoffs race, but his first pole, the number 28 of Drew Cattell in the Space Monkey Racing Engines by JB Cadillac. Starting second, the defending class champion, number 21 of Greg Eaton out of Woodbridge, Virginia, in the Eaton Racing and Development Mustang. Starting third, number 51, Amy Aquilani. She has been a top flight driver in the Hoosier Super Tour this year in her TAR DBA Rotors Pontiac Firebird. Starting 24th, gentleman who has 8 gold medals in this category, Andy McDermott out of Howell, Michigan, in the WeatherTech Felice Engines Ford Mustang. Starting in the 5th spot, the 98 of Alex Lozano in the Hoosier Blue Force Healthcare Cadillac. Starting in the 16th spot, one of our Super Sweep eligible drivers, the number 14 of James Jost out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, in the Jost Iron Works Ford Mustang. And he also was and a problem here for the number 58. Jost was also the Hawk Breakthrough Performer. Most positions improved Tuesday to Wednesday. He moved up 9 in that and then ended up 6th on the grid. Starting 7th, another multiple time winner, second only to Jerry Hansen in gold medals here. The 55 of John Heinrichsey in the Hoosier Mobile One Hawk Pontiac Firebird. He was the champion in 2018 at Sonoma. 15 gold medals he has in his trophy case from runoffs competition. Starting 8th to 22 of Dan Richardson in the Hoosier Auto Gear Machine, the Chevy Camaro. 9th at number 151 of Tom Ellis in the Palm Express Ford Mustang. Starting 10th at number 147 of Mikhail Butenko out of San Francisco in the SF Security Ford Mustang. Starting 11th at number 54 of Philip Smith, New Albany, Ohio, the Hoosier Phil Harper Chevrolet Camaro. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 73 of Tom West in the Limerick Machine Cadillac. Starting 13th, the car that we just saw having the problems, the 58 of Beth Aquilani in her TAR DBA and Hoosier Pontiac Firebird. Starting 14th, the 122 Casey McLeod in the Core Reality Group Mustang. Starting in the 15th spot, the 80 of Robert Long in the Amco Auto Care Pontiac Firebird. Starting 16th, the number 72 of Ted Warning in the Hershey's Race Engines Chevrolet Camaro. Starting 17th, the number 6 Tim White in his Ford Mustang. Starting 18th, the number 100 of Benjamin Anderson in the Ford Mustang. Starting 19th, the number 50 George Long in the Amco Ypsilanti Pontiac Firebird. And starting 20th to 27, Maury Doyle in the EAC Performance Ford Mustang. Starting 21st to 71, Mark Muddeman in the Ford Mustang. Starting at the 22nd spot, the number 77, Philip Walters. He is another of our Super Sweep eligible drivers in the Chevy Camaro. Starting 23rd to 31 of Lynn Griffiths in the Offline Racing Ford Mustang. Starting 24th, the number 3, Kelly Lubash in the Chevrolet Camaro. Starting in the 25th spot, the 37 of Kurt Fagel in the Chevy Camaro. Starting 26th, the 16 of Mike Thompson, also in a Camaro. 27th, the 78 of Glenn Capella Jr. in a Camaro. Starting 28th, 17 Kyle Gilbert in a Camaro. And starting in another Camaro, starting 29th, 117 of Andy Schniedermeyer in his machine. Starting 30th, the number 10 of Mike Lowe in a Ford Mustang. And starting 31st, the 7 of John Barrett in a Chevrolet Camaro. Those last two drivers having a lot of problems in qualifying. Let's hope they got it sorted, because we are coming up and getting ready to go green as this field heads into turn 12. Very tricky corner here. You come up, Tomo, onto the banking, and then as you turn down off it into turn 12, it sort of goes off camber. It's been a tricky spot all event long.
It has, and it's been a race decider too, so we'll see if it influences this one. But Drew Cattell on the pole in what we would maybe say the gentleman's American sedan car, that Cadillac CTSV. He qualified third last time we raced here in 2017. That car seems to like this track.
Well, certainly is showing here, and let's see what happens as last year's defending champion outside of the front row. Here we come, 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And it is coming up, Cattell, Eaton, wait for it, we're green! And there is a lot of thunder down in the back. I think we had another car that maybe had a bit of a lit the tires up perhaps and look way down to the inside in the oil dust. There's a car that brushed the wall. There was contact in the back. It's already insane here at the runoffs.
Greg Eaton goes to the front. Cattell slots it back. We're getting stacked up at the curb, though. That's Phil Smith in the blue Camaro. He had a heck of a start, but had contact as he collected the curb. A number of cars are going to pull off after they contacted the wall at the green flag, but we're through mostly clean and clear.
That was a monster start by Smith. Absolutely. Battling going on. There is the number 98 of Lozano in that black and purple Cadillac. They're still side by side, working their way through the corners. This is absolutely fierce, intense racing, and it's going to be like that for the entire race. That was Phil Smith you were talking about.
Looks like Andy McDermott got a touch of it as well. A little bit of bumper damage on the back of that white Mustang. That's the second car in the shot, and they actually had contact with James Jost coming out of turn 6. So there's a little bit of heavy leaning going on at the beginning of American Sedan. We'd expect nothing less. A couple of the cars that are clean and clear, though, Cattell, Eaton, and Aquilani maintain first, second, and third.
Oh, boy, that is not going to help Andy down these long straights. But this guy has magnificent, is the only way to put it, car control. And if anybody can make up for it, it's Andy. But again, we've got these tires that nobody's sure about. How are they going to last as we take a look at Andy? And real quick here, you were talking about rules in this class. There is a restricted prep category, and then there's the full prep cars. Amy's driving one, Andy the other. What's the difference?
Well, it's just the amount of work you have to do to the car. If you want to go full prep, you have to do a lot more work to it. You notice that the body of Andy McDermott's car, Greg Eaton's car there in shot in the car number 21 is similar. Looks a little bit more modified, but is a little bit more high-strung maybe. Amy Aquilani's car is one of the limited prep cars, is a bit more straightforward. They both make the same speed, but they're balanced out that way on purpose.
And you can see Andy there actually had to just sort of fade a little bit as I'm sure that's creating a fair amount of drag for him down the straight. Here comes the number 151, Tom Ellis, as he has worked his way around now. Alex Lozano, that is 4-7. So we're going to see racing throughout this field. And the last thing, we got at turn 12. We've talked about it. There is the 147. That's Mikhail Butenko. And one of the Camaros couldn't quite pick the number up. I wonder, it's because I think they got together and I think the number was wiped off the Camaro. Can't quite get it. Let's take a look at it here, Tomo.
There's going to be significant body damage on the Mustang into the side of the other car. There it is. That's what caused all that body damage. A third car was involved, but bailed out, I think, nice and clean. Looks like the 7 of John Barnett was involved. That's one of the qualifying cars you said was having an issue throughout the week.
Yes, and here comes Butenko. Apparently the problem, the contact enough. Looks like, I thought he may have a flat tire, but something has gone wrong. So they're stopping out there. The 71, Mark Muddeman, was also involved. That was the third car, I think.
We just watched the 151 of Thomas Ellis get up to 6th position and now is stranded with a mechanical issue exiting turn number 6. So that's kind of heartbreaking. He had started 9th, was up to 6th. That was going to be a good charge for him. We're still under green flag racing. But a couple of incidents that lap.
Yeah, and this class, you talked about it, these engines are pushed to the absolute limit, and things do happen. And these cars are heavy. There's a lot of load that goes through all of the drive lines here. And right behind McDermott right there, that is the line. James Jost is running at that. If you're in a high horsepower car, it gives you the best run. Andy comes over, does a little bit of a protect, and he may have actually thought about, I'm going to move, see if I can rub that piece of bodywork on somebody's nose and get it off. Now that car is not going to be draggy anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if that was on purpose, but it was a pretty trick move for the 24 of Andy McDermott. Got rid of that rear bumper. He was clearly lacking straight line speed to James Jost, who's in the blue Mustang, a very similar shape behind. We'll see if that straight line deficit is now closed.
And Andy, been announcing Andy Racing for years, and he said, I've got unfinished business at Indy. The last time we were here, had a big wreck early in the week, had to take the car back to his shop, fixed it, came back, and then early in the race had a flat tire and a suspension issue and was done. And he said, so I'm out for it here. The interesting thing to me is Cattell has dropped back a little bit and now sits back in 5th. And here comes Jost on the outside of McDermott.
McDermott's straight line speed is not fixed. That bumper had nothing to do with it. James Jost has way more power down the straights in the blue Mustang, and you're right, Cattell has dropped to 5th. That's the black Cadillac behind this battle. So that means Greg Eaton in the dark blue Mustang has taken over first, and Amy Alcolante, while being a little bit of a cork in the bottle right now in that blue Firebird, is running second.
Yeah, she's doing a great job. And Cattell, the tire rack pole sitter, he's got to be frustrated to be dropping down just a little bit here. And well, I'll tell you, we are seeing Jost is really quick in a straight line. Then you get into the twisty bits, and McDermott works it hard. Yeah, big curb out there. Pretty car, isn't it?
It's a beautiful color, and you see the difference in the limited and full prep. Again, Amy in the limited prep car, struggling in the corners but fast down the straights. James Jost and Andy McDermott both in full prep cars. They seem to handle a little bit better, but they're just stuck behind Amy right now, and it's working great for her.
One of these to watch for with a high horsepower car here at Indy. Here comes Jost. Boy, does he get speed. And then he just runs out by the time he wants to try and make the move. But turn 13 in a high horsepower car, you can't track out all the way to the edge of the track because you're going to never be able to round that corner flat. You have to give it up about halfway track width at most so you can swing out and get your run. At least that's what I've been seeing throughout the event.
Yeah, there's a majority of the cars in this event, of the 900 here, that can run flat out through that last right-hander to finish the lap, and these cars are not among them. They're going to have to really be strategic with their line and also pedal the throttle pedal just a little bit. I have to wonder how patient is Andy McDermott going to stay behind Amy Alcolante, because you can see that he is absolutely running her over in the corners. Then they get to the straight and power down, but he's getting impatient already, dirt tracking it off at turn 6A.
Yeah, that's not going to help. Now, you know Andy never lifted there, but just that little bit of momentum scrub, but he's got the inside. And I don't know anybody that is as deep a breaker as McDermott. When he first started racing ACDan, you couldn't change the brakes, so you know the rears on a Mustang were drums, and he would go through brakes, halfway through a race. And he said the greatest day of my life is when they opened it up so you could put on disc brakes, and he just is a real demon on the brakes. And one of the reasons he's getting antsy is that blue Mustang is being relentless. He wants to get around Amy, and they're still not that far away from eating Amy.
No, they're keeping him honest for sure, and this is a long race. We've talked about tires and tire management, and I noticed, as you mentioned, brakes. When we looked at that car of Drew Cattell on the grid walk, they actually had like a turbofan wheel cover on the back, and I bet that's to dissipate heat off of the rear brakes of that Cadillac. I bet they overheat and start to fade. So these cars are modifying a little bit as James Jost finally gets the drag strip. Doesn't get blocked by Andy McDermott this time. McDermott's going to apex his own bumper into the braking zone of turn 1.
All right, now watch for McDermott to try and cut down underneath and pick the hammer up. There he goes, got the acceleration. Wasn't enough. Realized, no, I better just tuck back in here.
Look at Jost carry the inside front tire a foot off the ground as he powers through turn 2. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's just fantastic. That's what I mean. This is so close to the old Trans Am days. And, one of it is not enough tire, no aero. And so these cars, they just throw them around. It's just joyous to watch, joyous to listen to with all of that WUMA out there. And these drivers are just superb. There's a pretty soft setup. Oh, and again, McDermott just floating into the grass. And that time it definitely cost him. You got to rein that in just a little bit. But they definitely have that number 14 set up nice and soft.
It's going to give him good mechanical grip, but it's a little bit of an odd driving style. As you can see, more cars having to bail out of turn 1. Maybe some oil down, multiple cars going for a big spin. The 117 just sails right off. That's Andy Schneidermeyer, but a big spin for the 78 of Glenn Capella. Looks like everyone's clear, though.
Yeah, and these things do, as we said, get a little bit of brake fade, but let's see if we can figure out what happened. Doesn't look like he just locked it up and couldn't get it to stop. And I think Capella, I think he just a little bit. Ooh, I wonder, maybe there is. That may not have been lockup. That may have been an engine letting go.
Yeah, I saw a lot of fluid coming off of the passenger side of the 117. Also, Phil Smith over in what looks to be the exit of turn 10, maybe pulling off and having a mechanical issue, so they're starting to drop like flies just a little bit here in American Sedan. The leaders are through into turn 1 nice and clean, though, so I don't think there's significant fluid if there is any down.
That's good. That's very good. And just remember, folks, one of the reasons we're seeing Jost in that blue Mustang being so relentless right now is if he wins this, he wins the super sweep, and that is a huge deal. You have to win the points in the Hoosier Super Tour, as other qualifiers as well. You just have to basically top a number of different categories, including a gold at the runoffs. It tells you just how tough it is. But right now, Amy Aquilani is doing a superb job. You can see she's not even using up the whole track coming out of 6A onto this long straight. So right now, that limited prep Firebird is really working.
And that's because she knows the advantage of that car seems to be straight line speed, so she's going to lean into it. She doesn't want to extend that corner all the way to the edge of the track. She wants to get the car pointed and drag race it down the straightaway. We were just quick reminder back to the tire conversation. It seems like the Hoosier cars are coming out on top. The Goodyear car of Drew Cattell is floundering in the 1:55, a 1-minute 55 range. All of our top 3 cars are lapping faster and faster every lap in the 1-minute 51 range.
And that says it. McDermott on that last lap of 53, that was the lap he ran way wide again at 6A and dropped off. And that time had to get out of it to hang on to it, but that's pretty close here. And here's the other thing. Eaton last lap was a 51.8. Everybody behind him 51.3, 51.1. So that margin is coming down.
Yeah, Aquilani is catching Eaton, and Jost is catching both of them. These top 3 that are in the camera shot there are going to come together figuratively for a battle real quick.
And she's there. Look at the ground she made up under braking. And that wasn't just the accordion effect of braking. She just closed it up. So Amy is really flying right now. Let's take a look. Amy just turned a 51.2 to Eaton's 51.8 and Yo's 51.6. So right now, Amy's fastest car on the track.
The Mustangs in first and third seem to be pretty well matched to each other. They're kind of trading fast laps. Aquilani deep on the brakes, going to loosen up Eaton a little bit into turn 6. Keeps it off of his bumper pretty cleanly. She's absolutely there, you're right.
There wasn't enough room for a piece of paper between those two. That was a brilliant job of getting right there, but not overrunning him. And he looks like he's coming back at them again. McDermott, unfortunately for him, is dropping off. Here comes Amy down the inside. Late on the brakes. Is he going to be able to stay around the outside? No. Amy Aquilani into the lead here at the runoffs.
And there was a touch at the apex of that corner. She did a good job to get the car stopped, but Eaton kept her right at the edge of the grass, and you can see a little bit of damage on the passenger rear quarter of that Firebird, but it's clean so far as they have now traded positions for the lead in A-Span.
Absolutely great run here, and now Yost is going to be the next one trying to come up on Eaton. They are covered by the proverbial blanket right now. Great stuff in A-Sedan. We have another award, too, that we're going to be, it ends up being handed out after the race is complete. The scoring does a final tabulation, but it's the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Most positions advanced during the course of the race, all courtesy of the official fuel supplier of the SCCA, Sunoco. And that little bit of a bumper, it's just like it's part of the course, as they say now. And you just have to juke around it. Right, it's got to be going, oh man, I just don't have it right now. And it's pretty intriguing to see what's playing out here.
It sure is. Eaton in the 21, the dark blue Mustang, looks to be the best handling car of the 3, but Jost is certainly quicker as well, even as he was to Andy McDermott, who they've completely driven away from at this point. But Aquilani has them all covered in the speed, and she's about 3 miles an hour faster than the other 2 cars behind her by the time they get to the end of that front straightaway, according to our data sheet here.
Ooh, Eaton running a little wide. He too drops the tires, and here comes Jost. But Eaton covers the inside. Jost had to swing to the outside. Into 7 once again, and that little bit of a moment has given Amy a little bit more room. That's what she wants. Look in the mirror and see the guys behind her having a little moment. Slides like that, dropping the tires here and there. Jost is just relentless in his pursuit. Swings a big arc up through 11 into 12. You see Eaton just power slide it there. He is working hard, but that's not necessarily a good thing. When you're working hard like that, that could mean that the tires are going away.
It can for sure, and you can see the difference in setup just from the body language of the cars. Eaton's car is clearly set up for a lot of flat slides. He drives the car with the rear end, and it's moving around a lot, whereas we've seen James Jost's lighter blue Mustang really plant that rear end into the ground and carry the left front even, or the right front at sometimes. It's a totally different setup between these two cars. They're turning the exact same lap times, but it looks like just how smooth and crisp Amy Aquilante is driving her car, not pushing it too hard, not taking any big risks, is paying off.
Here's a big Cadillac duel going on. Look at that. With the Mustang trying to be the interloper here, working their way through the field here. Lozano and West, the 73, has gone around, picked that spot up, and now Lozano is under pressure from Casey McLeod. McLeod gets the pass down, but Lozano going to try and ramp the outside through 2. Gets a little sketchy out there, but he was able to hang on to it. Might work for him into 3.
Kind of an awkward decreasing radius between them into turn 4.
That was a nice save by Lozano. Oh, and look at this, is again Yost trying the outside of Eaton down into 7. It's a great move by Yost, because you can see Eaton's car is moving around a lot more than Yost, so he's just heaping on the pressure right now.
That was the closest he's gotten to claiming that second spot. And I was wondering if the guys with the similar cars were going to try to work together and not bicker, but not to lose touch with Amy Aquilante. The answer to that is no. They're going to race each other for second just as hard as they would if it were for the win. But
yeah,
I think It's only a matter of time before Jost gets an opportunity to go by. He's just got to keep this pressure up. And we're only halfway through this one.
I know, it's just phenomenal. And again, every time you see the back of Eaton's car moving and the brakes lock up, Yost's car absolutely planted. He's just flowing and beautifully here. All of this dicing, boy, I'll tell you, Amy Aquilante is now checking out. Last time by it was 1.4 seconds was her margin, and Jost gets the run this time. Early, down to the inside, and Amy is going to get 2-lap cars. These guys won't. Boy, things are going her way. The margin now 2.9 already. Eaton thought about, can I work the outside? Ooh, Yost overshoots a little bit. Eaton comes up around the outside, but his car is no grip for him right now.
No, the 21 cannot get off a corner unless he absolutely nails the entry, whereas the 14 car, the lighter Mustang, is clearly struggling on corner entry. Got a big push there coming into turn 1, but as soon as he puts his foot down, the rear grips up and he can rocket off of the corners, and it's really paying off. They always say prioritize your exits if you can. Big lockup for Jost as they work this navigate this traffic.
Yeah, and that lockup, got to be a little careful with that. Even if it's the unloaded tire, you can still flat spot it, and that then becomes problematic. So now Jost is through on Eaton, but he's got to make up over 3 seconds now to Amy Aquilante. But the thing is, there's still 9 laps left to do it. So we're going to see how that all plays out. That's going to be developing in just a minute, and we're going to be right back to watch this great battle in a sedan.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
And we are back at Hagerty Race Day here at the 58th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. look there at the number 51 of Amy Aquilante, who is in the lead. She built that margin up to about 3 seconds, but while we were in break, Yost has taken 4/10 off. It's now down to 2.6 seconds as we're watching the Cadillacs continuing their intra-brand duel. This right now for the 8th spot. The 73 of West has it, but boy, he's got some push on that car. And actually, that's Lozano who has gone back through. So Lozano finding some pace as well. Real quick here for people that aren't real knowledgeable on racing, when you talk about mechanical grip, that means you're not getting grip from wings and the like. It's just the grip the car inherently has. Yeah?
Exactly. The chassis, the suspension, how much grip do you have at no matter what speed? And then you add in the aerodynamics of the car, and obviously that changes with speed. So there's kind of 2 layers to the grip. These cars don't really have aerodynamics. They have just their normal factory bodies. So we're talking about mechanical grip. What does the suspension give the tire to work with?
And then, just to clarify, for mechanical grip, when you've got a car set up stiff, it doesn't roll. And roll, if you get rolled, that's what puts weight. When we hear weight transfer being described in racing, that's what you're talking about, yeah?
Exactly. You can kind of see that roll in Amy Aqualante's car, also in James Jost's car, the top 2 cars that are, you can see them leaning in the corner. You can see them working that body and the weight transfer versus watching Andy McDermott's car. You tend to see in the corners, it's very flat. There's not a lot of body roll. It moves around a little bit more. That tends to be the way a stiffer car will drive. You see, it's just perfectly flat. You wouldn't even tell it was in a corner if you edited out the background.
Exactly. And you want that a stiff setup on a car if you've got lots of fast transitions and the like. But here, oh, Andy just power sliding that thing right now. Those tires are pretty much gone, and Andy's just wheeling it right now. And this is when it isn't necessarily fast, but this is when it's so fun to watch Andy drive.
It is a ton of fun to watch him drive, and Greg Eaton was also fun to watch. Those cars clearly set up pretty similarly. James Jost in a similar car, but set up clearly completely differently, and actually was faster again than Amy Aquilani, our leader, last time through, while we continue to watch Andy McDermott on this fairly rowdy lap.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. He's always reminded me of Parnelli Jones back in the day, because he would do the same thing, just roll around at this stage. And Amy got hung up in traffic, I think. And yeah, Jost is a lot closer right now. So she must have got balked in that group of traffic. So we're getting in now to the final 7 laps. It'll be 6 when they come by start finish. This margin is down quite a bit.
Well, last lap through, Jost was quicker on merit of his own, but that lap, I agree. Whoa, that was really close to the wall for Jost, but I agree that Amy Aquilani also got a little bit of stuff taken away from her on that lap through that lap traffic. Let's see the gap as they come across timing and scoring is down to 1.1 seconds. Jost is on a mission. He does not want to let that limited prep Firebird take the win.
And again, it's not just the gold medal that Jost is aware of, it's that super sweep. So the only other guy that could win it is farther back than Jost, and that's all he needed. If he won and the guy finished behind him a few spots, he was in good shape. So that's closing down. Boy, Beth Aquilani back in the field is throwing down some laps too. So that team have these Firebirds figured out. And by the way, I want to clarify something. I said John Heinrichsey had 15 gold medals. Well, he won T4 yesterday. So now it's 16, and he's well clear of everybody else alone in second. It's going to be a while, though. He's got to keep racing for quite a while to beat. I think Hansen's got 27, so that's some work to do yet. But Heinrichsey has just been a great race. He's part of this Phoenix Performance program, too.
Yeah, no, partially what I'm wondering is we heard from Hayward Wagner on the pit lane that there was essentially a tire supply issue with this new compound. So Hoosier did not allow any of the drivers to use them until the race after they've been tested, because they only had a handful of them, only 8 sets. So the top 8 drivers that wanted them got them after qualifying. They were essentially racing for the right to use those tires. But it was cool you shouted out Beth Aquilani. Big mistake for Ghost.
That was actually Amy who had that little bit of lockup, so she's now feeling the pressure of it, Tomo. And that margin is pretty much gone at this stage. And they're well clear now by some 7 seconds of Eaton and everybody else. So this is the duel between these two right now for the goal.
And James Jost's car has actually stayed under him pretty well. He turned a personal best sector 1 last lap, which means he was the fastest of the entire race in that first sector we shouted out in the track map on that lap. What, 14 laps into the race in that big heavy car? That thing may be coming back to him.
Well, and what's been brilliant about him is, one, he's got that softer setup, and two, the way, so the car's not got that tendency to slide quite as much, but he's made sure it hasn't. He's really looked after the tires, and you know, whenever he goes to throttle, the car's straight. He's not throwing it around. I think he's done a brilliant job of keeping these tires alive. Keaton is back there, as we talked about. Now that margin about 10 seconds. But that's the first time that margin at the line between the first two is down to under a second. And Yost, through that last corner, 6A, onto this Holman straight, really getting close here. The battle is on, and there's lots of time left.
I think as the time ticks away, too, Jost is giving up on the track limits. He's starting to throw dirt more and more every single time they come through this infield section. He's trying to maximize the corners. Look at the speed he can carry relative to Amy Aquilani in the lead. The 51 car is struggling in this sector 2S's, and the Mustang is just alive through there.
Yeah, and Yost willing to eat a lot more curb, it seems like, than Amy is, and that just opens the radius up of the turn just a little bit. Here's where Amy locked up last time. A little bit again. Runs wide. Yost squares up, comes up the outside, and then turns in. There's a touch. Yost, beautiful save. Completely sideways. But Amy, this is for the gold, man. She's just not going to dip the throttle and go after you.
Oh, absolutely not. And that was a weird choice for Jost to drive straight to the apex. He wasn't quite clear of Aquilani. She had no reason to lift, too. So now they're going to drag race down the front straight, but unfortunately it looks like Jost is just going to motor right up alongside. It's going to be a braking duel.
Yep, here we go, side by side, down into one. Amy still working the outside. Jost floats over, another touch. They are going after it. Jost around the outside. He floats a little wide. Amy gets it down and triggers a little bit. Has better bite. Still side by side. Amy, big lockup. That's going to float her wide. Jost is through. New leader in A Sedan.
Both of them absolutely on the limit of the brakes multiple times there in those couple of corners, but beautiful side by side. There was a little bit of a touch exiting turn number one, but both cars kept their momentum, and Amy got just a little too deep, maybe out in the marbles out there in turn four.
But look at her come right back after him at this stage. This is one of those scenarios. Now Amy can sit behind, look and go, where is he weak? Where am I strong? And we've heard, you know, other drivers have said, what you want to do is use your car, do its best where it's strong, and where you're weak and another guy's strong, try and put your car where he's strong.
Well, throws it through turn 7. Yeah. Amy Aquilani almost gets the run into turn 8, but this is a really tough section to pass. And the other thing that can happen now is Amy Aquilani hasn't really followed anyone in a while.
Yeah.
She might get a little bit of a reminder of, you know, here's where I can carry some speed. Here's where I was maybe showing some weakness, and respond to that. She has time. There's 3 laps remaining when they cross the stripe this time.
And they are gone now. They're up to almost 15 seconds clear, but Amy's really starting to light up that right front going into 12. But she closes it up again here. Working through 13, and here's where we see Jost just through 14. He has absolutely no fear going right up to the wall, carrying every iota of speed he possibly can. Amy sticking right with him here. 3 to go, I think. Actually, it might be 4. Boy, Joe's really protecting down there in one. He expected she was going to do something that she really didn't.
Yeah, he's still aware that she's back there for sure, and we know that the 51 of Amy Aquilani maybe not the best on the brakes right now, but she's got that little bit of a buffer, that reference point of having James Jost in front of her to not kind of overshoot those corners as we saw her start to do. And interestingly enough, down the front straightaway, it looks like when Jost is behind Aquilani, he can easily drag race up alongside. Big lock up into 6 again for Jost this time, but Aquilani not able to do much more than hang with Jost down the straights. So that 14's got a motor under it.
Boy, she really opens that arc up to set up for this last turn, 6A, and get that car straightened up. But when you turn that tight, you actually, it scrubs a little speed. You can see she loses that little bit of a gap.
does, and I think what we're watching right now, Aquilani driving the classic, kind of correct style that we see her opening up the entries, going for later apexes. There's a very clean flow to what her driving style is in this moment. Whereas Jost, he clearly has a strange setup on the car that's working well, and the driving style has to match it. So you see him making different choices than she is to kind of match what the car can do.
He is getting dangerously close, though, to what they call a shortcut there at turn 10. Because you can run inside that curb with a set of tires, but he's really close to having both sets inside the curb. And my guess is he'll get one warning on that, and if he keeps doing it, that could be a penalty. So he needs to be a little bit careful there.
Very possible.
Here we go. This now will have 3 to go. That margin last time was 0.36. Looks like Jost was able to stretch it out just a little bit here.
Wow, last time through, James Jost sets a time within a second of his personal best lap, so the fall off of these cars seems to be almost non-existent, and they're maybe having to wheel it a little bit harder to get that speed out of them. But they're absolutely flying, are James Jost and Amy Aquilani. Greg Eaton and McDermott Cattell continue to run top 5, but they're all very spread out.
Yeah, they are, and well back at this duel here. Go back and take a look at some of the competition here. That is the number at the 58 of Beth Aquilani, coming up on the back of Lozano here. This is for 8th. Beth, you see her arc through 13, really giving up a lot of track on the exit to be able to square up and get that power down, and that's how you get a run. And she may have one here. She's a little bit too far back, I think, on Lozano this time to make that move, but she's certainly closing it up. Now we have a car that's slow, but pulls off, so that's going to avoid a caution here.
Don't forget, Beth Aquilani started at the back because that car wouldn't start on the false grid. So she started something like 30th or 31st and is now battling for 8th.
Yeah, great
Amy
run.
Aquilani's had a great drive, but so has Beth.
Yeah, no question about that. Unfortunately for Beth, she won't be eligible for the Sunoco Hard Charger because it's where you qualify to where you finish in the race. You know, how many places you make up. But it certainly is noteworthy, that drive she has put in. Absolutely. Oh, look at this. Amy has run back down. When they came by last time, it was almost a second. That's gone. It's a lot closer than that. And Amy's close enough she might be able to do something here.
Definitely going to get a sniff of the draft, but the Mustang still pulling away just a little bit. We're starting the penultimate lap. She's got 2 more chances at this, and there's more lap traffic to think about.
Exactly. They're not going to catch it. Amy, though, swings out as Jost protects to the inside. Amy trying to get that nose there, and Joe says not quite enough and just shuts the door. And that was fair. She wasn't far enough alongside, and Jost made sure she knew, you know, you got to be farther alongside for me to give it to you, particularly since they've done a little bit of rubbing already. Yeah, they're both willing to do it.
It was right on the line, though. She established that little bit of a nose on the turn-in and kept it there all the way through the corner. Now she's deep, really deep. Keeps it off the bumper. These two are going so hard, so fair. I have to say, so fair. Sometimes in American sedan, you get a little bit more leaning than they've been doing.
Yep.
And you see that strange line again for Eaton, but it works. He carries the entry speed, and the car's so good on power down that he gets late on power, but it still rockets off the corner.
Yeah, really good here. Meanwhile, here comes Beth, and she has gone through and picked up that 8th spot. Zano still there on her left shoulder, but now she should be able to clear him. Well, Lozano getting a good run out of 1, but it's so tough around that outside, especially later in a race when you got the marbles and the junk off that line just a little bit. But a good scrap here for that 8th spot that Aquilani now holds in the number 58. That's Beth Aquilani. Back up front, here is our duel for the gold. And we are coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Amy giving it absolutely everything in a battle in front of these two for traffic as the white flag comes out. Who is going to get the better of things in traffic? I don't think either of them are going to get them by the time they get to turn 1 unless the 17. He does. Just stays out way wide and that was very sportsmanlike. Saw that big blue flag from the worker and let Jost go down, but Jost again tightens up his entry And Amy actually carries a little bit more speed at the exit of 2. And now they start this long arcing run through turn 4 and now 5 down into the 6 and 6A complex. And I'm really wondering here if Amy, has to be seeing she's losing ground in Jost coming out of 6A with that line she runs. She tightens it up a little bit more this time. That was really good. But you can see she still loses that little bit of ground, Tom.
Yeah, I think it's just the first 100 yards off that corner. The Mustang is so strong for James Jost, but this is the closest Amy Aquilani has been in a couple of laps. Right up on the bumper through here. Does she send it up the inside for turn 8? She's going to try it. Not going to work.
Not there. Now, let's see. That time that was okay for Jost. He had tires, even the outside tires were still on the curb. But this would be probably the last opportunity, and Amy's not close enough. Plus, she's been having problems getting that Pontiac slowed down into this turn anyway.
And out of 13 the last lap,
we
saw there's another lockup. She also slid off of 13 last lap. That's the first kind of chink in the armor we've seen, but she still closes right back up. Jost kind of awkwardly slowed for 13. What's
weird.
going on?
All right, Amy going to square up now. She's going to get a little bit of a tow. The bricks come up in a hurry. Who's it going to be for gold? Jost or Aquilani? And the engine in Jost pulls him over the bricks. James Jost, not only a gold medalist, but gets the super sweep. Amy Aquilani, a brilliant race. Started in 3rd, went to the lead, led for most of it. Comes home in 2nd, and here is your defending champion who started from the outside of the front row, Greg Eaton. But look how far back they have been. He'll come through and add a bronze to the gold he won last year. Then Andy McDermott will be in 4th. Here he comes, bumperless and floating. That car is like a sprint car on a road course. Brings it home in 4th, and the legend John Heinrichsey comes through in 5th. Wow, what a race that was. And, along with, we talked about Heinrichsey and his 16 gold, he is acknowledged. I mean, he spent a large part of his life with GM as a test and development driver. So he's helping Amy, he's helping Beth get those Pontiacs set up. And boy, were they working well. That influence was there, and Amy wheeled it.
Yeah, you can tell all the Tom Aquilani racing cars just absolutely flying that race. Beth Aquilani, thanks to some attrition from Drew Cattell, unfortunate for him on that last lap, but she moved all the way up to 7th from what we said is somewhere in the 30th starting position at the back there, with Casey McLeod just in front in a Mustang GT.
Yeah, Casey doing an absolutely superb job. Casey might be on tap for that Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Started 14th, ends up 6th. Great drive by Casey. And we didn't see a lot of attrition from the cars up in front. And so, any positions gained were earned here. And I know Amy is going to be absolutely dejected. She couldn't hang on for the gold. But, I mean, just a brilliant race that she put in here. And again, in one of the restricted prep cars, up against the full prep machinery, she did a superb job.
I sure hope she doesn't feel dejected, because she put in a heck of a drive, and especially for podiuming last year, yes, but due to quite a bit of attrition, coming back from that accident 2 years ago, to just put in a drive like that, put in an earned silver medal like that against James Jost, such an established champion in this class, and the winner of this race. I mean, man, 2/10 at the line, 2/10, that's it.
That's just wonderfully close. And for the Aquilani-Resitano family, they've done all right. There's now a gold that Kurt won yesterday, and Amy brings home a silver here. So pretty good runoffs, I'd say, for them at this stage. And into the pits they come, and there is your champion and super sweep winner, James Jost. And you were right. I mean, the platform they had on that car, the setup, so soft, but boy, it helped him save those tires.
Sure did. And remember, I mean, he threw in that burner of a lap with like 3 laps to go. That car stayed under him. He kept the front tires just hooked up enough. The rear was working great for him, and it got him to the win.
I'll tell you how sweet it must be to be the one at the end of a race to come up and park your car on top of the yard of bricks for the interviews, knowing you not just won the super sweep, you didn't just win a gold medal in the runoffs, which is huge, but you did it at Indy. as well. That is very special indeed. And just waiting for the helmet to come off and the medal to go around our champion's neck. And Hayward Wagner is down there. Can't wait to hear about that setup. It seems so unique in the car, hugely effective, and he knew what he had for setup and drove the car absolutely superbly with that setup to keep it fast all the way to the end here, and did a great job. We'll be hearing two from Aquilani and Eaton after Jost heads off on his lap of honor. And there goes the medal around his neck. And look at that.
Jim?
I see Hayward spotting and looking for little secrets down there, Hayward.
Jim, how cool was that?
That was so awesome. There's nothing like it. Oh my God, I can't even speak. That was awesome. Those Hoosier tires were phenomenal. The car was bad all week. Put a new set of tires on, and oh my God, the car hooked up like you wouldn't believe. And Amy, oh my God, she is one hell of a competitor. Oh my God.
Tell me a little bit about your setup. The guys in the booth noticed that you're a lot flatter in the corners, maybe driving more with the rear of the car, but still able to keep the tires under. You do it a little different than everybody else?
I don't know. We just stayed with the setup that worked for us last year, and we've never changed anything. The car works excellent. Today worked great. All week it was bad.
Well, you sir are a national champion at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You get to take one more lap. Enjoy it.
Awesome. Thank you. I started here in 2017 as my first runoffs, and now I come back and we win. This is awesome.
You can hear the emotion there, just almost overwhelming, obviously. He had to work for it. As he said, Amy gave him everything, and he worked hard, but he used that unique setup to absolute perfection. Interesting to hear that that's the one they run generally, and then they just throw those tires on it, and it just comes alive right now. And Hayward has gone down and found Amy Aquilante. Can't wait to hear this one.
Amy, from a very tough VIR to a third at Road America that was a smart drive, but attrition really helped you out, to putting it on the podium, starting third. How does this feel?
I mean, it feels amazing. I can't believe here at Indy I finally get to be on the podium and to race against these guys. I mean, we have 3 Northeast Division guys, so I raced with them all season. I knew it was coming, and I was ready for it. Jost and I had a great battle. I got into him a little, he got into me a little, and we both kept going. I was like, all right, let's go. So it was really fun. He drove an awesome race. He really kept his tires under him, and he did great. Hats off to him. So it was a blast. I can't be happier.
Well, everybody here in pit lane, you stole the show. A lot of guys talking about how much work you're doing, how much you're putting into this. How satisfying is it to see all that pay off here at Indy?
I mean, I think that just adds another level of satisfaction, just because, we all work on the cars, my sister, myself, Kurt, we're changing all the brakes, putting together the engines, everything. So to really know the nuances of the car and make it all work and last 19 laps in this race, it's so rewarding.
Well, congratulations to you. Good luck on one more step next year.
Thank you.
And we're going to grab our third place finisher. You just got to have a little Sunday drive there, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I was hoping that maybe they would tangle a little bit up there and give me some help, but ultimately, I think Jimmy and Amy had more pace today, and although I'm disappointed, I'm really happy for them. We raced all together up in the Northeast, and it's good to see. I mean, it's really Northeast 1, 2, 3 here.
So there was a lot of talk pre-race about this new tire. What was your experience with it?
Well, it's definitely I got to make a few adjustments, but it was good. It was a good call, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, whether it's me or anybody else. So I'm happy for Hoosier as well. They show, pretty much what they have out there.
Well, congratulations on a podium.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And that's the key. I got to make a few adjustments because obviously it's a good tire. Now you have to set the car up for that particular tire and then drive that setup. That's part of the game.
That's something with a new tire and with such a small amount of them. Remember, we kind of mentioned that they were essentially racing for the right in qualifying to use them, so they didn't really know what they were even getting into, other than that they knew they probably wanted them. So the fact that he earned to use them is one thing, but if it didn't bolt onto the car and work just like it did for this guy, James Jost, it's not going to come out nearly as good. And you can see just from the final lap of the race, a 53.3 for James Jost, a 55 for Greg Eaton. It certainly worked better on one car than the other.
Yep, no question about it. And that's part of the thing when you're driving high horsepower cars without a lot of stick, is nailing the setup and then driving it to that setup. And they made it happen. Let's take a look at our provisional results. Once again, James Jost getting the gold, getting the super sweep. but not getting it easily as Amy Aquilani gave him everything that he could handle and only finished, as you said, a quarter of a second behind at the line. Gregory Eaton, last year's champion, earning another medal in third. McDermott just off the podium. And then John Heinrichs, boy, I'll tell you, fourth and fifth, a lot of medals between those two guys. And then Casey McLeod, a great drive up through the field. Beth Aquilani, Alex Lozano, Robert Long, and Thomas West rounding out your top 10. And let's take a look at some of the highlights from this one. And at the start, Drew Cattell on pole in Eaton, and it was Eaton who came up and around the outside. But Jost, the big move from sixth, almost up into second. And you can see a number of people in the field down there as they're working their way through. And it was Eaton who opened it up and drove away a bit early. But then he faded just a little bit. And from that point on, it was McDermott was up there, but eventually Aquilani got into the lead. Jost got into second, and they set off and settled it amongst themselves. And there is the lap of honor that's unfolding. Let's finish those highlights right now. And you can see Jost with that big move way outside, Tomo.
Tough to see Danny Richardson have that mechanical issue at the start. We didn't actually notice that at the green flag, but that was going to be a contender as well. This is just how tight it was for the lead. Well, Greg Eaton still had it. Amy Aquilani gets commanding, goes down to the apex of turn 7, and this is where that first lead change happened.
And then here is where Jost got around Eaton. And at that point, Aquilani had a little bit of breathing room up the road a bit, but it didn't last long as Jost closed down, got closer and closer and closer. Then Amy running a little wide. Watch this move here. Jost floats to the outside, then shuts the door, but Amy was still there. Big save by Jost. That gave Amy a little bit of room, but then Jost coming back, curb hopping, touching again. This was an absolutely furious battle, Tomo.
Didn't remember how big of a hit that actually was. It's probably lucky Aquilani didn't pick up some damage on the right front from that, but she then gets a little deep into 4, keeps it on the track barely, but then keeps the pressure on for the rest of the race. Just didn't quite have enough down this long straightaway to do anything with it. And I think that straight line speed is ultimately what won James Jost this race.
Yeah, he just got the plant coming out, and it worked. And at the end, he gets to pull up on the yard of bricks and get the gold medal around his neck. Well, as always, A Sedan, American Sedan, puts on an absolutely fabulous show, and hope you enjoyed it as much as we did calling it. Thanks again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast of this year's 58th running of the SCCA Runoffs. We're done with A Sedan. Thanks so much for tuning in. For Tom O'Gorman and for Haywood Wagner, I'm Greg Creamer. It's been a treat. Take care, everybody.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Legendary Temple of Speed, but this weekend the home to 900 drivers vying for the national championship at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. 900 cars will start, but only 26 will get to kiss the bricks. Welcome to Indy, as it is Hagerty Race Day for Formula Atlantic. I'm John Phippen alongside Lefty McLeod. And Lefty, we've had a chance to talk about a couple of the fastest classes here at the runoffs, and this is another one. Qualifying times under a minute 30, and considering this 2.6-mile course, that's getting around pretty well.
Formula Atlantic is typically either the fastest or second fastest around any track that we visit, and that has really been no disappointment here at Indy, as they have been sub 130 for our front row here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go, and if you look at the background there's a couple of little puffy clouds on that side, but if it goes looking southwest, there's something coming.
Mazda presents the track map of this 2.6-mile circuit, as they are also the sponsor of our broadcast, and we thank Mazda for their ongoing support. Lefty, take us around this track.
Well, as you come across the bricks down that front straightaway towards that turn one, the best passing zone on this track is that 90-degree right-hander, followed by immediately by 2, and all the way down to that little bit of a tighter turn 4. Cars come roaring out of there and heading towards our carousel skid pad there at 6, but got to get a good run off of 6A down the back straight. That's another opportunity for some of these guys, as they will then head through the 7, 8, 9, 10 complex, our S's, very short sector there. Get a good run off of 10, takes you back out onto the Indianapolis Motor Speedway oval as you run down into 12, kind of a downhill braking coming down off the banking. But you got to get a good run off of 13. Late apex there is critical for a long run as we turn 14 all the way across the bricks and down that long, famous front straightaway one more time.
Again, thanks to Mazda for presenting the track map. No other brand in North America does as much to get racers off the sidelines and behind the wheel as does Mazda. And with weather perhaps coming up as a little bit of a factor, tire choice is going to be a pretty important one. Let's go down trackside to the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner.
Guys, weather is not coming up as a factor. Weather is a factor. This race is almost certainly going to see moisture at some point in time. Everybody here on the grid is leaning into hope and optimism. And as I like to say, hope is not a strategy. Everybody right now is on dry setups, dry everything. They may stop this race if we get enough rain and let them come in and change to wets. Failing that, the story is going to be that we have traditional Formula Atlantics at the front of this grid. And what I want you to really pay attention to is the width of this rear tire. This is the second place qualifier at the moment. Now, the third car on the grid is an old Formula B car. This is from the Formula 1000 days. Look how narrow those rear tires are on that car. If they get moisture, this car is going to have a lot smaller contract pad, a much lower chance of hydroplaning, and may actually make significantly more grip in the wet on a dry setup.
That's Alex Mayer, a former champion, won in 2017 in that Formula 1000 car with that narrow track. So we'll see how that all shakes out as the cars lined up, ready to go. It's really a surprise to me, Lefty, that everybody opted to stay on slicks.
That is. I would have figured at least somebody mid-pack and down, because very often it's a game of copycat. If the front guy changes, then the 2, 3, 4 guys do. But usually somewhere down the middle of that pack, someone says, hey, I'm going to try this and throw on those wets just to see. But as Hayward said, if that rain comes heavy, and it looks like it's going to be a heavy one, they may just take the whole race, black flag it, bring everybody in, give them a chance to change over. Hayward mentioned, though, Formula 1000 is good opportunity there. That is, those skinny rear tires could be good for them. We also have a series of the old PFMs, the Pro Formula Mazdas, in this field with that rotary powered. You can see one of them there, that 07. They also run a relatively skinny tire, not the strongest power. Those Mazdas and Toyotas up front are a little bit stronger, but again, in the rain, power doesn't mean anything. Some skinny tires and maybe the little smaller car in those Pro Formula Mazdas could be a factor.
Yeah, back in the day when it was the Toyota Atlantic Series, the Ralt 41 Toyota, which our pole sitter James French set a new lap record in, 129.701 on the first day of qualifying. Wasn't able to better that on Wednesday or Thursday. As the cars begin to roll away, let's introduce the 18-car starting grid. We have 6 former champions in the field and 6 drivers making their first runoff start. James French, as we mentioned, is your pole sitter in the 41 car out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. He is the defending P1 national champ, or was until yesterday, as he won P1 up at his home track at Road America. Starting alongside him on the front row, the 34 of Spencer Brockman from Westport, Connecticut and the New England region. He's in a Swift 14A Mazda. Alex Mayer is the driver in that Formula 1000 chassis inside of Road 2. The 77 car out of Harleysville, Pennsylvania in the Philadelphia region. As we mentioned, he is the 2017 Formula 1000 champion. Alongside him, the veteran, Keith Grant, in the number 40 car out of Germantown, Tennessee. Keith races out of the Atlanta region. He is a two-time champion, most recently in 2017. He also was the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for making up the most positions between first day and second day of qualifying. He picked up 14 spots. So Keith Grant really came on strong on Wednesday. Starting in the third row, the number 50 of Larry Howard out of Kansas City, Missouri in the Kansas City region in a Swift Mazda. Hans Peter out of Olathe, Kansas in the number 6 car is sports cars pick to win this one. He's a three-time champion, most recently in a 2007 with a Swift 16 Mazda. Dave Zavelson is in car number 2 out of Austin, Texas in the Lone Star region in another Swift 14 Honda. Next to him, making his first runoff start, the youngster rookie sensation, I think is safe to say, the 08 of Austin Hill out of Frankfort, Ohio, and the Ohio Valley region. Southern Ohio Equipment sponsors his Elan Pro Formula Mazda. Watch for Austin Hill. He's going to be a factor. Sports car license to be on the podium as well. Kevin Burry, another rookie, making his first start inside of row 5, is in the 16 car out of Austin, Texas, in the Lone Star region in a Swift 014 Mazda. Next to him is the 12 of David T. Burkett out of Corpus Christi, Texas, as he is in an Elan Pro Formula Mazda. In row 6, the 09 of J.R. Smart out of Madison, Wisconsin, and the Milwaukee region in a Swift 014 Mazda. Next to him, the 15 of Rob Radman out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee region in an Elan Pro Formula Mazda. A couple of rookies in row 7, the 31 of Jeff Keecher from Denver, Colorado, in the Colorado region in a Phoenix F1K Honda, so another Formula 1000 car. Carlos Franca in the number 55, also making his first start out of Ortonville, Michigan, in the Detroit region in a Swift Toyota. Mike Sauce with 26 runoff starts. This will be his 27th in the number 20 car out of Arlington, Texas, in the Texas region in an Elan Pro Formula Mazda. Next to him in row 8, the 51 of Paul Riveras out of Aledo, Texas, in the Texas region in yet another Elan Pro Formula Mazda. And on the final row, a pair of drivers making their first start, the 68 of Sammy Voidonoff from Clarkston, Michigan, in the Detroit region in the SV Motorsports Swift 008 Toyota, and the 07 of Brandon Reed from Ingalls, Indiana, the Indianapolis region in an Elan Pro Formula Mazda. Both Voidonoff and Reed had a little trouble in qualifying. They had to get special dispensation to start as they were outside the 115% rule. So Lefty, here they come onto the front straightaway.
Keep your eye on Spencer Brockman, defending champ, but also look for Hans Peter. Hans and Spencer had a great battle last year at Road America. Those two could be a factor in here.
James French, always fast. He is another one to keep an eye on as they jump out and the green flag flies. Already 3 wide and French gets swamped as Alex Mayer gets the jump in that Formula 1000 car, as does Spencer Brockman, and they're side by side. It looks like Alex Mayer may have the lead coming down into turn number 1 from row 2. He does, and Brockman goes in right behind him as cars locking up their brakes, making their way through that very tight turn 1. Through turns 3 as they begin to sort out single file. Alex Mayer jumping to a big start. James French got shuffled all the way back to 4th, it looks like, as there's the veteran, the 40 car of Keith Grant, battling just outside the top 5. Just behind him is the 41 machine of James French, who got, as I say, shuffled back to about 4th position.
He got shuffled big time on that start as Brockman and Mayer both just bookended him right down that front straightaway. For Mayer, had that inside line. That's given him this opportunity here, now leading this pack down this Holman Drive.
Working down Holman Drive as we got a car peeking out. That's Dave Zavelson in the Swift 014 Honda, thinking about making a move on the 50 car. Larry Howard falls back in single file on this first lap as everybody's still getting the tires up to temperature. These big wide tires do take a couple laps to get up to full operating temperature, so we'll have to be a little careful here at the first couple laps of this.
And they've had a lot of, earlier in the week during their practice qualifying, there was sunshine in the mornings. They did qualify in the mornings, but it was sunny. Got the track temps up a little bit. None of that today. It's overcast. Definitely, as you say, needed to work some heat in the tires here in this first lap.
Alex Mayer, the 2017 Formula 1000 champion, leads the field across the line to complete race lap number 1 of 19. These races are 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And here comes James French getting that Toyota up on the cam. He's going to bid for third here as he goes side by side with the 6 car of Hans Peter.
Hans Peter started back in 6th, so you got to keep an eye on him. He had a great battle last year. He's always finding himself in the mix, and right now he's got a battle with French there for 3rd and 4th. Mayer also with the skinny tires, as Hayward pointed out. Not only are they good, maybe if it's wet, they're also going to heat up a little bit faster, we think, than the wider stuff that the traditional Atlantic cars are on. So that might be helping him right now. But I think everyone's building heat now, and he's going to be stalked by a couple of Atlantics behind him.
Right at the moment, Mayer able to hold off the challenge from Spencer Brockman, the outside front row pole sitter in that swift Mazda-powered machine. But here comes French once again, diving to the inside of the 6 of Hans Peter, and takes over that 3rd spot for the moment at least.
So French driving one of the traditional Ralt chassis there, still with a Toyota power plant, where Spencer, when they come contact, that's Spencer, and that was the leader. He goes up and over. That was your leader, Mayer, there with Spencer, the defending champ.
Yeah, they came together, and Brockman somersaulting over the top of Alex Mayer's car. That turns the lead over to James French. And right behind him, Hans Peter. So we've got a duel at the front. I don't know if that will bring out a full course yellow. I would think it may well, unless both of those cars were able to continue under their own power. But that was a dramatic incident.
That really was. And I want to say, is that the 40 of Keith Grant?
Yep, 40 of Grant now side by side with Hans Peter as they cross the bricks. Peter looks like he's got a little more grunt, but Grant stays right with him. Yeah, in fact, their top end speed just about the same. So Keith Grant moves over to take that spot.
So they had a waving yellow in one, so they did sort of back out of the battle there. Don't see exactly what it was. And these two, Brockman and Mayer, still sitting here on the outside or the inside of the track just past 10.
Talking it over one another, and it sounds like we are going to bring out the safety car as neither of those cars able to continue. And there goes Spencer Brockman getting it refired.
Yeah, he's trying to get that thing moving, but in that grass this morning, he is back on the surface at least.
Yep.
Don't see the engine turning wheels yet on Mayer's F1000.
Yeah, he is looking down, trying to get that car to refire, but I think he's better off putting the visor up, which indicates to him that he's okay. Same thing with Alex Mayer. That was a dramatic looking incident, but fortunately both drivers came through unsafe, as we're going to get a replay of it. Coming through turn 10, and Alex Mayer just ducked to the inside. I don't know that I would assign blame to either of those drivers. I'd call it kind of a racing incident.
Yeah, I think Mayer was thinking he's just going to hold his line sort of without running wide, but I think Spencer Brockman expected him to run wide, and that may be what happened. That's open wheel racing, unfortunately.
One of the things about open wheel racing, if they touch tires, somebody's going airborne, and that's exactly what happened. But fortunately, the roll cages did their job, and both drivers appear to be unscathed. That's good news.
So all this does is slow down the pace a little bit and make the rain more probable.
Yep.
That it may be coming. Is not to jinx anything, but hey, I'm not jinxing. I'm not the weatherman. I'm just seeing it and calling it. But yeah, this is definitely going to slow this pace for a little bit. Hopefully it's a pretty quick cleanup as both cars look like at least they're kind of gathered and ready for the tow hook.
And speaking of gathered, they're gathered up behind the safety car, crossing the yard of bricks.
We do one car that's coming down the pit lane. He's going to come out right before the safety car run.
So he'll stay on the lead lap, whoever that might be. Let's see. So James French with the lead over Keith Grant and Hans Peter. Dave Zabelson in the 4th spot. Rob Radman rounding out the top 5. While we have this break, let's give an opportunity for our sponsors to say hi, and we'll be back with you with Hagerty Race Day.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls. We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
It's Hagerty Race Day at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, and we've had our first safety car period here in this Formula Atlantic race. Great to be back with you as James French taking over the lead as the top two contenders. Alex Mayer and Spencer Brockman came together coming off of turn 10, and that was the end of their race. You can see the record there to collect both cars as the drivers both out inspecting the damage, but sadly their race is run.
Yeah, so we know that James French has got a lot of pace. Obviously, he won his prototype class at the Runoffs last year at Road America. He was on pole here. He's got a lot of pace. In fact, if you compare him to what's left here in the field, Keith Grant's qualified at a 32.4. Hans Peter, currently running third, qualified at a 33.7. James French qualified at a 29.7. So, open track, prime conditions, James French has pace. What we don't know is how well pace does he have here in race pace, and as well as how does he do in these cooler and the track temperature colder conditions.
Saw a good shot of the number 5 car. 51, sorry, my bad, of Paul Riveras from Aledo, Texas. Indeed, as the safety car brings the field around, French, Grant, and Peter, your top two. Talking about the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, that is the award given for the driver who improves the most from his qualifying position to his race finish position. And right now, the 15 of Rod Radman certainly is a front runner for that award. Radman started back in 12th spot outside of row 6 and currently lying in the 5th spot. So Radman in that Elan Pro Formula out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin.
That's one of those Pro Mazdas we were talking about. That's not typically the car for this class. Obviously, they run a couple of different series, but they are lumped in here in this sort of hodgepodge Formula Atlantic along with the F1000s and the traditional Atlantics. But he's got that car all the way up into the 5th position. He also has a very young driver and a young man who's coming along pretty quick there, Austin Hill, right on his heels. Austin out of the Ohio Valley region. He was actually the highest qualifying Pro Formula Mazda in this field. So that young man, I want to say he's either 14 or 15 in this field. He's going to be trying to chase down Rob Radman. Those guys in very equal cars out there trying to stay pace with the Swift chassis, with these other larger Mazda motors. Those actually have the rotary, 13B rotaries in those cars, opposed to the piston engines in a lot of the other Mazdas here.
Yeah, exactly. And, we talked about the Formula 1000 car of Alex Mayer perhaps having an advantage with those narrower tires should we have rain come up. There's still another Formula 1000 in the field, and that's Jeff Keecher in the number 31 car. Keecher currently running in the 10th spot, just kind of laying back there out of Denver, Colorado. So he's another one to keep an eye on should we start getting a little moisture here. As we're working race lap 5 of the scheduled 19. Again, 19 laps or 40 minutes, the scheduled length of this one.
See there, Dave Zabelson. Talked to him this morning. You notice he's got the Honda logo there on his air intake, and that actually is a Honda transplanted traditional Atlantic chassis. So that is not an F1000. That is, in fact, Formula Atlantic. That engine, that car is the only one competing anywhere in the country in that configuration. Honda at one point was trying to see if they could retrofit. They built a couple of prototypes with this 2-liter Honda motor in these vehicles. He managed, as they decided to not run the program any further, he decided to pick one of those up. The other one we think is just out doing track time, not really doing competition. So he may be the only one in the country competing in a Honda-powered Formula Atlantic.
So is that the K20 Honda
I believe
motor?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's the same motor that we run in the F4 US Championship, which I'm involved with, and it's certainly great to see somebody bringing it to Formula Atlantic. That's great news. So we'll see how he fares in that number 2 car. Dave Zabelson out of Austin, Texas, in the Lone Star region. I love his team name, Unfair Advantage Motorsports. So it's great. Maybe he knows the captain. Who knows? Hans Peter, currently in the third spot, again had a great battle at the last race at Road America. Didn't quite get all the way to the top. The last time he won this, he's a 3-time winner. The last time he won this was all the way back at Heartland Park in 2007.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, so Hans Peter is due for sure.
He's skipped a few years here and there, so he hasn't just run every year, but it seems every time he shows up, he finds himself in the mix, and that's certainly no different from today, as he's right up there in the front three. He was also sports cars picked to win this race, so certainly a little pressure on him for that, of course, getting a little bit of notoriety that people start to look up and go who to look for, and they see your name in there, and suddenly you're the guy with at least somewhat of a target on your back, along with obviously French and a few others in this field, former winners.
On the original entry list, son Charlie was also listed as one of the entries, but they carried the same car number, so I have a feeling it was a decision of whether Charlie or Hans would start the car, and Hans won the coin flip apparently. So Charlie not in the field. As we get a good look of our front runners. James French, Keith Graham. That is the 23rd start. Second only to Michael Sauce, who started his 26th runoff.
We had 3 rookies start this field. Jeff Keecher, we talked about him. He's in one of those Formula 1000s. Also Carlos Franca and Sam Voidenhoff.
Yep.
He's also a rookie in this field, driving his. He's in one of the Toyota-powered Swifts chassis there. But good to see him, and currently Voidenhoff up into 13th spot.
Yeah, considering he started back in the last row, he's picked up about 5 spots, and it's a pretty good job for him. Really surprised that the cleanup is taking this long. It looked like a pretty straightforward grab and go.
What if they're just kind of sweeping a couple of pieces, carbon fiber or other off the track to make sure that there's nothing there? Obviously, those things do, but make a bit of havoc on tires. Going to get those things off the track.
Exactly.
Good shot of it here, because that is where it was, and it looks like those vehicles are just pulling away at this point. So we'll wait for race control to tell us whether or not we're going to go green.
Getting close. Yeah, in fact, they're still working on Alex Mayer's cars. They can see the tow truck there. Way up toward turn 12, so I think we're going to go around one more time. If we're going to get the start, the safety car would pull off right there up onto the banking, but not the case. So one more time behind the safety car. Bob Radwin, as we mentioned, certainly one to consider for the Sunoco Art Charger Award. Sunoco, the official fuel of the sports car company. Austin Hill, the highest placed rookie right now in that 08 car. J.R. Smart in the 09 back in 7th spot. Kevin Burry currently running in the 8th spot in the 16th car. Mike Sauce, the man with the most starts, 26 starts in the number 20. Jeff Keecher rounding out the top 10 in that 31 car. Paul Rivera, Brandon Reed, Sammy Voidenhoff, Larry Howard, the 14 cars still running at this juncture as we are approaching half distance here.
I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that weather radar.
Yeah.
And we are probably within 10 minutes. Going to be seeing something. Could be maybe as many as 15. You look at the clock. There's potential up to 25 and a half minutes left of duration of the race, because we are a maximum 40 minutes long with a 19-lap schedule, whichever comes first. So if this goes anywhere near the distance at this point, we might hear only work in lap 7. Moisture may be on the way.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Like you say, 25 minutes remaining. Timing and scoring will make a determination if it will convert it to a timed race. You'll see the bug in the upper left-hand corner change from a lap count to a countdown if timing and scoring makes that determination.
So you got a good shot there of, I want to say that is Mr. Burry in his Mazda-powered Atlantic. So a lot of the drivers, as you mentioned earlier, the traditional power plant in the Atlantics was a Toyota. A lot of these chassis, especially the 0148, originally came with Toyotas. But these days, what we find is the Toyota, no knock on Toyota, but maintenance costs are extremely high to rebuild those motors. And so to kind of make it a little more affordable, there's a way to retrofit the old 014 chassis with Mazdas, along with the 016s, which actually came with Mazdas from the beginning. So that's where you're able to see a lot of these Mazdas now powering these, as Mazda powers a lot of the cars at the runoffs, but certainly in this field, quite a bit of them here driving Mazdas.
Yeah, and of course the Pro Formula Mazdas, as you said, with the rotary power, so that even adds a different spin to it.
But I'm
Exactly. I just remember that Le Mans winning 4-rotor Mazda. The noise that car made still brings a chill to my spine. That was one of the best sounding race cars ever. And hopefully we're getting close to the time when we can say we're going to go back to racing here.
Got a shot there at Mike Sauce in his Pro Formula Mazda. you'll see sometimes they blip shifts, a little bit of downshifts. They'll spit flames out the back, as rotaries tend to do. And it's always one of my favorite things, just to sit there and watch from the back of the braking zone.
Looks like they have finally gotten Alex Mayer's car into the air, but that tow vehicle still sitting there at the place of the incident. So I'm sad to say it looks like we're going to go one more time. A little brake lock up there.
Sableson.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to warm the brakes up a little too aggressively.
It shows you actually how cold the tires may have gotten on this couple of laps now under yellow. So you might be seeing a lot of work when they do give the signal that they're coming in. These guys are going to start really working those tires. Without any of the traditional Atlantics out front, or with all Atlantics traditionally out front, and not any of the thousands up front, you're not going to have that variance of tire sizes as they restart.
Jeff Keecher, the first thousands in Phoenix, just
getting a report that there's just a drop or two starting to reach Speedway, Indiana. It's a coming. They can probably see it on their visors, I'm sure.
Gets curiouser and curiouser. Of course, the size of this facility, it will start raining in some parts sooner than others, with the rain coming in from the southwest. That would be just about
turn 14.
Yeah, turn 14 to be where they would see it first, just where you don't need any extra moisture on the track, because these cars are probably easy flat through 14 onto the straightaway.
And I'll tell you what, driving a Formula open wheel car, open cockpit car in the rain is a visibility nightmare, really, because the spray not only comes off of all the cars in front of you, you get the spray that gets lifted in the air with all the air coming off the back of the wings and things, but then you'll also occasionally get the rain off of your own front tires right up into your face, especially around some of the tighter corners, like maybe turn 4 or even turn 7 as they turn in, might get a little bit of that spray. So it's a lot of fun to drive in the rain, but man, you do get wet.
I know at the Solo Nationals, where you're a 3-time champion in the shifter kart, it's you've done it in the rain a couple times.
I have run in the rain a few times, and I can tell you, the greatest moment ever is essentially from green flag to checkered flag when you're running that. The worst moment is as soon as you get out of that checkered flag, you got to go clean up, because everything gets wet and nasty. You grab the WD-40 all over the car, and your suit goes right in the laundry.
That's where you have to carry a dryer with you,
yes,
to dry your race suit, or bring multiple race suits, either way.
Well, just as a precautionary measure, I know I'm sitting in here in the TV booth, but I actually brought spare clothes even here today. It's just something I've gotten used to.
You're a well-prepared guy. You must have been a Boy Scout. So, anyway, we just have word from race control. We will be going green this time by, so
let's see if these tires are getting a lot of work here in his last couple of corners, because nobody wants to be going into one with cold tires. We saw the one car there of Zabelson already lock up his tires a lap or two ago. That was cold. These guys are going to want some warm tires going into one.
Yeah, Zabelson with Radman right behind him. Radman, as we mentioned, making a great run from back in the pack up into that fifth spot, excuse me. So certainly a candidate for the Sunoco hard charger. Pace car pulls off onto the banking. That turns the field over to James French, as he'll bring them around through turn 13. He is permitted to accelerate once he gets into turn 14. He can choose that point, and it looks like he's carrying a pretty good pace here as they come through 14 and onto the front straightaway. We'll wait for the green before anybody can pop out of line as they come onto the front straight, and we are green. Back to racing as we are working race lap number 9, halfway home after that long full course yellow. James French able to hold his own, but Hans Peter and Keith Grant going side by side down into turn 1. Grant sweeping through into that second spot, it looks like. A pretty good battle just behind as the 88 car.
Yeah, and J.R. Smart there, I think,
Smart,
side by side down through 1. But up in front, Hans Peter definitely the aggressor there on that first turn in. See him there third in the shot at number 6. He's trying to be very aggressive, trying to pick the spot there. Doesn't want to lose sight of French out in front. Keith Grant, also extremely quick, another one of the former champs in here. He actually won right here 4 years ago in this class. So keep your eye on Grant. Experience definitely pays off in the long run. All 3 of these guys, tons of experience in these cars.
French beginning to stretch the advantage just a little bit. The battle is on for second as Hans Peter right on the rear wing of Keith Grant as they work their way through turn number 10, coming onto the run that takes them up onto the banking.
Peter's so good on cold tires. Did this at the start of the race in that first lap. Seemed to really be the aggressor. Got himself up into this near front. Here he is again on cold tires. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of lockup, but he's trying, and now he's out in the dirt.
Yep.
This is an A sedan race or this is an Atlantic race. There's a little bit of dirt curves here with these guys.
Those tires are now cold and dusty, so it'll take him just a little bit longer to get the grip back. Try to take over that second spot, but Keith Grant hangs on to it. James French sets fast lap in the race at 31.8. Remember, they qualified below 130, so there's still some pace to come. Like I say, it's going to take a couple laps to get these tires up to temperature. Austin Hill in that 08 car up into the 5th spot. Radman back to 6th. Zabelson hanging on to 4th in that yellow number 2. You can see Austin there in that 2nd spot in the 08. Radman in the red number 15 right behind him.
You can see the flames spitting out of the back of those rotary powered Pro Formula Mazdas. Just love to see that as they blip the shifts on the downshifts. Good battle here as they're trying to catch Zabelson, that veteran, putting that Honda powered Atlantic chassis. He's working, but he's got these two much smaller cars. You see the size difference between these chassis. Between the Pro Formula Mazda and the traditional Swift. Here in this case, a Honda Atlantic.
And Zabelson doing a great job putting a little distance between himself and the pair of the Pro Formula Mazdas behind him.
Yeah, you see he does that there on that straightaway when he's got a little bit more power, but you watch these Pro Formula Mazdas, perhaps here through these S's, it's going to be a little bit quicker. Certainly, it's at the 08 of, is that Hill?
Yep.
He's the aggressor there. You see how fast he looks through those S's.
Austin Hill flipping the apex there at turn 11 as they approach turn 12. Heavy braking area. Just a little puff of smoke out of the 15 of Radman. As he downshifts, working their way through 13 now. On to the most important turn on the racetrack. It leads onto this long front straightaway. Boy, Austin Hill's car stepping out on him just a little bit. I don't know. There might be a little moisture coming up there as he had to catch it.
It's the corner of this circuit we said it's going to hit first. Yep, and I just got a word from Hayward Wagner. Light rain is here. He's down in the pit lane, which also right along this front straightaway. So now we start to see moisture down. Watch these braking zones get longer. Watch them start to a little bit of squirming under braking. It's a pretty good battle here between these two light cars. They are losing space though after that straightaway to Zabelson in the Honda-powered Atlantic chassis out in front of him.
And they've been able to run long enough since the yellow now to get the tires up to temperature. And hot slicks will keep the rain at bay for as long as it's light rain for a good while. And eventually, once the dots start to get connected, as the corner workers say, that's when the moisture can form enough to start aquaplaning, and then it's like driving on ice.
Well, we've had a couple of races already this weekend, so there's definitely some rubber down on this track. So as these light drops, that's kind of the worst conditions for a track, is that the oils and the rubber starts to become the most light. When you get the super heavy downpours, at that point, probably not as critical. But this light rain is so critical to really look for good asphalt, good granular asphalt that the rain drops don't just sit on top of like they do on top of the oil. And here we've got a potential pass there between these guys, but as we flash back up, there it is side by side now for Hill and Radman. Radman down on the inside.
Yeah, but we understand we're going full course yellow again, and I think it may be because of the rain. Yeah, that's the word we're getting.
You can just see the spray coming off the back of the tires there, going around through turn 11.
And with the performance envelope that these cars have, I think Race Control has made the determination to let everybody come in.
You can see it. It's a pretty steady rain here.
And it sounds to me that they're not going to give them an opportunity to come in and change tires. We hear they're going to go checker. They're going to checker this one early. So James French is going to notch the victory here by default, as everybody took the gamble to come out on slicks. And Race Control certainly doesn't want to put anybody at risk with the high performance envelope of these cars and the speeds they're capable of reaching. So rather than risk it and let these guys slip and slide on slick tires on a wet racetrack, as you can see the spray beginning to kick up in spots. I think it's still dry here as they're down in turn number 6, but as we saw on the front straightaway, just beginning to see the vestiges of spray be kicked up off of these tires as the safety car now picks up our leader. So what we're hearing from Race Control is that we're going to see the checkers next time out. As we're still 14 minutes of time left in this race, but again, safety the better part of valor, as you can see. The windshield wipers on the safety.
We'll wait and see if we get any word beyond this, but I'm wondering if, these are timed races. There's about 14 minutes left. I think the concern would be, can we get everybody off the track, down the pit lane, get a tire change, get everybody back out, and go back to a green condition inside of that 14 minutes. That may be part of the concern here, is at this point,
Yeah,
certainly conditions you don't want them out there like this. You'd like to give a chance to change terrains.
Yeah, this isn't Formula One. They're not able to do 3-second pit stops here. It's, as you can see, very much a manual affair, and one tire at a time for most of these crews.
And that was Hans Peter, the 6th, down there in pits. Look, they were actually trying to get the tires changed. This one.
Yeah, that's Austin Hill, who was in 4th spot.
Yeah.
It looks like he may have looped it in these damp conditions. Yep, there you have it. As he went around, coming on through 6A, that's been a very tricky turn for much of this weekend so far, as Austin Hill looped it, and that will cost him 4th spot. Just look at how much moisture is there on the racetrack. As these cars coming down off the banking there at turn number 12.
Yeah, even under yellow condition, it is treacherous in these cars.
Oh,
it's one thing, you got big, massive, wide slicks. They are not coming in. So I guess they are. He's too safe. They're going to see the checker, going to see it, and then bring them in after they see it. But yeah, one of these big, wide tires, they just sort of slide and dance across the top of the water. And then you think about the power that some of these engines have and how those power bands come in so strong at one moment. So you've got to be super careful.
Checkers is in the hand of the starter, so it's going to be James French with the win. Keith Grant will come across in 2nd. Dave Zabelson is going to inherit 3rd spot as Hans Peter came into the pits anticipating a tire change, and if he'd stayed out, he would have been in that 3rd spot. So Rob Radman across in 4th, J.R. Smart in 5th, Austin Hill with that spin behind the safety car there at turn 6A, fell back from what would be 3rd spot back to 6th. Jeff Keecher in 7th, Mike Sauce in 8th, Sammy Voidonoff and Kevin Burry, a couple rookies, will finish in the top 10 in 9th and 10th respectively.
So our podium looks like it's going to be a Toyota, a Mazda, and a Honda covering the podium here from Atlantic.
And they're all Atlantic chassis. So the first of the Pro Formula Mazdas is Rob Radman in the 4th spot in that red 15 car. So James French will take yet another championship. It'll be his 2nd after the P1 championship that he had at his home track up in Road America a year ago. So championship number 2 for James French. Wasn't one of the picks of Sports Car Magazine to be on the podium for this one. So we used to have a t-shirt that said Sports Car was wrong that we would give to the winner if he didn't make it happen.
Yeah, everybody wants one of those except the guys who can get the sports car was right, because it's nothing like being able to win with a target on your back.
Yep, absolutely right. And tip of the hat to Keith Grant. What a great finish for the veteran campaigner. And once again, with 23 runoff starts, he's already got 8 medals, make that now 9, as he'll take another one. And a 2-time champion, winning it, like you said, most recently right here at Indianapolis, the only other time that the Runoffs have visited this track back in 2017.
Yeah. French just sort of moved track left there down the Holman Drive here. I wonder if he's kind of waving, or if he's got a spotter out there. Maybe giving a quick wave too.
Yep.
That's a good shot of Dave Zabelson, going to be on the podium there in that Honda-powered car. Not sure he expected that. Did qualify 7th. Like to be in the mix, but you know, I talked to him this morning, and it didn't seem like he was expecting to kind of be fighting for the lead or anything like that. But you know, getting on the podium in the runoffs is always an exciting moment for these guys.
Absolutely, it's a big deal no matter where you finish, and on the podium for sure is exactly where these drivers want to be and get one of those gold, silver, or bronze medals. And there are our 3 medalists in your camera shot as they're working their way through turn 11, and again at a very sedate pace behind the safety car, because if anything, the safety car is probably the fastest car on track right now, because it's most likely got DOT tires on it, and he's much better equipped to handle this weather than these slicks. Look at the spray they're kicking up, even at that slow pace. You can imagine what that would be like if they had wets on, and siphoning that water off the track and kicking it up into the air. It's always a great demonstration in these open wheel cars of the aerodynamics, as the rooster tail of spray you see coming off of them gives some indication of that low pressure zone that's formed under the cars by the ground effects and the diffuser. And that's what sucks the rear of that car down to the ground. And when that air expands coming out of that diffuser, it throws up a huge rooster tail of spray. It's really a great way to visualize just what the air is doing, moving over these cars.
Yeah, which makes the visibility if you're racing behind them
just about impossible. Exactly. That's why open wheel cars carry rain lights, so they can see one another in that spray. But our intrepid pit reporter, Hayward Wagner, is down there awaiting our top 3 finishers as they're making their way down. He'll talk, of course, to James French first, who will then, I think, he'll have the option to take a victory lap. I don't know whether he will.
With those slicks on there, I'm not so sure unless somebody wants to put him on a golf cart or somebody gets a little bit more ready for the rain. I've never seen somebody change to rain tires for the victory lap, but maybe they'll do that.
That could be. As James French rolls to a stop right across the yard of bricks. And he is...
Maybe he'll settle for just a quick walk to the row of bricks and give it a quick kiss here as winning the gold medal.
Nice that they've set up a little easy up there, a canopy, so the winner can get out of the elements.
I thought that was for Hayward to stay dry.
I think it's probably between Hayward and the camera. They want to keep both of those crew members dry. James French climbing out of the chassis, giving a thumbs up to the camera crew. And once he gets his helmet off and we have a chance to see his smiling face, we'll throw it down to Hayward and he'll have the interview with our leader. Shame for Austin Hill. I got to feel bad for the youngster as had a chance to potentially be on the podium, but that spin on the final lap certainly cost him that position. Hayward looks like he's ready with our winner. Let's head down to trackside with James French.
James, probably not the driving experience you were looking for here at the runoffs, but how's it feel to take a gold medal?
Oh man, it was a little more eventful out there than we expected. Mother Nature had some curveballs in store for us, as you can see. Didn't really expect the rain, but yeah, we're just happy to survive. The car was fast for the couple laps we did get to battle, and it was good fun. I'm glad to see those guys are okay. You know, you never want to see one car go over the top of the other, and I haven't heard anything, but I saw an ambulance, so obviously a little concern there. But yeah, hopefully they're all right, and happy for the team. My family came out here, so thanks for those guys for making the trip down, and yeah, pretty happy.
Well, the big question from upstairs is any interest whatsoever in a victory lap?
In the rain. I mean, yeah, that'd be probably, if there's ever a time to do it. Yeah.
All right, guys, James is going to go put on a drift show in the Atlantic. Congratulations.
Great, Hayward. Let's hope he does. That would be fun to watch. He could really kick the rear end out and have a little fun on this victory lap. But
do a couple of Zanardi donuts out there.
Exactly right. So we'll see if he takes the opportunity to have some fun with it.
Very happy young man. Also, last year they had won P1 up at Road America, so to be able to come back here and kind of reestablish himself, be able to win 2 of the fastest classes in all of the runoffs at 2 different tracks, 2 world famous tracks, totally bucket list. That's got to feel like a huge accomplishment for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great bit of accomplishment. But the 2 drivers that we're going to be talking to, sounds like he's got Keith Grant, our second place finisher. Hayward?
Keith, a bizarre race to say the least, but a runoffs podium's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It's a brand new car. I got to thank Matt Miller for loaning me the car this weekend, the Quantomatic Mazda 014, and just appreciate the effort that Polestar put together. They finished the car up Monday, actually had it here, didn't go on the track till Wednesday, and we're really happy to end up second. So,
well, congratulations on a runoff podium. We got one more podium finisher to speak with, our third place finisher. Did you think that the podium was within striking distance for you?
I was hoping for a top 5, and I would have been ecstatic with a top 5, and then to see that I was third coming out of the rain, it was amazing, yeah.
Congratulations to you. Cherish that one. Cherish that medal.
Absolutely, I will. Thank you.
Dave Zavelson, your third place finisher, ladies and gentlemen, as some happy podium finishers, and you would expect that as James French, like you said, he had a bird's eye view of that incident between Alex Mayer and Spencer Brockman, and Keith Grant and Dave Zavelson just there to pick up the pieces and come home on the box.
Yeah, and they did. And at that point, again, it's part about staying clean and not having spins. Even if the rain comes out, you got to stay clean. And with this kind of a race, this kind of any kind of attrition, you got to make sure that you're still there for an opportunity to see the checker first, second, or third. And for these guys, that's exactly what they did to be able to take home some medals.
You can see Dave Zavelson there talking to one of his crew members and say just how slick it was. Here's the top 10 finishers in the unofficial finish. James French, your winner, of course. Keith Grant and Dave Zavelson in the medal positions. Rob Radman will come home in 4th and certainly be a front runner for the Sunoco Hard Charger. J.R. Smart in 5th. Austin Hill recovers from his spin behind the safety car for a 6th place finish. Jeff Keecher, Mike Sauce, with his 26th runoff start, finishes in the top 10. Sammy Voidenoff and Kevin Burry also coming up from the back in their first runoffs appearance to finish in the top 10. So let's look at the highlights of this one. It was certainly an interesting start.
Started out hot, yeah, with your pole sitter just getting bum rushed right down the front straightaway as Brockman was able to kind of work his way through, as well as Alex Mayer in that F1000. Kind of pushed James French back a little bit, but then we had the contact here between Mayer and Brockman that put us under yellow for a little while. It gave French the lead back. At that point, French took that lead by just scruff of the neck and just took off and let the fighting happen behind him. And this is exactly what it was. This kind of fighting here between Hans Peter and, of course, Keith Grant there.
Yeah, in fact, that was Peter trying to make that pass, going a little wide, dropping it off in the dust, and then the skies opened up, and race control determined that it was better to bring these cars in rather than risk them out there on slicks, not having enough time in order to get that tire change done. So James French rolls it under the rain canopy and takes the gold medal. So we thank you for being with us for this Formula Atlantic race. It was shortened to just a little bit, but still plenty of racing and fun to be had. But lots more racing going on in the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. For Lefty McLeod and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. We'll talk to you down the road.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the legendary Temple of Speed. But this weekend, it's home to the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Over 900 drivers coming here to ply their trade in a winner-take-all finale, but only 26 will kiss the bricks. Welcome to a rainy Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Hagerty Race Day, as the skies have opened up, and as you can see, we have a very wet racetrack as the rain continues to fall. I'm John Phippen, so happy to be here with you as we're about to get our GT2 National Final underway. Alongside me, Larry Lefty McLeod. Larry, you've had a little experience in the rain.
I've done a little bit in the rain, and I can tell you my experience has been in open wheel stuff in the rain. I've done a little bit of things here in the rain in closed tin tops, and we're going to see a lot of tin tops, a couple open top in this category here in GT2. And this class is traditionally known for its horsepower. These are big motor cars in this GT2 category. I don't know how much horsepower is going to be helping you today with these conditions.
Exactly right. With it this wet, it certainly is going to lean toward, and you can see the Porsches down there. There's a half a dozen Porsches in the field. They're certainly going to have an advantage, I think, with that rear engine configuration. But we've got our friends at Mazda doing the sponsorship of our broadcast, and we thank them so much for that. And they also sponsored the track map. So, Larry, take us around this 2.6-mile circuit.
Sure. We're going to come down that front straight off that green flag, and there's going to probably be about 4 cars wide. And with this water spray is going to be about 10 stories of rain scattering through the air as they're going to funnel down through turns 1 and 2. Maybe start to sort things out by the time we get through turns 3 and 4. We'll get to that carousel at 6, which leads you then through 6-8 along that back straight. Another opportunity for the cars to fan out. We'll see water spraying everywhere. They'll make a left turn onto the S's for 7, 8, 9, and 10. Off 10, critical turn there to get a run up back onto the banking there at oval turn 2. They'll make that run down at a 12, come down off the banking now there. Make the 12-13 complex, late apex at 13, so critical around here, as that'll lead you through the 14 and then flat out down that front straight again. I tell you what, some of the stuff, a lot of these drivers haven't seen this track in the wet. They're going to see it that way today.
Yeah, there was some rain early in the week for some testing, but all of the qualifying days, bright sunshine, cool temperatures. This will be the first time some of these drivers have experienced this track under wet flag conditions. Remember, Mazda does a lot more than present the track map here at the Runoffs. They support their drivers with face-to-face and virtual coaching at events throughout the year. So as you can see the umbrellas down there on pit lane, you can see Tom Patton's open cockpit Sunbeam Tiger. There are a couple Tigers in this field, which should be a little interesting for them as they'll have to keep those visors clear. But down there amongst them is the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner. And Hayward, if you're ready, let's talk about rain tires.
Rain tires is a part of this story, so is visibility. We just got the 3-minute board here. Andrew Lacalante, your pollster, just rolled into grid maybe 30 seconds ago, waiting till the absolute last minute. I just did a quick walk up and down the line to just kind of check in with everybody. Tiger Tom Patton, as you mentioned, not real happy about driving in the rain in that wide open car. Somebody who is real happy is Scotty White. He's back about 10-11 on the grid. He's from the Pacific Northwest, races in the rain quite a bit, is very, very comfortable with these conditions. The biggest smile right now is Mark Bowden. He gave me 2 big, enthusiastic thumbs up. He's got all buckled up in the car, buttoned up. They've got the windows up. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but he is very, very pleased with these conditions in the rear drive Porsche. One thing to keep an eye on as we go through the rest of today, I had a good talk with Bruce Voss from Hoosier. He says that until there is an absolute, it is dry line, wets are going to be the way to go. So we don't think we're going to see a changing condition in this race, but keep an eye out for the line drying as we go.
Yeah, the weather forecast, unfortunately, for the rest of the weekend is pretty glum, as it looks like rain may be intensifying over the course of the afternoon and through the early part of the day tomorrow. If we have dry track, I'm guessing late tomorrow afternoon might be the earliest.
It might be. So I think we are going to have pretty consistent conditions throughout this race, maybe a little bit heavier, a little lighter rain, but I think it's going to continue to rain through this field. But good comment there about Mark Bowden. Obviously an experienced driver there, a couple-time champion, and in the engine over the wheels seems to be a pretty good configuration in the rain to just be able to plant that thing and come out of corners. And he's not wrong about Scotty White. You can see there, that's his Viper there, the big Scotty B on the side of it. Pacific Northwest, does it ever not rain in the Pacific Northwest? So that guy may have the most experience in this field in the wet. He's going to be starting back in 13th, but don't count him out. And our pole sitter, Well, he drives that thing sideways half the time anyway, so how much different will that be in the wet? We're about to find out. That car has won this class the last 2 times running in 2019 and 2020, but he's going to have a fight on his hands with all of that torque from that Corvette motor, trying to pull off the corners, knowing he's got a couple of Porsches just a row behind him there with the number 144, Tim Kesman, as well as Mark Bowden we talked about.
Let's introduce the 22 car starting grid. Andrew Aquilani, the only driver to eclipse his own lap record set here 4 years ago in 2017. He qualified at a 139.665 in the Phoenix Performance Corvette. Andrew is a 10-time national champion and defending champion of this class. He is Sports Car's pick to finish atop the podium, but I don't think Sports Car factored the rain in. Starting alongside him on that front row is the number 46 of Mark Bowden, a 4-time champion, the defending Touring 2 national champ out of Winnetka, Illinois in the Chicago region in the fall line Porsche 991.2. Justin Oakes will start inside of row 3 in car 11 out of Houston, Texas in the DroneWorks Chevy Corvette. Next to him, Tim Kesman in the 144 out of Franksville, Wisconsin in the Milwaukee region. Tim is Super Sweep eligible, also picked by Sports Car to finish on the podium. I think that's a good opportunity for the Fall Line Motorsports Lemons of Love Porsche to do just that. Lou Gelati back with us on his 5th runoff start in the number 28 out of Princeton, Texas in the Texas region, the G2 Motorsports Park Corvette for him. Next to him in row 3, the 51 of Jonathan Start out of Caledonia, Michigan and the Western Michigan region in the Kalen Construction Hoosier Tire Dodge Viper. Thomas Erb is in car number 6. He is inside of row 4 from Barrington, Illinois, and the Chicago region in another fall line Porsche. Next to him, veteran campaigner Pete Peterson in the 98 out of Lumberton, North Carolina, in the Central Carolina region, a 7-time national champion, but he hasn't been atop the podium since 2008 in the Peterson Toyota Celica. Tiger Tom Patton, we talked about him in the number 50 Sunbeam Tiger out of Fairfield Township, Ohio, and the Cincinnati region. He is the 99 champion of this field in the Hoosier Felice Engines Carbotech sponsored Sunbeam Tiger. Joe Koenig next to him in the number 70 out of Chicago, Illinois, in the Chicago region, or Glenville, Illinois, and the Chicago region in the Trimtex Drywall Products Fall Line BMW E46. Joe is the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for the driver who made up the most positions between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying. Koenig picked up 11 spots. William Moore will start inside of row 6 on the 38 out of Chagrin Falls, Ohio, and the New Ohio region in his Chevy Camaro. Next to him, the 165 of Jorge Nazario out of San Juan, Puerto Rico, in the Tex Mania Chevy Corvette. Scotty B. White, we talked about him inside of row 7 in the 0 out of Auburn, Washington in the Northwest region. Scotty B. is also Super Sweep eligible in his his Hawk Goodyear Dodge Viper. Terry Gillis in the number 69 starts next to him in the out of Avon Lake, Ohio, in the New Ohio region in the Hoosier-sponsored Nissan 350Z. Matt Gray is in row 8 on the 64 car. Chaska, Minnesota, his home out of Land O'Lakes region. Ryan Company's Ford Mustang. Next to him, Kenny Bupp out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and the Florida region in the 84 car, the Bupp Motorsports Palm Express Porsche 991 GT3 Cup. Andrew Wright in the 21 and the other Sunbeam Tiger in the field. Andrews will be easy to pick out. It's got that tiger stripe livery out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, in the East Tennessee Race Prep sponsored machine. Our highest placed rookie will start outside of row 9. That's the 37 of Boyd Lear out of Garden City, Kansas in the Colorado region. Skeeters and Dressel sponsor his Chevy Monte Carlo. A pair of rookies starts in row 10, the 34 of R. Paul Evans from Louisville, Texas, and the Texas region in the Ford Motorsports Panos Esperante. Levi Lear in the number 8 will start outside of row 10 from Sedan, Kansas, in the Wichita region in the Lear Health Services Chevy Monte Carlo. On the final row, the number 60 of Timothy Gray out of Minneapolis in the Land O'Lakes region in another Ryan Company's Ford Mustang, and the 88 of Robert Kelly from Huntington Beach, California in the Cow Club in the UPR Dodge Viper Competition Coupe. Coming out of turn 14, look at the spray already at safety car speed as our front row of Mark Bowden and Andrew Aquilante coming to the green. Green flag is away. Bowden gets a good acceleration, as you would expect, and Tim Kesman right behind him is going to follow him through. You can see Andrew Aquilante, that car squirming, hydroplaning, coming down the front straightaway. Same thing for Bowden, really squirrely on the brakes as he's down into turn number 1.
Yeah, Bowden able to take that jump with the power right over that rear axle in the Porsches and do the same thing there for Tim Kesman. They were able to jump past Aquilante. Aquilante is going to be fighting to try and get by those guys, but now they're all out there feeling where is the rain, where is it deepest, which corners do we really have to watch for, because at a track like this, it looks mostly flat. That just means the pavement kind of leans one way or another, and these guys really don't know which way it goes, so it's time to start looking for puddles here out of the next side. Look at that slide there already for Bowden.
And here comes Tim Kesman diving down to the inside. He's going to try to take over that spot. Andrew Aquilante also getting a wheel up on the curb. That tire trying to get away from him. Car control is absolutely essential here. There is so much rain, has been so much rain in the past few minutes. There's a lot of standing water here. And these cars, even though they're running rain tires, are hydroplaning through some of these puddles. Yep. As it's a Porsche duel at the front. Kesman in the white 144. The 46 of Bowden on the inside. Look at that car squirrely over the puddles. Kesman is going to sweep into the lead.
Bowden looking for any kind of pavement to touch the brakes on. Remember, in Fall Line world, these guys are both Fall Line cars. Mark Bowden is the boss at Fall Line, but Kesman, now the customer there, is out in front of this field as Bowden and his rival Aquilante, appropriately named Aqua, anything, water here, Aquilante,
I like it.
Going to continue to fight in that Corvette. Again, look at him looking for any kind of that darker pavement. You see shiny pavement, that's going to be a little deeper water. When you're looking for dark pavement, as you can see, a little bit of a higher line there for Aquilante, trying to get outside, knowing that the banking is high, the water won't be there.
Aquilante, I don't think was choosing that high line. I think that he was chasing that car up to the barrier as it was stepping out on him, as the rain tires doing their best to try to wash this water away. But these top three doing a great job. You know, we were all quick to write off Andrew Aquilante's chances in that powerful Phoenix Corvette, but he is obviously doing a fantastic job staying right with these Porsches that are a little better suited to these conditions.
Obviously, these guys are fantastic drivers, well set up cars, but they also have an important thing in rain. That is windshield wipers. Not all the cars in this field have those. I suspect further back in the TA2 cars probably do not have those, but these guys up front, certainly as the GT3 Cup Porsche cars do, and Andrew's car, which is not that far off, kind of a touring trim, and that thing still has the wipers. You can see them working there. That's a huge deal in this kind of visibility, in these conditions, when you're trying to fight with somebody. If you don't have them, you're going to probably tendency to drag back just a little bit just for visibility and wait for the battle in front of you to sort of check themselves out. But you see the gap already from these guys. It's about 15 seconds back. It was Jonathan Start in his Viper coming across the line third. Look at the veteran Lou Gelati up there now into fifth. So we'll kind of keep our eye on him, hanging on to that. But this battle up in front with Kesman looking solid right now, looking for that rain line, trying to stay off the oil and the rubber down along those apexes.
Yeah, that's one thing you'll notice is that the cars and drivers are not taking the customary racing line. They will be looking for places where the rubber and the oil are not on the racetrack. So you'll see them well off the normal apex, because that's where the grip is under these wet conditions. And Tim Kesman doing a perfect job. As you can see, he's several car lengths off the apex there at turn number 7, as he is hunting for the places where he's got traction, and he has found it as he is able to stretch out his advantage. It was only half a second at the line, but he has opened up a much bigger gap now, as Andrew Aquilante struggling just a little bit more under these conditions. But take nothing away from the 10-time champion. He's doing a fantastic job. And this is really a bit of a lottery. It would be very easy for any of these cars, no matter what they're driving, to catch a puddle at just the wrong spot, and you could be out of this race in an instant.
I'm watching Andrew, and his hands are moving all over the place. That car, the back end does a couple inch twitch, one way the other way, and we've got the number 70 already loose. Joe Koenig.
Joe in the BMW, the Trimtex Drywall Products machine. He was the driver who won the Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award for making up the most positions between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying. As we'll see coming down, he just aquaplaned coming down the Holman Straight, as that car just took a sharp left-hand turn right into the barrier.
He was running 6 at the time. You had seen Lou Gelati in the Corvette right in front of him, but yeah, I think you're right. He just sort of under braking, aquaplaned, and at that point, you're just a passenger along for the ride.
Absolutely. So that was a pretty big lick. So obviously, we're going full course yellow with that problem for Joe Koenig, running in 6th spot at the time of that off. This will take just a bit to clean up, because that car obviously not a roller at this point.
No, not yet. In fact, the Hawk brakes that he won, he may need them the next time he puts the car back together, because I think the brakes are gone from the left front of that car now.
Yeah, exactly right. But Tim Kesman now sees his big over 4-second lead evaporate but already coming up to put a lap on some of the back markers who are really struggling in these conditions. Obviously under yellow flag conditions, he can't pass any of them, so they'll be able to circulate around to catch up to the back of the pack, as there's the safety car just now picking up, or hoping to pick up our leaders. There's a couple slower cars that are going to get waved around, I would guess.
I think that is one of our TA2 cars. Not sure which driver that is, but it's one of the TA2 Trans Am Series cars that gets slotted into this class. He does, in fact, have a wiper, you can see on that car.
Yep. It looks to be a little ragged, but it's doing something to keep the weather off. Yeah, yeah.
The other thing to think about with these guys certainly is fog, either in your visor or on your windshield. You get a lot of layers, opportunities for fog to build up, and that really creates more visibility issues. And now as they slow down, less air flowing through the car, your breath starts to fog up your visor just a little bit. So some of these guys are going to really looking for some visibility as Joe is out of the car right now.
Yeah, that was a big hit, so it's good to see Joe out of the car and okay. But let's do a quick rundown as we are working race lap number 3. Tim Kesman is your leader. Andrew Aquilante in second. Mark Bowden in third. Jonathan Start in the 4th spot. Lou Gelati, a great move, up into 5th position. Justin Oakes in 6th. Jorge Nazario in 7th. Thomas Erb in the 8th spot. William Moore rounding out the top 10. Boyd Lear, one of our rookies in the field, doing a good job up to 11. Scotty B. White struggling just a bit in these conditions, has not yet come across the line. Tiger Tom Patton being shown in the 12th spot. Andrew Wright as those two Sunbeam Tigers lapping right next to one another. Levi Lear, last of the cars still running. Matt Gray looks like had a problem on the opening lap, as did Timothy Gray. Pete Peterson, Robert Kelly, Kenny Buck, Paul Evans, all did not complete a lap under these conditions.
I think that is, in fact, Timothy Gray just in front of the leaders here.
Yeah, just about to come across the line, so that'll put him on the lap chart.
So one note I had heard is you mentioned about Mr. Oakes there. Justin Oakes currently running in 6th. Started this race in 3rd. Has never raced in the rain before, which may be a bit surprising coming from Houston, Texas. But at this point, no, he's apparently, one reason or another, had not had the chance. As a bit of dejection there, throwing the gloves down, was Joe there on that shot. But yeah, for Justin, this is his first chance to see rain. Now he's had a couple of laps, and when the field gathers back up, he'll be right on the back of them, but still wondering, how do we do this again? This is wet.
Exactly. As you can see, Timing and Scoring has already made the determination that this will be a timed race, 40 minutes rather than the 19 laps. But while we're under this full course yellow, as they're cleaning up the incident involving Joe Koenig, let's just take a break and say hello to our friends from Hagerty and Mazda.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to a rainy Indianapolis Motor Speedway on Hagerty Race Day, as we're running the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. This is GT2. And that car at the front is not the leader. The Porsche right behind him is, as we are behind the safety car to clean up after an incident involving the 70 of Joe Koenig. But we've got our intrepid pit reporter braving the elements. We're in a nice dry announce booth, but braving the elements is Hayward Wagner. Hayward, you've got some Mazda updates for us.
Yeah, guys, well, we've got a little bit of a break here with the weather. I've got Michael Borden here. Michael, you've been running the Mazda MX-5 Cup with the new spec car. Not a lot of people in the SCCA world have gotten a chance to learn about these cars. Talk a little bit about what Mazda's doing.
So it's kind of like a upgraded spec Miata chassis. It's the third generation after those two. So it's a little bit quicker. It's got a lot more horsepower. It's about 30 more horsepower. And it's similar rule book, so the same type of modifications done to the car, kind of with the intention of making it cost effective and reliable and easy to tech all at the same time. Just trying to make the cars even, so it's more of comes down to the driver than the car itself, and kind of a driver development series. They do a lot for that. There's coaching available and all kinds of other things. It's a great ladder system to get out.
So, tell me a little bit about the driving dynamic of this car. It's a little bit bigger than the cars that we have in Spec Miata. Going to a Spec series with a little bit bigger car, what's your drive experience been like so far?
It's been really good. The cars are slightly bigger, not much. Slightly longer wheelbase, a little wider, but a little heavier. But to be honest, you don't really notice it. It's got bigger tires, so it kind of evens it out. I really like them. I think they're a little more balanced than the Spec Miatas. They're fairly easy to drive to get a decent amount of speed out of it, but to get all of it, it's pretty difficult, so they're a great car to learn how to drive in.
Well, it's a great way for folks to get involved in motorsports or move up, as you were mentioning, with the ladder, and we're excited to see these cars come out, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward, and then just another indication of just how involved Mazda is in all of our road racing series here at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, and exciting new opportunities for the venerable Mazda MX-5 to continue its ability to be one of the mainstays of SCCA club racing. As they often say, there are more Mazdas being raced on any given weekend in North America than any other make, probably than any other make combined. I think, yeah, it's a whole bunch of them. As we see the number 8 car of Levi Lear in the Chevy Monte Carlo, those TA2 cars. TA2 Trans Am 2 is the support race for the original Trans Am series with the big 850 horsepower ground pounders. The TA2 cars fit into this GT2 category quite nicely, and on a dry track would certainly be a factor, but in these conditions they definitely have a disadvantage.
Yeah, that'd be a fun but difficult run to be running one of those around in here in the wet.
Exactly right.
So he's actually, look like he's coming in to pit in.
Yep, I think he's either going to come in for, maybe he went out on intermediates and he's going to come in for full wets. That's a joke. But anyway, nobody's laughing, so I guess it was only funny to me. In any event, the safety car working its way down the Holman Straight as Tim Kesman, Andrew Aquilante, and Mark Bowden in your medaling positions right now. And just behind Bowden, Jonathan Stark doing a great job in that Dodge Viper. The Viper, kind of a mid-engine car. That big V10 power plant is well behind the front axle.
Yeah,
so
you look at that car and you think, oh, the engine's got to be right over the front wheels. It is not. It is so far back, which puts the driver almost. I've actually driven a Viper before, and you sit so far back, there's an acre of hood line out in front of you, and part of that reason is to get that weight distribution a little bit further back. It's a good shot there of Jonathan in his Viper.
Running in the 4th position right now, so he's certainly going to be a factor. Jonathan Stark out of the Western Michigan region. This is his 12th runoff start. His best finish was 3rd in 2011 at Road America in the Showroom Stock C class, one of the many classes that has since gone by the wayside here, as the SCCA to be congratulated, constantly updating their class structure, making room for just about any kind of car you can imagine. There's even a working group right now for electric cars to come into the SCCA, so we might see some Teslas racing before too much longer.
It's probably bound to happen one day or another, so yeah, I'm glad to see that we're looking into that already. But here today in this GT2 category, I love the range of cars we've got there. You can see it in the shot, not only with Aquilante and the Corvette and the 2 fall line Porsches up there, the Viper, but then you've got the TA2 Trans Am cars up into this field. And I think it's really a great mixture as they all kind of land here in GT2. Makes for some interesting racing.
Yeah, tip of the hat to Lou Gelati, the veteran campaigner out of the Texas region. As we say, only his 5th runoff start. And the last time he ran, his best finish so far was all the way back in 1975.
5th runoff start, you make him sound like he doesn't have any racing experience. But that guy has probably got more racing experience than most of the people here on site.
Yeah, most of the people combined, I would think, absolutely. We do have a couple drivers that are Super Sweep eligible, as we mentioned. Tim Kesman, if he's able to hang on and win it, can win the Super Sweep outright.
There's a shot of Lou right there.
Yep, there's Lou.
In that Corvette with the traditional flame paint job on his race cars. A 3-time World Challenge winner back in the 90s. This guy has done it all.
Absolutely. The other driver is Scotty B. White in the Zero Viper, but he needs some help. Tim Kesman would have to finish 19th or below for Scotty B to be able to notch the Super Sweep.
I don't think Kesman's thinking about helping Scotty B at this point. As Kesman's leading the field here and looks so strong right off the start. That Porsche just plants the back end and goes. And you think, well, it's just the car. Well, he's got a sister car in Mark Bowden, who's also got a couple of gold medals to his name. And Kesman just was kind of out driving the front other two there on the opening couple laps before we went yellow. So Kesman very strong, able to find where the dry spots are on the track, and the car looked secure. The car didn't have a twitch. Bowden, under braking a couple times, had some lockup in the front end, which obviously Porsches tend to do. For Kesman, didn't have any of that. He looked very stable under braking, and it was clear that he's controlling this race.
Yeah, both Tim and Mark Bowden, of course, under the Fall Line Motorsports banner, and as you mentioned, Mark Bowden, the major domo at Fall Line, but obviously no team orders. He just wants to see a Fall Line car at the front. If Tim has got a little better handle on the conditions, he's happy to let it happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you see Scotty B. White a little deeper in the pack than I think he expected to be at this early stage, as he's back in 9th position right now. Thomas Erb right in front of him in another of the Porsches. Pair of Corvettes, Jorge Nazario and Justin Oates.
Good shot of Tiger Tom Patton right there, the number 50, as well as the 21 Tiger of Andrew Wright. You see, they don't have a windshield in front of them. They don't have a roof over their heads. They don't have to worry about fogging up the windshield or needing wipers. Their issue is going to be a little bit closer to home on that visor to make sure it stays closed and clear. And I say closed because as that spray comes up, it goes right into your visor and gets up into your eyes. So you got to be real careful in an open top car that way.
Yeah, the tin top drivers have the option to crack that visor a little bit and get a little ventilation under it to keep it clear. But the open wheel drivers, not so much. Or the open cockpit drivers, I should say. Not so
Look at that Monte Carlo. He doesn't have any wiper either. But he does have a windshield. He's got a piece of Lexan in front of him. Right now, that thing's probably, you can see him, hopefully a heavy dose of some sort of rain repellent before he went out on track today.
We have seen drivers in some of these cars with all sorts of paraphernalia inside the cockpit, a stick with a mop on it as they get onto the straightaway, and they'll reach out with their offhand and try to get the fog off the windshield.
Switch on his AC there inside of his Monte Carlo where he can blast any kind of air across.
Yeah, exactly. In your street car, you can flip the AC on and the fog disappears. But there's Boyd Lear out of Garden City, Kansas, one of our rookies in the field. 3 rookies taking the start. Boyd the highest placed of them right now. Pace car is off. We are about to go racing once again. Plenty of time left. Over half of this race time-wise. 22 minutes remain on the countdown clock. So Tim Kesman is going to bring the field around. Andrew Aquilante right behind him, doing a fantastic job staying right between those 2 Porsches who, again, by all things considered, probably better suited to these conditions. But there's a reason that Andrew Aquilante has 10 national championship gold medals. As Tim Kesman gets away at the front, as you would expect, has a little better traction. Mark Bowden doing a little better job of staying with these 2 this time. Kesman right in the middle of the racetrack, hunting for places where the water isn't.
Yeah, he's trying, where Aquilante takes more traditional wide entry there. But he was staying in the spray down the front straightaway, maybe trying to catch a little draft. I would think you'd need that in the Corvette. But Bowden stayed on the clean side of the track so he can at least see what's going on in front of him, find his braking point. As we flash back here to the battle of 4th, Jonathan Start and Lou Gelati, the Viper in the Corvette.
Gelati doing a fantastic job as he is right up on the back of Jonathan Start. And here we go. Look at
twitch from Kesman.
Yeah, and Aquilante right on his tail. In fact, he's going to try to take the long way around turn 6, and that will be a place with maybe a little better traction. He's going to do the over-under and try to go around the outside at 6A onto the Holman straight. But Kesman able to maintain the advantage. This is right the place where Joe Koenig ran into a big puddle of water, and the car turned left on him. And here comes Aquilante thinking about trying to outbrake him down into turn number 7, but has to fall back in single file. Tim Kesman continuing to show the way.
The left side of the track down Holman Straight did look like it's a little bit darker shades, a little bit less water over there. I think that's what Aquilante was trying to shoot for. But for Kesman, able to get the brakes. But Aquilante now a great run off of 10.
Yeah, right into 10. They're going to split the slower car. No, they're not, as Tim Kesman had to juke to remove the lapper from his field of view, and that has put Andrew Aquilante to the front as our pole sitter and 10-time gold medal winner has hit the front here with about 20 minutes remaining. Kesman tries to cut the angle down through turn number 12. Now they're heading through 14 and coming up onto the banking one more time.
Huge opportunistic move there for Aquilante as he goes through the 10. Had a really good line with the traffic out in front of him. Kind of used him as a bit of a pick. He really did push Kesman all the way over to him to make sure that he got the better run. Seemed to work for him. I'm not sure how long it's going to last, though. We know how fast Kesman can be. The question now is under braking, going into a full song. How well and how smooth can they do this without much lockup?
Kesman coming up onto the front straightaway, got right out against the wall as that car, I'm sure, is skating on a film of water as they go through that big puddle right at the exit of turn 1. Into turn 2 and 3 they go now. The sweeping long turn number 4 that leads down into what we like to call the skid pad, that long constant radius turn number 6 as they head through turn 5 down into that area right now.
Visibility's just got to be terrible. You see Kesman, he kind of flashes to the side to try to get some visibility. You can see a braking point. You get 2 different lines here through this corner, but every time he has to go full line to stern, he's just stuck in the spray coming off that big Corvette.
Yeah, so he'll juke out to the side just to get a little better visibility, if nothing else, as they come on to the Holman Straight. A treacherous Holman Straight, we might say. You would think, hey, it's just a straight piece of asphalt, but there's a lot of standing water down there that can catch him out. Kesman got a great run off 6A, and he's back down to the inside. He's going to try to retake the lead, and he spins it. Goes sideways, does Tim Kesman. Andrew Aquilante able to get around the outside. Kesman may have killed the motor as he is trying to get it restarted again. I'm really surprised Mark Bowden isn't a little closer to this to take over second.
It's about a 12-second gap from where these two were to where Bowden was when they last crossed the stripe. Bowden really struggling out there, so that's allowing Kesman to hold position. And one thing to note, you look at that timer now, down to under 18, or just about 18 minutes left in this thing. We need to stay clean and green all the way through because anything that comes out in yellow could potentially end the race early. So holding position now is just crucial. And for Aquilante now, he's got that position in probably about a 10-second lead.
Here's a replay. It looked like Kesman was in the driver's seat as he comes down to the inside of turn number 7. Appeared to have it all going his way, but hit a puddle just at the wrong spot, and the rear end stepped out on him. And one of the disadvantages of the rear-engine Porsche, once you get behind it, it's pretty much going to go around.
Yeah, and you look as you come down there, again, left side of the track looks nice and a little cleaner, a little drier, but as you say, big puddles right at the break-in, right at the turn-in point there, going into turn 7. I wonder if Aquilante saw that in the previous lap, and this time decided to push Kesman over there to make sure that it was Kesman to hit that giant puddle and not our leader, Aquilante.
There's your third-place runner, Mark Bowden, as he comes up onto the front straightaway. Across the line. Again, well back of his teammate Tim Kesman in the 144 car in second spot. Bowden, a multiple national champion, 4-time national champion, most recently winning T2 up at Road America a year ago.
We talked about Aquilante's 10 gold medals. Mark Bowden has 17 medals. 17 times he's been on the podium at the runoffs. That's actually more right now than Aquilante has. So yeah, Bowden has got a lot of experience at the runoffs. I'm sure a lot of experience in Porsches in the wet. Right now, running in third with his teammate, his buddy, Mr. Kesman, out in front of him.
Of all the drivers competing here, Andrew Aquilante holds the record for the most poles. He's got 16 poles in the multiple classes that he's contended with. So clearly Aquilante has the speed in the wet and in the dry. As again, if you had taken book before this race started that Andrew Aquilante in that high horsepower, big tired Corvette would be able to put a whooping on these two Porsches, he is doing the job right now. And another spinner there as the 6 car goes around. That's Thomas Erb out of Barrington, Illinois.
The other fall line Porsches.
Exactly, as he loops it right there at turn number 12. That's right by the pit entrance. As we're going to see him coming. Yeah, he had already lost it as he exited 12 coming into 13. And just got it sideways, 2 wheels off in the grass, but I think he'll be able to get restarted. Although he's still sitting there, yeah. As traffic comes,
he's trying not to pull into the gravel is what he's doing. He doesn't want to back up into the racing line, but at the same time, he doesn't want to be in the gravel, so he's doing this bit of a long-winded K-turn to get himself out of there.
Exactly, and that's going to allow a couple cars to get by, including Tom Patton in the number 50 Sunbeam Tiger. Tom currently running in the 10th spot. So Thomas Erb spinning out of 7th. Scotty B. White now up into 8th spot. It will be 7th as he comes across the line.
He's, just to show you the speed that they still have, Andrew Aquilante is just around 140 miles an hour down the front straight in these conditions. Actually, one of his laps he did 142 last time, just a touch under 140. That is crazy speed in these conditions with the walls going by you and all the puddles, unknown every time you come into the corners. Is it going to be more rain the last time or not? Aquilante, all kinds of guts right now, just pushing it, trying to win this race.
Exactly right. Tim Kesman just set his personal best, a 2:05.099 for Kesman to a 2:06.034. So he's about a second faster, but unfortunately that spin has cost him 12 seconds of time. So he's probably not going to have enough laps to make it up if that's the way the interval stays.
12 seconds, 14 minutes. So yeah, he's got to be picking up about a second or so, probably close to a second a lap. More like 3 seconds a lap to catch up to Aquilante. As you can see him there working his way around Andrew Wright in the other of our Sunbeam Tigers. Not a lot of sun right now on a Sunbeam.
Exactly. It's Kesman.
Kesman is lapping faster. He was about a second faster than Aquilante last time across. So again, 12 seconds in 12 minutes. I guess it's got to be about 2 seconds a lap faster to probably catch Andrew. But you just watch Andrew. He is really working that car. Look at that big slide drift, counter steer, coming off of the banking there through 12. Throws it into 13. You can see the back end will kind of squirt a little bit as he puts power on. He's hunting for dry pavement here to get the power down. And there's a couple of patches of it. The closer you get to the higher outside of the oval, the higher it gets. So that's good for Andrew to try and find some dry pavement to get the grip so he can hit the 140 down the front straight.
Sunoco, of course, the official fuel of the SCCA, also sponsors the Sunoco Hard Charger Award for the driver who makes up the most positions from their qualifying position to their finished race position. We've got a couple of our drivers, Boyd Lear in that Chevy Monte Carlo, looked like he might be one of the ones to consider, but it looks like he made it into the pits, so that's not going to be his opportunity, but I'm guessing that Jorge Nazario in the number 165 Corvette will certainly be a front runner out of San Juan, Puerto Rico.
What if you've seen a little bit of rain down in San Juan?
Well, he's certainly seen some hurricanes down there for sure. And there's Lou Gelati having taken over that spot from Jonathan Start. Big Lou doing a fantastic job up into fourth spot. He's just one spot out of the medals in only his fifth runoff start in a storied career in both pro and amateur racing. So Jonathan Start shuffled back to fifth with Gelati taking over that spot. And Start once again right up against the wall as he comes off turn 14 up onto the front straightaway.
I bet for Gelati, all the experience he has, all the wins and all the different things he's driven in and driven as cars, still coming to the runoffs and trying to push and coming to Indianapolis at the runoffs is probably still a bucket list for him, like it is for a lot of our competitors here. So it's really kind of cool, that enthusiasm, even somebody who's kind of got the experience. I don't want to say how old he is, but he's definitely experienced. Oh, that's our leader, Andrew Aquilante.
And he has spun it right there at turn 8, it looks like. So Andrew Aquilante, he didn't lose nearly as much time as Tim Kesman, but this is going to give Kesman some new life here as he's working his way there through turn number 10.
I'm sure Kesman's team's on the radio with him right now saying, hey, you got to go. You have 11 minutes left, and your leader out in front of you just spun. You've got opportunity here. This could cut the lead probably in half.
Yeah, and it's going to cut Aquilante's feeling in the car just a little bit. It's got to shake his confidence just a touch after having had that spin, thinking that he pretty much had this wet track under control.
I don't want to say you're wrong, but I've met Andrew. I'm not sure you can shake his confidence. He's a very confident young man. If you've ever met
yeah,
Andrew,
I have many times.
Yes, he's very confident, but he can now see, if he looks through his mirrors, he can see that white Porsche coming up behind him, and at least, if nothing else, it's going to make him refocus. That's tough to do, to shake that after a spin like that when you're leading, and all of a sudden you've got to hit the next mark and the next mark and the next mark. Not easy to do in these conditions. When I think they really are changing as the rain slows a little, picks up a little. It changes almost every single corner every time by.
Kesman has cut the lead in half with that bobble by Andrew Aquilante. It's down to 5 seconds, and that is definitely doable with 10 minutes still remaining in this race, almost 11 minutes. So we'll see as we look at Kesman's lap time. That last lap not really significant because it includes Aquilante's spin, but we'll get a replay of that bobble by Andrew Aquilante as he's coming into turn number 7. That's right where Kesman spun. And into turn 8, I think right there is where he lost it.
Back end just started to go, and again, there's puddles forming all over the place. And these guys have been trying to stay off of the curbs because a lot of rubber down there, and he was trying, but I'm not sure he was as wide as where we saw Kesman trying to take that line earlier. And I think he may have just got a little bit of the slipperiness of the polished pavement underneath.
So here comes our leader, Andrew Aquilante, just putting a lap on Tom Patton, the 9th place runner. So only 8 cars remain on the lead lap, and those headlights in the fog in the background are Tim Kesman running in 2nd. I'd say across the line, he was within 5 seconds of Andrew Aquilante.
See, man just changes his line a little bit. Still going tight, still using the curbs around that apex here through the S's.
Heavy on the brakes there, leading into turn number 10. Okay. All your inputs, your steering inputs, your braking inputs, your throttle inputs, all have to be just so ginger in these kind of conditions. You just have to really take it easy. Lou Gelati putting a lap on somebody as he is still staying in the 4th spot.
I'm watching the deltas. We got a good shot of Gelati here showing his veteran experience in the rain. Just watching the delta of sector times between Aquilante and Kesman. It's going to take another 2 seconds out of this lap the way these two are going, so we'll get to them in a minute. But you got Gelati here in the Corvette, of course, and I think that is Jonathan Start right behind him in the Viper. As Gelati got past Jonathan earlier, but Jonathan didn't seem to have gone anywhere as they're going to use the apron. Hope they know there's a puddle down there at turn in right before the apex here at 7.
Yeah, here they come into that area that caught Tim Kesman out. Big splash, as you can see. They both managed to negotiate it, so Gelati holding on to his advantage. This is the battle for 4th spot between Lou Gelati in the Corvette and Jonathan Start in the Viper. Look at the time difference between Kesman and Aquilante on that last lap. Kesman almost 4 seconds faster. He's cut the lead down to 1 second. And here it is.
That lead evaporated in a hurry. Evaporated faster than any of this water is going to evaporate. Look at the pressure now on the defending champ, the 2-time defending champ.
Yep, Aquilante taking it around that endless turn number 6 through 6A and onto the Holman straight. Tim Kesman right on his back bumper. Andrew trying everything to get the power down. Any just little touch of that throttle pedal and that car wants to step out. Here's a replay almost of what happened when Kesman spun, but this time he tries to clear Andrew and he's going to be a little wide of that puddle, I think.
Oh, just kind of went through it as well, but this time he learned his lesson to not be turning while doing it. He got his braking done, kept the wheel straight before he actually turned in. We've got a new leader.
Tim Kesman retakes the lead that he gave up right there at turn 7 a few laps ago. Now negotiating turn number 10. Kesman being very ginger as well.
They're coming up, and that's Boyd Lear in one of our Monte Carlos. They're going to go past, and right in front of them is going to be Jorge Nazario in the 165 Corvette. I'm sure he can see them coming. Maybe there's spray behind him. I'm not sure how much he can see.
Nazario turning in right in front of our leaders, and he's staying right on his line, which is what he should do, and allow these guys to pick their way through. As Kesman got the better of that exchange for sure, as he had now taken it through a very wet, look at the water being thrown up by these rain tires as he comes onto the front straightaway. And again, a really dicey moment every lap as he drifts right up alongside the wall. With 7 minutes remaining, Tim Kesman taking the lead, setting the fast lap of the race at a 2:03.513, 4 seconds quicker than Andrew Aquilante. So he has gone from a 1 second deficit to a 3.5 second lead in the closing stages of this race with about 6.5 minutes remaining. That's like 3 laps worth.
That's just amazing, but it's not over yet. Again,
absolutely.
You can never say it's over in a race like this. But look at the line he's taking. Not taking the wide entry, doing the slow in, fast out. Well, you've got the power right over those rear wheels, all that weight right over the rear wheels of one of these Porsches. That's how you got to drive it. Just get the thing turned and shoot in the right way and squirt on out of there. Even around the skid pad of 6 here, staying completely away from any sort of rubbered oil that might be down along that apex that's been raced on for the last 5 or 6 days. He's going to be looking for some clean pavement as he comes up in the back. I think that's Scotty White.
Yeah, Scotty B. White, I believe, is about to go a lap down. He is 7th, so that would only leave 6 drivers on the lead lap. And Andrew Aquilante back there in a distant 2nd spot now, pretty much throwing up his hands and saying no mas. I think he doesn't want any part of this. His best hope is that Kesman gets a little overconfident or trips over a back marker.
Kesman, obviously here, it's nothing that Scotty can do through those S's other than just hold his line. And he's going to try and leave room for Kesman. But Kesman may have lost a little momentum. Aquilante could still be back there.
Working his way through turn 13, or turn 11, excuse me, up onto the banking. This is a very tricky turn in the dry as the track falls away. There's no help from the camber there as they come down off the banking into this little switchback at turn 12 and 13. And then splashing his way.
He's about to put a big old spray right in Andrew Wright's face as they go down this front straightaway. Andrew Wright's going to be wiping his visor here in a second.
Yeah, and that's a second lap down for Andrew Wright, running in 12th position right now. As Tim Kesman across the line, 4.5 minutes remaining. And a huge lead now. He has really stretched his advantage as clearly making amends for that spin he had back at mid-race, which cost him the lead.
Well, this little buffer now that he has back to Aquilante has allowed him the luxury to be able to kind of wait and really hunt for puddles and hunt for dry. And I think he'll be taking. You can see a little bit of a glare coming out there. I'm wondering if the clouds are starting to dissipate a little bit. It is still raining, but you can see it just kind of got a little bit brighter out here. And what if that's a sign that the rain might actually be slowing up? It's not going to be slowing enough for any of the drivers in our field, and weather's going to help them. It's still going to rain all the way through.
And let's not forget Mark Bowden running in the 3rd spot as he is down in turn number 1 right now. Camera angles a little different in the wet as our camera is having to adapt to the wet weather conditions. Fine job from our Apex crew. These images are just dynamite, keeping us right up to speed with all of the action as Mark Bowden soldiering on in 3rd. I think he's going to be content with that medal. Like you said, he's got such a big collection of them.
He's content with that, and right now he's probably ecstatic that his buddy and part of his team, Tim Kesman, is leading this race with about 3 minutes to go. Probably 2 more laps for Kesman, depending on where he is when he crosses start-finish. And for Kesman, that clock can't tick fast enough.
Yeah.
The last thing in these conditions you want to do is to have to run an extra lap.
Exactly. So Kesman might be thinking, hey, if I slow down a little bit, I might be able to get the white this time by.
Maybe.
But no, he's too close to it. With 3 minutes left, he's going to get across the line. So it'll be 2 more laps, I would guess.
Yeah, he's right now going through 13. The gap right now is probably close to about 10 seconds, maybe even longer, as he's probably going to be longer, probably only 14 seconds, as he was 5 seconds faster in the first sector than Andrew Aquilante. Kesman is just putting on a clinic right now on rain driving.
And I want to
sit at home and you want to learn how to drive in the rain, just watch Kesman's race.
Exactly right. But I want to give another tip of the hat to Andrew Aquilante. He is over a minute in front of Mark Bowden, who's a very experienced driver. And Bowden, who was licking his chops at the beginning of this race as Hayward was talking to him. And that's a fantastic run by Andrew Aquilante, no doubt about it, to put that much gap on an experienced driver like Mark Bowden. That's saying something.
It really is. It says a lot about all 3 of these guys right now in these provisional podium spots. They are just the cream of the crop when it comes to drivers. Andrew's doing a fantastic job. Bowden is a benchmark any class he jumps into.
Yep.
And for Kesman right now, just putting on an absolute clinic on top of both of those veteran champions.
So tip of the hat to the Phoenix team for preparing this car beautifully. Like you said, it's a 2-time defending champion.
Yeah, I tell you what, that although it is a Phoenix team, that is really Andrew's baby. When I talked to him in 2019, he had just rolled this thing out of the trailer for the first time when they got to VIR. He built this thing himself. He went to Joe, their team owner, and said, hey, I want to do this. And Andrew took it upon himself. He does all his own wrenching on his own car. He's not any sort of driver prima donna. He is as grease monkey as anybody gets. But he also, when he puts a helmet on, is just one of the best behind the wheel.
As we get a good look at this battle a little deeper in the pack, that's the 11 of Justin Oaks, who's currently running in the 6th spot, and Scotty B. White right behind him.
So this is the 2 ends of the spectrum here in terms of experience in the wet. We had heard Justin Oaks never ran the wet before, and of course Scotty B. White runs a lot of wet up in the Pacific Northwest, and here they are coming to the end of the race together.
Actually, that is not Scotty B. White, that's Jonathan Stark, who was in 5th, and Oaks has just taken over that 5th spot. So thanks to our director for catching that pass for a position. So Justin Oaks up into 5th, putting Jonathan Stark back in 6th position. As here comes Tim Kesman. He will see the white flag this time by as he drifts right up alongside that wall. The white flag is in the air. He only needs to negotiate this 2.6 mile thing at speed at least one more time.
14 more corners, got to hit the brakes probably about 6 more times. That's where it's critical, is under braking here, and you can see him just coming down off of the banking kind of as late as he can to enter into the puddle spectrum there of turns 1 and 2. Just doing a great job. And right now you don't want to back off. Your eyes are just focusing on where are the drier spots, where's the darker pavement where I don't see the shine. Look at him going through 4, just all the way down to the inside entry there, but that's where it's driest. That's the line he's going to choose.
And it's hard to believe, but this, if he's able to hang on for another half a dozen corners, this will be the first gold medal for Tim Kesman. He has got just one medal. He finished 3rd at VIR in this class. So believe it or not, this will be Tim Kesman's first gold medal. He is going to be a happy camper, and to make it even that much sweeter, he's going to clinch the super sweep as well. His 7th runoff start.
Keep an eye there. You got Lou Gelati now running around. I want to see how close he is getting actually to Mark Bowden.
Actually, that's Justin Oaks, and that's for position. Oaks is right behind Lou Gelati now, and that's for position. That's for 4th.
So the driver that came out with no rain experience now out dueling the cagey veteran who's got all the experience here in this wet conditions. Oaks apparently likes the rain.
Yeah, and does quite well in it, I might add. As that pair of Corvettes, you would think pretty evenly matched. But Oaks definitely getting the job done, picking up a couple spots here in as many laps as we're in the closing stages here. As Justin Oaks comes up onto the front straightaway.
Now I wonder how far behind Mark Bowden is Justin Oaks.
Yeah, because Gelati was only about 10 seconds behind him. But nonetheless, let's turn our attention to our champion-elect as the 144 of Tim Kesman working his way up onto the front straightaway for the final time. The checkered flag is in the air, ladies and gentlemen. A dominant performance. Danny Sullivan had a spin and win here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tim Kesman just did the same.
Fantastic drive for him. Just wonderful to see how fast a car can be thrown around here in these conditions, as well as Andrew Aquilante. Another great drive for him. Probably not, maybe not the right tool for the job today, but he showed how really skilled he can be behind the wheel of anything in any conditions.
Absolutely, as he kind of tiptoes his way through this final turn. Well adrift of our winner, Tim Kesman, but Andrew Aquilani can hold his head high. That is a fantastic drive, like you said, in a car that probably wasn't the tool for the conditions. He is just ruining the fact that this rain came about an hour too early for him. Because he easily could have made it 3 in a row.
The battle for the last podium spot is not decided yet. We know it was Bowden when they came across for white flag, but we know Justin Oaks is one of the fastest cars on the track right now.
And he's
there's
got
your
it.
answer.
Justin Oaks is going to snatch a medal away from Mark Bowden here in the closing stages unless Bowden can get back by him.
It's not decided yet for sure.
No.
That Porsche is going to try and plant the gas. We might have a fight going into 12 here on this last lap.
What a great battle for the final step on the podium, the bronze medal between these two drivers, as Justin Oaks certainly will be a factor. He started in 3rd spot. Looks like he's going to try to finish in 3rd after falling well back. As we can see Andrew right there in front of him. Bowden dives down to the inside at turn 12. Can't close the deal. Coming onto the front straightaway. Oaks getting a little squirrely. You can see that car trying to give up. Bowden should have better traction in the run to the line. They've got a back marker in front of them. Right out to the wall they come. Here comes Oaks, another slower car. Oaks is going to hold him off and take that medal by the slimmest of margins. Mark Bowden has to settle for 4th position. Just about a quarter of a second at the line. Oh my goodness.
It's the most exciting boat race I've seen all week.
Exactly. What a great drive for Justin Oaks, picking up 3 spots literally in the closing couple of laps for a driver who has no rain experience.
It took him probably about 13 laps to get used to the rain. Those last 4 for him were just flyers and able to pull up and end up on the podium with Tim Kesman and Andrew Aquilante. Great drive from all 3, but Justin Oaks, that was awesome.
Yeah, in these conditions, would you have expected 2 Corvettes on the podium? I would say no. And what a fantastic job by both Andrew Aquilani and Justin Oaks breaking through for the silver and bronze medals in these really dire conditions. And doing a fantastic job of keeping his nose clean and getting the job done.
It is definitely damp out there. Very happy to not be standing out in it, but I know one of our members of our crew is standing out there waiting for this guy to get down there along his pit lane. He's out there waving to the rest of the fall line crew along the wall as he gets to go all the way to the front of the line.
You can see Kesman with the door open, probably trying to clear the windows a little bit as he pulls under the rain canopy there.
Yeah, these Cup cars don't exactly have roll-down windows.
Yeah, exactly right. The Lemons of Love sponsorship right on the hood of that car.
Yeah, great project there, the Lemons of Love.
Yep. Andrew Aquilante coming down the pit lane. A valiant drive to second spot. Getting thumbs up from all the grid marshals. They know what a great job Andrew did.
Not so sure how happy he's going to be. I mean, coming home and keeping that car on pavement and getting on the silver medal here is a huge accomplishment. But, you know, Andrew's got always the highest standards for himself. But I'm hoping he's at least content with his performance to be able to come home in that position in that car.
Hayward Wagner down in a very wet pit lane talking to our winner, Tim Kessman.
Tim, I'm just going to ask you straight. How are your nerves?
You know, this one's a long time coming. I mean, I didn't want the rain. Traditionally, I'm always better in the dry. Mark Bowden, he's the man in the rain, you know. But whatever happened, happened, and it was good. I mean, we raced hard with Mark on the first lap and got him there, and then Andrew and I swapped a couple of times. I lost, he spun, I spun.
How hard was it for you to kind of regain comfort and confidence after the spin?
It was tough. There's a lot of standing water out there all over. So even when you wouldn't think, you know, that you were in peril, you know, you run into a big old lake, and the car would just get light and slide around. So.
Well, congratulations. This is your second medal, your first win here at the Runoffs at Indy. Congratulations to you. You going to take a victory lap or park it?
No, I think I got to see if the guys want to go. I mean, is there anybody around? I did ask him. I guess we're going to park it.
All right, there's your winner.
Tim Kessman doing a very frank assessment of the conditions out there.
He looks exhausted.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a lot of work to keep that car just planted. It's a lot of focus, a lot of attention, a lot of muscle work to keep that thing constantly pointing in the right direction, because that light front end and those Porsches don't always want to turn, especially when you get a stream of water underneath. So that is a ton of work for him. Well-deserved gold medal for him.
Absolutely, yeah. The recovery after his spin, really one of the best I've seen, and a great job for Tim Kessman. But the man who's probably the most disappointed man on the property, Andrew Aquilante, again, with the conditions, he's certainly got to hold his head high, finishing within 39 seconds of Tim Kessman at the end of this race after a spin of his own. But there in the middle stages, it certainly looked like Andrew might have a chance to surprise everybody and take the top step on the podium. But wasn't to be, and Justin Oaks really the drive of the day for me in that number 11 car. Obviously, Justin
He's going to be ecstatic.
He fell well back at the beginning and then just charged his way to the front.
Those last three laps were just amazing. All of a sudden, he was next to Gelati. We said, where did he come from? And then all of a sudden, hey, you know, it's not over yet. Bowden was there for the taking, and again, just finish ahead of Mark Bowden, as Tim Kessman just said. Bowden is usually the master of the rain. Not Mark Bowden's day for Justin Oaks, able to come through. And the first time seeing rain under his race tires, he made the most out of it, finishing up here on the podium.
It looks like Tim is going to take that victory lap after all.
Hayward's trying to see if we can get the other two.
Sounds like we've got our second place finisher, Andrew Aquilante, with Hayward.
You jinxed me.
Andrew's accusing me of jinxing him. I said you'd be third. I didn't say second. This is on me. This is on me. You got a big grin on your face. How was that race for you, just from the joy of driving? Were you having fun? Was it miserable, or your nerves shot? Like, what does it feel like?
I think I broke my elbow, and I'm torched at the moment. Yeah. No, I was wild.
Tell me about the spin.
Oh, just there was no grip. I mean, that was the thing. I mean, Tim did it when we went charging down in there, 4 laps earlier, and I did it a little bit farther. I mean, the track was inundated. I mean, that was at one point during that caution, I was considering coming in. From the aspect of that first lap, Mark, Tim, and I almost all balled it up about 10 times, it felt like. But, you know, once I'm like, okay, we'll run the restart here, and I had to jump on Tim and got by him. Then he spun, and I'm like, okay, we'll hang out here and we'll do what we can. And then he caught us, and you know, that's that. I mean, we were part throttle, other than on the front straightaway everywhere, so we couldn't do much. So
Did you learn anything you use maybe later this weekend?
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain. You know, it's that sort of thing that this place was pretty nasty in the wet. And, you know, the reason why I hung out there was because I'm like, okay, well, all these workers, all the people out here, they're out there flagging still. So we'll keep it up as long as we can, and he gets by us. He gets by us. Once he got by us, I'm like, I ain't risking it for this. There's no biscuit, so I ain't risking it. So they told me third was a minute back. I'm like, okay, he can have it.
Well, it was a heck of a show. It was a lot of fun to watch. Congratulations on the silver.
Thank you.
We're going to get Justin next. Justin told us on grid that never raced in the rain before. It looked like it took you about 13 laps to figure out how to do it.
That sounds about right. I'm extremely happy. I mean, we were able to get on the podium or get third on the last lap barely. My team didn't tell me what position I was in, so for me, it was just overwhelming. I mean, I couldn't see anything down the straight. I've never raced in the rain. I've never been on a rain tire on any car, not just this one. So this was a lot. So the fact that we came away with a good result, make my team proud, and with my wife here and my family and everybody, it's just like huge achievement, my first runoff. So very happy.
We don't have driver of the day voting in this event, but if we did, I feel like you probably locked that one in. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all you guys do. Thank you.
I second that. Justin Oaks, drive of the day for sure. Figuring it out at the end when it counted and bringing that car home into third spot. What a fantastic drive.
Oh, absolutely. And you could see the joy and elation in his voice as he's saying that, and also about thanking his team and his wife, of course. These things don't happen without a team or without your family.
Yeah, it was amazing to me that he wasn't sure whether Andrew won or not. So because he asked the question, did you win? So, I mean, clearly his team did keep him in the dark. Here's the top 10 finishers. Only 6 cars finished on the lead lap. Tim Kesman, your winner. Andrew Aquilante in second. Justin Oaks, drive of the day, in third, albeit over a minute behind the second-place finisher. Mark Bowden came home in fourth. Lou Gelati, a great drive for the veteran, into fifth. Jonathan Start hung on for a sixth-place finish. First car a lap down, Thomas Erb in the sixth. Jorge Nazario out of Puerto Rico comes home in eighth. Scotty B. White and Tiger Tom Patton gets another top 10 in the Sunbeam Tiger. So the highlights or rain lights of this one, Mark Bowden looks like he was off to the races at the beginning, but look at that white Porsche right behind him as his teammate Tim Kesman closing the gap quickly as they head down into turn number 1 on the opening lap, as a lot of cars really tiptoeing down that front straightaway. But Tim Kesman not only survived the race, but survived his victory lap and has got it right there in front of the podium.
Yeah, what a fight, though, really, between he and Aquilante for a couple laps there. Had a great fight, and then, of course, his spin, it really almost for a moment there thought maybe he cost the race and handed it over to Andrew Aquilante, and Andrew just kept pushing and pushing until he had his spin. For Kesman, though, man, look at the pace that he has to be able to win this race by almost 40 seconds over a 10-time champ. That's impressive.
We're going to take another shot at our highlights. As we apologize for just a little technical glitch, but the rain gets into the production equipment again. Here we go, running our way down the front straightaway. Mark Bowden at the point, but here was a scary moment as Joe Koenig aquaplaning down the Holman straightaway, and that car just turned sharply left into the guardrail. But
shows you how wet it really was for these guys.
Yeah, Joe out of the car walking. That's a good sign to see. But then on the restart, Andrew Aquilante, considering the conditions and considering maybe not the best tool for the race, able to stay right with Tim Kesman. Kesman with an unforced error, spinning it down at turn 7, gave the lead to Aquilante. And just as it looked like Andrew was going to be able to drive away into the sunset, Tim Kesman put the visor down, got a little bit of the red mist, I'm sure, and not only caught him but passed him, and stretched his lead out to a 40-second advantage at the end.
Tremendous finish, way to really close that race out and win that gold medal.
So with that, we will say a rather soggy adieu to the GT2 National Final. And once again, thanks to our friends from Mazda for their sponsorship of the broadcast of the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. For Lefty McLeod and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
We answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo. with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indy. One word says it all. And for the second time, this legendary venue hosts one of motorsport's most prestigious events, the SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Together, it's a can't-miss bucket list pairing, and almost 900 entries have arrived, all pursuing two things: a chance to kiss the bricks and a gold medal that says champion. Hi, everybody, and welcome. It's Hagerty Race Day here at the 58th running of the SCCA Runoffs, our broadcast presented by Mazda. And if we were here for the 500 or the Brickyard, we'd be waiting for that window in Terre Haute. This is SCCA road racing. It's raining pretty good, but we are going to go racing. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer. Tom O'Gorman alongside Hayward Wagner down in pit lane. And, Tomo, you can take a look at the weather here. It is going to be a sketchy, interesting race.
It's going to be a lot of fun, too, and we're going to be watching Super Touring Light. We'll talk about the class in a little bit, but this class has always put on a great show. Things were actually more spread out in qualifying than we'd expect from a class like this, but that was all in the dry. Things have been thrown completely out the window. We're racing in the wet, and that's going to be very interesting for a track that drivers don't get to see very often, if not maybe once every 5 years.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Last time anybody could run here was in 2017, and it wasn't raining during that event, so this is new ground. And speaking of the track, let's take a look now at our track map presented by Mazda. 14 turns, 2.6 miles. Straights, technical sections. This place is pretty fun.
It is a lot of fun, and you can see we're driving on the dark gray road course. You're headed down towards turn one, down quote-unquote wrong way towards through the speedway, and it's quite a bit of standing water. A little bit of banking trails it down to the driver's right side, but then a heavy braking zone into turn one, into turn 2 and 3. They all link together, get a little bit bigger and faster, but there is a big river that's formed exiting turn 1 that you have to cross before you get to turn 2. Then through the tricky infield section, 3, 4, 5, a pair of triple right-handers. Fine puddles all through there before we get into a braking zone for turn 6. Long carousel that drives kind of like a skid pad, and then onto the Holman Straight, which has 2 different surfaces and a painted white line that's going to get awful slick here in the wet. Then we go into sector 2, turns 7, 8, 9, and 10, kind of the S's section, if you want to call it that. Another big river and some puddles forming between turns 7 and 8 that these drivers are going to have to navigate before coming back up onto the banking. Now, we talked about that banking, draining the water down to the bottom. Turn 11 is at the bottom. It's going to get drained right onto that track into sector 3 before a heavy braking zone for turn 12, where another puddle and river will meet the drivers before getting to turn 13 and sweeping back up through turn 14, which is again at the bottom of some banking and is having some serious puddling.
Yeah, lots of challenges here. We just want to remind everybody, just in case you weren't aware of it, that it's a fact. More Mazdas are road raced on any given weekend than any other car brand. And that comes down to 2 things: a great car and great support for the drivers that race them. Big thank you to Mazda. Here is a look. Off to your right, that is the entrance to turn 12. You come up that little bit of banking into 12. This turn 13 is actually one of the more critical corners on this track because it sets you up through the run through 14 and up onto the banking to make a pass down into pit lane and down the pit straight. And next to that is pit lane. And down there is the third member of our team, Hayward Wagner. And Hayward, there's some pretty interesting news that's coming out from the fine folks at SCCA and Mazda.
Yeah, we'll get to that midway through the race. We're going to talk about the MX-5 Cup, but right now we're just talking about STL. It's actually slacked up a bit. It's not raining quite as hard as it was. I've talked to all the guys here on the grid. Danny says he loves the wet. He's really excited to get out and run in this. Joe's not quite as big a fan of the wet. Greg's never really run in the wet. So we've got a pretty good mix of experience levels. One interesting note, though, when I was talking to Joe about the wet, he said he's comfortable with it, but this is not the car he would pick. He would pick a heavier front-wheel drive car that really drives the tires down into the ground. So keep an eye for the heavier cars a little bit further back on the grid to come up front. Before we get away, one last piece of technology note. Recognize this, I'm a dad. That is a apple juice bottle that's been cut right at the flute. It's running down a hose and blowing fresh air across Joe's windshield on the inside. That is what a defrost system looks like in STL.
Hey, whatever works. Thanks, Hayward. That's a great story and a great application of something that, hey, necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. It looks like they have that one figured out, and that's pretty cool. Now, here's one thing. Denny Stain, I was fortunate a couple of years ago at the June Sprints to be there, and this race in that car unfolded in the wet. He disappeared. The guy is really good in the rain.
He is really good in the rain, but he doesn't necessarily have the platform you choose for the rain, being a front-engine, rear-wheel drive car. He doesn't have that engine over-the-drive wheels where a majority, at least a half of this field, most of them Honda products, will have that front-wheel drive. And Super Touring Light is a production-based class, 2-liter engines and under. You see it's mostly made up of those Hondas and Mazdas, but we do have the odd Scion FRS, maybe in a Mazda RX-8 or Honda S2000 out there as well. So you're going to see a lot of very similar-looking cars, but they do get to do engine swaps within their manufacturer. They get to modify the suspension and the driveline just a little bit, but they are production based and they're pretty simple, straightforward, fun race cars.
Absolutely, and they usually put on a fabulous show, so we're looking forward to that. It's a big field, so we're just going to run the grid across the bottom of the screen. You can pick out your favorite driver and cheer for them. A couple of drivers we want to know. One, Denny Stain, did qualify up front, so he is a tire rack pole sitter and doing a great job. It's his 4th career pole in runoffs competition. He is also the one driver in the field that is super sweep eligible, just has to hang on and win the thing. Gee, that's not going to be tough at all. And then we also have the driver that has been named the Hawk Breakthrough Performer, and that is most positions improved from the qualifying session on Tuesday to Wednesday, and that goes to Gonzo Aponte out of St. Cloud, Florida, in his AKT Racing Team Pope Machine Shop Honda Civic. 24 positions he jumped from day 1 to day 2, and eventually stuck it right up into the top 15, sitting 13th in that number 44. The legendary yard of bricks right there. Every time you drive by that and you feel that little thump, you know you're on pretty hallowed ground.
For sure. And then looking back from Danny Stain, Joe Mosier and Greg Malloy in a pair of very similar Honda CRXs. Malloy, obviously we've seen Mosier a lot, actually already won a championship this weekend here at the Runoffs. But Malloy is relatively new to Runoffs competition, finished on the podium last year. I believe made his Runoffs debut at Indy the first time we came here, and has been extremely fast in that CRX, been working very hard. All 3 of those drivers under the track record from 2017 in qualifying. Then we get to a couple of different names. Jimmy Libre out of Puerto Rico in another Civic, and then Taz Harvey, familiar name, in a Civic Type R. an Integra Type R. So we have 4 out of 5 on the front 5 positions, front-wheel drive cars.
Taz, back in the day, raced a lot of World Challenge when I was announcing it, also some IMSA stuff when I was announcing it. He is just flat quick, and he was really good in the rain. And when you're up Dyson wet or dry, you're running with guys like P.D. Cunningham and Pierre Kleinubing and the like, and he was always right at the sharp end of things. So in these conditions, I think he might be somebody to keep an eye on. Max Guy, too, is generally pretty good in the wet. And, yeah, that's a good point. Mosier already a champion. That he is now a 3-time gold medalist and going for a 4th and doing it from the outside of the front row. This is going to be 19 laps or 40 minutes, and in these conditions it might tilt to the 40 minutes, especially if we have any kind of caution or whatever, but you can see it's just dark out there anyway, and then you get the spray up in the air and it just turns into, visibility is going to be a serious issue for everybody outside of the leader in this one.
What we learned in some of the past races where it was wet is that this track doesn't have the best drainage, and what it creates are these fine puddles. This is a great camera shot. Anywhere where you see that kind of darker water forming, those are very small puddles. As the car crosses those, it floats for just a second and then gains grip back. It can be very unpredictable, so these drivers are going in with a big mystery at this green flag.
And there are also spots where you'll see it's real dark and shiny in an absolute pattern. That's a patch, and you got to be careful for those too. All right, pace car is in. We are about ready to start the run for the gold for STL Super Touring Light here at the 58th running of the SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Denny Stain in that blue and orange Mazda leading the field up. Joe Mosier alongside, and they are about to hit it. You can see the starter stand center top of your screen. You'll know we're green. STL is underway. Let's see. Look at Mosier just take off. Front-wheel drive car just launching. Absolutely huge start. And you can see Denny Stain swallowed up just a little bit. Now back in 4th at best at this stage. And Mosier now protecting down to the inside. Big swing to the outside, side by side, down into turn 1.
Jimmy Ibre around the outside going for the lead. The rest of the field streams through. Everyone nice and cautious. Taz Harvey having a bad start. He's on the outside in the white number 8. Falling back a number of positions, as is Denny Stain. Look at Max Guy in the prelude around the outside, challenging for the top positions, back from 9th on the grid.
Phenomenal run, and Ibre did get up alongside, but Mosier was able to hang on to it, and Denny Stain just glommed onto the back of Mosier. And Denny, big, deep move down into this really tricky long turn 6, and he doesn't know that it should be a front drive car better out there. That was phenomenal. He clearly has an understanding of where the grip is.
Maybe here to say it wants to prove us wrong. He had a terrible start, maybe in the wrong gear or something,
Yeah.
but then just coming back with a vengeance, almost 3 wide for second. Now we have Yibre powering around Mosier for second place in that newer Civic.
And Mosier now diving down to the inside. Yibre, oh, but Stain, look at that run around the outside. It was a little bit too wide, and Yibre, I think Stain was thinking there's going to be good grip out there, and the problem was it was just too long a run. Yibre knifes through, picks up the lead once again.
Either that or he found out that the braking zone for turn 7 is a little more slick than he thought it was. Now here is where they're experiencing quite a bit of puddling. Look at all the water washing off of Yibre right into the vision of Danny Stain as they come up to the banking. Now we'll get a little bit of consistent grip as they're on that banked braking zone.
And then the turn down into 12 after you said it, a really tricky braking zone. Yibre letting the car float out a little bit more, and Stain keeping that exit a little bit more tight. I think that's why right there he wanted to get that drive out of 13. Now he's right up behind Yibre, and this is where, you know, it's sort of to heck with visibility. I want the toe for as long as I can get it here, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do. But look at the break these two have already made.
Not just the toe, but the tire tracks of the car in front will clear the way for just a moment. If you stay in those same tire tracks, you're not going to hydroplane like the guy in front of you. Most of these cars don't have headlights either. That's going to be tricky for us to see. But they're side by side down on the brakes into turn 1.
Here it is. There's Stain. Watch for the over-under. It's really tough normally to make this outside move. Now he's going to square up. Oh, nice job by Denny. He's such an experienced racer. Yeah, he's on the outside, but if he can ramp the outside, and right there, Yibre realized, yeah, I'm not quite there, and Denny just came rocketing across the front. Mosier, Max Gee, excuse me, and then Greg Malloy sitting right there in the top 5 right now. Boy, and you're right, Taz Harvey has dropped big time down to 12.
See in the background in just a minute, there's a green MX-5 that's come from 14th. That's the 57 of Chuck Hines challenging for 6th. We'll get a look at him in a minute, but there's Denny Stain driving onto the Holman Straight for the second lap, starting to pull out quite a bit of a lead from from Libre, and then it's Mosier, Gee, Malloy, and there's that green MX-5 Chuck Hines from 14th to 6th, and that's what the rain does, the great equalizer. Maybe that car is not quite as fast in the dry, but now he's challenging for 5th, clear of Malloy.
That's impressive, and we have an award here. It's called the Sunoco Hard Charge Award, courtesy of Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA, and it's most of positions improved in the race. He's an early candidate with that start. That was superb. And he did that in absolutely horrific visibility.
He really did, and now he's got his sights set on Max Gee and Joe Mosier, who are having a bit of a spat for themselves for third. Gee had that great start, but hasn't been able to clear Mosier yet.
Stain got to the front now. This time he is checking out. Gee going to try and get down underneath. And Mosier, having none of it, just closes the door, comes through. You can see Yibre right there doing a nice job. There is Mosier outside of the front row. And, well, I'll tell you what, I think Hayward may have hit it right on the head. That car, it's not as heavy at the front as you may like, and that presents a problem.
Sure, the engine in the CRX much smaller than the engine in Jimmy Yibre's car that's in front. And this class is essentially power to weight, so the more power you want to run, the more weight you have to run. And that heavier car of Jimmy Yibre seems to be behaving a little bit better in these conditions.
Here's the turn in, down into 1. Mosier just trying to float through and hang on to whatever he can here, but he's already 3 seconds adrift of Yibre. Then Gee, and then Chuck Hines. There is Chuck in that green Mazda MX-5 out of Cameron, North Carolina. Having a really good start to this race. When you're racing in these kind of conditions, once everything settles a bit, you just try and wait a little while before you really start to push again? Or do you feel like you just got to get after it right now?
What I try to do is never do the same thing twice if the first thing didn't work. So if I'm going to drive on the dry line and there's no grip, I'm going to drive somewhere else until I find the grip or until I rule out where there is no grip. What I'm seeing here is the drivers are essentially driving on the dry line. They're just navigating puddles.
Right.
And that kind of makes sense because this road course doesn't get run very much, which means it doesn't get a lot of tire scuff across the surface, and that's what makes it slick when it rains. So this track might actually not really have much of a rain line so much as a puddle line.
Here's the yellow Mazda right there of Steven Johnson running in the 7th spot, chased by the 42 of Pope. Here is a look right behind them is the 02 of Stephen Zhu out of Houston, Texas in his Honda Civic. You see X Factor on the side. That is a car that I think Chris Haldeman has worked on and does a really good job at, and Stephen Zhu also did some pro racing in the World Challenge.
He did it a little bit of a newer Civic, and you see him chuck it into turn 10. He's feeling comfortable in that newer 9th gen Civic SI, which would have had a smaller engine put into it. That car came with an engine that's too large for this category, but prepped for this, and nice underneath the number 4. Stephen Johnson had a little bit of an issue, and is going to get past from the 02.
Yeah, nice move. Johnson trying to stay with him around the outside. And right behind these guys is the number 37 Mazda of Amy Mills. And she had a great opening few laps, too. Went from that 16th up into 10th. Ooh, look at this. Ibray's back in now 3rd as Moser motors by on that long run down the front straight here at Indy.
He does. It resets the fast lap of the race, does Joe Moser, in that dark orange number 36. He's faster than Danny Stain, only by 0.3, but this is a long way to go. If he continues to lap quicker than Danny Stain, he will almost certainly catch him.
That was 0.3 of a second just in that lap alone. So, and now he'll have better visibility. And every once in a while, you know, you were talking about it. Sometimes you want to follow somebody for a while, not just because of those tire tracks, but you can see where are they slipping and where are they stuck. And then once you figure it out, then if you've got the speed, get around them. And then he's got some work to do now because he's got about 4 seconds he's going to have to make up to catch the fleet Denny Stain right now.
Kind of what makes what Danny Stain did at the start of this race so impressive. He wasn't following someone really.
Right.
He just went out and established his own line, his own rhythm, and he started to drive away, even getting comfortable using the painted curbs, which the paint will tend to be very slippery. Tend to want to stay off of those, but he's kind of confidently using them even. Car just floating beautifully. Again, using the dry line, but there's not much puddling. I wonder if the rain has succeeded just a little bit.
Well, Denny is something of a Regenmeister, as they say. And really putting that on full display here right now. I mean, and that car is just exceptionally well prepped and turned out, too. It is a missile in this class. There's Moser. Here's that turn 14. Just keeps it tucked nice and tight to the curbing. You can see the spray coming off of those tires. They are doing the job getting that water out from underneath, but you get to a certain speed and it's tough, even for a well-treaded tire, to be able to keep up with what's going on. And so that's where you, even on the straights, you have to be a little bit careful. Your brake applications have to be very gentle. Ibray dropping back just a little bit. Here comes Max G.
He's going to be deep on the brakes too. That pulls up along the outside and starts to turn in, leaves each other some room. Ibray's in just a little bit deep, not going to make the corner, comes across the nose of G, who's heads up and gives him the space, doesn't want a dent on the front of the car, at least this early.
Yeah, and that wasn't Ibray trying to do something nasty and everything. He just was a little too hot into the turn. Now G dives down underneath, heading into turn 4, gets through clean. And let's see, can he keep it as we do this long arc from 4 up and around into 5, and now this long left-hander here, turn 6. And G left that big inviting open right there, but he was actually on a little bit quicker line in terms of grip out there. Ibray stuck his nose inside, but it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, the line you saw G run is definitely a qualifying line, but it's a little bit risky to use it in a race, especially with a car right behind you. But G is actually a former champion at the Indy Motor Speedway and STU in this very car. Andy's an instructor at the Mid-Ohio Driving School, and if anybody who's been to Mid-Ohio or heard about Mid-Ohio in the wet knows that it is the most treacherous place to drive in the wet. So this might feel like a comfortable cruise for Max G.
You bring up a really good point here. Yeah, out of Lucas, Ohio. And behind the top 4, that Chuck Hines and Greg Malloy are in an absolute swap. They have a battle. They have swapped the lead a couple of times in the last couple of laps. It is back and forth. Just fun to be watching and following here. And it's back in the hands right now. Malloy just had it. Hines has just gone back by, and watch under braking. What's going to happen here? Oh, and he's off. Greg a little bit too hot in. Nice save.
Keeps his foot in at the front wheel drive, gets him out. A little too optimistic.
Yep, he sure is giving it a go. Nice thing about front wheel drive, when something you start sliding, you turn the wheels where you want to go and just give it some throttle. You hope it'll pull you around. But now that gives a large margin of comfort at this stage to the 57 of Hines.
Wow, Danny Stain is reset the fast lap of the race last time through, but this time Joe Mosier smashes it. Goes from a 1:04 from Danny Stain to a 2 minutes 2:03. So he pulls a full second out of the fastest lap of the race and is kind of stabilizing that lead to just at 4 seconds. If they keep exchanging like this, I don't know that they'll either catch or come back to each other, but they're exchanging fast laps like it's qualifying for their lives almost.
And it is still coming down. It's not raining as hard as it was, but it's still coming down enough to keep this track fully damp. And the one concern you have with rain tires, they have to be really soft to be effective. And if the track starts to dry out a little bit, then you can start overheating the reins very easily. Right now, that is not an issue. But for Denny Stain, you know the crew is telling him just kind of what kind of lap that Mosier just turned, and now can he respond?
For sure, and you would think that MX-5 is not a particularly heavy car, but the CRX from behind is about 2,300.5 pounds. This MX-5 is almost 2,800 pounds, so that's about 500 pounds difference. Danny getting real comfortable throwing the car around, but Danny has that extra weight to push the car into the surface that Hayward was mentioning.
Yeah, that's a good point. A heavy car in these conditions. Once it starts to slide, then it's just an issue of just centrifugal force working against you, but it can give you that little bit of grip as you talk about. And even though both cars have the engine up front, you know, it doesn't do that much. With a front drive car with an engine up front, that can usually be pretty effective, but as you point out, it's just maybe too light. Look at this scrap continues here as Ebre working G over pretty good here for that final podium spot. Keeping an eye here to see if Malloy is going to be able on his own, and doesn't look like it. He's dropped off fairly significantly now.
Last time through, the fastest of these cars was actually Chuck Hines, but he looks to have slipped this lap, maybe made a mistake. But Jimmy Ebre is not going to let Max G get away with it. He kind of got past last lap and then has responded by being able to follow the Prelude driver, figure out a couple of things, and is keeping up nicely.
Once again, down through turn one, and I was just watching, and Greg Malloy just turned the lap over 2 seconds faster than Hines, so that one's not settled yet either.
Not getting too hot yet, but Joe Mosier actually took a full second out of the lead for Danny Stain last lap through. As that one comes together, we'll certainly cut back to it, but Malloy wants the position back from Chuck Hines. This is for 5th.
Ooh, and a big wiggle by Hines, and he is off, and tried to keep that car in a straight line, knowing that if he got sideways, this is exactly what would happen. He's got to be really careful here, rejoining with traffic coming. That was too bad. He did exactly what he needed to do, but it's just bumpy there, and he started to bump, and then it starts to slide to that grass. You just literally pick up speed when it's wet.
Yeah, it's like ice. It just sends you on for a ride. It's actually pretty lucky he didn't come back on the track a little further, presumes, and that's kind of heartbreaking. He had such a good start, again, from 14th to 5th, and now probably back closer to 14th.
Take another look at that here, Tomo.
Oof. Happened so fast. Just a slight overcorrection, caught a puddle, and sent him into the grass. And once you're on the grass, you are no longer driving the car. You are a passenger.
Yeah, you're just sitting there hoping. And, yeah, he did everything he possibly could to keep those wheels straight once that happened. So now, work to do for him as he has dropped back, obviously, significantly here. And see what he's able to do. Well, now we're paying attention, as you said, to that margin. Stain to Mosier is down to just a tick over 3 seconds. Now the question is Malloy, he's not that far back of the G. Ebre battle, and he might have some speed here with that front drive car at CRX. he just came back at Hines incredibly quickly.
Yeah, crossing the halfway point of the race. And one of the things that's tough with these rain races is confidence. If you start the race with no mistakes and you continue to get quicker and quicker and quicker, you're building that confidence. But the moment you have a mistake, like we've seen Malloy make or Chuck Hines, you get rattled, and you have to get back in your rhythm and trust that you can at least do what you were doing. Maybe don't do what you tried that time again, but
yes.
you have to get back into your rhythm, or the pace will slow significantly. It looks like Malloy has done a great job to resume the pace that he was running and resets his personal best fastest lap last time through.
And one of the things you have to do when you're driving in the rain is you just constantly need to adjust. What worked, as you said, the previous lap might not. You see Ibra there running a little wider line, but the car started to come around on him, but he floated some pretty good speed. But you're not just always adjusting just on the steering wheel in corrections, but your line, your braking point, all sorts of things you have to be paying attention to even more intensely than you do in the dry. So things have settled just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break and listen to a little about our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
We're back at Hagerty Race Day here at the 58th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast. And tell you what, Denny Stain, while we were in break, we looked at the monitors, and that margin had dropped to just a tick over a second. And the reason was Joe had just turned a 2-minute 2.7 to a 2:04 for Denny. But it looks like Denny got through some traffic a bit cleaner than Mosier did, and that gap's going to open up again.
He sure did. Just in Sector 1 alone, Mosier is 3 seconds, or 2.5 seconds at least, slower than Danny Stain on this specific lap. So the lead battle that was coming together has spread back out to the tune of maybe 2.5 seconds by the end of this lap, which is unfortunate. We were leaning forward slowly, waiting for Mosier to kind of catch up.
We have a full course yellow too. So that huge gap from Mosier back to Max G in that battle is going to evaporate here. Full chorus here at the not working lap 9 of 19. And it's somebody off to the outside of turn 4 in the gravel. And the gravel does its job. It grabs you and stops you from sliding farther and hitting something. But when you're stuck in the gravel, if you get there, somebody else can. And so you're literally a sitting target there until they come and move you. So we are under a full course caution. But for Denny Stain and Joe Mosier, who were thinking, well, we can just settle this one between the two of us. With the speed we're seeing from like Malloy and G and Ibra, this could be fun. All right,
that was pretty trick.
That was just a little bit of a deja vu moment here at the Runoffs. Going to try and get to the replay of what happened here. Oh, Mosier. Wow. Is that Mosier? That's what happened to Mosier. In his lap time, he got really crossed up, and it just totally inadvertently, but he punted him firmly into the gravel.
When we heard there was a replay, I wondered if this car was in the gravel related to Joe Moser's slow first sector, and sure enough, he's got a little bit of damage on the right front of that, or left front of that car. It is a steel fender, so it looks pretty sturdy, and if he didn't lock the alignment out, he'll be okay, but that's unfortunate. It looks like he maybe was either surprised by the lack of grip or maybe some target fixation onto the lapped car, focused on making sure he got by it clean and ended up where he was looking.
Absolutely. That, to me, that was a moment you see in ice racing.
Yeah.
A lot, where the car just suddenly has one of those weird snaps. And so Moser, who'd been obviously running incredibly quick, but got the lap car between himself and Denny, but then behind them, you've got a few more lap cars, but that whole big, huge gap is going to be closing up. And there you see Max G, and he's bringing Ebre right along with, and then another lap car, then Malloy, who are all running pretty quickly too. So how quickly they can clear these lap cars, they might be right back in the hunt of this.
Yeah, for sure, and hopefully those lap cars are kind of aware that they're in the lead pack.
Right.
They're not going to know specifically which cars are part of the lead pack, but they're going to know they're not quite in this race. But they do have their own race going on, so they don't have to disappear. We just will hope that they sort themselves out pretty quickly.
And as the field now starting to pack up behind the pace car here, you had a look there at Stephen Zhu. And the reason we're paying a bit of attention to Stephen, we saw him come up and get racy up near the front. And, I mean, he's done some pro racing and the like, and so it didn't surprise us. But then we both realized that he started 29th and has worked his way up into the top 10, had been running up in the 6th spot in his Honda Civic. So we've got that Sunoco Hard Charger Award. I got to believe he's going to be leading in that category right now, at least. What a drive from the back.
Yeah, pretty much a shoe-in for that. You got to believe, as the lights are still on the pace car, it looks like, so we might go one more time by. I'm not sure, but just behind him is Chuck Hines, a driver we were watching earlier in the number 57, that green MX-5. Not in the camera frame right now, but he had that spin, or that slide, we should say, and is now back right behind the cars that he's challenging for position in Stephen Zhu and Steven Johnson. So that's a little bit of redemption opportunity for Chuck Hines.
He was certainly running quick laps and having a good run. And then right behind him was Taz Harvey, who dropped to 12th, then had worked his way up by the time this caution came around back into 9th. And that will bring him a little bit closer up into this mix as well. So this one's going to be going. Now you'll notice upper left-hand corner, you see that the lap count has changed to time. And just with this caution and the lap times they're running, 19 laps was not going to happen within the 40-minute time window, so it is now a timed race. There is Taz Harvey, and he is not only a really talented driver, he's just a great character, wicked sense of humor, and it's a real treat. When I was calling some of these races, I actually spent some time in pit lane when he was doing some of the IMSA stuff, and doing interviews with him down in the pits was always absolutely hilarious and great fun.
You can almost see the sense of humor when he's driving sometimes. He just drives pretty fun.
Yeah.
Had a great charge last year at the Road America event where he was challenging for, if I remember correctly, either a top 5 or a podium, and maybe had an engine expire or something like that. So a little bit of redemption happening at this event this year. But there's a look at the top 2, the orange and blue MX-5 and then the orange CRX are your first and second place cars.
And we are going green next time by. And as you said, all these cars that are down a lap, you hope that if they're going to help, they just come out of 14 and get way down out of the way. But one of the things that you'll hear a lot in drivers' meetings is don't help. Let us come by you because we've got a plan on how we're going to get past you. But in this instance, if they all just stay low and out of the way, I'm sure all of this top group going for the medals would appreciate that.
Yeah, learning to become invisible on a racetrack is a skill set all on its own. And sometimes you see that when you watch Formula One qualifying. Those guys are great at being invisible when they're not on a hot lap, but not necessarily something everyone gets to experience. There is Denny Stripling, who you may recognize of Spec Racer Ford fame.
Yeah.
This is a car they brought to the runoffs just for fun. They race it in Endurance Racing Series. It's not fully prepped for this category by any stretch, but they did bring some rain tires, and he's having a great race. Started in the 21st spot and is now challenging for something like 11th to 13th. As he actually just slipped back to 14th last time through, but is in a great battle with a bunch of cars. And they always say rain's the great equalizer. He's experiencing that right now in a slightly underprepared car.
Right. But, yeah, it's underprepared, but he is really good in the momentum car, the Spec Racer Ford 3, and in the wet, smooth is everything, and that's what it is. And even, as you said, if you have a ton of horsepower in the wet, sometimes that really doesn't help you much. And so and most importantly of all, he's running the runoffs at Indy, and you know he's running inside that number. So that's what matters. A few more of our competitors here. Looking at the number 81 of Hugh McAlfee in the Flat Out Motorsports Mazda. There's the number 61, Scott Bettinger, the Don Preston Racing Mazda Hoosier Miata. All right, here we go. Pace car now. We'll go straight on here. Hayward, what's the word down in a damp pit lane?
Guys, I'm here with Mike Bulletin, who's talking about the MX-5 car that's towards the back of the field at the moment, and we can come back to it, but we want to get a chance to talk to him a little bit about that before the race is over. So tell me a little bit about this car, the MX-5 car. Why is this an attractive platform?
It's built kind of to be a cheap, effective car to run, reliable and easy to tech, so that it kind of highlights the driver's performance more than the car. You kind of get a better sense of that, and it's a good ladder system.
Are they fun to drive?
Absolutely. I can't even imagine out there in the rain it'd be a blast. They like to slide around.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really cool when that all comes up and online. We're looking forward to that. And this race is back and underway. And boy, Denny did a great job on that restart. And Moser now has G all over his 6. There goes Denny. Look at that lead he's already built up.
He's got a huge lead, and I was going to point out how important it is for Moser to be paying attention to when Danny goes. But Danny went before, in the acceleration zone leading up to the green. The lapped car between them, you can't pass it until the green actually comes out. He didn't quite go fast enough, and that's built that big lead for Danny Stain. Now, we do have about 13 minutes of green flag running left, and Moser was quicker pretty regularly. Coming back to that full course yellow, so he might have a chance, but that's a long way. Look at that gap.
Yeah, well, I mean, and Denny absolutely perfect per the rule. And when you've got a lap car between you, if they don't do a wave around or have those lap cars drop to the back, they're there. And like you said, Denny rolled into the acceleration zone and went, and the lap car didn't go with him. And that, is maybe an instruction when you get there, when that leader goes, just go. And now Moser has work to do in two fronts. One, trying to run down Denny, and two, trying to keep Max G behind him.
And Max G has now got a perfect view of what Moser was doing to be the fastest car on track, so he gets to respond every single time Moser goes into a corner, try to replicate it and go as fast as Moser was, and you can see it's pretty well working for him. He's sticked with him to maybe the tune of a second, and is still within the sights, certainly within the spray.
And there is Jimmy Ibre in the Honda Civic out of Santo Domingo. He still sits in a very good 4 spot right there in that blue and red machine, and then behind him is Malloy. I'm interested to see what Malloy might be able to do here. And Stephen Zhu has gone back around Steven Johnson and jumped back up into the 6th place from 29th. That's 23 positions he's made up in this race already. That is impressive as they come whistling down the straight here. And here comes Malloy. He just looks so quick. He's up alongside Ibre. This is for 4th. Is it going to be a braking duel? Malloy going to try and park it around the outside. Does. Nice job. Ibre was pretty gentlemanly there.
Certainly was, and we saw that he actually got in a little deep, a little slippery when he was side by side with Max G. Learned his lesson and made sure that he left the racing space that he should have with Malloy going by. So that's going to promote Malloy up to 4th, Ibre back to 5th. And then they've got a pretty good gap back to the next group of cars. It's going to be Chuck Hines in that green MX-5.
Yeah, Hines, Steven Johnson. Here's a look at Zhu. He's working through. Does he drop back?
It's either drop back or Mike Taylor has done a massive charge on that restart. Mike Taylor is in the white with the kind of red graphics inspired by the old British touring cars. And I think Mike might have charged forward. No, actually, you're right. It is. Stephen Zhu dropped back a little bit.
Was at 6th. Yeah, he's dropped down just a little bit. And Amy Mills continuing to do a great job sitting there 9th now in the number 9. Part of this mix. There is the 39 of Mike Taylor. Oh, something's not quite right with Zhu. He suddenly is off pace and offline, trying not to get in the way of people. That's unfortunate. What a drive he put together.
Sounded like the car was pretty off song when it went by our microphones there. It's heartbreaking, but it's still got some speed left in it. Maybe an intermittent problem. Something got wet, perhaps.
That red car is Tom Van Veen in the Honda Civic CX out of Bellingham, Washington. Look at this lead right now that Denny has, as we are under 10 minutes to go, just under 10 minutes to go. Then Moser, then G, then Malloy now, and Ibre. And Malloy, I'll be really curious to see what kind of lap time he turns here. Because that last lap, he was booking, and he's a full second faster than G right now. So this final podium spot is going to still be under contest, that's for sure.
So is the final spot in the top 5. Chuck Hines in the green MX-5 has really put on a charge on the restart and caught Jimmy Ibre, who slipped to 5th. So that is the 5th and 6th place cars. And while we watch them navigate turn 3, I was going to point out Joe Moser has that much lighter CRX, and while the rain tires don't like to get overheated, they do still respond to heat. Maybe he lost the heat and doesn't have it quite there yet because he's significantly off the pace that he was running before, while Danny Stain has just resumed right back at that speed.
That's a really good point. Ooh, I was thinking that we were going to see a big lunge, and so did Ibre. Moving that wheel up just a little bit. Now side by side all the way through 6, up into 6A. And around the outside, waiting to see if he manages to make it stick. Now it's a drag race down into 7. This is good stuff. Taz Harvey has now come up and moved into 7th. And it sticks for Chuck Hines. He's now up into 5th. Ibre right there. And there's Taz just flashing into view in that white number 8. I'm curious as to what kind of lap times they're going to be running here at this stage. Malloy on that last lap, as I said, is running really, really quickly, and I think he's going to be right up with G. Look at Ibre absolutely refusing to just let Hines make this one permanently stick. Side by side now up into turn 11, heading toward 12, and I would think here that Hines in that light Mazda, and you know, one of the reasons these Mazdas are pretty quick in the wedge, they're just so incredibly balanced.
They are very well balanced. He had that little bit of a slip coming out of turn 10, which allowed Ibre to get alongside, but then Ibre couldn't quite do anything with it. You saw that Ibre's maybe just a little bit behind the car right now as he almost drove off the track exiting 13, which is going to allow Hines to drive away in 5th. And all of that has brought Taz Harvey and Steven Johnson into the battle. Harvey in the white Integra and Johnson in the black and yellow Miata.
So basically, this battle for that 5th spot is on. And Taz is really putting in some laps here. That last lap, he just ran 2 seconds quicker than Ibre did, and even quicker than Hines, and there he is. I mean, he's basically caught them already. See what Taz is going to be able to do. And again, G running about 6/10 faster than Moser. And Malloy right in that same speed window. But Taz is on the move here. That's just great to be able to announce Taz racing again.
He's had a heck of a charge. Remember, he slipped at the start all the way back to 15th on lap 2 and is now battling for 5th. So if he'd have not slipped, who knows?
Yeah, and speaking of battling, G is on it right now and right on the rear deck of Moser, and Malloy is coming along for the ride too.
Trying to get a really good look at the left front of Moser's car, but it almost looks like it has positive camber in the left front tire, meaning instead of the contact patch normally gaining grip on the way into the corner, it's actually losing grip. I think it's got a little bit of damage from that contact with the lapped car, and that's certainly hurting his pace. Yeah, look at it, struggling to get the grip on that turn, and that's the tire that he'd be leaning on, just shoving it across the surface. It's not stood up completely upright, but there's definitely some damage on that left front.
And that's from that big thunk he had earlier in the race, obviously, and it could change setup on the car. Yeah, that's a really good point. You can see the difference right now. G is doing everything he can. He's going to swing down to the inside. You can see Moser sort of faints over a little bit. And Normally you'd think he's trying to break the draft, but I think in this case it's more you're trying to make sure he's got spray in his face.
Yeah, it's very possible. You look at the seams too. You can see the cars kind of hunt when they get those wet seams. Whoa, big slide for G. Keeps it on the track, but these guys are pushing hard.
Yeah, and that's part of the game. I mean, you know, when I was first starting, well, wait, here's G, dives down to the inside, side by side through turn 4. But G, just with that inside line, he couldn't roll as much speed. And look at Malloy closing up on the back of these guys. So we have a multi-car battle forming for that 5th spot, but this battle for the final podium spot's going to be 3 cars strong here in short order too, I think.
And all these guys have podiums or wins to their name at the runoffs, but only 2 of them can come away from this battle with a medal around their neck. It's highly unlikely that it'll be gold at this point in the race, but Danny Stain is completely checked out. But all 3 of them are going to want one of those medal spots.
You bet, and working at it. But boy, I'll tell you, Greg Malloy has just been really impressive. After the first few laps of this race, he figured out where the puddles are, as they say, and he has been really quick. I was going to say, when I was first starting announcing and the like, and corner working and everything, there was a Formula V driver up in Land O'Lakes region at Brainerd, and he used to talk about that in a race when it was wet, that big drag strip had those seams that would run all the way down and they'd hold water. He said he always would try and put a set of, one side of his tires right on that seam and pull all that water up, throw it in the back into the face of whoever was chasing him. He said, you do what you can. It's like, you guys would a little wide in the corner. You have that cloud of dust and dirt and debris and a couple of pebbles.
Who, me?
Oh, you pro guys,
Yeah.
Never do that here. That is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We're heading into the final 3.5 minutes. Moser's been able to clear things a little bit. Looking at the times, virtually identical. Malloy, all at about the same in terms of times, although G off by about 3/10 to the others here. And here is that battle for the final podium spot. Hines and Ebre. Taz took a run, but he seems to have faded just a little bit.
Seems like the drivers are a little hesitant to try moves at this point. I think they seem pretty comfortable with where the grip they found is, and are maybe hesitant to really experiment much after being on track for 37 minutes. With 3 minutes to go in this one, I think G might have a little bit of speed, Ebre might have a little bit of speed, but they're hesitant to try it. Maybe just yet, maybe on the last lap, but I don't see him really making a lot of moves just yet.
Well, I think you bring up a good point. When you've been out exploring and now, okay, I found where the grip is. Now you're running at the absolute limit of the best grip area on the track. To make a pass, you have to move off of that back into a lower grip scenario. That could be really sketchy. So I think you're right. And it's like, well, I'm just going to follow along here. And if I have to, I'll do something dramatic on that last lap to try and go after it here.
I think Chuck Hines may be feeling the pressure just a little bit. Look at him protecting up, moving in a car width, and then there's a lot of water there still on the turn into turn 7. He floats for a second and allows Ebre to come all the way to the bumper. There's nowhere to go with it.
Up front, just keeping an eye on things. Denny Stain comes through, and boy, he is just flying. He continues to throw down laps a couple seconds faster than anybody on track right now. He is in the proverbial zone right now, no question about that. But virtually nothing again between Moser and G. About 8/10, so it's that close. And we're expecting white flag has just come out for Denny Stain, so we are on our final lap. So this is when you got to pull the trigger if you think you've got anything left.
Ebre is as close as he's ever been to the back bumper of Chuck Hines coming onto the front straightaway. This is the battle for 5th. Top 5s are bragging rights in their own right here at the runoffs. Ebre is going to look to the outside, but that MX-5 has some serious straight line speed. Starts to pull out a car width or two.
It does indeed. There's Taz behind them in the white Acura, and then Steven Johnson in the Mazda up front. It is all Denny Stain, but this battle for second. G dropping off a little bit, and now he is closing it back down again. And they've put a little room between themselves and Malloy. So the question is, what does G have? They're both in the medals. Do you risk that by trying to move? Or is the silver that much more important to you than the bronze? Risk versus reward is playing out right here.
I think if I'm G, I'm not going to do anything bold, no high risk, low percentage moves. But if the opportunity presents itself, if Mosier makes a mistake, if that damage to Mosier's car starts to hinder him just at the last minute, you got to try it.
Just following his tracks right now all the way around and hoping that he's close enough to pressure Mosier into a little bit of a mistake. Joe, not one who's really prone to error. He doesn't feel pressure very easily. And he's got that trick windscreen clearing system as well. My question with that is there must be something in there to filter water out, because otherwise I would think you'd be getting a fine spray on the inside of the windshield. But whatever, it seems to be working pretty well, but nobody is within the same zip code of Denny Stain, and he is coming up for the line. This will be a third gold medal in runoffs competition for Denny Stain, and absolutely superb run for Denny here. Here comes second, and finally G just decided he's not going to make a mistake. I want a medal. So Mosier will come through from outside of the front row and finish in the second spot, grab the silver, and G will take home the bronze. And here is this little, look at Harvey.
Out of nowhere with the power down out of turn 13. He's got the long way around. This is going to be tough all the way out to the wall. Who's got the motor? Harvey.
Harvey's got a nose ahead. We've seen that motor for Hines, but Harvey has enough and gets it done. Wow, what a finish. And Ebre dropped back right at the end there. So Taz Harvey, that's an interesting race he had. Qualified 5th, started 5th, went back to 15th, back to 5th. Taz made it a little bit difficult for himself at the start, but man, what a rebound drive in these conditions. He's got to be proud of that one. Congratulations to Taz, but Denny Stain, Mosier, and G, they're the ones that are going to be heading for the medals, and of course, a talk with Hayward.
All of these guys in the top 10, and for that matter, the whole field, everyone stayed on track other than that slight incident that we had. Danny Stain's putting on a show now, goes drifting through turns 8 and 9. Oh, careful, careful. There we go. Looks really good, and congratulations. You can see how much this means to him.
Yeah, he is a heck of a driver and a heck of a character. And like I said, the man is just magnificent in the wet. He really is stout and pulled it off. So, he's as you said, he's out there throwing it around, enjoying this lap. And once we hear from him, he'll get back in the car, or probably just stay in the car and go out and take another lap with that checkered flag and a couple of crew guys from that OPM Autosport group. And tell the folks what OPM stands for.
Oh, I don't know.
Other people's money.
I was going to say it'll be really impressive if he can do the drifting with the flag out the window.
That would, yes, yes.
Or the crew guy in the car.
Or, yeah. Watch the crew guy pinballing around inside there, trying to hang on to the flag for Joe Mosier. Hey, a silver to go with the gold. He already won here. Not a bad runoffs.
No, and these are two different cars, so
yes.
They had a lot of work set out for them this year coming into the season to prep an entire new car. You can see the damage on the left front that really hindered him. You have to wonder what would have been if that lapped traffic were not a factor at the start and if that damage were not there. Obviously, that's a lot of what-ifs to start bench racing with, but
sure.
Mosier was certainly on a charge and made his point early on in this race before the kind of got away from him.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And you could see it once you pointed it out. It was a great spot by you that wheel had been stood straight up. And just not getting the plant that he would have wanted. So, but in and under the awning comes your now 3-time runoffs gold medalist, Denny Stain. Hayward is there. You can take a look inside that cockpit. As I said, this is a car that is extremely well turned out, and then Denny gets in and just extracts everything out of it and does a great job. Again, Harvey up into that 5th spot. Hines, Johnson, Ebre on that last lap faded rather badly, ends up 8th. Tom Van Steen up into 9th. And Amy Mills continuing the drive. There it is, the gold medal for the 3rd time now around the neck of Denny Stain. Hayward?
Danny, you look awfully happy. Is that because it's finally over?
Yesterday was just a day of mediocrity in my case. Just couldn't do anything yesterday. the rains came today, and normally I'd be ecstatic because I love the rain, but nobody's run any rain laps at Indy, and I've never run in the rain in this car either, so this was all an unknown. Joe started closing in the middle of the race and wasn't sure he was making up the time, and so I started pushing the brake zones a little bit deeper.
You're known very much as a focus first driver. You do a lot of study, you do a lot of learning. What is it like to have to maintain focus in conditions like this?
Well, first of all, let me tell you that 15 minutes before the start of the race, we couldn't get the car started. For the hour before that, we could not get the car started. So, yeah, to come from that sort of setback, you then have to switch your mind around and get into the zone. And the rain was lovely because you cannot, for a second, let your mind wander for just a moment, because it's, you know, it's all it takes. One moment and you're out. I didn't have any moments until my cool-down lap when I let it all hang out and had some fun, but it was very much a controlled race.
Well, congratulations on a championship. The steering wheel says it's just another race. I don't think that's true anymore, is it?
No, but that's just to keep me from overdriving, which is the tendency to do in these important races.
Well, congratulations to you. Congratulations to Tom, everybody at OPM. Enjoy your victory lap.
Yeah, it was a beauty. And he has a good, makes a good point here. All of that stuff that was unfolding and what it does to you. Race drivers, and in certain levels, have to, one of their best components is a short memory.
Yeah.
Is just being able to take something like that or compartmentalizing. That's what, I hear is just like, okay, forget that. That's over here now.
Exactly. That's the confidence thing we talked about for some of the little slip-ups and mistakes we saw early on. Those drivers who all ended up finishing successfully were able to shake that monkey off their back really quickly after making those small mistakes. And if you start to dwell on it, that's when they compound. But when you don't make any, like Danny didn't,
yeah, it was
then
brilliant.
you don't have any monkeys to shake.
Yeah, that was just a superb run. You just saw him take off on his lap of honor. And we're looking forward here in a couple of seconds, I would think, to hear from our second and third place finishers. And we get the word, Hayward's ready.
Joe, a bit of a couple of battle scars from this. Tom in the booth was saying that it looked like the car might have even had some positive camber at times. Were you struggling with the front end?
I was struggling with everything out there. Visibility was bad. Car was getting pretty good when I was catching Danny, but we were going through lap traffic. I feel terrible. I sideswiped somebody. Didn't have a lot of room, but the rear stepped and then made contact. So got a little damage, and car was towed in about 3 inches after that. So after that, it was a real handful. I couldn't see well. So.
Well, a first and a second today in 2 different races, not a bad runoffs here at Indy.
Not a bad one. I'll take it. Danny drove a hell of a race, so congrats to him.
Congratulations to you. We're going to bring Max up real quick. Max, this guy told me on grid that he'd much rather have a Prelude than a CRX in these conditions. How was it for you?
Oh man, it was a little slippery for sure. None of us, I don't think, had any idea what this track was like in the wet coming into it, so it really evened everything out. Congrats to Danny, first of all, man. That dude has best car, really good driver. I mean, he's just all over it. But yeah, it was a little slippery, hard to see for sure, but I had to keep weaving in and out to try to find something, but no, it was fun, though.
So there was a theory in the booth that you guys were making sure, instead of trying to break the draft, you're trying to make sure the guy behind you couldn't see with spray. Any of that going on?
Hey, that worked, actually, yeah. Poor Greg back there, he really blind, but yeah, no, he was doing a good job. He defended perfectly. We raced together since 2016 now. We're always clean together, so it's always fun.
Well, guys, just a couple of buddies out racing cars. Great day here at Indy.
Absolutely. And what a show they put on. I mean, once Denny just checked out, they kept this race really interesting as to what was going to unfold here. And here you see Denny out on his lap of honor, the victory lap. When you are a champion in the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, this is a pretty special moment.
Sure is. No drifting this time. Just taking the views in and enjoying those last couple turns here at Indy Motor Speedway.
Take a look here at the top 10 provisional results, and that is Denny Stain, Joe Mosier, Max G, That's Your Medals, Malloy, and Harvey with that intriguing roller coaster ride of a race. Chuck Hines in 6th, Steven Johnson in 7th, Jimmy Ebrey, we're not exactly sure what happened, but dropped off just a little bit there. Tom Van Veen and Amy Mills, once again, started in 16th and moved up into the top 10. Let's take a look at some highlights from this one. And it all starts with the start. And there, Denny Stain looked like he just may have been in the wrong gear. Malloy actually gave him a little tap down there, and Mosier jumped out, but it didn't take Stain long, did it?
No, this power move to the lead got him there, and then he checked out from here on the rest of the way. Jimmy Ibre made himself a little bit of a nuisance for Danny, but otherwise some great racing from a new driver to this class from what we know. And then this was this small mistake that Mosier made with high consequences for both drivers. Unfortunately, the lapped car stuck in the gravel. Mosier with some damage. We speculated camber. It ended up being tow for that CRX, but that battle for the top 5 was just raging all race.
Absolutely fierce. And you can see Hines and Ibre going after it. And it was this close an awful lot of the time. Both of them really up on the wheel and pushing hard. A big slide right there. Hines had a couple of offs and had to come back from a big slide earlier in the race. But when it was all said and done, Denny Stain getting the 3rd gold medal, checking out by a margin of victory of 16.7 seconds. And then Mosier coming through for the silver, and Max G for the bronze. And there you see it, a kiss of the medal. And again, it says, yeah, it tells the world you are a champion at the runoff. So fascinating race as always. Want to say a big thank you once again to Mazda for presenting the broadcast of this 58th running of the SCCA Runoffs. That wraps up our coverage of the Run for the Gold in STL. For Tom O'Gorman and for Hayward down in pit lane, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Take care.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indy. One word says it all. And for the second time, this legendary venue hosts one of motorsport's most prestigious events, the SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Together, it's a can't-miss bucket list pairing, and almost 900 entries have arrived, all pursuing two things: a chance to kiss the bricks and a gold medal that says champion. Hi, everybody. It is Hagerty Race Day at a damp Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This legendary, iconic venue. Don't see a lot of racing here in the rain very often before the SCCA Runoffs. We will be doing that. It's the 58th running of this legendary event. Welcome, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod and, of course, Hayward Wagner down in the pit lane. And I'm gonna be full up front here. One of my absolute favorite classes is coming out, and in the wet, it can be spectacular. Formula F, as they call it now. And this is one of the greatest training ground classes ever. And in the wet, even more intense.
It will be, and as we look at our track, it's going to get even more intense because this place has a kind of a dual nature to it. Some straightaways, but then again, a whole lot of some good corners for us to be able to watch these cars go side by side through.
So let's take a look at our Mazda track map. You alluded to it. It's 2.6 miles, 14 corners. two pretty long straights, that front straight especially, but then a lot of technical work in there.
Plenty of technical work, especially through that sector one. It's a real long sector as they're going to be doing a lot of side-by-side through turn one, coming in down off of the front straightaway. They go through 2, 3, and by 4, they might still be 2 and 3 wide, especially that first lap. It's going to be crazy coming through that kink there at 5 into that skid pad 6. But then we get to that back straight. And here in the rain, lots of different lines down the back straight, especially the puddles as the seams and the asphalt come together. That's where we start sector 2. They're going to turn in there, run essentially a single line through those S's, come back out of 10 onto that oval again, the oval turn 2. Going backwards, of course, as we run down to 12, come off of the banking. Difficult turn in at 12 because you got to hit the exit at 13. A good late apex will get you a long straight run. And here it's going to be Draft City as we enter the front straight in these Formula Fs.
It absolutely will. And with the rain and the moisture on the track, drafting and that visibility, so much to deal with here. And by the way, Mazda supports the racing community with face-to-face and virtual coaching at the runoffs and events throughout the year. So it's support like this that has made Mazda the most driven car in SCCA road racing. And there is a look at that field of Formula Fs. Open wheel, open cockpit, no wings, designed more often to be slippery because if you can't have stick, go fast in the straights. But what that means, those tires are not that wide, Larry. It is all about what I say the two most important sensors you have in a race car. They're labeled LC and RC. That's left cheek, right cheek. And this is a driver's class. Hayward?
I don't know what's left to say, Greg. I think that's a pretty good definition of Formula F racing. We're rolling off the grid right now. I think 2 stories to watch. Number 1, our pole sitters got 3 team cars right behind them, those Rice Racing cars. Talk to their crew chief. They are definitely going to work together, at least at the beginning, to make sure that they're in good position for the end of the race. The other car I would watch is Tim Couts. They're about 8th on the grid. He probably has more experience in this field than everybody in front of him combined. And we're talking about a racetrack that nobody has driven on in the wet. He has the most experience learning in these cars, in the wet in these cars. It's going to be interesting to see if he can use that to work his way through the field.
Well, I'll tell you, that's a really good point. When you come into a track that nobody knows what it's going to be like, the experience of having driven a lot of races over the years is huge. And last year at Road America, Couts actually finished first on the track, but had a pass under yellow during one of the cautions or a corner station, and he got penalized for that. So you know he is going to be one hungry guy. However, on the pole, and an absolutely superb run for him, is a driver that has 2 gold medals already, the most recent one winning at 2019 at VIR, and that is Jonathan Kotek. And he is in that 08 entry. Then the outside front row, number 13, Simon Sykes, who's been busy in USF 2000 and the road to Indy this year as well, qualifying second. Qualifying in the 3rd spot is the 01 of Thomas Schrage out of Bethel, Ohio. And again, these are all Rice Racing machines, all Megales. And then in the 4th spot, the number 143 of Will Holtz. And Will is our Hawk breakthrough performer, which is the most positions improved from Tuesday qualifying to Wednesday qualifying. This group is so closely packed. Doesn't sound like much, but he moved up 3 spots. In this group, that's pretty fierce. And that's really nice here for the rain because you're closer up to the front, less spray. Starting in the 5th spot, Robert Perona, the number 70. Starting in the 6th spot, the 74. Now here's a family that is into racing. Ayrton Hope. And then starting in the 7th spot, Joe Colasaco. He is our Super Sweep eligible driver. Then starting in that 8th spot is the number 88 that Hayward was talking about, Tim Couts, in that Brayburn entry. Starting 9th, the number 119 of Jack Sullivan. 10th, the number 85 of David Livingston. 11th, the 84 of David Adormo. Starting in the 12th spot is the 18 of Robert Dietz. Starting 13th, the 81 of Theodore Burns. 14th, the 24 of Nicholas Shepard. Starting in the 15th spot, the 47 of Eric Powelson. Starting 16th, the 137, another very experienced driver, Bill Kephart, his 20th start here in the runoffs. Starting in the 17th spot, talk about experience, the number 72 of Steve Oseth, a 3-time gold medalist in V's, Formula V's. Then starting next to him, outside of the 9th row in the 18th spot, the number 4 of Cliff Johnson, his 18th runoff. Starting in the 19th spot, the number 20 of James Dietz, in his 2nd runoff. Starting in the 20th spot, the number 2 of Mike Sauce out of Arlington, Texas. 21st, the 75 of Donald Baguette. Starting 22nd, the 122 of Hunter Tatman. Starting 23rd, the 57, of Gary Gadula. And starting in the 24th spot, the 62 of Robert Gross. And so the field now is the pace car is going to head straight off the outside of turn 12. They are getting ready to line up. You have done some open wheel racing and certainly soloing in an open wheel car in the wet. The spray's bad enough from the car in front of you, but those tires of your own can mess you up.
You better make sure your visor is closed when you turn that wheel, because that spray will come right up into your face and make it difficult to see. But these guys, anywhere back from second row, is going to be in just a huge spray down this front straightaway. They're going to they'll probably fan out 4 and 5 wide, and watch for those Rice Racing, those 3 blue cars you can see right there, just surrounding our pole sitter Kotick.
And you better have some good water repellent on that visor as well. You can't use tear-offs in the wet because the water gets up underneath it and it smears. So a lot for them to be thinking about. We are getting ready to go the run for the gold in Formula F in this 58th running of the SCCA Runoffs. We're green! Oh, and a big pop from the outside of that third row. That's Ayrton Hoke trying to make a run. And look at this, down to the wall. Some of the drivers, including Jonathan Kotick, trying to protect. And big moves. Boy, that bobbing and weaving in these conditions is not advised at all. It's never advised. That came, pretty close to blocking, and that's not looked well at so far. Everybody at least managing to get through turn 1 and 2 here. That bright silver, the chrome silver car, is the 88 of Couts, starting in 8th. He's going to try and make up ground early, as is, of course, everybody.
One who lost ground there is Will Holtz. You can see right there in the 143s on the outside of Couts there. We've got already some contact early on.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. The number 2 is Mike Sauce, a real veteran in this category. He may have a flat rear. Yeah, he does. And couldn't see the numbers of the other car, but Mike's day is done. He starts moving. There's the 137 of Kephart, I believe. Not sure if he was involved, trying to pick out the other numbers. The red car was involved as well. But nonetheless, here we go. Up front, it is Kotick. And this young man, Sykes, he is impressive. And you think about it for Kotick.
Good move there for Sykes. He's going to take that track position.
And see, though, does Kotick do the over-under on the return? They are side by side, and Kotick comes back through. I think we're going to see this for most of this race if nobody makes a big mistake here up front. These two guys were really close in qualifying. Ooh, Kotick running a little wide, but even wider goes Sykes. And Kotick right back in the lead. Now Sykes is not only going to have wet tires, as will everybody, he's going to have mudded up tires.
And I think right behind him, Hauk there. That should be Hauk right there, trying to find some traction there, turn himself back around as he came in at 12 a little bit sideways. There must be a big puddle down there for that they didn't quite see. For Sykes now, he's got to go get some work done to catch back up to Kotick, but in the rain, anything's possible.
Well, and of course, you turn down off the banking a little bit in 12, so there's probably a nice puddle right down where that starts to flatten out just a little bit. Plus, as you turn down, you lose the banking. It's almost like a negative banked corner, and that makes it difficult as well. So, got some guys that got a little bit of work here as they come up through the pack.
Those teammates there now trying to work together, maybe?
Yeah, but pushing the limit there. Robert Perona was in the red number 70.
It's Will Holtz and Thomas Raig right there, kind of working together, both of those in the Rice Racing Shop team. But, man, they are awfully close together.
Yeah, in these kind of conditions, you'd think, other than the draft on the straight, you might want to give a little bit of room. But now, big move here by Holtz, trying to swing around the outside of Schrage. And if he stays put, which he will, he'll have the inside lane through 6A. But now watch for it and see if Schrage does some sort of over-under on the exit. There's Perona in the red car, but you can see way up front, that's Sykes. And Kotick's even farther up the road. Excuse me, that's Kotick.
These teammates are both rookies here at the Runoffs, and they're showing some seizing the opportunity to make sure they get some camera time for sure. So we got a shot here of Simon Sykes.
Yeah, Sykes had that awkward move, and there is the number 2 of Mike Sauce just trying to limp his way around here. And such was the margin that Kotick and Sykes had built up already that Sykes had that little runoff, came back on and lost track position, but did not lose the lead or his position here. So now let's see what this young man can do. Kotick, fast lap of the race right now to 159.4, and see what Sykes can do. He's going to need to make up some speed. And one of the things that you've got to, and this is where you've got to have that ability to take fear and just put it aside here, because to be fast down this front straight, you've got to run through 14, run that wide arc, get right up by the wall. You know if that car snaps a little bit, it'll probably be big. But the really good drivers, that's what we're going to watch them do.
Yeah, and those crew out front are definitely some of the best drivers we got with Kotick, a two-time champ in this class. The most recent time was back in 2019. Of course, Sykes, that championship last year was in the mix of 5 cars at the finish, and he was able to kind of dodge and weave and end up earning that there. So these two guys, no strangers to battling it out here in Formula F. And I believe that win for Kotick at VIR was in the rain. I think you and I called that race in the rain that year.
Yep.
And that was some of the conditions there. Rain came during their race, and they had to kind of fight off the changing conditions there. So Kotick, no stranger to the wet.
Not at all. And look at the speed that 143 Will Holtz is showing here. Just ran down Robert Perona and is all over the back of him right now as we work through 6A. And here's that long run down the Holman Straight. Part of Holman Boulevard here, and then you can see you drop back. There's Schrage behind him, and Kautz up into that 6th spot. And here we go. Holtz down to the inside. Wasn't enough, and Perona just said, nope, you're not quite there. I'm just going to turn through, and away he went.
He's going to give it a shot. He's going to keep looking. He's certainly the aggressor right now on the track is that young Will Holtz. That's Mr. Perona there in front of him, though, has been to Indy before. He ran here in 2017 in F production, finishing 2nd, as well as now he's been back in the FFs here for a little while as well. So he's got both Indy experience and Formula F experience here at the runoffs, whereas young Mr. Holtz, he's doing the first both here today.
Boy, but that was a nice move making that pass. But look at Perona swing out. And he's going to try and just square up, get the throttle down, and be able to draft back by on the straight. Perona, very experienced. This is his 7th start in the runoffs, and he's notched 2 silver medals. Yeah. So he knows what it takes to get to and run at the front. And we'll see now whether he's got the pace to stay with Will.
It is starting to rain again a little bit. I'm kind of looking out the window here from our vantage point. I'm seeing drops definitely coming down, which means that this run off of the oval and run down wherever the puddles are, they're not going to go away anytime soon. It's not the heaviest rain, but it's enough to keep the puddles where they're at and keep them full.
And yeah, exactly. Perona drafted up behind him, but knew he wasn't quite close enough. So then popped out, went more up the banking a little bit to try and get an easier arc down through turn 1. But Holtz got through turn 1 incredibly well. That was impressive.
As you mentioned at the start, these cars are built for the slipstream. The mirrors on the sides of those things are not very big.
Yeah.
As it came down to the braking zone at 1, you saw Will Holtz kind of peeking around and saying, where is he? Where is he? As Perona's sort of playing a little bit of cat and mouse, saying, maybe I'm going to be here, maybe I'm going to be there.
It's part of the game. Anything you can do to throw off your competitor a little bit, get them overthinking things. So we're watching this battle for that final podium spot through 6A. You can see how wide that exit is. This big long run behind them. Still got that good battle that is running with Thomas Schrage there just in front of Tim Kautz. Kautz in that Piper, this chrome silver number 88. So he is anxious to get up and get into this top 5, but they're back there just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Kautz, another one of the veterans, probably the veteran in this class, although Stephen Osip, also in the pack here, has got 20 prior runoff starts. Kautz has got 11, but he's got 3 championships in this class. So yes. Kautz knows how to get it done for sure. And so I think as he's coming up on that rookie there, Thomas Schrage in front of him, that could be that's seriously your veteran skills against the rookie enthusiasm, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. And folks, if you're not familiar with Formula F, you can see just how slippery these cars are with no wings. You can see they've got radiator inlets. They're way down low. And as much of the body as possible is very, very slippery, just enough to sort of wrap around the driver and engine, and running inboard suspension components as well, just to get anything you possibly can, because they're running literally about a 1.6 liter engine in these cars. Yeah. So, but here comes Kautz, got a great run, and looks like he is going to get Thomas Schrage. It'll be a matter of, well, maybe not. Schrage doing a nice job on the brakes and makes that work.
Good job of holding his line down there for Schrage. Look at him. That's not a blocky move, but he wanted to make sure he was in that position so the Kautz couldn't take him, and Kautz having to kind of really work to get around him. You can see the different shapes of the chassis here. It's a good shot of course, Kautz there in that Piper versus the Mygale that Schrage is in. You can see slightly different shapes, there's different philosophies on how to try and get the slipstream through the air.
Oh, Kautz got down on the inside, but you can see the front end started to give up. And he had to bail just a little bit. Now he's trying the inside into turn 6.
And that curbing is going to be so slippery with the paint on top of that.
Seriously.
Scouts got down onto that. You can just see the car take an extra little slip and slide when he did. That inside line's a tough place to be right now.
Once again, those tires, there's not much to them. And they're also cantilevered, and by that I mean the rim is a lot narrower than the actual tread, so the tire balloons out just a little bit. But good scrap going on right here. And as I said, with those small engines and not a lot of grip, this is just such a fabulous training ground. For anything else you're going to do, you learn how to drive with immense momentum. That's everything. This time Couch got it done, exit at 10. Moves in. Now, let's see, though. It looks like Schrag might try the over-under on this long run, and Couch defends and overshoots.
The rookie kind of baited him into it.
Yeah.
Forced Couch to go deep inside, and Couch unable to get the braking done. And that because, I think, on the outside for Schrag, he had kind of a cleaner track where the water runs down, but that pushed Couch down into that water.
And now Couch is going to be looking in the mirrors at the 119 and Jack Sullivan, and Sullivan's going to get closer in a hurry because we just went full course caution. Full course caution, and I think that is Bill Kephart, who is another of the really experienced drivers in this. This is his 20th runoffs, but his car, he tried to get it as far off the track as he could, but he still, if somebody got bumped coming through turn 6A, he could end up right where he is. And so the stewards have decided, let's get him moved. We quickly should be able to do a quick pull and get right back to racing.
Yeah, I hope so. Tough to see him not be able to finish the race. I like that really unique chassis there, that Vestal that he drives. One of the most unique chassis you can see. Has a little bit longer, a little bit wider, kind of a big, looks like a big fish. Just kind of tall but narrow for him. But unfortunately, his race is done. Hopefully this is cleaned up quickly. We get back going again. So what I want to say now is Simon Sykes is matching lap time to lap time with Jonathan Kotick, but they were 5 seconds apart. Sykes now with this opportunity to catch in there. You can see right on to the heels of Kotick. Sykes might be able to now make a run. After earlier he had that big slide kind of put him back down. Well, that's now evaporated. It's gone, and he's going to be giving Kotick a run for his money now whenever we get back to green.
Yeah, Kotick inside that helmet right now is probably not thrilled with this caution flag as it comes out. While we're under caution, we're going to take just a moment and hear a few words from our wonderful partners.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Day as we continue under our full course caution. And just want to point out there is a specialty award that is one that's fairly coveted here, and it is called the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, courtesy of Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA. And it's decided by official timing and scoring and the like at the end of the race. But I think a potential candidate right there might be Steve Osef. You were talking about his great experience, 21st start in the runoffs, three-time gold medalist. He started back in 17th, but he has just worked his way up into 13th right now. And with this caution, he might be able to make a few more jumps. So just a candidate, and we'll see how that plays out. But we were just speculating real quick in the break. We were kind of rubbing our hands together going, oh, this is going to get interesting. And it's your theory right now that Will Holtz really maybe doesn't hold the cards, but he's certainly the wild card.
He is definitely, I think, the wild card here. He's got his teammate Simon Sykes right in front of him. We just saw that Holtz battle with Perona, and Holtz right now might be saying, all right, well, great, I'm ahead of Perona. Now I just got to get these guys, and I just got a lucky break here with this safety period. So maybe now I can make my move and get to the front. So he might be anxious again. He's the youngster in this front four with Gotek Sights and Corona kind of surrounding him.
Just some of the moves he's been making. He's willing to put that car anywhere, really pushing the envelope a little bit. And that can bite you, but if it works, then you can be really, really quick. I think the other guy who has probably chastised himself mercilessly inside the car and now gets this a little bit of a reset is Couts.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. For Couts there, it's great for him and that veteran to be able to catch up to this pack as well. But he's going to have Schrage still out in front of him. So it's all this talent. There's so much talent in this field of Formula F. A lot of veterans, as we've talked about, but there's so many rookies here. These rookies are all these kids that come out of go-karts and have done other things. Some of these guys, like Ayrton Hauk, does oval track racing in midgets, and so he's out there racing in the dirt going sideways. I'm sure he's got no problem here in the wet. But some of these guys have tried all sorts of things, even by the time they're 15 years old, in addition to probably 14 of those 15 would probably hit the sim rig in their basement. So lots of experience in that area for these kids, and they really do push the veterans in this field to their limits.
Well, that's one of the interesting things about racing in this era versus racing, back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s even, is now you see these young kids, they get their first start in a car at 15 years of age, and they've already had 8 years of racing experience and fierce and intense racing as well in karts. So it's just a whole different deal. They step behind the wheel of these cars and they're just there.
Yeah, Will Holtz here. He's not only done 7 years of karting in his background, he's also done a season of F4 racing. So you think about that kind of experience. He's done all of that and brings it here to the runoff. So although he may only be about 18 years old, he certainly has the experience of someone much older.
In the end, it's all racecraft, isn't it? It doesn't matter what you're driving. You learn how to, once you figure out, okay, this car's a little bit longer and wider, and I have to shift it differently or whatever. But other than that, it's all the same dynamics. So what it comes down to is the racecraft. And believe me, you learn good racecraft in karting, and they put it to good use here. So another lap of caution must be something that's taking a little longer with that cleanup of Kephart than I would have expected.
Yeah, we'll give them another minute and probably another lap here, and hopefully we'll be able to get that cleared. So here in this Formula F class, a bunch of years back, they decided for the longevity of it, let's make another engine eligible here. And so they brought in the Honda Fit 1600, and they put it pretty much on par with the traditional Kent motor. My opinion, the biggest advantage is that it's electron fuel injection. In the Hondas, it's still a carburetor in the Ford. So a well-tuned Ford can run well, but the Hondas they just tune themselves, so it's much, much easier. In this field, if you look down the list, I know we've got Nick Shepard in the 14th spot right now with the number 24. He's on a Ford in that old Swift DB1 chassis, which I'm sure you're familiar with. The old days Swift DB1 kind of set the bar at a new high when it first hit.
What are you saying?
I'm saying you were doing this gig when you were 5 years old.
Oh, thank you. That was a nice recovery, buddy. That was good.
Yeah, it's amazing the talent you showed. You were a prodigy at a young age. But for Nick Shepard, he is a good young man there. I met him a little bit, but he's kind of proud to still be running the Ford out here. And there's a few of the Fords in this field. Another one down the list there, one of the veterans, although it's his first runoffs, Gary Gadula. I've actually driven that car. Gary, a two-time autocross national champion and C-modified in this exact same car that he's brought out here to the runoffs. And kind of me, how cool is that? You've got your autocross car come out here to the runoffs to compete. It's definitely a bucket list for him, as it is for a lot of us. And Gary happy to be out. A couple of issues earlier in the week, but he's happy to be out here. And there's a good shot there, the 24. That is Nick Shepard I was just talking about, his Kent motor, DB1.
And we're hearing news that there's a group in the UK that has bought all the rights to the Kent and the 2-liter version of the engine, and are going to start recasting the blocks. Awesome. And maybe start building it again. So that'll be interesting to have that back. But as you said, that Fit engine, it just runs and it just runs and it just runs, and it's really effective. And one thing I will say, just teasing you, of course, about the Swift, I wasn't around when it made its debut, but it wasn't that many years after it that I started paying attention. But to me, it was the car that broke through with everything inboard, super, slippery. And to me, these other cars, the MyGal and these other cars, are very effective. Swift, to me, hands down, is still one of the prettiest race cars on the racetrack.
It really is, yeah. And I tell you what, also from a driver fit, if you get into some of these, they don't all fit the same. These are all different pairs of shoes. That Swift is a pretty narrow chassis to get in there. If you've got any kind of broad shoulders, you're not getting in. Whereas I mentioned about Gary Gadula's car, when I've driven a broad shoulder driver can get in there. Like Gary's not a big guy, but you certainly can. And then 88 Reynard. And so every chassis, before you really think you're going to do a season in one, you better get yourself comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. All right, pace car is in. Kotek heading toward the acceleration zone, and he's moving pretty good already. He wanted nothing to do with pressure from behind here, up through turn 14. Boy, I'll tell you, that's what I was talking about that's a commitment meter running right up to the wall. Green flag as he starts doing the bob and weave to try and break any conceivable toe as they head down this really long straight. Big move here by Perona, trying to get back down underneath Holtz. See how deep Perona's willing to go on the brakes. Look at Holtz dancing on the brakes. Oh, he's over. He's in too hot. That's going to cost him huge.
Perona, the veteran, kind of was wiggling under. They were both under braking, just right at the threshold. But for Perona, he was able to hold it. Schrag unable to. Unfortunately, he's going to have to take the little access road. Probably going to lose quite a bit of track position.
Yeah, you've got to, when you do that, you've got to take that access cut through. And he actually didn't lose too much there.
For Holtz, yeah, not Schrag. That was Holtz that did that there.
Yeah,
but
so he did okay with that.
Yeah.
But right now, Sykes is he has got to stay with Kotek on this restart lap here and try and do something here. We'll see what it is. There's Perona in third, and now that should be Schrag in fourth behind him. Boy, it didn't take long as
yeah, good recovery there for Holtz. You can see him in the background. But watch for Sykes here. Sykes, a pretty versatile driver. This is only his second trip to the runoffs. He was at Road America a year ago, obviously finishing strongly there in the FF race, of course, winning that race. But he was also second in the FC race. So there's another driver who can kind of do multiple things. And so he gained a lot of experience there, trying to bring that here. And right now, running in the top two again. He seems to like to be in the top two for sure. And I don't think that he's going to be falling back too far behind Kotek this time, because I know their pace right before the safety car came out were essentially identical.
Yeah, he's going to try and stay put. And I'll tell you, it says a lot about that young man to be able to switch from an Aero car like a Continental and an F4 car to this, but doing it in the same event. You better be adjusting to things pretty quickly. And he seems to be capable of doing that.
No surprise, another one of the young drivers who grew up doing karting.
Yeah, there you go.
As we've mentioned that now a few times, kind of a common theme for these guys. Karting is a great way to kind of get your chops cut there. But once you do and you get into the road racing, get yourself an SCCA license, and you can find yourself in the FF crowd. Look at this move here now on Perona.
That's sort of rinse and repeat. That's exactly what Holtz tried the previous lap and overshot. Well, he recovered really well from that overshoot.
Sure did.
And is still right there in fourth. And Couch now has gone around Schrag behind these two and picked up that top five. But yeah, Holtz he just is absolutely willing to push the limit, go after it. He's going to try this big dive up the inside. If the front end gives, they touch tires like, boy, there wasn't much between them there. Soggy piece of paper.
I've seen that move in the dry, but here in the wet, you got all that rubber and oil down on the inside, all that polished pavement down there, and you got the curbs that are just slippery paint. And now he was able to make it stick, but that worries me. I cringe every time I see that, thinking they're going to come together. But right there, Holt's able to hold it.
Oh, now he's going to try and straight line to the apex. The problem is this version of this track, this turn 7 is a lot more open and flowing. And so it's difficult to straight line to the apex and keep somebody behind you. And I think at that point, you can see Holtz go, yeah, not here.
Yeah, no, he's being pretty patient right now, considering he may have kind of settled into a groove, knowing that his battle is right here as the two leaders now have kind of pulled away about 15 car lengths up in front. He knows this is his battle, but he also knows that Perona is a kind of a wise veteran here. He's not going to be an easy pass by any means. Perona doesn't look like he's driving his mirrors too badly. He's being pretty consistent with his line, kind of letting the kid behind him figure it out on his own.
And I think that's a really wise thing. We've talked about it. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah.
And he's got some speed in that car. Just drive it.
But here comes the draft. Now he knows he's got to do a little bit of weave on the right side of the speedway straightaway. You can see it there, how much water there is. That's the direction where the water's going to flow. So you get down there, if you want to cool your tires, I guess you can do that. But also, you don't want to lose it. You want to make sure you get back up to that dry side like he does there under braking.
I think some of that is knowing the guy behind you is going to follow you down there for the draft. You're just going to hose him down with that spray and say, if you want to follow me there, do it.
Yeah, won't be able to see anything, but you'll be able to follow him.
Yep, and Holtz, who said, I'm on.
Yeah.
I'm willing to, and he went right with him. But up front, you can see just how big that gap is already. Just saw the tail end of Sykes flashing out of view. Officially at the line the last time, the margin between Sykes and Perona was about 5 seconds, so that's pretty healthy.
Yeah, Sykes and Kotick out in front are setting a really blistering pace, and Perona holds a little bit of battling. Although again, it's not side by side everywhere. It's a little bit of battling, but I think it's just the pace of Kotick and Sykes right now is just off the charts.
Yeah, it really is. And again, Holtz looking to the inside, and then behind them there is that chrome silver machine of Kautz. Behind him is Thomas Schrag, and he's got David Adorno really heaping the pressure on. David makes a big lunge down to the inside. That wasn't on, and Schrag was able to cover it. And Joe Colasco, the Van Diemen, is now up in the 8th spot. And he's another driver with a fair amount of experience in this series. 11th start in the runoffs, and a former gold medalist, albeit not in this class.
Expect Ford, another virtually a spec class like we kind of are here. Want to mention here about Adorno, you can notice that livery of that black and yellow looks a lot like Kotick's. They are from the same shop. They're both Pelfrey cars. And then, of course, you've got the Rice Prep cars battling with them. So in addition to the battle out front of Kotick and Sykes, you've got the battle here of Adorno and Schrag. 2 different shops battling it out at 2 different points on the track.
Having a really good little scrap here. And right now, yeah, Adorno is doing a really good job. And he is in the draft right here. We'll see if he's got enough. It's a long straight. You can slowly build, slowly build. Here he comes. Now he pops to the outside. And there is the move, but Schrag able to hang on to it. And we just got word from race control folks that Simon Sykes might be required in that number 13 to do a drive-through. Apparently he spun behind the safety car during that caution, lost about a bunch of ground, and went by a number of cars, making it up again. And you can't pass under yellow. And sometimes there's a rule before the initial start of the race. If you've got a problem leaving the grid or whatever, you can regain it. But during the race, if you spin under the safety car and drop back, that's where you are. And apparently he went by a number of cars, so we might be seeing him making a run down the pit lane. That's a tough one to swallow.
That's going to be a tough one. But then again, you go back to 2020, and he won the race actually with an infraction to someone else of a pass under yellow. So kind of what gained him last year may be hurting him this year.
Yeah, that sounds bizarrely karmic.
A little bit.
It?
I'm not sure that Tim Kautz feels the same way, as he was the one, unfortunately, was given a big slide there.
Yeah, that is Sykes, and he doesn't turn in. Yep, he's chasing Kotick there, and he doesn't turn in yet.
See if they show him the flag here on the starter stand.
Let's see if we get a shot of that starter stand. Yeah, we didn't that time. Yep, there it is. Black flag does come out.
Okay.
So that essentially then means that instead of Sykes being in second, it's Perona, and that gives Kotick a lot more breathing room right now.
It does, and in these conditions, you'd like to have that breathing room. You like to have a chance to kind of hunt for the driest pavement, and it seems like the conditions have kind of gotten consistent, and I'm looking out the window here. I don't see any more rain falling, so if anything, the conditions are going to get better,
right?
Which means, as they change, you're trying to continue to hunt for where is the best pavement where I go. You know, what was a puddle, 10 laps ago may no longer be a puddle, and it may be an opportunity to drive through it and get a little bit of a better line.
That is a double-edged sword, though, because once you find, yes, this part of the track is significantly quicker now because it's drawing, then if you end up for some reason off that line of track and you're at the limit of the grip on the drier part, now you're in for a ride. So precision in these conditions is absolutely everything.
Yeah, you'll never work harder than in a rain race for sure. Because every single moment, not even just, you can't even breathe on straightaway sometimes because every single moment becomes an extra thought, an extra input, another catch, another slide. As you can see right there for Kotick. It doesn't, he's maybe making it look easy. Trust me, that is not easy to keep going. The level of concentration that you need to have over the course of this 40-minute race is just unlike any other.
Here's a look at Perona hanging on over young Will Holtz for that final medal spot. Final step in the box, but assuming Sykes does, that penalty does stand, which it probably will, then that would be Perona and Holtz here just trying to decide who gets silver, who gets bronze. And the problem is, I'm looking for Tim Kautz. He is fifth, but which would become fourth. But the problem is right now he's almost 5 seconds behind Perona and Holtz. So unless he gets some sort of a break, things are going to change. And if you've noticed it, folks, up in the upper left of our screen, we are now down to a timed race, 11 minutes remaining in this one. And that's how long the number 70 of Perona has. Hang on, and Sykes comes in, responds, and go. Stop and go.
So serve that penalty, unless there's another safety caution period or something. He's probably not going to be able to catch this pack for him, unfortunately. But that does mean is we got a pretty good race here for second between Perona and Holtz.
We do, and it's wherever we see Sykes come out, he is going to be driving with a little bit of mist, I would think, and could be a lot of fun working up through traffic here. But this for Perona, he is just driving brilliantly smooth.
A little bit of slide on entry there into
just
four.
Yeah, the front end pushed out, didn't it?
Yeah. It's kind of one of those push kicks. The front end starts to push, and you kind of overcompensate with hands and feet, and then the back end kicks out, and you're forced to catch it. These cars, not too difficult to catch, but still, you don't want to put it into a slide too many times, because all of a sudden you'll slide, you think you got it under control, and you find a bit of deeper water in the middle of your slide, and suddenly you're looking backwards.
Well, this is Sykes. He came back out, and he's running right with Couch. This is for position. And let's see, Couch is not going to want to give up that spot, but boy, Sykes, like I said, you know he is going to be absolutely all in right now. Not that he wasn't before, but Couch getting a good little run here. See if he can do anything down into 7. No, tucks right back in again. And then behind this duo comes Adorno, Colasacco, and Schrag, who's dropped down a couple more spots. It just seems like that car's not quite working as well as certainly Sykes or Holtz's is here in the wet.
Just watching Sykes, he's definitely got a pitch and a lean to that car when he throws it in the corner. There's a little bit of slip angle, maybe trying to drive those tires to the ground and get that weight transferred early and push the actual tread to the ground and get the water down through those grooves pushed away. He's really making it work on some of these corners. You watch him as he kind of turns in. There'll be a little bit of slip and slide. He wants to get back on that gas early. I think he's just trying to work the weight transfer.
And it's still all about the grip. These soft rain tires. You still have to build the heat to get the grip to work. You got to get the water channeled out from underneath. And then, yes, if you can load them a little bit, it certainly doesn't hurt. And he is driving just brilliantly right now, doing a beautiful job after that penalty. There at the bottom of the screen goes Couch, and then here's Adorno and Colasacco, and they're doing a back and forth exchange.
Again, you want to be braking on the dry side of the track there. With 84 of Adorno, able to hold his line coming in from that wide side. Colasacco, though, wants to get right up on there and maybe kind of make Adorno think about it. That's what you want to do, especially in this, as I mentioned, about how much concentration it takes to keep hunting for the dry, and you're looking ahead and you're hunting for that spot. But if you got somebody behind you who takes all your attention away, forces you to start checking those mirrors, and you lose track of exactly where's the good spot, and the guy behind you just eats you up for lunch.
Yeah, you're processing an awful lot of stuff at speed. You're behind the wheel of one of these race cars, of any kind of a race car. And who does that best? That's a pretty big role, along with their ability for the feel and their raw speed. There's a lot to be dealing with here as we are heading into our final 7.5 minutes. Kotek, with Sykes' penalty now, folks, is up the road to the tune of just a little over 12 seconds. But then Perona and Holtz continuing this battle and waiting to see her Sykes' last lap, but that was working some traffic.
Yeah, Sykes, though, that first sector about a second faster or more than the two guys in front of him, and here with about, maybe 4 laps to go, he's not out of this yet. If he can put together a couple of more good sectors here, you might see Sykes maybe trying to make a run at these guys and snag the last of those medals.
Have to be watching his lap times. He certainly is capable. Once again, there you go, Perona down into that wet part of the track. Cooling the tires a little bit, but also throwing up that nice wall of spray.
Here, were you thirsty? Here's a little drink for you. You look thirsty.
Exactly. I'm a giver. Down into turn 1. And looking up at the times here. And there it is. Look at that. Sykes just went a 1.5 seconds faster than Holtz and Perona.
Only about 6 seconds back right now. And again, with only 6 minutes, it means he's got to be about 2 minutes or 2 seconds a lap faster on a 2-minute lap to be able to catch him by the time they see checker. And in rain conditions, especially with these two battling, anything is possible, because I'm sure these guys don't know the gap.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, this isn't like sim racing where you look down and see the gap and you know, oh, wait a second, he's getting close. I better be. You don't know other than what you can see in the mirrors. I don't think either of these two can see anything in their mirrors behind them, so they probably don't realize how far back Sykes is. In fact, they might not even know that Sykes got the penalty and is no longer in front of them because he would have obviously been in the pits. And now we're going to make you see a pass there with Perona running wide.
Yep, Perona dropped those left side tires, starts to drift across the track, but up and alongside is Holtz. But that was a pretty savvy move by Perona. Just kept floating a little wider and then turned in. And nothing at that point that Holtz could do. He just controlled that moment beautifully after making that little mistake coming out of 6A.
What are the chances that Sykes and Holtz are on comms together? And Sykes is saying, come on, Will, fight with him, fight with him, fight with him. Bring this battle back to me. Maybe the two of us can take those last two spots.
Well, that's true. They are both running for the same team,
They
essentially, so they could be in radio contact. But we're down now. We're getting into, even if you were, we're getting down to that point of the race where at that point you shut the radio off. And now it's mano a mano here.
Yeah, suddenly the radio gets unplugged. Don't know how that happened.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, when you're in a team program, you know, you're free to race and race hard. Just please don't take out one of your teammates. You know, that's sort of just the unwritten rule here. You can see this is Holtz now, and he has to get off of that drier line. But this was smart by him because he got down to the inside of Perona before Perona could make that drive down into the water.
But now he's on the slick part of the track. He does get it shut down. We saw earlier he didn't, but this time he does. And Perona trying to use veteran moves. But I'm telling you, these kids that come out of karting, they are already veterans by the time they get here.
You can see that Holtz ran a little bit wider, got those left side tires out of that drier part of the track, but he had just enough grip and pulled it quickly back onto that line and was able to, in doing so, keep Perona behind him. So that was an impressive move. That's for the silver right there.
Yeah, and Sykes took another 2.5 seconds out of these guys on that last lap, so he is definitely coming. He's less than 4 seconds back. You can just about see him at the tail end of this shot. There he is.
Wow, making up huge
We are
ground.
going to have a three-way battle for just 2 medals.
Well, and those two guys duking it out and running side by side like that, obviously it slows them down just a little bit, and Sykes is coming. And what a story. I mean, whoa, and Holtz running wide through 7, had to gather it up, and Perona right back and through. So this seesaw battle continues here. It was just a little bit too hot into turn 7, and he just couldn't get it turned. And did the right thing. Didn't try and force it. Just let it float. And
there's a lot of pavement out there. Just use it all if you have to.
That's when you, if they're like me when I was driving inside the helmet, I'd be going, come on, baby, come on.
It's just talking
Find
to
a grip. Yep, absolutely.
Talking to those front tires. Come on, turn in now.
But all of that once again has allowed Sykes to come right into play here. So we got 3 cars going for 2 medals, assuming that nothing befalls Kotek here, who has just driven a superb race.
Look at Sykes right there. He's gained another, probably 2 seconds here on this lap.
He's going, you guys go play in the water. I'm just going to straight line here.
Yeah, I was wrong. He gained 3 seconds on that last lap.
That's impressive.
And there he is. We have a fight on our hands for just 2 medals. One of these guys will go home without one.
And next time it'll be white flag. And now Sykes he's got one little problem. On a free track, he's just flying. But when you catch people, then you end up running their speed for a little while. But Sykes said there's an easy way to solve that. Pass them right away.
Yeah, I'm sorry, teammate. I'm coming through. Pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me.
Yeah.
He just sort of stuck his way in there. Now he's got the fight to Perona. I just can't believe the drive here for Sykes. I mean, he did it to himself, right? The issue there with the spin and the recovery and the penalty that was assigned. But he's doing everything he can to salvage what may have been lost. And he's already now back into a medal position. He wants that silver away from Perona.
Yeah, he has just been brilliant here. Looks down, is wondering, is it there? No, Perona staying on that little bit drier line, able to just roll a little bit more speed into 7. Now working through 8, 9, and here's 10. Really important corner. Perona a little bit wide there, but he may be doing that because he feels that's where there's a little bit more grip, staying off of the curbs. Now the run up through 11 onto the banking.
Now the draft actually does play with these cars. They definitely draft it. Look at that down the inside. See if he can get it shut down. White flag
coming out right now for Jonathan Kotek. Last time by, he had almost a 20-second lead. And look at this, side by side in that battle for second. And yeah, you can see Sykes was throwing it right before he went to get the white flag. You can see Sykes was trying to throw it down the inside of Perona, but Perona, everything that these young guys are throwing at him, Perona seems to have a little answer for it in terms more of a counter punch. But here comes Sykes.
Watch the Rice boys. They're going to do this now. There's Rice Racing teammates. One's going outside. The other's going to be right down the outside, just following him. They may try to push Perona all the way to the inside, not getting any kind of a run into two.
Side by, oof, that's so close. You touch those tires in these open wheel cars, it generally doesn't end well.
Great work there for Holtz to follow Sykes down there, realizing I had a chance to just follow him down and make Perona work for it. Perona unable to, but I don't think it's over yet. I think Perona still has an opportunity here to pick off one of these guys, perhaps coming into 12, maybe even coming out of 6A onto that back straight.
Wow, Sykes' car now, you can just see it. It's just skittish. These little slides. He is driving absolutely on the edge. But there's definitely that one line there is just a little bit grippier because the water now has been pushed off it a bit. The spray's nowhere near as intense as it was.
I wonder if Sykes has ever tried ice racing, because the way he's throwing this thing around, kind of leading it, feathering the throttle all the way through, at such a young age, I don't know if he has or not, but perhaps, maybe the little southern or the Atlanta region home, maybe not ice racing, maybe see how to move up north and try it.
Yeah, exactly. Come up for a winner and give it a go. He'd be good at it. Here's Kotek. Man, what a great race this guy has put on. Pole onto the front straight, and he is coming up, going for a fourth medal and a third gold to the wall. It's Jonathan Kotek winning gold in Formula F here in the 58th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. Looks like Sykes has decided he wants to be alone in this battle. He's got second. Here he comes. But does Perona have something left in his bag to get around Will Holtz? Not close enough. So it is going to be Holtz hanging on and bringing home that bronze medal. But that drive by Sykes after the penalty,
stellar.
Boy, talk about auguring back through the field.
Yeah, it was the second best drive in the race, because Kotek out in front just dominated, just walked away, didn't care what was going on behind him. And for him here to win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in places that also all other Formula F drivers have won, people like Jimmy Vasser, who has gone around this track once or twice. And now he's got 3 championships, one more than the famous Skip Barber had in this class at its onset back in 69 and 70. So that's some good company when you're beating a number of championships there by the names of Skip Barber. And for Kotek, this is now 3 out of 4. That's a pretty good run for him in this class.
That's pretty darn good. 75%. Yeah, absolutely. Here comes the number 81, Theodore Burns. Battle he's been having with Cliff Johnson. This is for 13th. And this is one of the things that we see in these classes here at the Runoffs is, back in the pack just a little bit. You find a person or two who's running in that same performance window as you are, and you race them hard. And you get a lot of satisfaction, even in that scenario here. So
for Burns there, fighting it out with Stephen Oates, a Formula V 3-time champ, that had to be a lot of fun for him as well. Absolutely,
just great stuff here. And look there at the number 62 of Robert Gross out of Washington Township, Michigan, and the Averill Racing stuff. That's one of the Pipers. And here comes Kotek heading toward the Victory Circle staging area.
He's going to be a little damp in that suit in there.
Yes, indeed.
And with these Formula cars, you find that water comes from everywhere. It comes from underneath. It comes from on top. It just finds its way through. You'll think, oh, I'm good and dry, and you hit that first big puddle, and all of a sudden the back of your legs are wet. Where'd that come from? Well, those floor pans aren't exactly watertight. So, but I don't think he's going to care.
No, I think now all he has to do is take that suit off, and
he'll just he'll rinse that water off with a good bit of bubbly here in a little while.
Well, I was going to say, whatever that water might be doing is going to be replaced by some good Mazda sparkling wine in fairly short order. So that's okay as he pulls in, and that helmet is going to come off. Great drive by Kotek. Sykes, superb drive coming up in the wet. And, we have to really say congratulations to all the drivers in this field, because those were really sketchy conditions, particularly at the start. And everybody, save I think Kephart, who looked like he just had a mechanical, brought it home. That's pretty impressive stuff.
It is, yeah, in these conditions, that's great. I'm sure all these drivers, a lot of these folks, whether it's their first or their 10th, it's a bucket list. And to be able to run here means a lot to them, but it means a lot to the guy who's getting that gold medal.
Oh, you bet it does. And then we'll hear from the two teammates there in the blue machines after we hear from our gold medalist for a third time. I think the medal just went around the neck. Let's check in with Hayward.
Jonathan, this makes 3 out of 4 at the runoffs. How does it feel to win at Indy?
Oh, it feels good. Definitely being able to improve from our 2017 performance. Definitely feels good setting track record and really proving a point here today.
You were able to get a gap, maintain the gap. How challenging was the full course yellow for you mentally?
It wasn't too bad. I just didn't look in the mirrors. I know Jeff on the team called over a 5-second gap, and the next thing you know, there's a yellow. So it wasn't too bad. Just kept my head down and then just pulled another gap. So unfortunate for Simon, but at least we came home with the win.
Well, congratulations to you. You a little damp in there?
It's not too bad. I got to thank Elite Engines, Hoosier Tire, Team Pelfrey for all their help. But no, I'm dry as a bone.
Dry as a bone, guys.
Well, maybe they knew this was coming and did a little waterproofing inside there. So
he looks calm as can be. I tell you, we've seen a lot of drivers who finish races like that, and they're sweating and they're tired. Nope, not Jonathan. He just looks cool as can be.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
And just wanted a little sip of water. Then he's going to go back out if he wants to and take that victory lap with the flag and celebrate a gold medal and a championship here as he heads around the track. But now let's go down and hear from the two young guns.
Simon, it was a bit of an adventure out there for you today. A few missteps here and there, but you came back on the podium. How validating does it feel to get all the way back to second?
I mean, it feels great to end up on the podium. I mean, that's probably the dumbest thing I've ever done in racing. I'm not going to lie. That's all on me. I wanted to have a good fight with Jonathan all the way to the end, but I did that. Had to take the stop and go, and I just recovered the best I could. My teammate here had a nice run to get to P3, so I'm hugely ecstatic for him. I got to see him when I was coming back through. Wish we could have had a tight fight with Jonathan at the front, but that's how it goes some days. Maybe we'll do it again sometime.
The guys in the booth were speculating that maybe you had some ice racing experience or dirt track or something. You looked very comfortable with a lot of slip angle in the car. Anything in the history?
I would say that I ran a lot of go-karts where we ran it so free that you could barely drive it.
Fast is loose, loose is fast.
Exactly, that's my philosophy.
All right, let's bring Will up. Will, you had a heck of a battle there towards the end of the race. There were some guess that maybe you were trying to stay too wide to slow things down so this guy could catch up and y'all could both get to the podium. Was there anything in your mind like that, or were you just holding on for dear life?
No, I didn't even realize Simon had gone off, and if I did, I may not have been so eager to let him catch up. But no, it was a great race. I felt we had a lot of pace at the beginning, the first couple laps, and I was able to pull away from Bob a bit behind me. And then as the yellow came out and as we restarted, I think Bob found a few things that I didn't. So he pulled away, but in the last 3 laps there, the fight between Simon, Bob, and I, it was a great fight. And I just have to thank the Rice Race Prep crew, Linear Edge, Jeff Muller, and the Rogers family for all their support to get me here.
Well, congratulations to you on the bronze.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it was a great run, and boy, a couple of very talented young guys there who've got a lot ahead of them, I think, in terms of a future in the sport.
I think all 3 of these very mature drives by all of them, and as Simon said here, probably one of the dumbest things he's ever done, but he certainly made up for it by having that great run to get back up into that second step.
Absolutely. There is your provisional results. Kotek, Sykes, and Holtz in the medals. Perona and Kautz complete the top 5. Then Colasacco, Adorno, Schrag, Dietz, and Ayrton Hauk round out the top 10. And just a fascinating race. Let's go back and take a look at a few of the highlights here. And at the original start, Kotek and Sykes coming up, but look at them fan out as you would expect. And Kotek knew immediately that he needed to get way down to the inside there, and he was covering everything. But look at this by Sykes, just attacking early, Larry.
He attacked and he attacked, but Kotek did not give up, and he just, once he was able to get back in front, was able to pull away a little bit. And then, of course, we had our yellow that came out, but that just created more battles behind and gave opportunities for some drivers to move around. One of those obviously being Mr. Kautz here.
Working his way through. Then we started to see these runs as they started doing that big, long weave to try and break the toe. Perona there trying to get up and back around. You can see the wiggles of the cars. Hard on the brakes. That was young Mr. Holtz, who did a fabulous recovery. Then Sykes getting the penalty for passing on the pace on the yellow flag lap. And he just came after it. Holtz making that one little bit of a mistake, and that allowed Sykes in. Sykes then got through, and then Sykes set his sights on that red machine. He was able to get him as well, and Kotek coming through and taking the win. And then the two blue cars of Simon Sykes and Will Holtz coming through. Holtz just fending off Robert Perona and ending up in the medals as Jonathan Kotek comes in and accepts that gold medal for the third time in the runoffs. So that's going to wrap up our coverage of the race for the gold in Formula F. Big thanks once again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast here as the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship runoffs. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. On behalf of Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner down in the pits, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks again, and take good care.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a legend of speed. But this weekend, it is full of SCCA amateur racers for the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Over 900 drivers came here this weekend, but only 26 will kiss the bricks. Welcome back to the SCCA Runoffs, presented by Mazda. Our broadcast is. We thank you so much for being with us for this next race in the order, and that is for F Production. I love prod classes. They're always one of my favorites. My name's John Phippen. Tom O'Gorman seated next to me. You've got a little time in tin tops, but these prod classes are always entertaining.
They're going to be a blast, and as you can see, we are on drying/damp conditions here in Indianapolis. This is going to be a game of not only racecraft and best driving, but tire decisions, and maybe a little bit of luck.
Heading down to the Mazda track map, and once again, Mazda, the presenting sponsor of our broadcasts, as they present an idea of what this 2.6-mile, 14-turn circuit's all about. Take us through it, Tom.
Sure. The first sector is the longest of it, a little over a minute in these cars. We started the start-finish line pretty close to the exit of turn 14 with a long and wide run down into turn number 1, a heavy braking zone. None of these cars have anti-lock brakes down into that turn 1 braking zone. Then a hard right into an increasing radius left and right again for turns 1, 2, and 3. Quick dab of the brakes for turn 4 for a fast right-hander, and then flat out through turn 5 into a carousel at turn 6. Drives almost like a skid pad before sweeping onto the back straightaway, the Holman straight at turn 6A. Nice and wide there, lots of options, but eventually you want to end up on the right side of the track to enter a fast sweeping turns 7, 8, 9, and 10. Each one get a little bit tighter than the last. And we've seen a lot of cars get stacked up through this section as well. Going to be important to be quick through this sector too before we come back up onto the banking at turn 11 for a braking zone on the banking at turn 12. Diving down into the infield one more time for turn 13 before sweeping towards turn 14. Of note, standing water at turns 1, 7, 11, and 14 have been forming, but we are again under drying conditions.
Thanks for that. Mazda is not only a great partner to the SCCA, it's also the most driven car in SCCA road racing. Spec Miata has the biggest field out of all 26 classes this weekend with 92 drivers, 72 of which took the green flag in the Spec Miata race yesterday. As you can see the field arrayed down there on the starting grid. There's a whole bunch of Miatas in this field as well, but there's a few others thrown in. A Lotus Super 7 on the pole, some Honda Civics, a Volkswagen Rabbit. Let's head down to the third member of our broadcast team. Roaming the paddock is Hayward Wagner.
Guys, the jackets are off and the gloves are off. This is going to be a fight in F Production in drying conditions. A couple of cars to look for. Our pole sitter, Craig Kima. This car is 500, almost actually 700 pounds lighter than the cars behind it on the grid. Much narrower tires. He's on full wets. If it gets wetter, the lighter the car is, the more the advantage, a lot of people are saying, because as the grip goes down, you're hard to hold less car to the surface. Right behind him is a brand new build. This is Cliff Ira working with Jesse Prather on this car. The Honda Civic Del Sol reminds me of the lines of the old Fiat X19s. This car is the only one on the grid to roll off on tries. He's on the Hoosier Super Soft dry tires. Right beside him, Eric Prill in the Miata. He's on full wet. He won when we were here in 2017, also driving for Jesse Prather. These guys may team up. And fourth on the grid, Kevin Ruck. Ruck is another front-wheel drive guy. He's front-wheel drive with wets. So the two front-wheel drive cars, theoretically, that have the advantage in the wet, taking counter strategies. Wets for Ruck, dries for Ira, and oh, by the way, he's got a couple of medals from this class as well.
Indeed, if we look at the top 4, there are 8 gold medals among those drivers. So we've got a lot of experience right up at the front of this, and all 4 of them eclipsed Eric Prill's lap record set here back when he won his first championship in 2017. It was a 152.0 back then, a 151.0. They're a full second quicker.
They went really fast, and a couple of cars to keep an eye on. As you mentioned, a lot of Mazdas in this field, 22 out of the 39 starters to be, in fact. They make up a majority, but then other cars sprinkled in as you see the shapes of all of the cars. We also got word that number 151 right there at the bottom of your screen is Mason Workman. That car is on an intermediate tire, by my understanding. Maybe splitting the difference, not full wet, not full dry, will be the key here. But this is going to be a fascinating race to see how it plays out. Different cars on different tires, and we won't know which one's best until about, 40 minutes from now.
Exactly, 40 minutes. Let's hope we can keep it green all the way through as these drivers are just about to roll out behind the safety car. There goes Craig Kima, the defending champion. I'll introduce as much of the field as I can, but with 39 cars, we might not get all the way through it. Craig Kima in the 05 car out of the Ohio region, a 3-time and defending champion. He sports cars picked to finish atop the box. Cliff Ira from Kansas City, Missouri in the Kansas City region, the 2014 champion is Honda Civic. Eric Prill, also sports cars picked to be on the box out of the Kansas region, a 2-time winner most recently in 2019. Kevin Ruck, also picked by sports car to be atop the box on the 73. He is out of the Ohio Valley region, a 2-time winner most recently in 2015. There's the aforementioned Mason Workman on the intermediate tires on that 52 Miata out of the Ohio Valley region. Sam Henry out of the Ozark Mountain region is in the 137 Mazda Miata. Doug Weaver in the 33 out of the Detroit region is the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award. That's for the driver who made up the most positions from Tuesday qualifying to Wednesday qualifying. Doug Weaver went up 10 places. Chuck Mathis out of the Silver Lakes region is the 2006 champion in a Volkswagen Rabbit. Michael Kamalian out of the Atlanta region in the 99 in a Miata. The 08 is Bill Hingston out of Colorado in a Miata. The 51 is Ken Kennard. He is Super Sweeps eligible out of the Atlanta region in a Miata. David Strickmatter out of the Ohio region in the 28 is in the Acura Integra, as is Rick Harris out of the Kansas region. He's the 2008 champion in the 8 car. Our highest placed rookie in the field, making his first runoff start, is Steven Simons out of the Houston region in a Miata, number 63. Taz Harvey, we've already seen him this runoffs in the 88 car from the San Francisco region. The 89 is Charlie Campbell, Super Sweeps eligible in his Mazda Miata. The 64 is Perry Simons out of the Texas region in a Miata. David Bednarz out of Detroit in a Miata. Mark Webber making his 61st runoff start. 62nd runoff start. That is the all-time record. He is in a Miata. The 3 of Mark McAllister from the Finger Lakes region in a Miata. The 07 Wade McBride out of Texas region in a Miata. The MGB of Gerald Lamb out of the Milwaukee region is car 42. Donald Aarons out of the Central Florida region in a Miata. Another rookie, Daniel Snow in the 24 out of the Cal Club in a Fiat X19. Larry Gallagher is in an Acura Integra out of the Ohio Valley region, car 69. James Samaras in the 95 out of the Milwaukee region in a Miata. The 188 of Paul Jensen from the Continental Divide region in a Miata. The 35 is Michael Hart from the Chicago region in a 1963 Turner 1500. Stefan Clark is a rookie out of the Salem, Virginia area in a Miata. Charles Guest, a rookie in the 20 out of the North Carolina region in a Miata. Dave Colby in the 154 out of the Watkins Glen region in an Acura Integra LS. This is his first race in this car. Ben Glauca out of the North Carolina region in an Acura Integra is car 31. Samuel Valenzuela out of the Texas region in a CRX car 75. Robert Keller out of the Chicago region in a Volvo P1800. Scott McAllister from the Finger Lakes region in a Rabbit. Chuck Bream is a rookie out of the Lone Star region in an MGB. Greg Seagart out of the East Tennessee region in a Miata. Spike Benning out of the Washington, D.C. region is a rookie in a Miata. And bringing up the field is Ryan Bream from the Lone Star region, car 131, a Triumph Spitfire. Ryan also making his first runoff start. Gosh, I got through them all.
Got through them all.
So the field making its way 2 by 2. A couple of champions at the front, Cliff Ira and Craig Kima. And that Lotus Super 7, the lightest and certainly most nimble car here, but not necessarily great in a straight line. Those fenders make great parachutes to slow that car down at the top end of the straight. Eric Prill broke through, won his first championship right here. He's going to try to make championship number 3. But Kevin Ruck next to him in that front-wheel drive Acura, he is going to be tough. Here they come. Ruck ducks to the inside between the 2 front rows. And just as we suspected, tough for Craig Kima to keep the momentum going. Cliff Ira goes to the front. Kevin Ruck right alongside him. Heavy on the brakes with Ruck out in front. The 137 of Sam Henry makes a big move up into second place. So Sam Henry making it done, swinging around the outside. The 08 car of Bill Hingston also making a great start. A spinner right in the middle of the track, the 52 of Mason Workman on those intermediate tires that may have caught him out, Tomo.
And that's Michael McCamalian on the outside in the grass. Looks like he might have stalled that car. Now look for the drivers that are on the slicks to be pretty cautious at the beginning of this race. There was another driver that was super aggressive into turn one. Bill Hingston in the number 08 swept from 10th. He's in that orange and yellow car challenging for third. Now Ira in the Del Sol on those dry tires, going to be taking it pretty easy, but Ruck charges to the front in the Integra. He's on those wet tires. Every second counts. If it starts to dry, he's in trouble.
Rabbit and Chuck Mathis right next to him as they swing through turn A and on their way down the Holman Straight. As we've got a great start here for Kevin Ruck. As we suspected, that car is absolutely almost unbeatable in the dry. And I would expect in these conditions he's got an advantage as well. As you can see, he leads the parade onto the Holman Straight as they work their way into the S's now. There's the 54, the Rabbit of Chuck Mathis, giving chase to the 08 of Bill Hingston, who started back in the 5th row and is already up in the top 5.
Yeah, it's a great charge, and Mathis made a commanding move at turn 7 to get up to this 4th position. Remember, Ira is on those dry tires. The Del Sol, the kind of purple-colored Del Sol, will be very cautious at the start of this race. Ruck looking very confident, as is Sam Henry in the 137. The Blue Miata sitting second. But the Charger, again, we've said it once, Bill Hingston from 10th to 3rd, but now with a mirror full of Volkswagen Rabbit.
Coming on through turn 14 for the first time up onto the front straightaway. The rain has definitely slacked off and the track is dry in, but not dry. So those drivers that made the gamble to start this race on slicks might have something to do about it. As you can see, all of the wet tire runners going offline and finding water to keep those slicks, to keep those wet tires as cool as possible. Sam Henry in that 2nd spot in the Miata, then Hingston, then Mathis, then Ira. Eric Prill, the 2-time champion, in 6th. Charlie Campbell right behind him. They've got some history in the 89 cars they got together at Daytona some years ago.
Under local yellow there into turn 1, if you were wondering why no one looked like they wanted to pass. They were not allowed to, so everything's staying single file, and I'm trying to tell if the white Miata sitting at about 7th is Charlie Campbell. It looks like it is, from 16th on the grid, sitting 7th. He's always a factor in F production. We were confused as to where he was in qualifying. Well, he's making himself a factor here in this race.
Absolutely, and we have the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA. At the end of the race, timing and scoring does the tabulation, and the driver who makes up the most places from his qualifying position to finishing position wins that Sunoco Hard Charger Award. So Charlie Campbell certainly will be in the running for that. As you can see, Eric Prill in that silver and red Miata, closing quickly on the back of Chuck Mathis in that Rabbit. As Prill getting a little more comfortable in these conditions, but the Rabbit dives right back inside the 36 of Cliff Ira to take over that position. So Ira coming under challenge now from Eric Prill. So the Del Sol and the Miata, they look a lot alike, but that roll bar on the Del Sol gives it away.
And the Del Sol is, of course, still a front-wheel drive car. We saw massive straight line speed out of this car in qualifying. He actually was able to motor completely past Chuck Mathis down the back straightaway towards turn 7, but obviously still on those dry tires, a little bit cautious into the braking zone, and Mathis maintained the position. A little bit of lockup from the number 8 of Rick Harris in the newer Integra in the background. That's the silver and bright orange car, and he is now trailing as Chuck Mathis, mechanical issue, pulls off to the side. Everyone goes around him, maybe misses a shift, still circulating and stays on track.
Right behind Charlie Campbell is the other Acura of Rick Harris, as you said. Craig Kima, the pole sitter, shuffled all the way back at the end of the first lap to a 9th position. As we can see, Charlie Campbell and Eric Prill running in formation as they run offline to try to get some water on those rain tires to keep them cool. But the 08 of Bill Hingston running in 3rd spot, about 6 seconds behind the leader, Kevin Ruck. Then the Del Sol of Ira, then Prill, then Campbell, working their way through turn 2.
Greg Kima continuing to slip. He's about 11th on track right now, so he's essentially removed himself from this race entirely, as has Kevin Ruck, but Kevin Ruck's doing it in the right way. He's checked out in the lead by 3 seconds, then another 3 seconds back to Bill Hingston, and there we see Chuck Mathis. Tight stuff. The 47 gets turned across Mason Workman, who's having a heck of a eventful race. Ooh, the 47's going to have to release that clutch nice and easy to get out of the gravel.
That 47 is David Bednarz from Ann Arbor, Michigan. And hopefully he can gently get that car moving, because that gravel will swallow that car if he spins the wheels.
Nice move by Rick Harris around the outside of Charlie Campbell, and unfortunately it does look like he's beached.
We'll get the replay of this as he and Mason Workman were arguing over turn 4. And as they went through, I don't think Bednar saw Workman there. I think he might have been a little over-enthusiastic. Workman trying to recover from that first lap spin, and he stuck his nose in there maybe a little too aggressively.
Yeah, certainly feeling the pressure to charge back, and we are going to go to full course yellow, which is a nightmare for Kevin Ruck, who had extended that lead out so well. And as we mentioned at the beginning, every millisecond counts when you're on these wet tires in drying conditions, because they do fall off so hard, and especially if they start to come apart as they overheat on that front-wheel drive car. Really disappointing to see for Kevin Ruck. The 137 of Sam Henry was keeping him honest too.
Yeah, and Kevin Ruck, that Integra is one of the heavier cars in the field, and considering the fact that it's front-wheel drive, he's going to have to be really careful not to burn the tires off. So we've got an update from our pit reporter, Hayward Wagner. Hayward, what's up?
Yeah, guys, well, we've got a break in the action. A lot of people might be watching at home thinking, how can I get involved in this? And Mazda's got a great plan to help people with the new spec MX-5 series. Michael Borden, one of the drivers in that series. Michael, tell me a little bit about the platform.
So the platform is the 3rd generation NC Miata. It's a year after the NA and NB that runs in spec Miata. So that has a little more horsepower, about 30 more horsepower than the spec Miata. So it's quite a bit quicker on track, so it makes it a lot more fun to drive, in my opinion.
Yeah, we've got spec Miata. We've had spec Miata for a long time. Why do we need a new spec class? What's different here?
Like I said, it's a little faster, a little quicker. It also kind of, in my opinion, it's a little bit better for driver development. It's kind of easy to get a lot out of it, but that last little bit is a little trickier, and it really makes you have to push the car and drive it really well to get everything out of it.
And if folks would like to get involved, learn about it, where can they go?
You can go to, I believe it's specmx5.com. There's all kinds of info on there with the rules. Contact them, who to reach out to if you have questions and everything like that. So.
Guys, you were talking about at the start of the show, more people race Mazdas than any other brand, and more Mazdas coming to a racetrack.
Thanks, Hayward. Appreciate it. We can see that David Bednars has been extracted from the gravel trap. He'll catch up to the back of the pack. Sadly, I think he has gone a lap down, but we got a shot there during the break of Craig Kima, the pole sitter, back in 10th position. Chuck Mathis falling like a stone here after battling for the top positions, has gone all the way back to 9th. So I don't know whether Rabbit has a problem or if he's just scared himself and taken it easy for a bit. Mason Workman may be penalized for that move that took out Bednars. We'll see. He's recovered back up into 8th position. Charlie Campbell was just passed by Rick Harris in the Acura just as we went to break. Eric Prill in the 5th spot. Bill Hingston up into 4th, with Cliff Ira retaking that position from him in the Del Sol. Sam Henry in the Miata in 2nd, but Kevin Ruck had a big lead prior to this full course yellow.
He did. He was the fastest car on track by a couple of seconds, but we have 3 Hondas and 3 Miatas in the top 6. It's a great opportunity for a couple of drivers who had poor starts to respond and get a new chance at life. There's one of them, is our pole sitter, Craig Kima, slipping from 1st to 11th in the first lap and a half or so of this 19-lap race. See if maybe he found a little bit more confidence in those 2 laps and can take a little bit more aggressive start this time.
Dave Colby, the driver I mentioned, that is making his first runoff start. This is his first race start in this car. He just got the car. I know his son Kyle Colby really well. He works timing and scoring for us in the F4FR series and talked a bit about his dad's efforts here. So good luck to Dave as he makes his first runoff start in that brand new, to him at least, Acura Integra. The 188 of Paul Jensen circulating around a little deeper in the pack. The safety car has pulled back up onto the banking, turning the field over to Kevin Ruck and Sam Henry as they work their way through turn 13, coming down into the sweeping turn 14 that's tighter than it looks. In dry track conditions, easy flat for these guys, but in these conditions, Tomo, they're going to have to feather the throttle to get through there.
They are going to have to be careful, and Kevin Ruck's going to have to be careful in how he manages this green flag. It's a pretty big stack up, actually. He was very patient, and that's going to allow a big jump from Cliff Ira.
Yeah, the Del Sol has got some motor, does it not, as it pulls right alongside Sam Henry. But Henry recovering a bit as he's got good top end at the big end of the straightaway. Kevin Ruck locks him up as he breaks down into turn number 1. Henry maintains the position. Eric Pearl sweeps around the 08 of Bill Hingston to move himself up to 4th.
Beautiful power move for Prill to get up to 4th position there. Now the Hingston car slips back just 1 position. Charlie Campbell has made his way back by Rick Harris, but Harris wants the position, knifes underneath Charlie Campbell up into turn 4. Hingston also challenging Prill again. This is great racing for 3rd.
Absolutely, and Charlie Campbell wants that position back as he tried to deny it to him, as we see Ruck coming down into this long turn number 6. We call it the skid pad because that's about what it's like, as Eric Prill has moved around Cliff Ira to move up into 3rd spot. So Prill, a 2-time champion, looking for a reprise of his first championship, won right here in 2017. But Cliff Ira coming back. He cuts that turn 6A just a little bit closer, as a little bump drafting going on between Bill Hingston and just behind him the 36 of Cliff Ira in the Del Sol.
I think Cliff Ira is driving a very smart race. He's got the car underneath him, and every time someone tries to make a move on him, he says, "Yep, all yours. I'm not gonna take this one yet." But as the track gets drier and drier, it's not going to dry very quickly. The sun is not out; it's pretty moist in the air. But that Del Sol on the dry tires, it's just going to get quicker and quicker. Where everyone else is likely going to stabilize, if not get a little bit slower. Kevin Ruck starting to extend his lead just a bit over Sam Henry, and taking is that Eric Prill with him.
Exactly, yeah. Prill is right up there behind Sam Henry in the 3rd spot as they work their way through. And all of these guys on wet weather tires, so they're tiptoeing just a little bit, as the fact that Cliff Ira is able to run with them in these conditions on dry weather tires.
Oh, in the background, Chuck Mathis gets into the back of Charlie Campbell and turns him. Doesn't complete the job, so Charlie Campbell can resume forward. Craig Kima goes through, as does the 33 of Doug Weaver. A little bit of contact there.
Mathis able to continue, however. Charlie Campbell trying to get back up to speed as a couple of the other Miatas trying to close down. But this battle between Rick Harris and Bill Hingston continues unabated, as does the battle between the Del Sol of Cliff Ira and Eric Prill.
Cliff Ira had a huge slide through turn 1, but kept his foot in it. The front wheel drive of the Del Sol saving him. Rick Harris gets the job done again on the 08. 8 versus 08. Good thing the cars look very different.
Exactly right. We have enough trouble keeping track of who's who right here, as so many of these cars, like I say, with 22 of them, I think you said, being Miatas, and the color schemes sometimes be the only thing that pay us off. It looks like the 54 Mathis maybe just a tad off the pace. Maybe that contact, you can see there's a little bodywork damaged on the right front corner. I don't hope that's not rubbing a tire, but it sure looks like it might be.
Fastest lap of the race last time across the line was Kevin Ruck by only 0.3 over Sam Henry. Eric Prill was right there as well, and then it's a little bit of a gap back to Cliff Ira, but Ira looking confident this lap. He started to pull away from Prill. Whoa, Charlie Campbell dirt tracking it, slinging the mud up onto the Holman straight.
Yeah, and also resurgent is Craig Kima right behind Charlie Campbell. So keep an eye on Kima. He is the 3-time and defending champion of the class in that Lotus 7, the only Lotus 7 in the field. Unusually, as we've got a spinner up on the banking. That's the 188 of Paul Jensen. Looks like he is someone made contact, and we've got some debris. That is coming off of turn 14 right up onto the main straightaway. Right now they're handling it with a local yellow, but we can see some body work not only up on the banking, but also right there on the racing line. But at the moment, they're covering it with a local yellow, as Kevin Ruck coming through that position right now.
Be curious if there was any help with that, but that is where a lot of that standing water is coming off of the banking. It runs right down onto the track out point, or the apex point essentially, of the acceleration zone, as Kevin Ruck drives right through it. Back to full course caution, and Kevin Ruck has to be so frustrated. He needed this race to go green, and he needed to use those wet tires as long as possible. Look at the different choices here. The cars on wets driving through the water to keep the tires cool. The car on dries, Ira, driving on the dry line to keep the tires hot.
Exactly right. So we are going to go full course yellow. We understand that Jensen had some help. He spun and then got clipped by another car. I don't think that bumper was from his car. It may have well been from the clipper. So that's what brought out this second full course yellow. As we've got about 25 minutes remaining in this, and we've got our second full course yellow. Let's take just a moment to get some thanks from our friends at Hagerty and Mazda.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why? indeed.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Day for F Production as part of the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. As we are under our second full course caution for a spinner, Paul Jensen, just at the outside of turn number 12. So safety crews hopefully will make quick work of that. There was a little debris on the racing line that they'll have to pick up. So hopefully they can get that out of the way and we'll get back under green flag conditions pretty quickly. We'd like to thank Sunoco, the official fuel of the USA, and also sponsor of the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. To the driver who makes up the most positions from his starting position to finishing position in this race, his order, I should say. So thanks again to Sunoco for making the racing possible for us. So Kevin Ruck with the lead, and as you said, Tomo, probably not wanting to see all of these full course yellows, although that may be a little bit of a double-edged sword. Tire life could be an issue, so maybe these slower laps give him a chance to extend the life of those tires a little bit?
It could have, but the difference there is if he were to be running green flag laps this entire time, he would almost certainly be leading to the tune of something in the form of seconds.
Yeah.
Now he has absolutely no lead other than that car width back to Sam Henry. So all the meanwhile, Cliff Ira has been gaining information, has been gaining confidence. We saw that he had actually gone fastest personal best sectors 1 and 2 on the lap that we went to full course caution. So he was really mounting a charge towards those front 2 cars, and I think that he'll pretty much start off where he left off at this green flag.
And every moment that it doesn't rain plays right into his hands because he is on dry weather tires. And I think he had a good look at the weather radar before this race, and he and his crew made the decision to gamble, if that's what you call it, to start on the dry weather tires. And you would have thought that maybe, while the track was at its wettest, he would have tumbled back down the order, hoping to have the momentum as the track dries to take advantage of these rain tires going off, but he stayed right at the thick of it since the drop of the green flag. That certainly bodes well for him in that Del Sol.
Yeah, he did a great job to make smart choices. He basically let everybody take the positions when they wanted them. He stayed out of the way, didn't put himself in any dangerous spots. We saw him slip and slide just a little bit. He didn't have it easy, but he kept himself in the hunt, and I think with 21 minutes to go, probably if we go green this or next time, we're looking at maybe 18 to 20 minutes of green flag racing. He will have plenty of time to let those tires come up to temperature, and I got to put my money on him driving away when he gets there.
Yeah, Cliff Ira won his only gold medal so far at Laguna Seca in 2014 in Super Touring Light. So this class, not too far removed, just a slightly different rule set, but that Del Sol is one that you don't see much in SCCA competition. And he's got the only one in this field.
And you can see how cool it looks with the windshield hacked off and then covered up almost the entire cockpit except his helmet sticking out. Steering wheel even completely eclipsed by that. Valens covering up the cockpit. Very cool looking car, but it does, you're right, turn into a pretty Miata looking silhouette when you do that to a Civic Del Sol.
Makes you wonder if that leading edge of that fairing that they put on there is going to be hard on the knuckles. It looks like it's right at steering wheel, like it can slice through his driving gloves. But, oh well. I'm sure that's not the case. You can see Eric Pruill right there behind him, and then Rick Harris in the Acura, the silver and black color, and then the brilliant livery on that 08 Miata of Bill Hingston, the yellow and orange livery. Mason Workman, another driver gambling on tire choice. As we mentioned, he's on an intermediate tire, so he's kind of halfway in between. He's got the best of both worlds. He's already spun once and been involved in another off-course excursion, so he's made it pretty good to be up into 7th place. We saw him behind the safety car also, like Cliff Ira, running on the dry portion of the course. So he's pretty confident that he's not going to overheat those intermediates.
Yeah, he's actually got a little bit of help at turn 1 to end up backwards. He crossed the start-finish line on lap 1 in 14th position, but I think he was actually outside the top 20 when he got pointed the right way and going. He's been super aggressive, which is where we saw the second coming together for him. So the 52 has not had the smoothest race, but I do think that that's among the stronger cars on the track as well.
Mason out of the Ohio Valley region. This is his 16th runoff start. His best finish was a year ago in this race at Road America, where he finished on the box in 3rd. So we're going green this time by. The safety car is pulled off onto the banking. Kevin Ruck brings Sam Henry and the rest of the gang around turn 13. Cliff Ira in the Del Sol. Eric Prill right behind him. And Rick Harris in the Acura. So Acura, Miata, Honda, Miata, and Acura in your top 5 positions. And here they come. The reds come up as the green flag flies.
Kevin Ruck learned his lesson, didn't back the field up nearly as much, turned the acceleration up a little bit sooner in turn 14, and here comes the Del Sol so fast in a straight line. Ruck sees him coming, protects just a little bit, but Sam Henry is going to be side by side with Cliff Ira as they turn in for turn 1. Rick Harris also attacking Eric Prill.
Right down in the inside, Harris has to take a lot of curb, and that opens the door for Prill to retake that position. Cliff Ira, again, being very cautious because I think he can afford to be. He's just hoping this stays green from here on out so he can begin to take advantage of those dry weather tires. But Eric Prill, realizing time's a wasted, he needs to get in front of that guy if he can and try to keep him behind him. As they work their way through turn 4, down into turn 5 and 6, this long left-hander. Is Prill going to take the qualifying line, try to go around the outside. Didn't work out quite as well, but that may set him up for a run here into 6A. And Sam Henry right on the back bumper of Kevin Ruck as they come right out at the edge of the Holman Straight. And Ruck quickly gets back over to driver's right, which is where he wants to be, to smooth out the apex of turn 7.
Looks like the second half of this Holman Straight into turn 7 and through the S's is the wettest portion of the track. As this is where Ira kind of backs off the pace. He starts to become a little bit of a roadblock for Eric Prill and the rest as they work their way through. You can still see a significant amount of standing water, a little bit of moisture flying, but as long as he just kind of keeps it cool and collected through there, no, it's not a great passing opportunity. So it's not the worst place to be slow. Meanwhile, Kevin Ruck pulls away again from Sam Henry. This is a carbon copy 3 for 3 every time that green flag goes in the air.
Ruck dives down out off the banking into turn number 12. Right behind Eric Prill, the Mazda's all in a line. Rick Harris in the Acura, and Hinston Workman and Charlie Campbell all together as Campbell got around Chuck Mathis in the Rabbit to get up right behind Mason Workman. Mathis in that orange Rabbit just behind him.
Workman was hunting for sight lines and ended up with his right sides in the grass as he turned in for turn 13. It was a sketchy moment for him, but he kept it together. That's the gray with the red, white, and blue stripe Miata way back in the back of frame there. Now Cliff Ira has finally completely cleared Sam Henry going into turn 1. Conservative on the brakes, but they're going to end up door handle to door handle, sweeping through turn 1. There is only one dry line. Yes, Ira, again, very conservative.
Looks like Henry a little better on the brakes as they were side by side. He was able to go a little deeper on the brakes into that damp braking area for turn 1. So he's still a little more confident. But Ira now has solidified his hold on second spot. He's going to try to go with Kevin Ruck if he can.
Interesting note from Hayward Wagner on the pit lane. It's drizzling just a little bit. So this could be bad news for Ira, great news for Ruck, Henry, Prill, Harris, Hingston, and the rest who are all on those treaded rain tires.
Yeah, everybody but Workman. But even Workman on intermediates might be able to hang in there if it doesn't get totally wet. Kevin Ruck trying to drive away here at the front as we've got about 15 and a half minutes remaining. As you can see in the upper left-hand corner, timing and scoring has determined that we won't get all the laps in, so this has turned into a timed race. 40 minutes is the time limit for each of our races. This Eric Prill going side by side with Rick Harris in the Acura. Harris hanging tough as they work their way through the S's.
a new car for Rick Harris, but a former national champion in this class with Mark Carpenter at the wheel back at the Mid-Ohio days. Harris was a B-Spec contender last year and is now back with this Integra this year. It's pretty new to him, but he's looking more and more confident every single lap. And look who he brings with him. Mason Workman drives by Eric Prill as well. They both move up one spot this lap.
Rick Harris was a national champion some years ago, back in 2008 at Heartland Park in F production, in a different car for sure. So he certainly knows his way to gold medal territory. Mason Workman right behind him. I wonder if Prill's got a problem. He has definitely lost 2 positions here on this lap. It makes you wonder if he's a little off the pace for some reason. Seems to be still on it as he's going to duck over and try to get some water on those rain tires. Maybe the tires are going away for him. Mason Workman right on the back of Rick Harris, but this battle at the front is a dandy. Wet weather tires versus dry weather tires. 2 front-wheel drive cars at the front. With Kevin Ruck holding off a challenge in the Del Sol with Cliff Ira. What motor does the Del Sol have?
I would assume a similar motor to the car, the Integra, probably a 1.8 liter VTEC motor. Or maybe a 1.6 liter VTEC motor, not sure exactly, but we've certainly crossed over the point from it being kind of a wash on wet or dry tires. I think the dry tires are absolutely by far the fastest on the track right now, and Ira backs that up with the new fast lap of the race to the tune of almost 1 full second over Kevin Ruck's fastest lap.
As does Mason Workman on the intermediate tires, up to 3rd now as he sweeps around Sam Henry to move up into that spot. Now here comes Cliff Ira side by side with Kevin Ruck. Ruck may be a little defenseless here as they come into the braking zone for turn 7. Ira should be able to get around the outside, but he, again, being very cautious. He doesn't want to play his hand too early.
Yeah, this is the dampest spot on the track, and he knows it, so he's just going to let Ruck have it this lap, but he was able to put the power down and really almost motor Ruck completely down the Holman straight. So if he can get a little closer next lap, or maybe even clear him by the start-finish line or down the front straight this lap, he'll be able to kind of take his time through that section next time. Look at the dry patches. You see the light spots on the seams between the lanes there on the pavement as they transition up onto the banking. It's getting drier and drier.
Nose to tail are they as they come through turn number 12 into 13, which sets up for the final turn at turn 14, the most important turn on the racetrack. Ruck goes a little wide right out to the gator's teeth, but then pretty good change of direction on that. He's got it pretty well set up as he comes onto the front straightaway. He's definitely got some run, but here comes Cliff Ira. He's got to run. Ruck is over in the wet trying to cool off those tires. Ira may be able to blow by him here. We'll see how they do on the brakes. But Ira with a nose in front. At the moment, he is going to get it done. Cliff Ira, your new leader, as the dry tires bring that car to the fore.
Clears him pretty comfortably too. You can see exiting turn 13 just how much sharper the power down and the direction change was for the Del Sol versus the treaded tires on Kevin Ruck. And now Ruck is pretty much going to give up on Cliff Ira, I would bet, and focus on Mason Workman, who's coming quick as well. Workman actually the fastest car on track last time through by well over a second from Cliff Ira's previous best lap time.
Yeah, he set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 2:03.0. And here he is challenging Kevin Ruck. These two know each other well. They both race in the Ohio Valley region. Mason goes around Ruck. So Ruck, I think, may be running out of tire. I think he may have burned those front tires to the ground a bit. And he is running into trouble maintaining pace.
And even if the tires are in good shape, they are treaded. The tread blocks move around a lot. The car is just going to be a little bit more vague, a little bit more floaty, and they can only do so much. In these conditions, I would assume that the dry tires are going to be 1 to 2 seconds a lap faster and just going to continue to get quicker and quicker relative to those wet tires.
So Mason Workman up into a silver medal position as we've got about 11 minutes remaining in this one. As these drivers come through turn 10 out of the S's into the final segment of this racetrack. Nice and smooth up on the banking. Driest part of the racetrack perhaps right here. You can see pretty much a dry line coming down through turn number 12 and on to 13. And a little residual dampness on the front straightaway up closest to the pit wall mostly. So Kevin Ruck still in a medal position as it runs right now. But Cliff Ira showing his heels to the rest of the field. Let's check the lap times. He just set the fastest first sector of the race on that last lap. And timing and scoring resets will check his ultimate lap time. As Ira sets a new fast lap, a 2:01.6. And And he's opened up a 4-second lead over Mason Workman. Workman sets his personal best. It's about 2 seconds, excuse me, as timing and scoring updates. So both the Del Sol and the Miata of Workman setting personal bests on that last lap. Cliff Ira looks very serene in that position. That car is just ruler flat. He's nice, easy lines to it. The battle continues back between Charlie Mathis and Bill Hingston. Those two have been, it's a good thing that they're similarly colored. You won't be able to tell how much paint transfer there's been between those two.
Yeah, you were mentioning serene. What is not serene is this battle, which is for about 8th. It's Mathis, Hingston, and Weaver. And they're going to be joined pretty quickly by Donald Ahrens in the red Miata just behind. He was one of the quickest cars on track last lap through and has been charging forward pretty quickly.
Ahrens out of Waldo, Florida, in that number 61.
He came from 23rd on the grid.
Yeah, so he's certainly in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Bill Hingston in that Miata. The 33 right next to him, Doug Weaver, and then Ahrens. So the 3 Miatas giving a little breathing room to Chuck Mathis this time. As the Miatas go 3 wide and a little bump drafting going on in the middle of the S's.
The 08 of Hingston in the yellow and orange looks pretty nervous. He's a little bit twitchy. I wonder if he's on a maybe intermediate or even dry tire. I doubt it based on his performance early in the race, but I would put money on the 61 of Ahrens being on dries as he's come up so quickly through the field just in the last lap and a half or so.
About 8.5 minutes left as we follow this battle for 8th position. Mathis in the 8th right now. Then Hingston. Ahrens had it briefly, but then it looks like the 33 of Weaver able to get back around. Now here comes Ahrens again. You're right. I bet he's on dry tires because he was able to just motor around it.
Ira and Workman basically the exact same lap time at the top of the field. Ruff comes through. He's 5 seconds now off the pace of the other cars around him. So that gives you an idea of just how good the dry tires are when it is actually dry. We're watching Donald Ahrens motor past a couple of Miatas of similar prep, but I'm suspecting that red Miata on the inside is on the dry tires, the other 2 on wets. Oh, look at Doug Weaver, big power move. It's not going to pay off. Locks the brakes and misses the turn in for turn number 1.
Hingston late on the brakes, but it cost him his exit, and that opens the door for Ahrens to try to go around the outside. Not quite able to do it. He has to fall back in single file. These 3 putting on a dandy battle just outside the top 5. Again, Ahrens in the 10th place. Hingston just in front of him in 9th. So this battle going on right at the cusp of the top 10. As I said, Ira and Workman both setting laps at the 2-minute range, 2 minutes 0.7 for both of them out in front.
I agree with you that there's something going on with Eric Prill's car. He has just succumbed to the pressure from Charlie Campbell and slipped to 7th now. So unfortunately for Prill, he will not repeat at the Indy Motor Speedway. He'll just have that 1 gold medal from here 5 years ago. A little bit unfortunate, but his pace has slipped pretty significantly, and he's actually going to end up in this battle pretty soon.
Ahrens and Hingston side by side. Ahrens, oh man, they are laying some metal on one another. Absolutely. But keeping it together, not spitting each other out. That was pretty much direct side-to-side contact. They could knock a valve stem off, if nothing else. They need to be careful. Ahrens trying to go around the outside of turn 11. As they head toward turn 12, Ahrens is going to sweep back to the inside late on the brakes. If he can keep it, he's got it done. But Hingston not giving up easily. Now let's see if Ahrens has got anything for Mathis now that he's cleared Hingston. Ahrens right on the back of the Rabbit. Again, the Rabbit may be a little wounded because of the tire choice. Ahrens, we're guessing, on dry tires, really beginning to flex his muscles. Mathis goes over to the wet part to try to cool those tires off. Ahrens maybe not with quite as much top end as that Rabbit has. As the Rabbit seems to be pretty good at the big end. Down into turn 1 they come. Ahrens content to follow at the moment. It's the battle for 8th position. Oh, and a little touch.
61 got such a better run out of turn 1. He tried to show the nose up the inside of the 54, which was opening the corner up for turn 2, and then knifed back down to the inside. Ahrens got caught out and now gets turned. The 08 has shows the nose way too late into turn number 4. Bill Hingston just a little bit too much too soon into turn 4, and unfortunately he's going to be beached.
As Ahrens and Mathis were doing battle, Hingston thought he would try to take advantage of it and dive down to the inside. We get a good replay of it as Hingston down inside Ahrens. Ahrens did not know he was there. They touched, both spinning. It's a good thing that Doug Weaver didn't collect Ahrens. He was right there in the racing line.
And this track is so wide, you can see the different lanes paved. It's 4 lanes wide, but it's really about 6 car widths. It's really tempting to just throw the car up the inside there, but it's what they would call the vortex of danger, Randy Pope's coined. Exactly. And it's just not a smart passing zone unless you're already clear alongside. Coming from behind is not going to work.
Yeah, no question we're going to go full course yellow, and that's what we're hearing from race control, that we're going to do that one more time here with only 4 minutes left. This will probably do it, because I don't think they can extract that car and get back to green flag before the time expires. So we may well have this one finish under yellow. We hate for that to happen because it was such a good race, but Cliff Ira, vindicated by his tire choice, well out in front at the time of the yellow, over 4 seconds worth in front of Mason Workman. And Kevin Ruck has to settle for the bronze medal, it looks like.
Be interesting to see. I think the pace car may have missed Cliff Ira, so Ira is technically the pace car right now. If he keeps the pace slow enough, they might be able to tow that car out and resume with only 1 lap. They're already there to tow him out, and the IMS safety crew is extremely quick. There is an outside shot. We get maybe 1 lap of green flag racing here at the end.
A green-white checker would be kind of fun, with everybody packed up behind Cliff Ira. Cliff is saying, no, I think I'll just take my time.
The slower he goes, the more likely we are to get a green flag. So he may know that. I don't know if he can necessarily manipulate that, but there's the safety car. They're going to back him up big time. And now it's a race against the clock.
Great drone shots. Thanks again to our Apex crew for these fantastic pictures. And there's the 08 out of the gravel. If the safety vehicles can get restaged with 3 minutes left, we might be able to get it done. Hingston doing a great job of staying off the racing line so he doesn't drop gravel out. He's, staying on the grass as long as he can so he doesn't drop a big load of gravel out onto the racetrack. So the 36 Del Sol of Cliff Ira looking for his 2nd national championship. Making a good tire choice. Backing up his Super Touring Light Championship in 2014 out in California. Right behind him will be Mason Workman, who certainly might have something to say about it if we do get a restart. There's a lapped car in between the two of them. There's another lapped car between Workman and Kevin Ruck as well. Oh, we're going to go checkers next time by. That's the word from race control. So we're not going to get that restart that we had all hoped for. So that is the way they're going to finish, as the safety car will bring them across the line and the checkered flag will fly. Congratulations to Cliff Ira. Played his cards just about perfectly.
Yeah, he did a beautiful job of executing that race, even though there wasn't always a lot of racing involved in it. There was a lot of, no, you go ahead. No, you go ahead. No, before you, sir.
Oh, no, after you.
Yeah, he did a great job of managing that. It was such a smart race and a smart choice, too. We were basically wondering before we went live for this broadcast, what would you pick? What would you pick? And we were expecting the driver that came with the dry tires to end up on the top. He was the only one to really give it a go, and Cliff Ira will come across the start-finish line, across the bricks, fist pumping in the air, to earn a national championship in F production.
It's always a little anticlimactic when we do it behind the safety car, but it makes it no less valuable. That gold medal's just as good. Go ahead.
I don't think that's anticlimactic. Look at him. He is having, no one has had a better day. Even the other national champions. He is so excited. I'm glad that car doesn't have a roof so we can watch him right now.
Cliff Ira is a happy camper. Just look at that celebration. Fantastic job, Cliff. Well done, my friend. Started 2nd on the grid and just, played the cards perfectly. Made the right tire choice. Drove a really consistent and very conservative race. He is letting everybody here know that he is a happy camper to notch that 2nd gold medal.
He's going to wear himself out before he gets to Hayward on the pit lane behind Mason Workman. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of contact that ended Mason Workman affected some other drivers' races from Mason Workman, so that will be looked at, I'm sure, after the fact. But on the track, he'll cross in the silver position, and that is the Miata just entering your frame, well, right behind the lapped car in the gray there.
There's the gray Miata, with Mason Workman. And then Kevin Ruck in the sort of bronze-colored Acura Integra, and he will take the bronze in that machine. Kevin, as we mentioned, one of the picks of Sports Car Magazine to be on the podium. He's a two-time winner already. And he won it most recently from F Production when we visited the Daytona International Speedway back in 2015. So Cliff Ira celebrating. This is almost like his victory lap behind the safety car. Down the Harmon Straight, all by himself, still gesticulating from the cockpit. Hands in the air. You can't believe it. Look at him holding his helmet. Fantastic stuff. This is what we love to see, and you don't see that kind of jubilation in professional racing. No offense, but
I always did.
The professional racers are much more sanguine and jaded. Hey, we do this all the time. I win all the time. I don't really care. These guys, this is a big deal. This may be the biggest win of Cliff Ira's life, and he is happy to show it.
Well, and if we had a fully dry race, remember he started second on the grid. He could have easily been earned a win in a totally dry race, but to win a race in these challenging of conditions, when there's tire decisions to be made, when there's strategy to be involved, these are sprint races, and strategy isn't often a part of that. It's usually full out racing from green to checkered. He had brain power behind this one on top of driving execution, and that's going to make it even more special. We'll always remember the 2021 runoffs for Cliff Ira's winning this race because of the decisions that he made and the way he executed it.
Exactly, and the celebration afterwards.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of replays of those gestures, I'm sure, before this runoffs is over. So don't take anything away from Mason Workman finishing second, Kevin Ruck in third. Rick Harris comes home in fourth spot in that Acura. And should there be a penalty assessed to Mason Workman, he would be in a position to take that final step on the podium. As a disbelieving Cliff Ira works his way down the pit lane. And he will be joining our intrepid pit reporter Hayward Wagner down there under the canopy, although they might get him out in the air now because of the rain has stopped. But Hayward was reporting to us off the air that it had begun to rain again, just slightly, but looks like that was just a brief little shower, and it has not returned. And those dry track conditions were all Cliff Ira needed to cement the victory. He's getting a lot of celebrations from the grid workers here as he works his way slowly down. He is still grabbing his helmet. Cannot believe his good fortune. And there's no good fortune about it. Good planning, good execution is what made this possible. And having faith in that Del Sol when nobody else did. That's certainly something to be said as well. Coming right to the yard of bricks. This interview will be in the open air, ladies and gentlemen, as the last couple, with the rains coming down, have been under the canopy. You can see the microphone of Hayward Wagner right down there next to our winner. Once he gets his helmet off and we can see that smiling face, Hayward will give us a rundown of it. Sam Henry came home in fifth spot. Charlie Campbell, a good run into sixth. Eric Prill sadly faded to seventh. Chuck Mathis in eighth. Doug Weaver and Larry Gallagher, your top 10. I'll tell you what, that is one happy camper. Let's go down trackside to Hayward Wagner to a very emotional Cliff Ira.
Cliff Ira, how does it feel to be the smartest man at the runoffs?
I don't think I'm the smartest one, Hayward. You know better than that. But I got to give a lot of credit to my crew, to Greg, my brother Greg, and Mark, and my cousin Andy, who are here helping all week. We've been on the grid before when it started raining and made the wrong decision, so you know it better than anyone. It's a gamble. You saw me at the start.
When we were at the start, I asked you if this was a gamble because it was the only way you thought you could win, to get lucky and have the right setup, or if this was the right way to go, and you said it was the right way to go.
Yeah, I think we had the car to run with them, but this, just like it worked out, we would have had a little more car if we were on slicks. So, boy, I love it when a plan comes together. You know, it's unbelievable. It's such an incredible feeling, and I really have to give a shout out to Jesse Prather. He's a good friend of mine, and he really built this car and collaborated with me on it. And it just, all the hours and all the whole COVID, you know what? I mean, this is just an unbelievable feeling.
Have you ever had a lap around a racetrack that was more fun than after the checker?
Oh, I don't think so. It's probably worse that I had time to think about it, honestly. And it's just an unbelievable feeling. The runoffs is the pinnacle, man. And you get on top here, it's just a feeling like no other, especially at Indy. It's just incredible, incredible feeling.
Well, big congratulations to you. I hope you have enough energy left for a victory lap, because I think there's a couple of people that want to go with you.
Yes, I do. Let's go.
Congratulations.
No doubt about it. Cliff Ira is one happy camper. And if you think these races don't mean anything to these drivers, just look at the look on his face. That'll tell you everything you need to know about SCCA Club Racing and what the runoffs mean to these drivers, and especially when it's here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That just couldn't be a better feeling, I'm sure. Our second and third place finishers are down with Hayward Wagner.
Well, Mason, it was definitely a prod race. You just said you had better days. Do you think you had a little bit more?
No, I didn't have anything for Cliff. I was backwards in turn one on the first lap. I watched the entire field stream by me on both sides, and then just started picking them up and putting them down. You know, man, I was closing so fast on everybody, and we kind of did a hero or zero on the tires, and it almost worked.
Were those hand groove slicks?
They were. So a big thanks to Hoosier for taking care of me on those. You know, came up a little bit short. You know, it was an okay drive. It is what it is.
Well, congratulations on the silver.
Thank you.
And Kevin, I know you probably felt like you had this one under your control for a little while. Things dried out a little bit. It's a bronze. It could have been a gold. Is it frustration? Is it disappointment? Or is it just happy to be on a podium?
The first two. I mean, I came to the week. I'd be happy being on the podium in a dry race at this track, honestly. But I'm sorry, that was the car to have today, and I made the wrong tire choice. No matter what the tire choice would have been. Now, I mean, absolute kudos to Cliff. That had to have been dicey at the start of that race. And he kept it on the track. And when I saw he was P3 after their first full first yellow, I looked in my mirror and I saw he had maintained that. I was like, oh, we're toast. Like, a good rain started in the middle of the race, and that helped a little bit. But then it just, without that keeping going, the front of the car just...
Well, it's another podium for you. I know it's not the one you want. It was a heck of a race. Great drive from you to keep it on the podium, even as the track went away from you.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
You can see the disappointment in Kevin Ruck's face because he wanted more out of this one, but he should hold his head up high. That's not all bad, man.
Yeah, I think he's kicking himself just for the tire choice. But
Exactly.
if that race had gone green the entire length, I think it would have looked a little different for Kevin Ruck on those wet tires. Wasn't necessarily the wrong choice for the weather, but maybe the wrong choice for the number of cautions we had in that race. And Mason Workman also, everyone made a different choice in this race, and I think everyone comes away with a different feeling from it, but none of the feelings are better than in that car right now.
Two passengers in that Del Sol taking the celebratory lap, and Cliff is still waving to his friends. The paddock area there off to his right, and that's who he's waving to. I'm sure he's got a lot of friends up along the fence who are celebrating his win. So congratulations to Cliff Ira, the 2021 champion of F Production at the 58th running of the runoffs. Here's our top 10 in the unofficial results. Cliff Ira, your winner by just about 3 seconds. Again, these times don't matter because it was behind the safety car. Mason Workman in second, Kevin Ruck in third. Rick Harris comes home to fourth. Sam Henry right up at the sharp edge in the early stages, faded to fifth. Charlie Campbell making a good drive up to sixth. Eric Prill again fading back to seventh. Chuck Mathis, Doug Weaver, and Larry Gallagher rounding out your top 10.
I talked to Larry's son, Patrick, just before the race. They were hoping for a top 10 by going conservative on the rain tire choice. They're going to be super happy with that from 23rd on the grid. But here's the start, some highlights.
Exactly. As you can see, a great run right at the front as Kevin Ruck got down there. But here comes Cliff Ira right on his back bumper as they come onto the front straightaway. And you can see Ruck looking for water, trying to cool those rain tires down. And this was the final denouement where Cliff Ira was able to take those dry weather tires, and then just a couple corners later, Mason Workman powered around the outside of Kevin Ruck. who I'm sure was kicking himself inside. A great battle here between Aarons and the 08 of Hingston, which eventually ended in tears with both of them spinning, bringing out our final full course yellow to extract Hingston from the gravel trap. We had hoped there'd be time to get back to the green, but it wasn't to be, with a finish behind the safety car. And Cliff Ira sees the checkered flag for the second time, and you can watch right now, the celebrations have already begun as Cliff Ira was pumping his fists and wiping a few happy tears out of his eyes as he thanks the good Lord for this win. Congratulations, Cliff. Well done. Thanks so much for being with us for this exciting F Production final, and also thanks to Mazda for being our broadcast sponsor here at the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. For Tom O'Gorman and down in the pit lane, Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. On any racer's bucket list, this weekend almost 900 amateur racers doing battle in a winner-take-all finale. Almost 900 start the weekend, but only 26 get to kiss the bricks. It's the Runoffs at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Welcome to a damp but drying Indianapolis Motor Speedway here on Hagerty Race Day for the Prototype 2 National Championship Run. Our broadcast presented to you by Mazda. We thank Mazda for their sponsorship. It's not only a great supporting of the racing community with face-to-face and virtual coaching at the Runoffs and events throughout the year. Support like this has made Mazda the most driven car in SCCA road racing. You can have a look at the paddock down there as these Prototype 2 cars working their way toward the grid as they are getting lined up. You can see Gumby down there making sure everybody's in good shape. My name's John Phippen. Alongside me is Larry Lefty McLeod. Haywood Wagner is down in the pit lane, and we will bring the action to you. But Mazda sponsors our track map, which gives you an idea of what the lefts and rights are of this 2.6-mile circuit here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Take us through it, Lefty.
All right, so these cars are going to come roaring down the classic bricks, across the bricks there, down into turn 1, and it's going to be a fight for survival through turn 1 and turn 2, a couple of 90-degree corners. Then they're going to kink the turns down into turn 4, nice little tight right-hander with a whole lot of beach on the outside of it. That's going to be a tough one for them. But if they get through that, they'll get around to turn 6, a big carousel sweeper, get out of 6A, and that gets you down the Holman Drive back straight, where, again, they may fan out, look for all kinds of different lines down there, hunting down there for that left turn, turn 7, which it takes them through the S's, and as they round turn 10, they'll get back up onto the banking of the oval, going clockwise now, of course, not the 8500 counterclockwise. Take that down into turn 12, coming down off the banking. The 90-degree 12 into a pretty tight 13, a nice late apex there is the key to a good lap as you come off at 13, and then back up through the gearbox as you run down across those bricks one more time.
Mazda does a lot more than present the track map here at the Runoffs. They support their drivers with face-to-face and virtual coaching at events throughout the year. And the third member of our broadcast team is down on the false grid. Let's say hello to Hayward Wagner. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good day, Hayward.
It might still be morning. At the Runoffs, there is no real time. We're on our second Sunday in a row. Prototype 2, flat bottom cars, lightweight, lots of carbon fiber. As you guys know, the track has been drying for the last couple hours. Couple of different tire strategies at the moment. Most of these guys are on a traditional slick right now. One car that's not is the 22, which is on a hand groove slick. They took a slick tire, they cut grooves in it just like a rain tire. There's another car further up the grid, actually the last car on the grid, that's on full wets. He's looking at the weather and going, if things get bad, I might be able to do something here towards the end of the race. But here's the most interesting one on the grid. Take a look at the sidewall of this tire right here where it normally tells you who made it. There's nothing there. Take a look up in the wheel well up here. There's 2 grooves cut in the tire. It came to my attention when the car came on grid because the Goodyear guys came over and started taking pictures of it. One of them, what tire was. He looked at me and said, I have no idea. I've never seen it before. So all kinds of interesting and new technologies and products and things arriving here on the grid at the Runoffs.
The nice thing about the prototype classes is that they're kind of an experimental thing. It's like, run what you brung. There is a rule set, of course, but you see a lot of unusual things. Store sort of revolutionized the prototype classes when they came up with their WF1 chassis, which is really the dominant chassis in this race. But there's a whole lot of, I would say garage spirit in these cars where guys are just looking for little secrets to make them go a little quicker.
And you can see a couple of them right there with their tire choices and some of the aero choices. Look down here in the grid, you'll see very unique rear wings. That's a very popular thing for these guys to try out different configurations, building their own, see if they can get a little bit better, lower drag, more downforce in that rear of the car. And here in the Prototype 2 category, there's a lot of variety. Definitely a lot of the store chassis in there, but by far not the only thing. And, of course, up there, Tim Day Jr., I got a shot of him. He is going to be our pole sitter we'll talk about in a minute. He is in one of those store chassis out there. And I suspect he may have some rain experience, although he's from Scottsdale, Arizona. He is a San Francisco region member, and we know they get some rain up in those parts, and that may be also a part of this, is how many of these guys have run these cars in rain before, and what kind of experience do they have when they start seeing the mist spraying off of the car in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, we had torrential rains earlier in the day today, but it has dried up some. And as I look out the window of our commentary booth, there's actually something that resembles sunshine trying to break through the clouds. So these cars beginning to roll away from the false grid. Let's introduce the 16-car starting grid for you. Again, there's a lot of similarity, but a lot of differences in these cars as well. As we mentioned, our pole sitter is car number 8, Tim Day Jr., out of Scottsdale, although he makes his home in the San Francisco region. He is Super Sweep eligible, is the 2018 champion of the class, and sports cars picked to finish atop the podium. He's in a store with Suzuki Power. Greg Guyan starts next in the 83 out of Western Springs, Illinois, in the Chicago region. Greg is the defending champion in the Guicor International Store Suzuki. Starting inside of row 2, the number 99 of Lucien Pansea out of San Antonio, Texas, and the Lone Star region. He is also Super Sweep eligible and is also the winner of our Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award for the driver who made up the most positions in qualifying from day 1 to day 2. Lucien picked up 3 spots in that Young Racing Newport Villa Store Kawasaki. Next to him in row 2 is the 22 of John McIntyre out of San Jose, California, in the San Francisco region, in the Spectator Technology Store Suzuki. He's the one on the hand groove slicks. Trey Ayers is also in sports cars picked to finish on the podium. He is a 2-time champion, most recently in 2019. Trey out of Gainesville, Georgia, in the Atlanta region, in the 77 car. That's a Mazda Ayers Motorsports SCCA Esports Racer Mazda. Next to him in row 3, the 03 of Sherman Chow out of Palm Beach, Florida, and the Central Florida region in a store Suzuki. The last driver on the pick list from Sports Car Magazine is the 4 of Robert Iverson out of Gulf Breeze, Florida, and the Gulf Coast region. He's in the National Guard 10 Crows Barbecue Ligier JS51 Evo Honda-powered car, the only Honda-powered car in the field. Kevin Mitz starts in row number 4 next to him, and the 13 car out of Campbell, California, in the San Francisco region, the store Race Cars Youngblood Wheels Store Suzuki. Mike Rupert, a 2-time champion, although not since 1997, out of Hubertus, Wisconsin, in the Milwaukee region, in car number 7. Sunshine Metals and Hoosier sponsor his store Suzuki. John Guyan out of Darien, Illinois, in the Chicago region, is in car 47 in another Guicor International Store Suzuki. Richard Colbert, veteran campaigner in the 97 car out of Northbrook, Illinois, though he races out of the Cincinnati region in the Sunshine Metals Aztec Prototype 2 Suzuki. Bill Niermeyer Jr., another long-time competitor in the 65 out of Loveland, Ohio, and the Cincinnati region, won this championship in the year 2000. The Hoosier Superior Equipment Sorcerer Suzuki. Vaughn Scott in the number 25 out of Royal Oak, Michigan, and the Detroit region, 4M Industries, Monks Motors, Hidari Firefly Suzuki. Michael Moulton in car number 71 out of Wilmington, North Carolina, and the North Carolina region, in the Medact Store Suzuki. The final 2 row are our only 2 rookies in the field making their first runoff starts. The 43 of Norm Benson out of Paso Robles, California, and the Cal Club, and a Mazda-sponsored Van Diemen RFS 03 Mazda, and Kevin Buss bringing up the rear out of Columbia Station, Ohio, and the Ohio Valley region, in the number 96 No Shock Incorporated Gorilla Concrete Tools Radical SR3 Suzuki. He is on full wet weather tires. He's betting that it's going to rain.
He's going to give that a go. We'll see. The radar is looking like the 40. It might just hold off just past this race before it gets here, which means any strategy to put those grooved or wets on may or may not pan out, but out in front, they're going to pan out once they see that green flag.
Pair of store Suzukis at the front. Tim Day Jr. in the 8 with Greg Guyan in the 83. Guyan with that red livery on the car as they are gradually coming. There's the green flag. They pop out, but everybody stays pretty much in formation. Nobody getting a big run as we might expect. These cars pretty evenly matched as they head down toward turn number 1 for the first time. Heading out to the outside is John McIntyre on the groove slicks, but slicing down to the inside is the 99 car of Lucien Pansea as he takes over the lead from Tim Day Jr. Day fighting back as we've got a spinner already, as that is the 03 car of Sherman Chow, who goes around there at turn number 2. Back at the front, the 83 has retaken 3rd spot as Greg Guyan into the 3rd spot, but the 99 of Lucien Pansea, the Texan out of the Lone Star region, taking over the point from the pole sitter Tim Day right in his wheel tracks. And then the 3rd spot to the 83 car of Greg Guyan As they come onto the Holman Straight for the final time, you can see dry racing line forming, and here comes Greg Guyan trying to take that spot back as they're going to go full course yellow to recover this car of Sherman Chow, who is in the runoff area there right at the exit of turn 2. And we'll get a replay of the start as we see these drivers coming down. Looks like everybody's going to mind their P's and Q's, and then Sherman Chow says, thank you very much, I'll dive right down to the inside. He avoids the curbing and makes that pass stick as Tim Day tries to retake the position. Sherman Chow, about 3 rows back, gets a little bit squirrely and then I think goes around on his own.
Yeah, I don't even think he made any kind of contact with Trey Ayers there. I think it was on his own, but he is definitely on the slippery side of the track. Ayers was holding form on the dry pavement. I wonder if he stalled and the car isn't able to get going again, but we'll give this a few minutes, let the services crew take care of that. But what we saw there right at the end was exactly that. Number 8, our pole sitter, Tim Day Jr., was going past Lucien Pansea down that back straight and retake that spot. Tim, extremely fast. He out-qualified the field by 1.7 seconds out here. He has been just lightning quick all week long, and I wonder coming into today, how is that going to play out? Now, we do have 2 cars down there, as you can see. That's the number 7 of Mike Rupert in that yellow and black car with the damage on it. He's in a Suzuki store as well. So it wasn't just for the single car. We also got John Guyan out there. John, related clearly to Greg, was running up near the front. John here, unfortunately, his race is going to be over. He's that white car you see in that shot.
Yeah, the number 47 store Suzuki. So 3 cars involved. And so the one we caught on the initial replay of it was just the 03 of Chow, but behind him there was some further carnage as John Guyan got together.
Shot of Trey Ayers right there, and Trey won this class a couple of years ago. I think it was at 19 over at VIR. Yep. He's also got another championship, and I believe that was over at SRF and some racetrack somewhere in the middle of Indiana. Yes, that's right. Right here in 2017, he beat a 71 other cars to win the gold medal in Spec Racer Ford. He knows how to fight in a pack. So if this racing gets tight, look for that big car in your picture. And I say big. I mean, look at that thing. It's an old Eastport racer. And he's behind all of these store chassis in front of him. The biggest car in the field right here in the hands of a very capable driver.
Yeah, that looks like a giant, that number 77 with the yellow highlights. As the rest of the field coming through. There's the 71 of Michael Moulton. So while we've got just a moment and recovering these disabled cars at the back of the pack, let's take a minute to say thanks to our sponsors making the racing possible here at Indianapolis.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Day for the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. This is Prototype 2 and an early full course yellow as we had 3 cars involved in an incident at the first turn. And the safety crew getting those cars out of harm's way, and we should be able to get back to green flag racing. Tim Day Jr., after battling with Lucien Pansea around the first lap, able to retake the lead before the full course yellow came out. So our pole sitter back in front, Pansea second, Greg Guyan in the third spot, John McIntyre and Trey Ayers in that giant esports racer number 77 are your top 5 in the early going here. As again, this will be 19 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. We had pretty heavy rain earlier in the day, but it's dried up at the moment. But there is rain forecast, sadly, for the rest of the weekend. So we may have more rain before this day is out. And it's supposed to be pretty damp here tomorrow as well.
Yeah, for Norm Benson, I think he'd like that rain to come now. I just saw him coming down the front straight. He's in the white car with that orange sort of cowling on it right there.
The 43. Yeah.
He's the one, I believe, on the full wets. And so he would definitely love to see some rain come down as he's trying to keep those things cool down the front straightaway. That shot right there is Michael Moulton. It's just as we went to break. Now you can see it. That rear wing is a little bit of kilter. It's going to be interesting. If it's fixed tight, they'll let it go. If that thing looks like it's too loose, maybe falling off, they could potentially black flag him, bring him in for a risk of that thing coming apart. I'm sure it can't handle the same now as it did during the qualifying days, that's for sure.
Yeah, he qualified back in row number 7, but with that wing askew, he's definitely going to have a very different level of rear downforce than he's accustomed to. But you're right, the corner workers will keep a close eye on that. If it starts wobbling to the point where it looks like it might come off, they will call him in because that could create a hazard for other competitors on the track. These great drone shots show you the field as they sweep around turn 6A onto the Holman Straight. Hopefully we're pretty close. As you can see, a dry racing line forming right there where our pole sitter, Tim Day, is weaving. And then under the bridge, a little dampness. One of the last places to dry has been right here in the braking zone for turn 7, as there were deep puddles here when the rain was really coming down. So you can see right at the apex, it is still very wet, right where the safety car is coming through right now.
So if you're trying to overtake someone and you're going down there into turn 7, being on the inside is not the ideal location, because as soon as you're done braking, about to make that turn in with the wheel, the grip is going to go away suddenly.
Yeah, exactly. And passing will be especially difficult in this class, not only because they're so evenly matched, but if you'll have to get offline in order to do a pass, you're getting off into the damp part of the racetrack. And with the vast majority of these drivers starting on slicks, that's going to be a little dicey.
That's where I wonder about Greg Guyan. He's currently on the track running in 3rd, just behind these two. He's the one, I think, that had that sort of groove tire that with the
intermediates,
unknown,
if you want to call it that.
And the unknown brand on the side, wasn't quite sure what it is. That's a bit of a wild card in this mix because it's a definite unknown where everyone else is running the more of the traditional tires off the shelf sort of stuff.
Exactly. We're going to go around at least one more time. If the safety car were to pull off, he would just go straight there at turn number 12 as the safety car parks up on the banking of oval turn 1. So we're going to go around at least one more time, it looks like. But working race lap number 3. Here's the 97 car of Richard Colburn. We mentioned Richard is a veteran. This is his 47th runoff start. He has had 26 top 10s of those 47 starts. And he's had only a single medal, and that was back in 1994 at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. That was the first year the runoffs were held at Mid-Ohio, and he won that in D-Sports Racing. So kind of the precursor to this class for Richard Colburn.
Another unique chassis there too, that Aztec chassis that he's running. You don't see anyone else running that. That's not just some other store with some different bodywork on it. That is a different chassis for him. Still running the Suzuki, the Hayabusa motor in there, as a lot of these guys are running. Just about everyone at this point in the Hayabusa. We know for sure that Lucien Pansay is actually on a Kawasaki. Trey Ayre is running a your standard car engine, one of the MZR versions of the Mazda power plant there.
Robert Iverson with the Honda. We don't know I don't know if you know what the genesis of that is.
Don't have the specs on it. A lot of the guys do run probably the 2 liter as a guess, but again, right now that would be a guess for Iverson.
There's Trey Ayres in that number 77 eSports racer. You can see that rear wing dancing just a little bit as he goes over the bumps. There's a lot of talk in Formula One about movable aerodynamic devices. There's no such thing as a non-movable aerodynamic device. They all move if you put enough pressure on them. You can see these wings can be a little jiggly if they go over a big bump. Safety car with the lights out. I hope that's a good sign. And we're hearing from race control. We anticipate a green at this time by.
So we talked about the customization that some of these guys do, even though they all work with the same store platform. Tim Day Jr., very smooth sloping back behind the roll hoop there behind the driver. Whereas you look at Lucien Pansay, he's got one of those almost like an LMP car sort of fin going all the way down toward that rear wing, maybe trying to get a little bit of a cleaner air across the rear wing. As you can see there on that lime green car, with he's even got the green stripe on top to give you a good look at it. So that's some of that customizations. It's the rear wings, it's the body work. You know, as long as again it falls into that flat bottom as opposed to the tunnels that the P1 guys get. Other than that, there's a lot of freedom for them to do what they want. You can even see the front arrow around the front there on that green and black vehicle. Very different than the one in front of them, but they are both store WF1 chassis.
But a little bit of difference.
Yeah.
Safety car pulls off and turns the field over to our pole sitter, Tim Day Jr. Lucien Pansea in that brilliant yellow highlighted car right behind him. Greg Guyan just behind him in the 83. Tim Day, you can hear him already coming up through the gears. He is wasting no time getting up to speed, and those two, Day and Pansea, get a little bit of a jump. Pansea dives out just as he did on the initial start. A little earlier this time, he has a nose ahead. Pansea with Kawasaki power as opposed to the Suzuki and Tim Day's. They both lock up. Day goes a little deep but is able to maintain the lead for the moment. But Pansea scrabbling for traction on a damp racetrack.
Only one line as they come out of turn 2 right there. And Pansea had to sort of fall in line behind Day because going wide would have put him right up into that slippery stuff.
Down turn 5 as they come down into this sweeping left-hander that we call the skid pad because it's such a long radius, 180-degree turn. And then 6A, which is a little juke to the right that takes them back onto the Holman Straight. Right there where they track out to the edge has been the scene of some grief at some earlier races in this weekend's racing.
Which means there's a lot of dirt back on the track. If you run wide for a little bit too long, it could pick up a little bit of dirt on your tires. It's not what you want to be doing. To add to the, at this point, that'd be a little bit of mud.
That would be mud for sure, yeah, no question. It's been pretty damp here. But as you can see, there are drying patches right on the racing line, but off the racing line, damp and pretty treacherous for a slick-clad car. That's what I was trying to say. Tim Day Jr. stretching his advantage a bit as they come up on the short chute between turns 1 and 2 on the oval and then dive right back down into turn 12. Very tricky off-camber turn that. And 13, which sets up for the most important turn on the racetrack. Turn number 14, which leads onto this long front straightaway. Back onto the running the wrong direction, the purists would say. Across the line comes Tim Day Jr. And his first full lap at speed, a 138.636. As they qualified in the 133s, so still some pace to come.
That last sector was the separator there for Day Jr. over Pansea. So it was something like about a 1.5 second difference in that one sector alone, and it's only a less than 30-second sector. So that's a huge margin to be able to pull out right there. The rest of the infield, they seem to be pretty evenly matched. But when they got to the last 90-degree right-hander for 12 and then the exit of 13, Day was able to get on the power. Very good car in those two corners.
Here's the 4 of Robert Iverson and the 22 of John McIntyre going after it for 5th and 6th. Iverson just taking over that position. It looks like McIntyre's going to lose another spot as the, what is that, the 65 car moves around him. That's Bill Newmeyer again, a veteran campaigner.
In the Sorcerer.
Yeah. This is his 11th runoff start. He won in 2000 in F production at Mid-Ohio for his only gold medal. But the 4 car of Robert Iverson down into turn number 7. Newmeyer giving chase in that Sorcerer. Associate that with the old D-Sports racers as I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I seem to remember a lot of Sorcerers in D-Sports racing back in the day.
Now with the new sets of rules, all those sports racers are gone. We've got them all into the prototype categories here between P1 and P2. So you do see a lot of them still kind of hanging around. And for Newmeyer, still putting in some pretty good laps. It's a decent pace for him.
Lucien Pansea dropping back just a bit into the clutches of Greg Guyan in that number 83 car. Guyan closing up on him as they come across the line. Pansea looks like he made a little wave to the starter. Maybe that was an optical illusion, but just as he came under the stripe. And these two doing battle down into turn number 1. Both store chassis, but remember Pansea with a Kawasaki, Guyan with the Suzuki. So Store is running in the top 3 right now. Trey Ayers in that big eSports Racer 77 running in 4th, although he's about 6 seconds up the road from this battle.
Pansea struggled a little bit on the entry corners through 1, coming off of the banking there with Greg Guyan just about ran right through him because he didn't expect him to be that slow through there. And Guyan did out-qualify Pansea. Pansea was able to pass earlier in this race. And And the difference between them in qualifying trim was about 1.2 seconds. So Guyan's starting to get some of that pace back. But I tell you what, I think Tim Day Jr. may have slipped a little bit of pace there as well. Something happened to him somewhere in that first sector. That advantage that he had looks like about 2.5 seconds of it just disappeared in that first sector alone.
Yeah, so I don't know if he made a mistake or if that indicates a problem brewing with that number 8. But right at the moment, he appears to be at speed. Pansea, of course, is super sweep eligible. If he's able to get around Tim Day Jr. and take the win, he would notch the super sweep. He's already won the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for his biggest improvement from day 1 to day 2 of qualifying.
Well, Tim Day seems to have recovered, so perhaps there was a bit of a slip there that we just didn't catch, because it was a big difference. But you see him through sector 2, just about 2/10 between them. That's negligible. But as he get through this sector 3, again, a good runoff of the 13 turn for Day Jr., just like he did a bit ago ahead of Pansea and Guyan. So I think whatever it was must have just been a momentary thing for Tim Day. You can't afford too many of those around this place. With these conditions in a single line, a little bit offline, you find a lot of this sort of grease. A big slide there for Greg Guyan coming into 1, and perhaps that's the kind of thing that happened to Tim Day as well. This is treacherous conditions sometimes because you think there's grip. That pavement's still cold. It's just a couple inches off that line. It gets real slippery.
Yeah, if you stay right in the racing line, you're probably okay. But like you say, he tried to go side by side in the braking zone there at turn number 1 and found that the track was a lot slicker. Looking at the pace, they're about 5 seconds off dry track pace at this point. So that is a whole lot faster than we were earlier in the day when it was sodden here. And these cars were 30 seconds off the pace. But right now, they're only running about 5 seconds off their dry track pace as the track beginning to dry out.
Of these 3, Greg Guyan has the best trap speed last time through, about 2 miles an hour quicker than Day Jr., about 5 miles, or at least 4.5 miles an hour faster than Lucien Pansea. So Greg Guyan may have the slipperiest car on the straight line, but I'm thinking right now Tim Day Jr. has got the car that wiggles the best, and if he just set new sector 1 time and all of those wiggly bits through turn 1 through turn 6, that's his advantage right now.
Yeah, that first sector and the second sector are both dominated by a lot of twisty bits. Higher speed turns in sector 1. The sector 2 just basically involves turn 7 and the S's. So it's a change of direction kind of wiggliness, if you will. These 3 have really put a bumping on the rest of the field as Trey Ayers has dropped back almost 6 seconds behind Greg Guyan in the 3rd spot. You can just barely see Ayers at the top of your screen as they come down toward him. There he is with the yellow highlight on one side of the car, the left side of the car.
Very traditional for him when he ran his Spec Racer Ford. Had the exact same livery on it. You could spot him a mile away. In fact, you'll still see that car in the field of the Spec Ford in that race. Very much a Trey Ayers signature.
And with that air intake on that side of the car, it looks like he's sponsoring by Asda. Because the M is buried in that air intake.
It's in there in that Mazda-powered chassis of his.
Trey Ayers out of the Atlanta region. This is his 12th runoffs appearance. He's a 2-time winner, most recently at VIR in this very class back in 2019. He's got a total of 4 medals.
He did not make a wide run coming off a 6A. Did not track out at all. I wonder again if he's fighting for some grip going through 6, and maybe putting power down's an issue for him. So sort of taking shortest distance between 2 points for Trey Ayers.
Again, a slightly heavier car, I would guess.
Yeah.
Probably a little bigger, a little smaller SIR restrictor on the car to limit the RPM of the engine to keep him just a little bit in balance of performance with the rest of the motorcycle engine-based cars. As we go back to our leader, Tim Day Jr., out for a Saturday afternoon drive. He's really begun to stretch his advantage again.
Yeah, that thing we'd seen there in that sector 1 a couple of laps ago seems to have cleared up because he just reset fastest lap of the race at a 35.5. And essentially, sectors 1 and 3, he completely owns them. Pansea trying to keep matching with him, but he's still about a second a lap down. That's tough.
Ayers into the pit lane, so clearly a problem for that 77 car. So Trey, yeah, is going to have to fall out from that 4th position. That'll promote Robert Iverson in the Ligier up into 4th spot.
A battle developing here between Moulton and Colburn.
Moulton
with that wing. Still, I wonder if it works better on left-handers than right-handers.
Wouldn't be surprised, but he has been able to move around Richard Colburn to move up into 8th spot with Ayers' retirement. That'll now be 7th with Colburn just behind him in that Aztec. Norm Benson a distant ninth in the number 43 Van Diemen, well behind this battle. In fact, almost a minute behind this battle. As the last car running, Sherman Chow, Kevin Mitz, Mike Rupert, all retiring in the early laps with collisions or otherwise. As you can see, the 22 car, that's the guy with the hand groove slicks, John McIntyre, right down there in the wet, trying to keep those tires cool. And McIntyre's lap time, a 53.2, well off the pace of everybody else. So his those tires obviously feeling the pain of this drying racetrack.
You would love to see a downpour come in right about now here as we're just past the halfway mark. I'm not sure it's going to get here fast enough for his liking.
Yeah, I don't think, I think the damage may be done. Even if it got wet now, I think those tires might be toast. But tip of the hat to Michael Moulton, doing a great job with that damaged rear wing. You know, one of the signs of a good driver is being able to drive around a car that's not at its optimum. And I'm sure that car is far from optimum. He's probably got all kinds of looseness in the rear because of a lot of the rear downforce has been compromised by that bent wing. Richard Colburn hanging right there with him. He might have something to say about this if Moulton continues to struggle. And both of them should be able to get around John McIntyre right there in front of him.
I would think so as well. If McIntyre continues to just slows down, the further this thing dries up. As a bird having a bit of a race there with the 71 of Moulton.
That was not our drone. But, that was an actual live bird. Yeah, here comes McIntyre, and he is just...
Yeah. He's actually pointing them by. You see him give a quick wave. He knows he is a sitting duck. Just to use a little bit of a foul reference there. And he knows that he's just going to let these guys by right through here through 12.
Well done, Lefty. And he's going to do his best to soldier on and get a top 10 finish if he possibly can. But the 71 of Moulton now up into 6th position. Bill Niermeyer is a good ways up the road. The interval between Niermeyer and McIntyre, we'll see as he crosses the line here. Just about 43 seconds. So the top 5 are running within 40 seconds of each other. And then this big gap back to Michael Moulton is the second group of cars. Moulton, Colburn, and McIntyre really well off the pace.
These guys are going to see the leader day come through here shortly. And there's a bit of a slip there for 71 Moulton. But with the single line, Colburn can't do anything about it. But yeah, I suspect they're going to see in their mirrors a Tim Day Jr. here shortly. As Day Jr. is lapping at about a 136. He is just screaming around this place right now.
Just set his personal best trap speed, 144.7 at the end of the long straightaway. As the speed trap is just before they hit the brakes for turn 1. As this is the closest battle on the racetrack between Moulton and Colburn, as everybody else pretty well spread. Colburn decides he's had enough of this. He cuts off the apex of turn 6A and takes the lead in a dry section of track. And I think Moulton is going to try to hold him off as they go side by side. Colburn out there in the danger zone. Moulton able to hang on to it. As Colburn not willing to take unnecessary chances at this stage, but I think he sees that wounded car in front of him as doable. If he can just find a way to get around it and get in front, he should be able to drive away.
As Colburn kind of trying to wait for the opportunity to pounce on Moulton. Again, looking at that rear wing, he's had a pretty good look at it. I wonder if he's kind of sitting there with his helmet turned a little bit off kilter. As I mentioned, the leader may be coming, and there he is right behind him. That is Tim Day Jr. Going to go blasting around these two.
And he's going to have to get off in the damp part of the racetrack in order to make that pass. Richard Colburn doing a good job of staying down to the inside, giving the leader time. Moulton trying to stay on the lead lap if he can. I don't know that he's aware that he's got the leader right behind him. Now he sees the mirrors.
Yep.
And he pulls off and lets Tim Day Jr. come through. So with that, only 5 cars remain on the lead lap. As Tim Day Jr. stretching his advantage over 5 seconds now over Lucien Pansea, who will be overtaking these two before too much longer.
Pansea trying to match pace as best he can. They did run about identical lap times last time by, but it's about 5 seconds between Day Jr. and Pansea. But Pansea is about to come up on these two. You can see the green car flashing in the background here behind this Moulton and Colburn battle.
Sunoco is the official fuel of the SCCA, and they sponsor the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, which is for the driver that makes up the most positions from his qualifying position to his or her finishing position. And right now, I would say Michael Moulton is certainly in the running for that, as he started back outside of row 14, and despite that damaged rear wing, is running in 6th position. So certainly once the race is over, timing and scoring will do that tabulation. Michael Moulton very much in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger, and we thank them for their sponsorship of that award.
He's just trying to get out of the way there of Lucien coming through. But through those S's, it's a single line through there. There still isn't quite enough dry pavement to go side by side. So Pensea just waiting for his moment to get on by. And then, of course, they came up on the other car right there that might have been the Benson car.
Correct.
That they came up on. And you can see him in the background there. So Pensea having to do a lot of things to get around, not just lapping the car in front of him, but putting a lap down to Benson as well.
Yeah, Benson a couple laps down now. So he's the driver that gambled to start on full wets, and he is clearly on the wrong tire for this track condition as we're working race lap 14. So 5 to go. There's the 4 car of Robert Iverson in the Ligier in kind of a lonely 4th place as he's some 28 seconds behind Greg Guyan and about 10 seconds in front of Bill Niermeyer in the Sorcerer. We saw a pretty close battle after the restart between Iverson and Niermeyer, but Iverson's been able to draw away, but he drops 2 wheels off and spins. Commentator's curse right at turn 10, but he's able to get it restarted, does a full 360, and no harm, no foul. Maybe a little mud on the tires. As that happened right at turn 13 as he was just trying to power up to come onto the front straightaway.
Showing you it's still not full clean conditions out there.
Exactly right. He dropped a couple wheels off to the outside, and as he maybe tried to jerk the car back onto the racing surface a little too abruptly, around it went. But nice job of putting the clutch in and not killing the motor, and he was able to continue without losing a position. This battle continues between Moulton and Colburn for 6th and 7th position.
But Moulton is just teasing the grass in that mud line way on the outside of 10.
He's driving it hard. I know it's probably ill handling, probably really, really oversteering. And
you can see under braking there as well, a little unstable as the back end gives a bit of a wiggle.
He's doing his best to keep it under him, but Richard Colburn just waiting for his opportunity. And the laps are beginning to wind down as we are about to complete lap 15 of the scheduled 19. Across the line they come. Top speed about the same between the two, I would say. Moulton maybe loses a little at the very top end.
They're about to have a Greg Guyan coming up behind them as I just saw the blue flag waving to these two guys.
Yep.
So just like we had seen with Pensea and Day, Guyan's going to have to do the same navigating, probably slightly offline as the overtaking cars. These two are going to occupy the dry line.
Guyan certainly has to realize that they're in a battle of their own, and he'll have to be careful making his pass. There goes Colburn down the inside at turn 5. Down into 6th they come. Moulton will try to hug that inside line the shorter way around, and Colburn realizes there's a little more grip just about a car width off, and there he gets it done and makes the pass. I think he wanted to try to get that done before Guyan got around them, as there goes Guyan pinching off that corner, knowing that he's got a lot more speed.
Sure, but if you're Colburn, you certainly don't want to lift now.
Exactly.
Just did all that work. It's like, hey, sorry, Greg, I'm going to keep going. You're going to have to work a little harder to get around us both.
Moulton taking advantage of the traffic to get right back on the tail of Colburn, but I think Richard will be able to stretch it away now as he followed Moulton for such a long time. Usually if you can stay that close for a distance, you're usually quicker. You just couldn't find a way around it. Colburn now beginning to stretch the advantage.
Yeah, good opportunity there going through that kink at 5 after getting alongside him coming out of 4. And we'll see if he's able to pull out just a little bit. As already he's got a couple of car lengths on Moulton behind him. And that was tough. When you make that pass, you're all happy about making the pass. You look behind you and say, oh, there's one of the leaders wants to get by me, but if I give it up now, I might let both of them by. But he managed to give just enough room to Greg to get underneath him and still hold off Michael Moulton behind him.
So Richard Colburn moves up to 6th position right now. As our leader, Tim Day, way out in front, about a 9.5 second lead over Lucien Pensea. We're into the closing stages, working race lap 16. 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe next time by. And as long as nobody has any reliability problems, I think the field may be pretty well set here. But there's a reason they run the races. Anything can happen. It's not unusual in these prototype races to see somebody have an engine expire or some sort of problem even in the closing stages. So.
Well, you know, it happened last year as well, as Iverson actually was leading most of that race, and right there on that last lap had some engine issues and came across the stripe just barely ahead of Greg Guyan and Tim J. Iverson later on had an issue, I think it was a fuel issue there that took his times out of that one. But it shows you how you definitely have to keep pushing. And for Day, he ended up just a second and a half behind Greg Guyan at the finish of that race, knowing how close he was as he was trying to get a second championship then. You know, probably have been a long season waiting for this opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been dominant. Once he got into the front, he and Pansea having a little bit of a dice in the early stages. But once he got around him, he has just been able to march away from the field, setting fast laps on the way. He's got the best lap of the race at a 35.3. He's lapping about a second off that pace now, realizing he's got a comfortable almost 10-second advantage. He also holds the fastest Sector 1 time and the fastest Sector 3 time in that number 8 car.
Day also, you think about his championship in 18 out at Sonoma. At 19 was right in the mix between Ayers and Pansea. Ended up, again, finishing on the track in third. Again, as you sometimes find in the prototypes, the penalty was applied, knocked him down a couple of spots. So it's been a while since he's tasted that gold medal, and I think right now he can just about taste it, just about 2.5 laps to go.
Lucien Pansea in second spot. About 10 seconds adrift of Tim Day and about 16 seconds in front of Greg Guyan.
I'm sure Pansea knows, got to keep pushing because you just never know what can happen out front of this. Is prototype racing, so he's going to keep pushing hard. As Day will be, I'm sure, listening to every creak and every bump and every little noise around that store chassis. So he's got just about 2 laps to go when he gets across the stripe. And for Pansea, when we saw him last in 2019, he finished just about 4 seconds behind Trey Ayers. He was in that battle then, and here he is again, right up in this mix. Pansea very consistent, always near the front.
He's got a pair of second place medals and a single third place medal for a total of 3, but still hasn't been on the top step of the podium just yet. If he can outlast Tim Day Jr. and get to the top step in this race, he will win the Super Sweep, but failing that, he'll have to settle for that silver medal.
Not bad, 3 podiums and 7 trips, and trying to get that 4th one here in his 8th.
There's Greg Guyan in the 83 car. Again, about 20 seconds adrift of Lucien Pansea. Working his way through turn number 1. Greg really in the thick of the battle at the front on the start and the restart, but eventually not able to match the pace of the 2 stores in front of him. Pansea with the Kawasaki power, Tim Day with the Suzuki, as is Guyan's car. Looking very smooth, very well attached to the racetrack as he stays on the dry track and keeps soldiering on. We should see the white flag next time by, I think, for our leader. He may have already gotten it, or getting close to it at least, because he's about 30 seconds up the road.
There he is, just about to see that white flag.
Here comes Tim Day Jr. as he approaches the flag stand. There is the white flag in the air. John McIntyre still hunting for water to try to keep those tires cool as he is about to go another lap down as our leader comes up to turn 1. Hopefully he sees Tim Day Jr.
Saw him peek in his mirror, so I think he's probably going to give it up right about there. Yep,
there
he knew he was coming.
So Tim Day Jr. just about 2 miles away from yet another top step on the podium, his 2nd gold medal in the class. 3 years since he won it last. Puff of smoke out of the back of that car.
I saw that. I'm sure Tim saw that in his mirror too, and he's probably already thinking, "Come on, car."
Yeah.
Got about 1.5 miles left.
On a downshift, a little puff of smoke out the back. Hopefully, that's not indicative of a connecting rod about to make a hole in the engine block.
It's gonna be real smooth on everything right now. Smooth on the brakes, smooth at the hands, smooth on your downshifts,
smooth on the throttle.
Yeah. Smooth downshift is probably a pneumatic shift, paddle shift system.
Paddle shifts for sure. I mean, it's basically a motorcycle drivetrain, so it's a sequential gearbox with a pneumatic actuator, I would guess. Off the banking for the final time through turn number 12 comes Tim Day Jr., our pole sitter. not quite as fast as Jeff Schaefer's lap record. A 31.8 was the qualifying record. This was a 33.2, so not quite the same pace, but hey, he had the measure of this field as Tim Day Jr. sees the checkered flag and becomes the champion of Prototype 2 for 2021. Lucien Pansea coming to the yard of bricks will take second place honors for yet another to add to his medal collection. And then we have to wait a bit for Greg Guyan in the 83 car to make his way to the waving checkered flag. There's Guyan just now coming through turn 13 and into 14. Onto the front straightaway he comes and approaches the yard of bricks. Greg Guyan, the final medalist, takes the bronze medal.
I tell you, that's tough. These kind of cars with this kind of horsepower that these Hayabusa engines do put out, or in the case of Pansea, the Kawasaki power there, lots of power that they do put out, and out there in these conditions with just enough of a film of water across the pavement makes it extremely difficult. So the job that Pansea and Guyan did is just really can't go unnoticed how strong a drive it is for those three.
Robert Iverson already across the line in fourth spot. Richard Colburn able to hang on for fifth position. These two are a lap down. Michael Moulton comes across in sixth spot. So Robert Iverson in the Ligier holding on for fourth spot. But Tim J. Jr. gets the job done, waving to the corner workers as he makes his way around.
Yeah, what is going to be a feeling of satisfaction for him after having 2018 championship and then a couple of years where he wasn't able to quite get back up to that top step. He dominated qualifying this week, led every session, really just kind of blew everybody away on his speeds around this place. And you come out here and all of a sudden you've got changing conditions. First thing goes to your mind is, man, I don't want to let this get away from me here now. They always say the rain's the great equalizer. I got to go show that I can drive in the rain. And to be able to come out here, it's got to be very satisfying for him to collect that gold medal.
Yeah, Lucien Pansea, again, yet another second place finish. I'm sure it's a little bittersweet. He had hoped for something better and got so close to that coveted super sweep, but just coming up one position short of being able to win it. But he certainly has to be proud for that silver medal.
He's a pretty strong pace today, and I think different day, different conditions. I think Lucien Pansea is going to get his chance. He's going to continue to run this and build speed here. At some point, you finish second enough. One of those going to be your day.
Yeah, and he showed a lot of aggression at the start as he dived down to the inside and took the lead. As Tim Day Jr. very slow here. Hopefully the car is not dying on him. He may have timed it just perfectly as he runs out of fuel on the pit lane.
He looks like he's good there. I'm sure he's got enough fuel in there for one more lap.
I think he just wanted to know where he was supposed to go as he is celebrating with crew members and giving a bit of a fist pump.
Yep, there they are.
And he rolls across the yard of bricks to the ceremonial interview station. You can see Hayward Wagner right there. We'll give Tim a chance to get his helmet off as he gets congratulations from his crew. Yes, sir, buddy, you did it. You are the 2021 national champion of Prototype 2. Once he got into the lead, it really looked like a pretty easy run. I'm sure he will not say so, but
he made it look easy. I'll say that.
He made it look easy, absolutely.
The skill and control he's got.
Getting that Hans device and the balaclava off. They're putting the medal on our winner. Let's send down to Hayward Wagner for the celebration of our winner.
Tim's getting the medal on and the hat and a drink of water and some congratulations from crew and friends. Tim, you made it look easy, was it?
Lucien Pansea, he kept me honest at first. I got a good run down into first, and so we had to kind of work that out. But there was no grip out there. You can see by the lap times, we probably lost at least 3 to 4 seconds a lap. I mean, it was a handful out there. Very green track, to say the least.
How does it feel to put on a gold medal here, sitting on top of the yard of bricks?
I tell everybody that supports me and everybody's watching, it's total redemption. I blew the lead in 2017 in Prototype 1 and ended up with 2 second places, and I didn't know if I was ever going to have the privilege, the honor of coming back here again. And here I am in Victory Circle. So, work hard, and it paid off, man.
You get to do one more lap around this racetrack. Enjoy it.
Right on, brother. Right on, man.
Woo!
Tim Day Jr., a happy camper. Redemption indeed, after some bad luck suffered here when we were at Indianapolis in 2017, and again last year, not quite getting to the top step.
Yeah, 4 years goes by, and sometimes you don't forget those bad losses, but this one might help him forget that a little bit. He might have a good one to replace the bad memory.
Let's go back down to Hayward Wagner with our second and third place finishers.
We do meet again. I have to ask, the livery on the car, is this to make sure you're messing with his mirrors as much as you possibly can?
Pretty much, yes.
Looked like you had a really aggressive move there on the first start, made it stick, and from there it was just kind of back into pace, right?
Pretty much. I mean, like I told you earlier, I had a lot of issues. Finally, we got to the grid. I'm happy with second. It's not as good as one, but I'll take it. And yeah, it was a good race. I enjoyed myself.
You kept him on.
To him.
You kept him honest. Congratulations to you on the silver.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're going to get our bronze medalists. Come on. Come on around. Greg, maybe not the medal you most wanted, but how's it feel to be here on the podium here at the Runoffs?
It feels good. It feels good. Not our best run, but, it just, we had to make some hard choices in this week and leading up to the race, and we did some good ones and maybe some that we would regret. But, nevertheless, we're out here having a good time. So,
well, congratulations on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Lots of smiles down at the podium, and you would expect from Tim Day Jr., Lucian Pansea, and Greg Guyon, redemption for a whole season's worth of work, and to bring it home as we get to see Tim Day and a couple crew members with unusual passenger seats, let's put it that way, on the side pods.
The store apparently has an extra bench seat in the back, and it's just going to do this Jeep style, top down, and just go.
They could probably get one more guy on there straddling the airbox if they wanted to, but nonetheless, the crew will join in the celebration. They earned it just as much as the driver did, and it's great that they have that opportunity.
Yeah, the driver's lucky enough to drive, but these are the ones that work the hardest to get the car ready for him.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Let's take a moment to look at the unofficial results for our top 10, as there was some attrition here. Tim Day Jr. was the winner by a pretty commanding 10-second margin over Lucian Pansea, who in turn had about 20 seconds in hand over Greg Guyon. Robert Iverson, almost a minute back, comes home on the lead lap in fourth spot. Richard Colburn, after a race-long battle with the wounded car of Michael Moulton, salvaged the fifth position. John McIntyre in seventh. Norm Benson, Bill Niermeyer Jr., and Trey Ayers had to retire. Come bring in the top 10 unofficially. Let's go for the highlights here. Here's the initial start. Look at Pansea as he was right behind our pole sitter. And just as we get down to turn number one, Pansea pops out and says, I'll take that spot. Goes right down to the edge of the track, but then a little carnage went on behind him as a couple cars came together. Among them, the 03 car, Sherman Chow, getting spun around. Two other cars involved right there at turn number one, which brought out a long full course yellow. But then we got back to racing, and Pansea again challenging Tim Day. They actually touched on the run down to the first turn on the restart, but this time Day said, I think I'm going to get off the brakes just a little bit later.
He had to take care of that.
Yeah, exactly. Then Pansea and Guyon had a nice battle as Guyon tried to take that second spot away, but that was not to be, as Pansea was able to hang on to that position. Guyon had to settle for third as Tim Day Jr. You can see in front as those two battle, as we had a late spin by the 4 car of Robert Iverson, who eventually finished in fourth spot. But again, that little puff of smoke on the final lap did give us all a little bit of pause. I'm sure Tim Day among the most, but across the yard of bricks he comes to take the checkered flag and the championship. The silver medal to Lucian Pansea and the bronze to Greg Guyon. All of them store chassis, a couple of Suzukis and a Kawasaki, and a happy champion, Tim Day Jr. So with that, we'll say goodbye for the Prototype 2 Championship here in the 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda for being our broadcast presenter. And so on behalf of my partner, Larry McLeod, Haywood Wagner down on the pit lane, my name's John Phippen. Thank you so much for being with you. Lots more to come in the runoffs. We'll see you down the road.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. where great expectations grow and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed?
Indy. One word says it all. And for the second time, this legendary venue hosts one of motorsport's most prestigious events, the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Together, it's a can't-miss bucket list pairing, and almost 900 entries have arrived, all pursuing two things: a chance to kiss the bricks and a gold medal that says champion. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the 58th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs here at one of the most iconic and legendary of all racing venues. It is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a broadcast being presented by Mazda. Great to have you with us. I'm Greg Creamer. Larry McLeod alongside. Hayward Wagner will be down in the pits and on the pre-grid for us. In the big screens there, you can see the podium unfolding for some previous racing we did. It's been busy. Last race of the day. We had rain earlier. We hit a little bit of a window where everything is dried up, but our weather prognosticator extraordinaire and my analyst says that may not last too long.
Yeah, I've put my meteorologist hat on, and I'm looking at it. I think we've got about 15 minutes before we're going to see some sprinkles coming down, and that could change things up. I'm curious down on the grid lane there, who's on full dries? Probably everybody, but who's got the wet stacked up ready to go?
Yeah, it could be a strategy race for sure. Let's take a look at our Mazda track map. Give you an idea of what this facility is all about. 2.6 miles, 14 corners, and just about a little bit of everything.
Yes, it has everything. Obviously, the extremely long straightaway that we've got here at Indy across the famous Yard of Bricks, they're going to take them down into the turn 1-2 complex, and that comes down off the banking, makes for some interesting side-by-side racing. But as they get down to turn 4, it tightens up a little bit, kind of a slingshot effect all the way down to turn 6, a big old skid pad for turn 6. But the critical piece there is getting the exit off of 6A. That's the back straight down the Holman Drive. Leading up to turn 7 bunches everybody down through the S's, 8, 9, 10, get a critical run off of 10, back onto the oval, going backwards, as they say, down into turn 12, critical possible passing zone right there at 12. But turn 13, that late apex, leads you all the way down that long straightaway. So getting 13 right leads to fast laps around Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Fast laps and great passing opportunities down into turn 1. You know, Mazda does a lot more than just present the track map here at the Runoffs. They support their drivers with face-to-face and virtual coaching at events throughout the year. And quite frankly, no other brand in North America does as much to get racers off sidelines and behind the wheel as Mazda does. They have been a great partner. We thank them also for presenting our broadcast here. We're also thankful to have Hayward Wagner with us, and he is down on the pre-grid. And with Formula Continental coming out, this is a great class, always great stories. Good afternoon, Hayward.
Guys, here's the picture that's worth 1,000 words. It's coming. Had a couple of conversations here in Grid with guys. One thing I can tell you for sure is there are quite a few guys in this race that their strategy is hope. They're hoping that it does not rain. They're here on dries. They're on their dry setup. I asked one of the crew, if it does rain, will you come in for wets? And they said, probably. And I said, how long will it take you to change them? He started goes, I don't know. We've never done it. So we're not going to be seeing world-class pit stops here. We're going to be seeing mom and dad and little brother and whoever can get over that wall and try to change tires if it comes to that. We do have one car, though. We're currently 5th on the grid, the 61 car that's on full wet towards the front of the field. His challenge is going to be to keep those wets nice and squared off. The grooves are cut very sharply. If he starts to round those while the track is still dry, those are going to be garbage in the wet. There's a bunch of cars in the back of the field that are running on wets. They don't have nearly as much to lose. But if you look right over here on the back wing of our pole sitter, you're going to see that it's no longer if, it's when we're starting to see drops.
Oh, boy, starting to show up already. These guys that are on the slicks are sitting on the grid going, come on, let's get this thing moving
Reese Everard,
right
he
now.
says, you guys take all the time you want.
Yeah, exactly.
He's that number 61, Reese Everard, out of the Detroit region.
And, one of the things we're talking here about just the tire strategies in terms of wet versus dry, but as always in these classes, there's developments, and one of them in this class is tires.
Yeah, there has been. So one of the things that's new for this year is Hoosier has a spec tire for them in the dry and a spec tire in the wet. So everyone this year's had a chance to run the dry, but not everyone has had a chance to try those wets. So while they may have them, they're here on site, and a lot of them should be stacked along the pit lane wall. A lot of these guys, I talked to Rob Aller. He and his son are both in this field. Nolan right now is gridded 3rd there. You can see him there in that number 77. they have not yet tried these wets, so it's going to be a bit of an unknown for them. Even the Rob Aller, being the defending champion, hasn't been able to run them. So I think a lot of guys, it's going to be a huge bunch of wild cards thrown in the air if that rain comes down any heavier than it is right now.
And none of them have ever tried them in the wet here. So that's a whole other can of worms that we could be talking about. Let's get through the grid here. On the pole, the number 91 of Trent Walco, a rookie, but what a run he put together in the Global Racing Team Van Diemen starting outside. A busy man this weekend, the young number 13, Simon Sykes, out of Martinez, Georgia, already has himself a medal earlier in the weekend in his citation. Starting in the second row, you mentioned him, Nolan Aller out of Grosse Pointe, Michigan, in the Martini and Chandon Van Diemen. And starting outside, the guy who is both super sweep eligible and is the guy who's the Hawk breakthrough performer. That is moving up most from the qualifying session Tuesday to Wednesday. That's Tim Miner in his Lake House and Ski Motorsports citation. Moved up 20 positions during those two qualifying sessions. Starting in the 5th spot, the 61, Reese Everard, who we're talking about in the Affinity Van Diemen. Starting in the 17th spot, John LaRue in the Carbotech citation. Starting in the 7th position, the 52 of Rob Aller, Dad, the defending champ in the Martini Chandon Van Diemen. Starting in the 8th spot, the 96, Brian Tomasi, another, along with LaRue and we talked about Aller, also previous gold medal winners here in the Van Diemen. Starting in the 9th spot, another previous gold medal winner, the 65 of Michael Varachins in the Pepperball Life Light Hoosier, or excuse me, in the Van Diemen, running on Hoosier tires. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 11 of Robert Armington in the Apex Promotions Van Diemen. Starting in the 11th spot, the 55 Mauro Fauza in the Green Marble and Granite Van Diemen. Starting 12th is the number 18 of Tom Hope, and he is running in a RFR Formula Continental. Starting in the 13th spot, the 45 of Dean Kiriluk. He's in a Van Diemen. Starting in the 14th spot, the 48 of Alex Tollefson in the Van Diemen. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 44 of Chris Charnow. He's in a Van Diemen. Most of these cars are. Starting in the 16th spot, the 75 of Rick Payne in the Peyton Pools entry. Starting in the 17th spot, the 05 of Devin Lesueur, and he too in one of the Van Diemen. Starting 18th, the number 14 of Paul Marino. Starting in the 19th spot, the 35 of Charles Schaefer. Starting the 20th spot, the number 41 of Glenn Cordova. Starting 21st, the 66 of Gabriella Jasper. Starting in the 22nd spot is the number 42 of Bill Johnson. He also has an outside shot of being Super Sweep eligible. Starting 23rd, the 99 of Peter West. 24th, the 04 of Craig Coffin. Starting 25th, the 02 of Mark Hutchinson. 26th, the 0 of Mark Diefer. Starting 27th, the 80 of Lynn Greenhall. Starting in the 28th spot, the number 59 of Dennis McCarthy. Starting 29th, the 2 of Dane Babkirk. Starting 30th, the 46 of Douglas Rocco. And rounding out the field, starting 31st and 39 of Eric Burkhardt. And you can see these guys trying to make sure those tires are nice and clean as we get ready to go here. We talked about Rob Aller being the defending champion. He blew a motor big time on Sunday. They put the backup motor in. He said it's nowhere near as good. But he said, I was having trouble staying with my son Nolan anyway. He was really quick here. And I asked Rob, I said, so what's the secret? What's Nolan doing to getting quicker? And Rob said, oh, he's cheating. That's the only way. That's the only way he can beat Dad.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of good fun in that family. And I think Rob, obviously, he's not really thrilled to be starting back where he is, but he's very thrilled that his son Nolan is doing so well up there. But
yeah, we'll talk a little bit later on about Nolan and what how he got to where he is. But for Rob, the defending champ, it's a big hill here. I think this is one of the deepest fields we've ever seen here in FC. They were trying to get 30-plus cars. This is the 35th year that this Formula Continental configuration has been running. And for these guys, they wanted to celebrate that with a big field, and they've got it with more than 30 cars lined up.
Yeah, they do. It is fantastic to see. It's such a wonderful class as you start to step up into aero cars, but it's still about mechanical grip primarily. And you've got to wheel these cars, and we're going to find out who is going to be the national champion as the run to gold about to get underway. We're green! And Rob Aller made a big move, but then he had to check up. He thought he jumped early, and it actually might cost him a spot or two. And Waco makes the move, but look at that move by Simon Sykes. He had tucked in behind him, then pops to the outside. Simon has been on the track before already today. Used that track knowledge, I think, a little bit. Ramped the outside. He's into the lead.
It was a lot wetter when he was running, but it was in a drying conditions. He knows where the best pavement is right now, and he definitely used that to his advantage. I'm not sure that advantage is going to last very long as the rest of these guys are going to see it. But Nolan Aller getting shuffled back there early on. Started third. Looks like he's about fourth right now with that great start of the guys up in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was a superb start. I thought he was going to try and throw it down the inside. That would have been the 88 of Tim Miner. He's the guy who had a really good start, jumping from 4th up into 3rd, and apparently he just brought John LaRue right with him here at this stage, and that's how they sit right now. Now, down into turn 7. It's so wide here, it's easy to make these big, sweeping jump moves, and these guys made it work side by side through that turn. Beautiful run by the 96 of Brian Tomasi, another medal winner in this category. You see a little bit of spray coming out of Brian's car. I think it's just a fuel overfill, and that should settle down then, but he too is having a pretty good start.
Yeah, there's some experienced guys up there. You talk about Miner and Tomasi. Those guys finished 3rd and 4th here in Indianapolis 4 years ago, so they've definitely been around quite a bit, and they're using some of that experience right now around the young driver, Nolan Aller, just a freshman in college. His first chance to see this Indy here with this kind of pack going for a position. So they're using that, and I don't know how long until Aller really steps up here and is able to kind of push the fight back to them.
He's really strong in qualifying. We'll see what he's able to do. It'd be interesting if he and Dad team up at some point, if they get in that position and try and make the move here. Big pop move here, the number 11 of Robert Armington. Looking down the inside, gets around the 17 of John LaRue. Nice move there by Armington. That puts him up into the 6th spot right now.
Yeah, he's on the move for sure. He started this race 10th.
Remember, everybody also have their eyes on one of our specialty awards, the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. Most places moved up during the race, courtesy of the official fuel of SCCA Sunoco. And if you don't have a shot at the medals, that's one you want to win, because that shows that you're really moving forward in the race. And Simon Sykes wasted no time, got to the lead, and has opened up a nice, handy little margin over pole sitter Trent Walco.
He's going to get this shot, and I think, like you said, he has a little bit of that experience just a few hours ago in the Formula F race. These cars, a little bit more power, and obviously has wings, but a lot of regards. They're not that different from a Formula F. A lot of folks do that changeover between the FF1600s, the F2000s, which a lot of these guys come out of the F2000 series as well. And for Sykes, he's very adept to go between them. In fact, he was in this class last year. I believe he finished 2nd in this class, so very experienced here for Sykes.
Absolutely. We're having a look here at Morrow Falls in the black number 55, and he's got big pressure for the 05 of Devin LeSueur. Looks like LeSueur was able to just sneak down underneath in that very tricky turn number 12. You're braking on the banking, then you turn down the banking into the corner, and it's so easy to lock up brakes and overshoot. But when you get it right, you knife down the inside, then get the car rotated. That is the number 35. Unfortunate to see for Charles Schaefer. He is a longtime competitor in this championship. So go back up to the Tomasi and Nolan Aller battle. That's for 4th.
Tomasi, again, the veteran moves, but I think Aller finally getting into a bit of his groove now. Going to try and take the fight to him here in this first sector of the track, coming off of turn 4 into turn 5, this kink. I don't know how long it's going to be until he gets a couple of heavier raindrops around this place, but these guys ought to fight as hard as they can, because once it comes, it's going to come down pretty strong for them. And we'll see if it's strong enough for any kind of wet weather tires.
And a problem early going for Dad. Robert Aller is already out and parked, I think. That's a real shame. So,
for a defending champion.
Yeah,
all he can do now is kind of root on for his son, you know, as he says, the cheater. Of course, tongue in cheek. We're not,
absolutely,
not accusing or anything, but
he was rationalizing it's the only way he can be faster than Dad. Come on, Mr. Experience here.
Yep.
So, but nice run here by Robert Armington.
Yeah.
And he gets in front of a very experienced driver in John LaRue. So you've got to be impressed with what Armington is doing. This is his 5th runoff. He's been around. He was a 5th in this category in Daytona in 2015. Look at this little scrum right here. Beautiful move up and around the outside. There is, I believe, the 64 that was in that group. Now check it. That's the 04. And no matter where you look in these fields, you always find some really stout racing. That's Greg Coffin, who's right in the middle of a great battle. Yes, it may be back in the field just a little bit, but you're racing absolutely furiously. Look at this, Nolan now. He did this before, but he tried it, a little bit of an ill-advised move. You know, not that he stuck his nose in and risked anything, but he just kind of showed the nose, tightened his apex up, and lost ground on the exit. That time he just tracked through, and he's staying right with Tomasi here And you need to do that so that when you get to, say, that long run down into 7, you need to be there and not have lost too much ground. And plus, great opportunity for this young man to go to school against one very fast driver.
Well, he is still in school. He's getting schooled here right now, but he's also a freshman in college right now at a school trying to put together a Formula SAE program. Great place for young engineers as well as opportunities to do some driving. He just took his driver's school a year ago, just over a year ago, up in Michigan where the Allers live. And at that school, they said, you're pushing near track records. We got to get you in something fast. And you can look at him now, just a little over about a year and a half later, starts this race in 3rd, currently running up in 5th in a very deep FC field. I would say this kid's rising quickly.
I would think so, absolutely. And, I think what tells the tale is the starting 3rd. That shows you his speed.
He's got the pace.
In qualifying. Once he develops that racecraft, part of that's learning how to do the starts and all of that. And, whatever you've done previously, you haven't done it at the runoffs against the best in the country. And so your first time here, oftentimes you're just kind of, okay, I'm here to learn. And look at what we're seeing. Although for Sykes, last year in Formula F, he was able to just win the darn thing, but was really competitive here as well. So there are these drivers with great racecraft already, maybe like you said, coming from USF 2000 or other categories that can come in and be effective.
And for Sykes right now, he's just pacing the field at about a second to second and a half every single lap. He is flying right now for Sykes. Looking real fast, we've got down. That looks like the 0 of Mark Deffer. You can't see the number on the other car. Still in the grass, he's moving. That's the 0-4 of Greg Coffin.
So that was that battle we were just looking at back in the field just a little bit.
It's a dangerous place. Hopefully he'll be able to get going. There he goes.
Good deal. See the workers in the background with that yellow flag waving, providing information to the drivers as they come up on the scene. Good for him to continue. Means we don't have to go yellow. And here's the thing. One of the reasons I think that Sykes is just dropping the hammer, he's on those slicks. And they've been looking at the weather. And if something happens where it starts to get wet, he wants to have as big a lead as he can before they duck into the pits or try and hang on for the last couple of laps in damp conditions on well-worn
either
slicks.
of those cases, yes, he would like to have the biggest lead he could possibly achieve so that if he can give his team a margin to be able to change his tires quicker, if that's what it comes to, or as you say, maybe if it's wet at the end, have a little bit of buffer where everybody else is chasing you. When you're out in front, it's a little bit easier.
And he is, as you pointed out, throwing down laps. That last lap time, a 1:38.7. But this time, Walco is a little bit quicker at a 1:38.5. So things starting to plateau just a little bit.
And I'm seeing raindrops out our windows here. Yes, I am.
All right, so it is coming. And the thing is, there's a point where you can continue to run slicks on a track if the rain isn't so heavy that you do what's called lose the track. And, it can be slightly damp in the heat of these tires and the load of the cars and the wings and everything. You can still run pretty quickly, but at a certain point, you start to see that track glisten.
Yeah.
And that's when it says, that's when you've lost the track.
I'm gonna go ahead and put my meteorologist hat on and say I think that we might be looking at kind of an easing in rain. It's not going to be a deluge. It's not a giant line of storms rolling in. It's a bit of a cloud kind of rolling in. That it's going to start to build quickly. The question will be is how quickly do we lose the track? How fast do the puddles build? Or can we finish this thing with these guys still on slicks?
Absolutely. Good look there. I think that's our pole sitter, Walco. No, that's Sykes, who is just continuing to auger his way through the field.
Walco there in the second spot. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit darker blue than Sykes' machine. And still doing some nice laps. I mean, he's staying a little bit quicker on that last lap. As I said, we'll see what happens this time as they come through. A 38.4 for Sykes.
A little slower for the pace there. Certainly for Sykes, as he was down in the 36s earlier. 39.4s this time by. For Walco, although again he may be a rookie in this race, he's been running F2000. He was second place this year in the F2000 series. We know how competitive that group can be, and a couple of those guys are actually in this field. So for Walco, he's been cutting his teeth here in these cars. So I think keep your eye out for him as these weather conditions change. He may have seen some of that this year if he's got enough races under his belt.
Here's the guy running in third, the last medal position, Tim Miner, as I said, Super Sweep eligible and got that Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award as well. And a fair amount of experience behind the wheel of this car. 12th runoffs, 1 gold, and it happened in 2019 at VIR. And so he is plenty adept at getting this done, but right now just not able to quite match the pace of those 2 guys up front. As a result, he's about 6 seconds back of Walco right now. But he also has right now a little bit of breathing room over Nolan Aller, who has gone around on Tomasi and has opened up a slight margin over Tomasi, but he's got more work to do to get up to Minor. And then we've got a really good scrap unfolding right here. Big outside move.
Nowhere to
That's
go.
brazen. Just then threads the needle, cuts down to the inside. And you can see that yellow and black machine, the guy was really looking in his mirrors, and it may have cost him here. As the 88 slices on through, that's
Sweet Minor.
yeah, that's so he's working some traffic already. So that's what that was all about. And it just tells you the pace that these guys up front are running right now. That they're already 8 laps in, getting into some traffic.
Yeah, Minor with he's got a bit of a buffer behind him to Nolan Aller, as Aller had that battle there with Tomasi, big lockup there. For Tomasi going into 1. But for Aller now, he's got work to do in front of him. He picked up about a second on Minor in that lap alone. But again, as these conditions change and a couple more drops come down, this guy's going to be hunting for the driest pavement.
So the battling for the medals here is continuing. So far, it's staying relatively dry out there. Everybody's fingers are crossed except a couple of drivers that are on the full wets. We're going to take a quick break and learn more about some of our great partners.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land, and everyone's land. Where great expectations grow, and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Welcome back to Hagerty Race Day here at Indianapolis. And we are watching the run for the gold in the Formula Continental category here. Good look there at the number 66 of Gabrielle Jasper, running out of Toms River, New Jersey. And right now sitting in the 18th position. That is a look at the number 80. And
it's Lynn Greenhill.
That's Lynn Greenhill having a good run. And just kind of showing there's great battling throughout the field right now. And putting in a heck of a show at this stage. And here is your leader, Simon Sykes. And Walco looks like he's closing that out just a little bit here.
He's certainly not going away.
No.
So we're talking about Sykes trying to build a lead to maybe have to commit for tires should these things actually get wet around here. Walco has a different idea and thinking, no, I think I need to keep this close just in case anything happens.
Well, that's the whole thing is you never say never. We've seen it. We get just a little bit of rain and somebody, up front, Sykes locks up, flows a little wide or whatever. You're suddenly right back in the game here. And so you never give up. And you keep pressing all the way toward the finish here. And so having a look here, and I think that is Nolan Aller.
And he's taking a couple of tenths again out of Tim Minor. So he's now about 2 seconds back that last step on the podium. We'll have to keep an eye on Aller. As our leader, Sykes, now trying to find his way through some traffic.
And that is the other reason you never give up, because the old saying, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. you can have a big lead and you get caught in behind a couple of guys battling. And they are under no obligation, if they're battling for position, to just move out of the way.
And I
let
think
you
that's
through.
exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
He's caught this pack right here through the S's, and there's just no way past. He's going to have to wait till he's past turn 10 to clear these.
And you don't want to just jam your nose in, because more often than not, it will relatively, the odds are you're going to get it clipped. And you don't want to be playing that game when you've got a really quick car.
Yeah, 35 of Charles Schaefer there.
He's recovered and is getting back after it.
Finally gets by them going into 12 for Sykes.
But now, how quickly has Walco been able to work his way through? That's the other part of the coin, is if it holds up one person, it could very well hold up somebody else as well. Critical turn 14. In these cars, you don't have to run all the way out to the wall like you would in a really high horsepower car. You can keep it tucked a little bit tighter, and you're not really losing any speed. And as a result, you literally get to drive a shorter line around the corner, and shorter's quicker. There's this wonderful battle here that's unfolding.
Mark Teffer and Dan Babcock in there, battling it out there as they come around to turn 4.
And that's for the 22nd spot, but it's some pretty furious racing. Here, sitting in the 24th spot, is the number 59 of Dennis McCarthy. Take a look at the bottom of the side pods when it comes through the shot here. You see it says COVID survivor. Right above it, it says Montefiore Medical Center. And here's the story. Dennis was literally on his deathbed and was in that hospital, the Montefiore Einstein Medical Center. He credits them with saving his life and allowing him to get back behind the wheel of a race car. And he went and talked to them and said, you know, you guys were so good. We'd love to represent you. We'd love to do stuff. And so they put a little program together. And now he travels and he'll go to various schools and colleges and to hospitals and visit people that have had, you know, that are dealing with COVID and the like. But he just said, I wouldn't be here without that Montefiore Einstein Health and Medical Center. And the fact that he's got COVID survivor down there, that is really for, and it's absolutely spectacular. And it says Montefiore doing more is their slogan, and boy, they sure did a lot for McCarthy.
They did for him, and he's trying to pay back for all that they did for him. And I say, Dennis, he came up in here and talked to us a bit ago. There is no happier person on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway grounds than that guy. He's just happy every day and just enjoying right now what's a great race for him and a bucket list for him.
He's happy to be alive. He's thrilled to be racing in the runoffs and ecstatic to be doing it at Indy.
Yeah.
He's got his own trifecta going right there. And a good race. I mean, he started back in the 28th spot, and he had worked his way up into 21st at one point, and then they got into that great big battle, so they're sort of switching it back and forth here, but really doing a nice job. So just a wonderful story, and we had a chance to visit with him a little bit, and he's a great guy, too.
Yeah.
And that's really special as well. Taking a look at, as we go back up to the front, the margin with all of those exchanges and dicing through traffic really hasn't changed. Still about 3.2 seconds. So Sykes and Walco, neither of them gaining a lot nor losing a lot in the run through traffic. Minor backaways by some 10 seconds off of that group in the third spot, the Nolan Aller. But Aller's coming. He is closing it up, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he just picked up another couple of tenths. He's now about only 1 second behind Tim Minor for that third step on the podium. And I think even in just Sector 1 alone, he's picked up another 9/10. So he's definitely coming soon into Minor's mirrors.
And I know Dad Rob, the defending champion, is gutted not to be out there racing, but at least now standing in pit lane, he's looking at this and watching Nolan coming here, and maybe, and you medal in your first runoff, that's incredible.
It really is. And for Walco and Aller, both their first runoffs, Minor obviously has been here before. He knows how to defend when it comes to it. But for Walco, his first trip here, and he's driving like a seasoned veteran.
Yeah, he really is. It's an impressive run. Put it on pole.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just
In
been
this
quick
field.
from the off here. Yeah, that says a
as I
ton.
mentioned at the start, the FC crowd really wanted to make this a special event for them. They put together a great book for us as the broadcast here,
Yeah, it's
trying to
fantastic.
help us learn who these guys are. And you look at the numbers. Oh, we got the 0-2 with a spin right there. That's Mark Hutchinson.
No, that's a shame. They were all in that same battle, with Greg Coffin. We saw McCarthy in it, Diefer in it. And you just hate to have that happen but you've been out there battling, and of course you're using the old tires up pretty good here. You're pushing hard. Let's see what happened. You're coming out of 6A. Oh, I think that was evasive.
Yes, he was trying not to hit contact. He got such a good run off of 6A, and I think it kind of surprised him.
I think so too, and he just kept trying to turn down and underneath, so he didn't collect them. And it was a nice thing to do, but it did cost him with that spin. But he was able to gather it up and get going again, and that is the good thing here. There are lots of neat stories. The guy running in 9th right now, the number 55, Mauro Fauza, he's currently from Manalapan, New Jersey, but he was born and grew up in Sao Paulo, which is the same hometown as Ayrton Senna. And he's met Fittipaldi, met Senna, met Nelson Piquet many times over the years. I mean, just some great stories for people in these fields.
The stories he could probably tell.
Oh, man, no kidding. How about this story right here for that final podium spot? Not only has Nolan caught Minor, he is in the toe. See if he can do anything down into turn 1. He pops to the inside. Now it's going to be a late braking duel. Minor giving him a lot of room, not squeezing him too much. Can Nolan, he was thinking about it and decided at the last minute, no, not going to force the issue here. I think that was a savvy move.
Yeah, smart to kind of stay in behind. He knows he's got the speed. No sense in pushing it right there. Take another shot at it. He's going to have probably about 5 more laps, so it's not going to be over yet. But he's got a good opportunity here going through the kink at 5.
Yeah, ooh, he got Minor to run a little bit wide and got down underneath. And but the problem was that Minor came back the other way, and a great reaction by Nolan Aller to make sure they didn't clip each other.
Yeah.
But as you said, now he knows he's got speed. Now it's a matter of timing.
Yep, and one of the other things about these cars, I mean, these are not a tremendous amount of aero. They are relatively low aero cars. You see different wings there on these two cars. You look at Minor in front, mostly a single plane, right? Good shot of it there. And then you look at Aller in the back, because multiple elements there. There is still a lot of dirty air off the car in front of you. So if you're trying to get some grip on those front tires, if you follow too closely, you lose a lot of that grip. So for Aller, he's got to really pick his spot carefully, because you go into a corner, you think you're close enough, you go to turn in, and your car just washes out.
Absolutely. Here they come into turn 12. And the key here now for Aller is he got a huge run through 12. But here's where you want to get 13 right so you can squeeze the trigger early.
Yep.
And look at this. He's right up alongside. And he's not going to be dealing with the dirty air here. Now, what he might want to do is if Minor eases ahead a little bit, is tuck in just like that. Let him pull you again. Now, watch for it here, because he might pop, and this time he might go to the outside. There he goes. I think he needed to be a little, he had to back out of it. There's a yellow down in 1.
So a couple of things with Nolan is he did a really good job there, coming off at 12 and a 13, and pushing Minor to the inside at 13 and be able to get a better run. But if you look at, I was just talking about those front wings. I'm wondering if Nolan's running a bit more of a wet setup, a little bit more angle on those wings, which you look at that track, as soon as they got to the oval and to the straight section of the track, Minor started to pull on him. He was forced to tuck in behind. Obviously up ahead was the waving yellow, but still I think he might be carrying a little bit more wing. So he's a bit of a bit of a deficiency down the straightaway compared to what Minor is. So if he's going to make a pass, going to have to be somewhere where he can hold a move, a counter move, from happening on him.
Well, I tell you what, just in looking at it, and every once in a while you can try a surprise pass.
Yeah.
And the speed he rolled through 12, if he backs up a little bit, carries all that through 12, as soon as Minor swings out, straight line to the apex in 13, park Minor, then you're both on the same acceleration graph on the way out. That might work, as he sure rolled speed through 12.
Yeah, and that's why I think that extra bit of downforce is helping him. Now they got some lap traffic to deal with up in front of them.
Yep, let's see if he comes through it again. Yeah, he made up another, just almost a car length there. And you can start to see, ooh, there it was, Minor, a little bit of a wiggle. And that may, you do that, sometimes that's just enough to blunt your momentum here.
Minor's getting a bit of a toe there, now he's going to weave through it.
And that could give you a double draft with the guy behind, but Aller had just lost a little bit too much ground and wasn't in touch at that point.
Yeah, look at that down the straightaway. That's that straightaway speed that I'm convinced right now. Minor is a little bit stronger there, which means Aller's got to realize that now and know that his best opportunity for the pass, he may have to set him up into 6. We've seen some good passes there and kind of stay on his outside and try to get him down that back straight. or maybe if he can find a way to use the draft. But you can even say that even in the draft, his speed is not very high.
Yeah. Well, you look at those two wings, you can see the upper element on Aller's wing is at a much higher angle. Yeah. The wing looks thicker at a glance, and that just means that element has been cranked up to adding more downforce, but that means more stick.
Yeah.
So,
well, last time down the front straight, Tim Miner set a session record, a race record for the trap speed at 141.6 miles an hour. Nolan Aller, even in the draft, was a little under 139, so 2.5 mile an hour difference between them, even with the draft for Aller.
Nice move there. Didn't catch the number of the lap card, just saw Miner came through and was wise enough to realize that, there might be somebody racing with him. Looked in the mirror, saw Aller coming, and just opened the wheel up through 7 to let Aller come through without losing very much ground. Now watch it here. That time now, Aller really running that little bit of a longer arc. And the problem is, sometimes, that allows you to roll. Whoa, when he drops his rights, he's really pushing hard now. But when you roll, when you run those big long arcs, sometimes you're just driving too much distance, and you can turn it and square up a little bit quicker here.
And not helping Nolan right there was Miner getting a bit of a draft down the front straightaway from one of the other cars. Now a couple of car lengths separating and a lap car in between them as well, as we've got just 3 laps now as they come across for lap 17.
Here's Miner, the number 88, and ways back at this stage.
Yeah. We'll see if he's able to build a gap now, or if Nolan's able to recover. You can see Nolan got by the lap traffic.
He did. That's what happens. Some of it's just downright luck. Where do you catch the traffic? And you catch them in the S's. I mean, they can't push the disappear button, and sometimes you just get stuck behind them, and there's nothing you can do. But there's also, how do you play traffic? You can say, all right, I'm not going to get them going into the turn, so don't run up on them and then have to check up, ease off a little bit, then get my run on the exit and try and get by them. And that's all part of the learning curve for a young driver, is working traffic, racecraft, track awareness, all of those things.
And Miner comes in here with 11 previous starts, and he was the 2019 champ in this class. So he certainly has that experience to be able to know how to work the traffic, where we already talked about Nolan Aller, kind of a young driver still really in his second season of racing, learning a lot of these subtleties. He's going to grow, he's going to learn a lot of this stuff, but learning it here at the Runoffs for your first significant events, it's definitely going to school with some of these stronger, more seasoned veterans.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And, we do have it back in the pack a little bit. I mentioned it earlier, too. We've got that Sunoco Hard Charger Award that drivers are looking at. If they, from where they started the race to where they finished, the most moves in passing traffic. And it's a pretty coveted award. Because it says, I was a racer today. I was able to get through traffic, work traffic, and the like. And Miner in some traffic right now as well, taking a nice long arc. He's got... You don't want to stick your nose in on traffic. You just want to get through them cleanly here, and he was able to float some good speed running that little wider line around them and see what Aller is going to be able to do about it, and see if Aller's been able to get through and how much ground he's lost at this point.
And he's definitely lost quite a bit.
Yeah.
You can still see him. He's not going away entirely.
He made some up in that traffic run. He got through a little bit better, I think.
Lap and a half to go. He's got to put in about a lap and a half of the best driving that he can to even make a run at that veteran Tim Miner.
Yeah, time to find it. I'll tell you what, the battle right now for 7th, 8th, and 9th, the 18 of Hope, the 55 of Fauza, and the 05 of Devin LeSueur, that is fierce right now. But watch it here. This is that run to the final medal.
Miner picking his spots to go around that lap traffic, and Aller kind of gets stuck behind him here. Was able to duck in here, but he's not getting a good run off 13, and that's what we talked about the trap back from the beginning, is you've got to get the run off of 13 to put a strong lap in here around Indianapolis, and there it is, that white flag waving one more time around.
And we were talking about the guys on the grid that were on the range. Reese Everard, tires are rooted at this stage. He's
take that
outside
gamble.
of the top 20. Yeah. It's costly. But hey, I mean, if it had rained, he was sitting in the prime seats at that point, no question. But we'll talk about a prime seat. It seems to be whichever one Sykes is in. He is just flying out there. Has added another second to his lead over Walco. He's just getting through traffic really, really well now that he's up upon it.
He just wants to do these next 4 corners so he can see that the best flag in all of motorsports.
Yeah, the checker. And you see it from P1 at the runoffs. You get a gold medal. And that is everything here. One more run through turn 11. Swinging up onto the banking for Simon Sykes in the Rice Race Hoosier Primus Group 6 citation.
He's been in 4 runoffs races, never been lower than second in any of them.
Yeah, that's pretty good stats. Here he comes, folks, up onto the banking, earning his 2nd gold in 2 years in a different class, but as Larry said, his 4th second or better finish in 2 runoffs. Remarkable record for Simon Sykes. The very impressive Trent Walco, the tire rack pole sitter, sitting in 2nd. And look at this! Nolan on that last lap made up a ton of ground, and now it is a side-by-side battle for the final medal. And it looks like Miner had a little bit better exit speed, and Aller had to pinch it down. Miner comes home with the bronze, but Aller, he ran him down in that last lap and was inside of him and had his nose ahead at one point. Look at that. Those two guys going unbelievable run, man. And I think it was just the wisdom of Miner. He knew pinch him a little bit and then float out and let your car have its head. And it worked to perfection. But, boy, Aller kept him honest.
He kept him honest, but for Miner, kept his head steady there. Is that, okay, I just got to get the run. And we all know he had the trap speed for him. So as long as he was no worse than side-by-side, he was going to get that and able to maximize that. But this guy, Sykes, I'm telling you, he runs FF and he runs FC. And he's now won a championship in each one of those. Now, last year in FF, this year in FC. He is a strong competitor in this style of open wheel racing.
Oh, you bet he is. Really, really fast and great car control. We saw that when he ran earlier in the Fords in the wet. And we was willing to throw that thing around just a little bit and put on a great show here. But so did Trent Walco, Tim Miner, Nolan Aller, and John LaRue hung right in there. But look at Michael Verachen's. Had worked his way up in.
That's your boy Veracens. He's a 7-time Formula V champ. He's been in here. He was on the podium a year ago, and just continues to push and push in this field. Shows you that a 7-time Formula V champ comes into a class like FC and there you can see him right there. Such a steep learning curve for a driver his caliber. And like I said, he did get to taste that bronze medal last year. This year, as deep as this 31 car field is, Veracens. Yeah. Veracens, going to be going home in 6th spot.
Well, he started as well. I mean, he started up a little closer in 9th, dropped out of the top 10 for a bit. Then late in the race, he came alive. And part of that is, that's that smooth that you have to learn when you're driving momentum cars. And,
you learn that craft in the V.
You bet you do. They have the slip angle in the car, but you learn just to float that momentum, and then that transfers to everything you do down the road. And Veracen's doing an absolutely superb job up in his 6th. Tom Hope 7th. Devin Lesueur, Fauza, and Kirilluk, they were in that great battle for that 8th, 9th, and 10th. And that's where they finish here. But here for the 2nd time today, we're going to hear from Simon Sykes in the victory circle with Hayward. He was a 3rd in the first race, and that was a storming drive. He came from the front, had a penalty, and then came storming back up into that 3rd position. But we'll hear from him, Walco, and Tim Miner. And I'm interested to hear about Miner's battle, and especially that last lap with Nolan Aller, as that young man was coming as well. But for Simon Sykes, he's going to get a gold medal.
He is, and he's going to give him a little shake of the head. He's already talking to Hayward. It's like, hey guys, we got to get that helmet off there, Simon. We got to actually hear from you. It's hard to put a helmet down inside of that visor.
It absolutely is.
So pop out. I'm sure he's a happy young man.
Yeah, that is another gold medal for him. And that helmet's going to come off. And Hayward is standing by. And I think that's CC right there with the gold medal from SCCA and Cal Club. Again, this is the Sports Car Club America. All the regions are all part and parcel of a major national championship like this. So see the finishing order provisionally running across the bottom of the screen. And just some beautiful views here on a cloudy, drizzly, gray day at the Speedway. But for Simon Sykes, the sun is shining.
Simon, it's a bright, sunshiny day for you at Indy, isn't it?
It may be cloudy, but it's all sunny in my world. That was so much fun. Trent kept me honest the whole time. I was fighting through traffic the whole time. I know it was a mix of rain and dry tires. No one really knew what it was going to do. I saw rain on my visor the whole race, and I just kept pushing. Trent stayed close behind, so I knew I had to go all out for the win.
I saw your dad came over and congratulated you. How important is he to your effort?
Absolutely paramount. I've been racing with him since I was 5 years old. I started in go-karts. We've been doing this whole thing together. I love to continue with him. This is the first weekend I've had him spotting for me in a car race, and he's done an excellent job. I can't thank him enough. It's just an honor to be here, especially to win the runoff at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Well, congratulations to you on the gold. Enjoy the victory lap.
Thanks. I mean, I couldn't have done this without the whole team. Rice Race did such a great job. Hoosier Tire with this new spec tire, it's phenomenal. I really like the tire. And, of course, Quicksilver Engines, they've been working tirelessly to keep this motor running. We've been working on it all week, and we finally found it. So happy to be here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's absolutely great. And you know what? The way he works in the sponsors and the like. This guy's got a future. He's got a future in this sport. And if you're going to go somewhere in this sport, it's not just your speed; it's how you present yourself. And I'll tell you what, he's really savvy there as well. Just a superb run, and capping off what for him has been a absolutely stunning day. And now let's get down to Hayward with our tire rack pole sitter. Ended up missing the podium by just one step.
Trent, I got a feeling that wasn't the result you were looking for.
Not exactly. We had a decent run in the end, but Simon just had that little bit extra on those first few laps. I think I was maybe a little more cautious than I should have been, and once the gap was there, I was hoping either we could get a little more rain or just get lucky with traffic. But overall, just congratulations to Simon and Rice Race Prep. They brought a really fast car here, and I did everything I could, but at the end of the day, we came up just short.
Well, congratulations on a silver and a pole.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
and we're going to go ahead and grab Tim. Tim, you're running with a bunch of kids out here. How's this race for you?
Well, it's quite interesting because these guys are quick, and I've been doing this a long time, and it's just it's for me. I'm going to be 61 years old in November, but I feel like I'm 21 years old. Okay, so. I love it. I love the competition. That's what keeps me pushing.
Tell me about the last couple of corners. We missed it on camera, but it looked like the fourth place finisher really closed up at the very end. Did he have just an incredible series of corners? Did you make a mistake? How did that tighten back up?
The lappers got in, and those guys are trying to drive a line, and I try. It's just picking your poison. I mean, and I saw Nolan come up in the mirrors, and I knew what he was going to do coming out of 13. He was going to overrun me, and I just went in a little bit later. And he raced me clean. He raced me clean into one at the start. I mean, couldn't be happier, man. So,
well, congratulations on a podium here at the runoff.
Hey, I got to say hello to my wife, man. I couldn't do this without you, honey.
It is a family endeavor. It is a family sport. It is the Sports Car Club of America.
Yeah.
And, all the people, Cece there in the pink shirt, that's working trophies in the podium. We've got all of these people there. They're volunteers.
Yep.
It's a club, and it's all about a shared passion for the sport. And I've said it many times. The day you join SCCA, if you're a real racing fan, your family expands by 40,000.
Yeah, your whole family just grows by a huge, huge number. I can tell you I've met some of my best friends ever here in this club.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. I'm going to tell a quick story. I was Cece was trying with some friends of mine. We wanted to go work a race out on the West Coast as we take a look at the results. Called Cece and said, "Hey, we want to come work Buttonwillow." And we were talking. We said, where's the hotel? What's best?" She said, "Well, there's this one and this one, but we've got a fold-out sofa and an air mattress." And they didn't really know me that well, and they didn't know my friends that well. But that's what the Sports Car Club of America is about. Is, hey, we love it. The same thing. Come share it with us, and that makes it special. And then you get to watch guys like Sykes and Walco and Miner putting in drives like that, going and earning the medals. And Nolan Aller, guy to watch in the future for sure. And John LaRue and Verisons and Hope and LeSueur and Fauza and Kira Luke in that top 10. Let's take a look at some highlights in this one. And it all started with a launch, and there you see on the pole, it is Trent Walco. And a smart move there by Simon Sykes just to tuck in right behind him and say, all right, I'm going to draft you a little bit. Now I'm going to pop out, and drove right around the outside. And from that point on, it was his race.
I think Sykes may have pushed Walco down to a little bit of a wet line to make him pick up some water there for the first couple laps. But this battle waged on the whole time there for third spot between Minor and Aller. But nobody was going to catch Simon Sykes today. Just ridiculously fast, so much control. And even as Trent Walco said, Simon those first couple laps blistering, able to get a whole bit lead out there. But this battle went right up to the end with Aller. You thought maybe he was going to get that run, but Minor, the KG veteran on the outside, gets the great run, able to take the bronze.
Yep, just pinched him a little bit, had to tighten up his line, and Minor just let that machine have its head, and it was enough to get him a bronze medal and an absolutely fabulous run. And for Simon Sykes, another gold. Just remarkable stuff. So, wow, absolutely fabulous race here in Formula Continental. Sketchy conditions, a little damp, not sure what to do, and everybody did it beautifully. A big thank you once again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast of this 58th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We're done with Formula Continental. The gold and the medals have been decided. Thank you so much for joining us. For Larry McLeod and, of course, for Haywood down in the pits, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much. And we hope you have a great rest of your day, and take care, everybody.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Welcome to that magic realm. Between here and there, a no man's land. In everyone's land, where great expectations grow and rewards are given to the swift, the perceptive, and the daring. Introducing the Mazda CX-30 Turbo with all-wheel drive. More power for your pursuit.
Why race? Because it's in our blood. A love of driving that pushes us as hard on the road as it does on the track. It's why we reinvented the Roadster and put a piece of it into every car we make. It's why we refine, rethink, and refine again. And it's why we'll always engineer to your heart's BPM, not simply an engine's RPM. Why race? Why indeed.